You dared tear down His Majesty's decree summoning worthy talents. If I do not break your legs today, I may as well dash myself against a wall. A thunderous authoritative roar rang out. Gao Yang slowly awoke, his head splitting with pain. Tearing down an imperial decree. Had he not just set a trap, harvested millions of dollars from several foreigners, and then prepared to celebrate at a hotel? Gao Yang opened his eyes by instinct, and everything around him came into view. Somehow he had climbed onto a courtyard wall and was sprawled across it. Below him, in an elegant antique courtyard, a crowd stood beneath the wall, all anxiously urging the young master to calm down and not act rashly. Several maids held out their arms ready to catch Gao Yang at any moment. At the front stood a middle-aged man whose authority needed no anger to be felt. He glared at Gao Yang as though he wished to devour him. "Wretched boy, I will give you 3 more breaths. Do not disgrace yourself up there." Gao Yang flared up at once. This middle-aged man looked refined and dignified, but did he truly think himself so important, scolding him over and over and threatening punishment as if he were his father? As a shameless black-hearted capitalist from the 21st century, a man who had made countless foreigners tremble at his name, how could Gao Yang swallow such humiliation? This was a society ruled by law. What was there to fear? If anyone dared lay a hand on him, he would at least extort 3,000 from them. So Gao Yang opened his mouth and snapped, "Old fool, if you keep spewing nonsense, I will make you regret it." The moment those words left his mouth, every servant in Duke Ding's residence was stunned. He has gone mad. The eldest young master must have gone mad. He actually dares speak to the Lord like that. Not far away stood a middle-aged woman of graceful beauty and noble bearing. Hearing Gao Yang's words, she unconsciously loosened her hand, and the fine jade ruby slipped to the ground with a crisp, shattering sound. Yet she seemed not to notice at all, her face filled with astonishment. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and his whole body trembled with rage, as if he stood on the verge of eruption. "Wretched boy, you dare speak to your father like that?" Gao Yang blurted out. "Old fool, still talking nonsense. I could just as well say I am your father." The words fell. "What?" Hearing them, the middle-aged man shook violently. His lips turned pale with anger as he roared, "Men, bring the long ladder and my great saber. Rather than let this wretch offend His Majesty and implicate the entire Gao family, I may as well cleanse my household myself, and then beg the Empress for forgiveness." As that roar thundered through Duke Ding's residence, several armored servants quickly carried over a long ladder, and at the same time presented a great saber gleaming with cold light. Damn! What was happening? With one glance, he could tell the saber was real. Looking around, he saw a grand and dignified mansion, an ancient and elegant courtyard. This was bad. Had he transmigrated? Just then a violent pain tore through Gao Yang's mind, and he felt a vast flood of memories suddenly surge into his head. The next instant he opened his eyes filled with profound shock. This was bad. He truly had transmigrated. This was not a lawful modern society, but the Great Qian Dynasty, a realm unknown to history. The middle-aged man before him was his father Gao Feng, Assistant Minister of Revenue of Great Qian, a third-rank official. His grandfather Gao Tianlong was even a veteran of 3 reigns and the foremost figure in the military. Through those memories, Gao Yang understood everything. 2 months earlier, Empress Wu Zhao had ascended the throne, becoming the unprecedented female sovereign of the Great Qian Dynasty. Yet the Great Qian of the present was beset within by treacherous officials and divided regional kings, and without by the watchful Xiongnu. The Empress was ambitious, determined to sweep away the chaos and lay the foundation for 10,000 years of Great Qian glory. A month earlier, the Empress had issued a decree seeking talents, posting an imperial notice to summon gifted people from across the realm and ask for strategies to strengthen the nation. The Empress had especially emphasized that extraordinary achievement required extraordinary people. So long as one possessed world-shaking talent, rank and background mattered not, all could enter court and serve. As a result, the original owner of this body, the greatest wastrel in the capital, notorious for every vice, had somehow torn down the imperial notice. Gao Feng had instantly flown into a rage, feeling his household disgraced. For according to the Empress's decree, whoever tore down the imperial notice would be received in the Golden Throne Hall. The talented would be appointed, but those seeking empty fame would be caned 30 strokes. In more serious cases, it would be judged as deceiving the sovereign. After receiving the news, Gao Feng had taken up a staff and chased Gao Yang throughout the courtyard. Gao Yang, using both hands and feet, had scrambled up the courtyard wall. A grand ducal household did not fear wastrel descendants so much as it feared a wastrel who failed to know himself and still wished to prove his worth by achieving some monumental feat. In Gao Feng's mind, Gao Yang was exactly that sort of wastrel. Thump! Having learned everything, Gao Yang panicked. He looked down at Gao Feng only to see him take the great saber, its killing intent unmistakably clear. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Gao Yang's forehead. Just as he was pondering how to escape, a fierce shout rang out. Gao Feng, don't you dare. Like a mother hen shielding her chick, Lady Li hurriedly blocked Gao Feng's path. Even a tiger will not eat its cub. If you want to kill Yang, then kill me first. Lady Li, eldest daughter of the Li clan among the great houses, was Gao Yang's birth mother, and managed all affairs large and small within Duke Ding's residence. Move aside. This wretch has gone mad. If he reaches the Golden Throne Hall, who knows what chaos he will cause. Gao Feng spoke furiously, pointing toward Gao Yang. This wretch has not only brought down disaster, he climbed onto the courtyard wall and spouted arrogant nonsense, refusing to bow his head at all. How can I tolerate him? But in the very next second, Gao Yang climbed down quickly, using both hands and feet. He straightened the wrinkles in his clothes and bowed respectfully to Gao Feng. Your son Gao Yang greets father. In truth, your son tore down the imperial notice because I wish to establish merit, restore the century-old glory of the Gao family, and not because of any rash impulse. Gao Feng fell silent. This unfilial son had lowered his head so quickly that it left him somewhat unaccustomed. Expressionless, Gao Feng said, when you were 17, your poem on reed flowers, 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 and 4 of 4 petals, 5 petals, 6 and 7, made the Gao family a laughingstock among the people of Chang'an. Do you remember? Memories surged in. That time Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong, father and son, had seemingly joined forces to punish him, leaving him bedridden for an entire month. Before Gao Yang could speak, Gao Feng continued. When you were 18, your poem, Up, Close a Great Stone from Afar, the Stone is Great, once again pushed the Gao family into scandal and made you a disgrace to the literary world. Now you are 19, and you have torn down His Majesty's decree seeking talent. Do you understand that this act may place the entire Gao family at the center of a storm? As Gao Feng spoke, the hand holding the great saber moved slightly. Gao Yang understood that if he failed to give a reasonable explanation, a harsh beating would be unavoidable. Since matters have already come to this, father, even if you beat your son severely, it will be of no use. The present Empress has only just ascended the throne and thirsts for talent. I tore down the imperial notice and have become the target of Chang'an's attention. If father obstructs me sternly in a small sense, it is disrespect toward the Empress. In a greater sense, it could be pursued as deceiving the sovereign. Gao Feng's pupils contracted, and he looked at Gao Yang in astonishment. Those words had struck precisely at his weakness. With the new sovereign newly enthroned, the realm was in a troubled season. Gao Yang had torn down the imperial notice, and the news had likely already reached the palace. If Gao Feng stopped him, someone would surely submit a memorial against him. But this unfilial son, when had he become so sharp-tongued? Gao Feng was astonished. Calmly, Gao Yang asked, Father, have you ever heard of a venomous strategist? A venomous strategist? Gao Feng frowned. There are 3 kinds of strategists: those who scheme for themselves, for others, and for the world. One who schemes for himself is a venomous strategist. One who uses open designs, yet devises morally damaging plans, is also a venomous strategist. Today the realm is nominally unified, yet the north is restless. Within, treacherous men harm the state, and regional kings divide the land, while beyond the borders barbarians watch like hungry tigers. Ordinary methods will scarcely work. This is an age for venomous strategists. Hearing this, Gao Feng's face filled with astonishment. Though he knew the boy was bluffing, the bluff somehow carried a measure of reason. Could he truly have been hiding his abilities? Just as Gao Feng was pondering, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the Gao residence. Uncle Gao Qingqing has come uninvited. I hope I have not disturbed you. Gao Yang looked up and saw a woman in an ink-green gown standing at the gate, her skin pale as snow, her cold eyes fixed upon his direction. There was, however, a hint of indifference deep in her eyes. Song Qingqing, daughter of Song Li, Minister of Rights of Great Qian, was also his nominal fiancée. Her arrival at such a moment made Gao Yang sense that something was not right. We are family. There is no need for such formality, Qingqing. Seeing Song Qingqing, Gao Feng's face softened into a smile. Song Qingqing lifted her proud chin and said lightly, Uncle Gao, I have come today to break off the engagement. Calling off the engagement. The moment Song Qingqing uttered these words, shockwaves rippled through the entire Dingwu Duke mansion. Gao Feng's face instantly darkened. The betrothal between the Song and Gao families was sealed in childhood, and with the wedding imminent, how can it be dissolved on a whim? Gao Feng remarked with an icy countenance, fixing his gaze upon Song Qingqing. By this act, where does the Song family place the dignity of our Dingwu Duke mansion? Gao Yang was equally taken aback. He never imagined that the moment he transmigrated into this world, his fiancée would come knocking to break off their engagement. This storyline, exactly as expected, yet when one considered it for the illustrious Dingwu Duke mansion, to have the engagement publicly rescinded by the bride's family was an insult of the highest order. A complete severing of ties, nothing short of an irrevocable declaration of enmity. Song Qingqing spoke up. This transgression is indeed the fault of my Song family, but it is the collective decision of the entire clan. Qingqing is powerless to oppose it. My father has specifically instructed me to convey to the Duke that should the Dingwood Duke Mansion ever encounter difficulties in the future, our Song family will render our fullest assistance. Gao Feng's face contorted with fury. Get out. Tell that old fool Song Li that if an engagement is to be broken, it shall be our Dingwood Duke Mansion that initiates it. What does your Song family think it is? Facing Gao Feng's wrath, Song Qingqing remained unperturbed. Water flows to lower ground, people strive for higher stations. This is an immutable principle. The Dingwood Duke Mansion once stood proudly above all, but now with the ascension of the Empress, all of Chang'an was destined to undergo a seismic shift in power. As long as Gao Tianlong lived, the world would show him respect. But how many years did he have left? Gao Yang's reckless tearing down of the imperial decree had sealed the Gao family's fate of decline. Her Song Qingqing's future husband was destined to be a dragon among men, a minister of the highest rank. Certainly not a mediocre wastrel like Gao Yang. Then my Song family shall await the arrival of the Duke at his convenience. With that, Song Qingqing turned and departed with her attendants. Gao Feng's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly. This was an unbearable humiliation. But Gao Yang began to laugh. You contemptible wretch. You still dare to laugh after being publicly jilted. Gao Feng whirled towards Gao Yang, his face livid. Gao Yang said with a smile, Father, what is so bad about breaking off an engagement with such a vain and superficial woman? In her eyes, with the new emperor's ascension and the shift in power, the younger generation of the Gao family has no one capable of bearing great responsibility, so our family is doomed to decline. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed over to break off the engagement the very moment I tore down the imperial edict. It's simply a matter of fearing the Song family will be implicated. Gao Feng's gaze towards Gao Yang shifted. Gao Yang saw things more clearly than he did. But wait, wasn't this prodigal son of his obsessed with marrying Song Qingqing? Something was wrong. 100,000 times wrong. Yet he sighed, do not dwell too much on the matter of the broken engagement. Our Dingwood Duke Mansion will not let this rest. The immediate priority is the Empress's assessment in the Golden Throne Hall. I shall take you to the palace to meet His Majesty at once. Once we reach the Golden Throne Hall, it will truly depend on your own abilities. We need not aspire to impress the Empress, but we must ensure you make no mistakes. Otherwise, not only you but the entire Dingwood Duke Mansion will be implicated. Gao Yang followed Gao Feng, stepping into the majestic Great Qian Imperial Palace. They passed through several vermilion palace gates, heading straight towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Your Majesty, Gao Yang, son of the Vice Minister of Revenue, and the one who tore down the imperial edict, awaits outside the hall. Summon him. A voice of noble authority resounded. Gao Yang was pulled into the Hall of Supreme Harmony by Gao Feng. At that moment, the civil and military officials stood in 2 rows. As they entered, curious gazes fell upon the pair. After paying their respects, Gao Yang finally lifted his head and looked towards the front. Seated upon the dragon throne, Wu Zhao wore a golden imperial robe. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her phoenix eyes radiating majesty. An aura of regal nobility surrounded her, making it difficult for onlookers to meet her gaze. Gao Yang's mind began to race. The Empress had just ascended the throne and was eager to make her mark. If he could curry favor with her, the entire Dingwood Duke Mansion would surely regain its former glory. His days of good fortune would also last longer. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell upon Gao Yang, a flicker of disappointment passing through them. She had assumed that whoever dared to tear down the edict for talent would be a peerless genius among millions. But when Gao Yang's dossier was placed before her, the reigning Empress was rendered uncharacteristically silent. However, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Since she had decreed that whoever tore down the edict would be granted an audience, she would honor that decree. Nevertheless, the Gao family were loyal generals of the Great Qian Dynasty. She only hoped that before the assembled officials, this Gao Yang wouldn't be too outrageous and make things difficult for her. Wu Zhao spoke calmly. My first question: if you were a newly appointed magistrate of a remote county plagued by bandits, and while making your rounds in the county town, a butcher boldly pointed at your nose and berated you in public, yet this butcher had connections locally, and even at court, what would you do? Wu Zhao's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Gao Yang was taken aback. This question from the Empress was certainly unconventional. Hearing this, the assembled officials also fell into contemplation. Wu Zhao's fingers tapped the armrest of the dragon throne slowly and rhythmically, her gaze fixed on Gao Yang. This question seemed simple to answer, yet it concealed a profound mystery. The Great Qian court was corrupt, plagued by factional strife, with vassal kings carving up territories and aristocratic clans standing in force. To deal with these villains and create a peaceful era for the common people, one needed a rogue to deal with rogues. Wu Zhao lacked no scholars versed in classics, but she needed a ruthless instrument. Gao Yang pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Wu Zhao and said, "This humble one would respond with a smile, thanking him for pointing out my shortcomings. The moment these words fell, Wu Zhao's face showed disappointment, a hint of boredom creeping in. She was about to wave her hand dismissively, but then Gao Yang's voice rang out once more. Then this humble one would return to the county office and order someone to send 10 taels of gold to the butcher with much fanfare, telling everyone it was a reward for him. By then the whole city would know the butcher had received 10 taels of gold. With bandits rife in that area, the butcher would be doomed. Meanwhile, I would have secretly arranged for constables to watch from the shadows, waiting only for the butcher to be killed before apprehending the murderers. As the words fell, shock rippled through the assembled officials. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened. This Gao Yang was rather interesting. A venomous plan that killed 4 birds with one stone. Not only would the gold return to the magistrate's hands, but he would also gain a reputation for repaying resentment with kindness. He would use the bandits to kill the butcher and then capture the bandits. This plan, though flawed, could still be considered ingenious. Then if you had personally slaughtered your enemy's entire family, and while savoring the sight of your foes' corpses strewn across the ground, you discovered a child hiding in the house, what would you do? Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes rested on Gao Yang. Compared to the butcher question, this riddle of family annihilation was far more difficult. Gao Yang pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Wu Zhao and said, "This humble one would say, remember my face. The next time we meet, I will not show mercy." The moment these words fell, Wu Zhao shook her head, inwardly deeply disappointed. The child of one's enemy having witnessed the massacre of his entire family. If one didn't eliminate the root of the trouble, would he not return for vengeance in 10 years or 20? To uphold righteousness, to appease one's conscience, and thereby place one's entire family in mortal danger. This was in Wu Zhao's eyes sheer foolishness. But in the next second, Gao Yang's voice suddenly rang out. After saying this, I would turn and leave, then suddenly whip around and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, boy, we meet again. At these words, all the civil and military officials turned their heads towards Gao Yang, their mouths twitching slightly. Wu Zhao's tapping finger froze abruptly, and a brilliant light flashed in her phoenix eyes. Gao Feng had just breathed a sigh of relief. The answer, "I will not show mercy next time," was safe and conventional, in line with the Great Qian's spirit of benevolence and righteousness. Yet this prodigal son of his in the next breath had to add that bit about turning to leave and then suddenly whipping around. So there was no need to show mercy this time. He closed his eyes, then gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "My unworthy son is talentless and has offended your majesty. It is my failure to discipline him properly. All fault lies with me. Please punish me, your majesty." "Why should I punish you?" Wu Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke softly. For a moment, Gao Feng was stunned. The Great Qian ruled by law, with benevolence and righteousness prevailing. Killing a defenseless child would be a violation of morality. Could it be that Wu Zhao actually approved of this answer? As Wu Zhao spoke, the officials' gazes also turned to one of astonishment. Then a voice rang out. "Your Majesty, killing is but a matter of a single stroke. The old grudges have been settled with the corpses strewn across the ground. The child was unarmed. To slaughter him as well would be excessively cruel. Someone so cold-blooded, once given an official post, would surely bring disaster upon the region they govern." Gao Yang's gaze shifted towards the speaker, a young man in official robes with an imposing bearing who spoke with calm indifference. Following his words, a white-haired military general in battle armor echoed, "Zhuang Yuan Shui's words hold true. The great blade of a Great Qian man is meant for the battlefield, not for slaying the defenseless, be they old or young. To kill a child like that is nothing short of barbarism." Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. The white-haired old general who had spoken was none other than the Great Qian's general of breaking the enemy, Wang Zhong. This man was a sworn enemy of his grandfather Gao Tianlong. With Wang Zhong's opening, a host of ministers chimed in one after another. This caused Gao Feng's face to darken, his fists clenched tightly. His Gao family had laid low for far too long. Now in this court, anyone dared to kick a man when he was down. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes looked at Gao Yang, but she remained silent. She was eager to see how Gao Yang would handle this. Both Wang Zhong and the newly appointed Zhuang Yuan Shui Xinghe were troublesome individuals. Even she found them an endless nuisance. Gao Yang curled his lips into a smile. He first addressed Wang Zhong, saying, "Old General Wang speaks with great reason. This Gao's great blade indeed does not fall on the old or young, but this Gao also has a small blade." Wang Zhong. The entire court. Shui Xinghe's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, "Slick words cannot conceal your barbaric nature." Gao Yang looked at Shui Xinghe and continued, "Zhuang Yuan Shui is noble and upright, and this humble one admires him deeply. But this humble one is merely an ordinary man. I cannot bring myself to let him go, only to have my family live in fear and unease for the next decade or more." Shui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang. "How do you know that he will seek revenge for the annihilation of his family in a decade or so?" Gao Yang smiled and said, according to your majesty's premise, if that boy's father had understood the principle of uprooting the grass to eliminate the roots, how could he have faced the calamity of his own family's annihilation today? Conversely, if I don't eliminate the root now, then 10 or 20 years from now another annihilation might befall my own family. This humble one can live with guilt for a lifetime, but I absolutely cannot live in fear and dread for a lifetime. Uproot the grass and eliminate the roots. That is the lesson his father taught. At these words, Cui Xinghe's pupils contracted. A gleam of extraordinary light filled Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes. Gao Yang continued eloquently. Of course, the earlier bit about turning to leave and then suddenly whipping around was merely a jest. If this humble one were faced with such a situation, I would give him a few pieces of silver, and as General Wang said, say that this Gao's great blade does not fall on the old or young, and let him go. But in secret, I would have him watch to see which relatives or friends he seeks refuge with, or who takes him in, and then eliminate them altogether. When carrying it out, remember that a normal person's heart is usually on the left side, but a small number of people have it on the right. It's best to strike on both sides, and perhaps also give him one in the rear for good measure. Gao Yang's words suddenly echoed through the throne hall, startling all the ministers. They widened their eyes, staring at Gao Yang. Those few sentences sent a bone-chilling cold through them. Better to live a lifetime with guilt than to live a lifetime in fear. When you strike, cut once on the left chest, once on the right chest, and even a slash on the buttocks. Make sure it's a fatal blow. Ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Wang Zhong stared at Gao Yang in terror, his heart quaking. The Gao family has been a military clan for 100 years, yet they have a descendant so sinister. If he gains power, even the earthworms in the Wang family's fields would be split in half. Not only Wang Zhong, but even Gao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Could these words really come from his own son? For a moment, the eyes of all civil and military officials fixed on Gao Yang. Qin Jinghua, the right Weiwei general of the Great Qian, spoke up. Your Majesty, what Director Gao's son said is not without reason. When it comes to a great vengeance, there is no distinction between young and old. I concur, Your Majesty. These words also snapped Wu Zhao back to her senses. She swept her gaze around, a hint of intrigue flickering across her exquisite face. This Gao Yang was quite interesting. When facing an enemy, one must be ruthless regardless of who they are. Your answer to the first question pleases me greatly. Wu Zhao's first sentence was addressed to the ministers, the second to Gao Yang. Gao Feng was astonished. The Empress was pleased with his prodigal son. Though Gao Feng found it hard to believe this was indeed a great boon for the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and said calmly, the first question was merely a small test from me. But to become an official of the Great Qian and plead for the people is not so simple. Gao Yang glanced at Wu Zhao first, stealing a look at the long legs hidden beneath her imperial robe, then said, please present your question, Your Majesty. I am willing to serve Your Majesty with all my might. This Empress was intriguing. She did not test him on the 4 books and 5 classics or poetry, but on these bizarre questions. He was genuinely curious about Wu Zhao's next question. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes swept over the ministers. This question is not only for Director Gao's son. Oh, all of you may speak freely. Whoever impresses me will be given an important post. At these words, some low-ranking officials brightened with anticipation. If they could win Wu Zhao's favor, they would surely rise swiftly. Wu Zhao spoke calmly. You are a tea merchant from another region who has leased a barren mountain in a remote, impoverished area of Jiangnan. To plant tea, you must first reclaim the land. Yet the local villagers are extremely lazy, not only unwilling to work, but even the few you hire are utterly slack. The planting season is approaching. What should you do? As Wu Zhao spoke calmly, the civil and military officials all frowned. This question was one of her final challenges. Whoever could deliver a perfect answer would undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent. Her phoenix eyes swept the court, and all the ministers lowered their heads. Even Cui Xinghe furrowed his brow. This question was indeed difficult to solve. A tea merchant from a distant region leasing a barren mountain in a remote Jiangnan area. 3 difficulties arose. First, the merchant was a stranger with no connections except money. Second, the locals were naturally indolent, and reclaiming land was grueling. Only high wages could attract workers. Third, even with high pay, the workers would slack off. Wu Zhao wanted not just a solution, but the optimal answer that demonstrated ability. The challenge was formidable. Wang Zhong, unaware of the complexities, blurted out, Your Majesty, what's so difficult? If one-time wages don't work, offer double or triple. Under heavy reward, won't the people flock to reclaim the land? Wu Zhao shook her head. General Wang, you are mistaken. A merchant seeks profit. With triple wages, people might come, but the cost would skyrocket. Moreover, as I said, even if they take the job, they are mostly lazy. The tea merchant has no roots in Jiangnan and cannot control them. How do you resolve that? Wang Zhong's face changed. He had thought too shallowly. I have not considered this thoroughly, Your Majesty, but your question is excessively difficult. In that remote, impoverished area, the locals are inherently lazy. If we don't raise wages, who will respond? And laziness is human nature. In such a desolate place, the villagers are even more indolent. Slackness is impossible to curb. This question is unsolvable. Wang Zhong's words drew nods from the ministers. It was exactly what they thought. Wu Zhao's expression turned cold, exuding an aura of overwhelming authority. She said calmly, "If we are selecting talents to serve the nation and the people, how can the test be too simple? The Great Qian realm is filled with administrative matters far more difficult than this. Should we simply abandon them all? I dare not." Wang Zhong quickly knelt. At that moment, beneath Wu Zhao's imposing presence, all the ministers bowed their heads. Wu Zhao continued, "Reclaiming land is not hard, planting is not hard. But completing the reclamation with minimal cost and maximum speed, that is the true challenge. Minister Cui, you are the top scholar of our Great Qian, said to have composed poetry at 8 and mastered the classics at 12. One of the 4 talents of Chang'an with remarkable literary brilliance. Do you have a solution?" Wu Zhao asked calmly, her gaze resting on Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe frowned, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Your Majesty, I have not yet formulated a plan. But grant me the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and I shall surely give you a satisfactory answer." His inner strategy, though superior to Wang Zhong's, would certainly not satisfy Wu Zhao. He needed more time to think. Wu Zhao's eyes were cold, and she merely said, "Then think on Minister Cui." Then she turned her gaze to a white-haired, great scholar. "Elder Zhou, you are the grand academician of the Hanlin Academy, the literary giant of our Great Qian. Do you have a solution?" Elder Zhou stiffened, then shook his head in embarrassment. "I have not yet found a better method." His thoughts were similar to Wang Zhong's, raise wages. But that had clearly been rejected by Wu Zhao. The coldness in Wu Zhao's eyes deepened, though she did not reveal it. Finally, she turned her gaze to Gao Yang and said calmly, "Gao Yang, do you have a solution?" Gao Yang shook his head. "I also need to think." Though he disliked Cui Xinghe, the man was after all a top scholar. And Elder Zhou was no ordinary figure, grand academician of the Hanlin Academy, a literary colossus. If they needed time to think, speaking out immediately would offend too many. He disliked them, but had no need to make enemies publicly. That did not align with Gao Yang's way of handling affairs in his previous life. Wu Zhao's lips curled. "Oh, you answered my summons for talent, though I hold you to a different standard. If you can't come up with an answer, I will charge you with deceiving the sovereign. Where are the Black Ice Guards?" Wu Zhao commanded imperiously. Outside the hall, several armed imperial guards entered, their faces icy. Gao Feng trembled. The crime of deceiving the sovereign would implicate the entire Gao family. 100 years of the Gao family's legacy. Would it all be destroyed in an instant? He was about to step forward and beg for forgiveness when he heard a voice behind him. "Your Majesty, I have suddenly thought of a few strategies that might solve this question." Gao Feng turned back in astonishment, his gaze meeting his son Gao Yang's. The exchange between father and son was laden with unspoken meaning. This scene felt strangely familiar to him. Wu Zhao curled her lips, her words as precious as gold. "Speak. If this plan pleases me, not only will you be pardoned, Gao Yang, but you shall be rewarded." The officials' gazes converged on Gao Yang. Compared to their initial contempt, they now regarded him with far more wariness after his ruthlessly comprehensive scheme. "That young man's schemes are rather sinister, I fear." Gao Yang's voice echoed through the Jinluan Hall. From the tea merchant's perspective, his goal is simple: hire laborers at low cost to reclaim wasteland and complete the reclamation as quickly as possible. But the locals are mostly indolent, and reclamation is arduous and bitter work. Even if the merchant offers generous wages, he carries no authority in that region, so the villagers would only work half-heartedly, as if fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2. To achieve his goal, one must toy with human nature. My method is simple. It requires only a scheme. I call it the monkey play scheme. Wu Zhao straightened in her seat, her phoenix eyes fixed on Gao Yang. She pressed, "How do you toy with human nature? And how do you set up this scheme?" "If I were the tea merchant, I would first hire a dozen villagers to reclaim the land at 3 or 5 times the usual wage." Gao Yang's voice resounded through the hall, and Wu Zhao's brows furrowed. "Is that all? I thought you had some brilliant trick, but it's nothing special." Wang Zhong sneered with contempt. All that talk about toying with human nature and setting up a scheme. He had actually believed Gao Yang had found a solution, but in the end it was just hiring at high wages. Cui Xinghe shook his head to himself. Gao Yang remained impassive and continued, "For the first few days, I'd have the villagers concentrate on reclaiming the land. If they slacked off or slept, I'd scold them with a frantic expression, feigning urgency convincingly. The villagers are habitually lazy, mostly paying lip service while disobeying. To them, my frantic jumping around would look like a ridiculous monkey. They'd even snicker inwardly and continue their own ways. But after a few days, I'd bury a few pieces of gold in the wasteland, and the scheme would be complete." As the last words fell, the Empress instantly sat upright, her eyes wide with shock. Bury gold in the wasteland. The scheme was brilliant. She could already foresee Gao Yang's next moves. The officials erupted in murmurs. Gao Yang continued calmly. Once the gold is buried, the villagers who'd been concentrated on one area would inevitably notice if someone tried to dig it up. It couldn't be hidden from the others working alongside. Even if the villager who found the gold acted swiftly, he couldn't hide it from the fellow laborers. Once an argument broke out, I'd seize the opportunity to nervously demand they hand over the gold, even offering some silver to keep them from spreading word of the discovery, lest others come to compete. With this act, within a few hours, news that a gold mine lay beneath the wasteland would spread across the village. Merely 1 or 2 pieces of gold would expose human greed for all to see. Those who witnessed the gold, tempted by the promise of a mine, would be unable to sit still, restless as ants on a hot pan. The one who found the gold would mobilize his entire family to sneak up the mountain. Such is human nature. The rumors would intensify, and without any wages, whole families would carry hoes and rush up the mountain to dig through the night. At these words, the officials were shaken and turned to look at Gao Yang. The root cause of the villagers' laziness was that reclamation was arduous and exhausting. Even triple wages provided no motivation. But if they believed a gold mine lay beneath the wasteland, fueled by rumors and the example of the first to act, the villagers would swarm the mountain in droves, dreaming of instant riches. Even Cui Xinghe, once he understood, had to concede it was brilliant. Though the scheme had flaws, it was certainly feasible. Gao Feng stared at his son in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide. Was this his son, Gao Feng's boy? Had he finally wised up? Brilliant. Using gold to lure out human greed, making the entire village rush up the mountain to reclaim land. Afterward, he could bury more gold in various spots, cementing the villagers' belief in a gold mine. This would not only save on reclamation wages, but also make the villagers work through the night. The son of Minister Gao has not disappointed me. This strategy is exquisite. Wu Zhao praised her, phoenix eyes resting on Gao Yang with satisfaction. Gao Yang smiled. Your Majesty, wait. This scheme is not yet complete. On the contrary, the most treacherous part has only just begun. Surprised, Wu Zhao asked. The most treacherous part is just beginning. The officials were equally bewildered. Having achieved rapid reclamation, was this only the start? In remote, impoverished areas where the people are lazy, the local magistrate likely reaps no profit and is probably corrupt. Before setting up the scheme, one could simply bribe him with a hefty sum. With the magistrate's aid, the scheme would be twice as effective with half the effort. Gao Feng's face changed, and he scolded. You unfilial wretch. What nonsense are you spouting? But Wu Zhao waved a hand. Never mind. Even if it's hypothetical, are corrupt officials scarce even in the remote corners of our Great Qian? Gao Yang continued. What happens after bribing the magistrate? Gao Yang smiled. According to Great Qian's laws, the wasteland is the tea merchant's private property. The villagers' nighttime digging for gold already violates the law. If I were the merchant, I'd immediately report to the authorities, send soldiers to arrest them, and order them to surrender the gold they dug. The villagers are envious by nature, most unable to bear others' prosperity, so they'd surely inform on one another. Wang Zhong's scalp tingled, his eyes shocked. Without spending a single coin, he gets the villagers to reclaim the land for free, and even the gold they dug must be returned. This scheme is too vicious. Wang Zhong looked at Gao Yang in terror. Wu Zhao nodded in admiration. First bribe the magistrate, then exploit human nature's dark side to reclaim the gold. Though somewhat ruthless, it completes the most efficient reclamation at minimal cost. It remains a brilliant scheme. Cui Xinghe's face darkened. As one of Chang'an's 4 great prodigies, eldest son of the Cui clan, one of the 7 surnames and 5 great houses, and the top scholar of the current court, he was now being overshadowed by Gao Yang. This was hard for him to accept. He said in a low voice, bribing the magistrate is no small sum, and the villagers would only return the gold. But is it worth risking execution? Gao Yang chuckled. Minister Cui, is collusion between officials and merchants rare in this world. Who would bribe with a huge sum right away? One can tell a clean official from a corrupt one by strolling among the people. Moreover, the scheme's viciousness doesn't end there. What if those gold pieces are gold on the outside, but copper within? At these words, Cui Xinghe's face changed drastically. It was one thing to trick the entire village, young and old, into digging up the barren mountain overnight by claiming there was gold inside. But the gold could be gold on the outside and copper on the inside. How could anyone be so vicious? His mouth twitched as he looked at Gao Yang, his heart trembling violently. On the dragon throne, Empress Wu Zhao was also visibly moved, deeply shocked. Gold on the outside, copper on the inside, ruthless enough. Gao Yang walked leisurely across the golden throne hall, as if walking on level ground. His confident and flamboyant demeanor was extremely audacious, yet at this moment no one dared to speak up to rebuke him. A faint smile lingered on Gao Yang's face. As long as the county magistrate cooperates, we can simply cut open the gold that was returned on the spot, then turn around and accuse the villagers of stealing the gold, and have them punished right there in court. Ordinary villagers could never withstand such harsh torture. A few severe tortures would be enough to force these gold-digging villagers into false confessions. By then, even if they understood everything, it would be too late. With no silver to repay, they would have no choice but to sign indentured contracts and become tea slaves for life. Of course, if I were that tea merchant, I would guard against retaliation by bringing more bodyguards when traveling. At the same time, I would promise these indentured tea slaves that if they worked for me for another 5 or 10 years, I would grant them freedom. The harder they worked, the sooner they would be freed. After making money and expanding the business to facilitate tea transportation, one could also build a road and a bridge. Of course, publicly, it would be claimed to benefit the villagers' travel, which would also earn a reputation as a great philanthropist. At these words, the Golden Throne Hall fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. All the civil and military officials stared at Gao Yang, their lips moving. In their hearts, a monstrous wave surged. Even the Empress's hand involuntarily clenched the dragon throne, her gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. This answer, even to her, as the one who set the question, was astonishing. In her mind, this question was a test of responsiveness and mastery over human nature. The chaos in the world had been entrenched for a long time, and conventional methods were difficult to eradicate. In extraordinary times, one must employ extraordinary people and unconventional methods. Only by exploiting the evil in human nature could one govern the country, stabilize the realm, and become a capable minister for her Wu Zhao in her rule. This question tested mastery over human nature. Simply raising wages would inevitably be an inferior approach. She had also considered planting gold in the barren mountain or using rumors and other methods. In her heart, that was the perfect answer. But she never expected Gao Yang to have follow-up measures in the remote mountain area. First bribe the county magistrate, then use copper to pass off as gold, bring false accusations, inflict severe torture, and turn the gold-digging villagers into tea slaves. Moreover, this fellow had thought it through thoroughly by setting a time limit, giving these indentured slaves a hope, so they wouldn't risk a desperate fight to the death. An extremely dirty scheme, yet in the end, Gao Yang actually became the local great philanthropist. Gao Yang had delivered a satisfactory answer to her. No wonder this scheme was called the monkey play. The common people regarded the tea merchant as a monkey, but little did they know they themselves were the ridiculous monkeys. This young man, even if he does not enter the court as an official, must never be allowed to become a merchant. The Empress made a decision in her heart. If he became a merchant, countless commoners would be toyed to death. Cui Xinghao was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. He never expected Gao Yang to produce an answer so quickly. He began to ponder the feasibility of the scheme. But the more he thought, the more alarmed he became. Gao Feng also turned around in disbelief, staring at Gao Yang, his heart trembling violently. Was such a cunning and treacherous fellow truly the descendant of the Gao family's century-old military lineage? Such a venomous scheme. Let alone the other ministers on the Golden Throne Hall, even he as the father was somewhat terrified. Gao Yang's gaze fell on Wu Zhao, and he said with slight regret, "Your Majesty, time was too tight. This scheme still has some loopholes. If you could grant me, a humble subject, a little more time, the scheme would be more perfect." Gao Yang felt a bit regretful. When it came to crafting schemes, he was a perfectionist. In his eyes, Wu Zhao's question was a typical scheme. This scheme was still somewhat crude. He was not entirely satisfied. At these words, the officials instantly had their scalps tingling and their eyes wide open. They looked at Gao Yang, their faces filled with shock. This scheme can be made even more perfect. This imperfect scheme already used a small amount of wages to complete the land reclamation and incidentally trapped a batch of villagers into becoming tea slaves. If it were perfect, what then? Would those commoners have any chance of survival? This young man is too ruthless. All the ministers thought the same in their hearts. Old Master Zhou trembled with rage as he stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this scheme is far too venomous. I beg your Majesty to severely punish Gao Yang." "I second the motion. I second the motion." Several ministers stepped forward and bowed to Wu Zhao. Gao Feng's face turned icy cold as he swept his gaze across the assembled officials. Among them, the majority were political enemies of the Gao family. The Gao family had been too low-key. Even every Tom, Dick, and Harry dared to step forward and make trouble. He hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "As the saying goes, schemes are neither good nor bad. It all depends on the user's intention. Although my son's scheme is somewhat venomous, I beg your Majesty to see clearly." Cui Xingh's face changed. The Empress had just ascended the throne, and the position of Zhongshu Sharon, Imperial Secretariat drafter responsible for drafting imperial edicts, was extremely important and currently vacant. He had assumed that this Zhongshu Sharon, the Empress's trusted confidant, would surely be him, the top scholar of the current dynasty. But at the critical moment, Gao Yang had emerged. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I also concur with old Master Zhou's words. This scheme is too poisonous and should not be adopted. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes swept over the ministers, her gaze icy cold. Since all my beloved ministers consider this scheme too venomous, do any of you have a better plan? At these words, old Master Zhou and Shui Xing's faces changed simultaneously. If they had a plan, they would have spoken it long ago. Wu Zhao's face was cold and an aura of domineering authority radiated from her. In my eyes, schemes are neither good nor bad. A scheme that achieves its purpose is a good scheme. Gao Yang, the son of Vice Minister Gao, may have a somewhat venomous scheme, but from the tea merchant's perspective, it is perfectly reasonable and even the best approach. If everyone in the world had a clear conscience, how could there be corrupt officials? Governing a great nation is like cooking a small fish. The corrupt officials of the world are all malicious in nature. To deal with evil people, one must use evil schemes. Moreover, the son of Vice Minister Gao was able to devise such a venomous scheme in such a short time, which shows his talent. These words carried a veiled rebuke for the officials. Old Master Zhou and Shui Xinghe quickly lowered their heads. I am tired. Court is dismissed. With that, Wu Zhao, her face stunningly beautiful, rose and left directly. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. She just left like that. What about the promised rewards? If not 10,000 taels of gold, at least 2 beauties. This Empress is too unrefined. As Gao Yang grumbled inwardly, the officials exchanged glances and then turned their astonished gazes toward him. Everyone knew that today's events would spread throughout all of Chang'an at the fastest speed. Outside the Golden Throne Hall, the officials buzzed with discussion. Following behind Gao Feng, Gao Yang basked in the golden sunlight that warmed him thoroughly, making it almost impossible to keep his eyes open. A wave of ease and contentment washed over him. Today's crisis had been thoroughly resolved. He hadn't expected the female emperor to be so fond of treacherous schemes, but it was a coincidence. He struggled with grand strategies for the nation and its people. But when it came to devious plots, he had a whole arsenal. In this regard, without exaggeration, he was a professional. Father, the female emperor did not order a flogging, so does that mean I have passed this trial? When we return to the mansion, I won't be beaten again, right? Gao Yang asked tentatively. The household tradition of the Dingwa Duke mansion had always been enforced by the rod. Your performance today has left me thoroughly satisfied. Gao Feng's voice came through, but it sounded strange, as if he were harboring some unspoken concern. Yet Gao Yang didn't dwell on it. Instead, he began to look forward to the days ahead. His father was the current Vice Minister of Revenue, and his grandfather was the reigning Duke of the state, making him undeniably the most elite of the second-generation nobles in the Great Qian. In his past life, if he had held such a prominent status, why would he have had to painstakingly study the art of scheming? In this Great Qian, he might still need to take the imperial examinations, but if he were in a later era, he could simply write an essay titled, My Duke Grandfather and Vice Minister Father. Without boasting, that essay would surely secure a top spot in any competition, unless the competing entries included My Chancellor Father or My Emperor Grandfather. Otherwise, victory was certain. Reborn into this life with such a prestigious identity that could strut recklessly through all of Chang'an. If he didn't indulge in pleasure houses and woo courtesans, he would be doing a disservice to his own prodigal nature. Ancient brothels, he absolutely had to experience them. Just as Gao Yang was lost in thought, Gao Feng ahead of him suddenly halted. Caught off guard, Gao Yang collided directly with his father. His forehead throbbed with pain, forcing Gao Yang to rub it instinctively. But when he looked up, Gao Feng's gaze was fixed intently on him. Those eyes were filled with complexity. Father, what's wrong? Gao Yang grew a little nervous. Could it be that Gao Feng, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and still intended to beat him? But Gao Feng merely stared at him without a word. This only made Gao Yang more flustered. After a long silence, Gao Feng reached out and patted Gao Yang's shoulder. As the old saying goes, to fight a tiger you need brothers, to go to war you need father and son. This is my first time being a father, so I'm bound to have shortcomings. Don't take it too much to heart. Having said that, Gao Feng turned and walked away. His silhouette stretched long and long under the golden sunlight, as if he were going to buy oranges. Gao Yang was left bewildered. What did his father's words mean? Just as Gao Feng and Gao Yang were slowly making their way back, the events that had transpired in the court that day spread throughout Chang'an at breakneck speed. In particular, the female emperor's 2 questions and Gao Yang's 2 answers circulated with lightning speed, even faster than Gao Yang's return to the mansion. At the Duke's mansion, this old man has served the Great Qian on horseback for 50 years, through life and death. Fetch my armor. I must go see the emperor. From deep within the inner courtyard, an ancient, worn, yet fiercely imposing room, a hoarse voice rang out. The Gao family retainers, hearing the command, brought forth a rusty red iron armor. Though these retainers remained silent, their movements were brisk and efficient, and their bodies exuded a killing intent honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Clearly they were all seasoned experts. Now they all turned their gaze toward an old man of about 70. He bore a stern countenance clad in a purple robe, and merely standing there made one feel an irresistible urge to kneel. Gao Tianlong, the foremost military figure of the Great Qian, had spent 50 years in the saddle, a true ruthless man who had clawed his way out of piles of the dead, building this foundation with his own hands. Though aged, his presence alone was as sharp as a sword, making it impossible for others to look directly at him. Old Duke, though the eldest young master has been reckless in the past, he has never done anything so disgraceful. To rashly tear down His Majesty's edict-seeking talents today, it is likely that someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Beside him, the Duke's mansion's steward, Uncle Fu, clad in a gray robe, spoke with a worried tone. Gao Tianlong's face remained impassive, but his eyes held a coldness that no one could meet. If it were just some young fool's antics losing to a better man and bringing shame to the Gao family, this old man would let it slide. But today's targeting of Yang is clearly someone trying to attack the Gao family, while the new emperor has just ascended. To protect Yang, this old man has no choice but to go to the palace. Though I wonder how much this old face is still worth. Gao Tianlong spoke coldly. He had only 3 sons in his life. Only the eldest Gao Feng had achieved some standing as Vice Minister of Revenue. The second son, Gao Lin, had been sent far away to the border of the Great Qian to serve as a prefectural governor, while the third son, Gao Tiansong, had joined the Dingyuan army as a deputy general. For a duke's mansion, the younger generation was already on a downward trajectory. As for the grandchildren, they were all pure prodigals, with the eldest grandson, Gao Yang, being the worst of the worst, a scoundrel among scoundrels. The Gao family might appear grand and prosperous, but in reality, it was already in grave danger. In Gao Tianlong's view, today would decide the fate of the Gao family. But if he stepped forward, both the officials and the female emperor would have to show him some respect. Now he only awaited news from the court, and then he would head to the palace to see the emperor. Alas, a family misfortune. Gao Tianlong sighed inwardly twice. But just then a voice suddenly rang through the entire mansion. Old Duke, there is good news, and there is bad news. Suddenly a servant came running in. Good news. What good news could there be for the Gao family now? A wry smile flickered across Gao Tianlong's majestic face. A mere Song family dared to break off the engagement publicly. This showed how low the prestige of the Dingwood Duke mansion had sunk. The eldest young master tore down His Majesty's edict-seeking talents, and in the Golden Throne Hall, he successfully passed His Majesty's assessment. Now the entire capital is spreading the news of the young master's brilliant strategy. At these words, Gao Tianlong's hand, which was stroking his beard, tightened abruptly, nearly pulling out several strands. What did you say? Yang passed His Majesty's assessment. The Gao family was not punished. Gao Tianlong's sharp gaze shot over, filled with disbelief. This matter is being discussed throughout the capital. It cannot be false. Everyone says the young master was hiding his true talents, and very deeply at that. Gao Tianlong burst into hearty, unrestrained laughter. A dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, oh, a mouse's son knows how to dig. How could the descendants of this old man, Gao Tianlong, truly be so foolish? And the bad news? Gao Tianlong asked again, his face full of anticipation. The bad news is that the strategies the young master proposed were all vicious schemes. Even Her Majesty the female emperor fell silent for a long time, and the common people cursed him, saying the young master was truly venomous. Then the retainer vividly recounted the female emperor's questions and Gao Yang's answers in full detail. The retainers beside were also stunned. Not only did he make the commoners reclaim wasteland for free, but he also turned the tables and made them unpaid tea slaves. In the end, he even earned the title of Great Benefactor. Ruthless. Too ruthless. At this moment, even the old Duke, Gao Tianlong, who had seen countless dirty schemes, fell silent. His eldest grandson was more venomous than anyone. At the Song mansion, rockeries, artificial waters, and maidservants walking along the corridors. Song Qingqing sat upright on a long chair, her exquisite face expressionless. When she saw a middle-aged man enter from outside, she quickly rose to her feet. Father, how did His Majesty punish the Dingwood Duke mansion? Song Qingqing asked. Song Li glanced at her, but did not answer directly. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, the engagement is broken. These words made Song Qingqing sense a bad omen. She nodded and said the Duke did not appear. Vice Minister Gao was furious when he heard, saying he would not let this end easily. Father, why do you ask? Has something changed at court? Song Li's face darkened. That Gao Yang has been hiding his true abilities all along. He does have some skill. The Dingwood Duke mansion successfully turned the crisis around. What? Song Qingqing's face showed astonishment. After learning everything, she was also quite surprised. But she quickly composed herself and said with a smile, Father, why worry? Since His Majesty did not publicly reward him, it means she has not made a choice yet. Gao Yang loves me like a treasure, the whole Chang'an knows that. There is still room for negotiation. Besides, the Great Qian is full of powerful clans. With my talents, I will surely find a talented scholar with the ability to save the world 100 times better than Gao Yang, to glorify the Song family's name. The Duke is old after all, though it's no loss to let him go. Song Qingqing's clear voice rang out, and Song Li's heart steadied somewhat. At this moment, Gao Yang and Gao Feng also alighted from the carriage and pushed open the gates of the Duke's mansion. Gao Feng, his face grim, strode directly toward the inner courtyard. Gao Yang, on the other hand, headed toward his own quarters. The Duke of Dinghua held the highest rank among the 6 great dukes of the Great Qian Dynasty, with a reputation as illustrious as that of a war god. Having seldom suffered defeat in his life, Gao Tianlong had amassed numerous rewards. The Gao residence was astonishingly vast. Drawing on his memory, Gao Yang navigated past several artificial rockeries, traversed the long corridor from the outer courtyard to the inner one, and finally arrived at his own room. Gao Yang threw himself onto his bed. The dry, crisp bedding seemed to make every cell in his body crave the comfort greedily. Heavenly. Lying on the bed in the most comfortable position, Gao Yang began to calculate in his mind. Although the Gao family was on the decline, a dying camel was still larger than a horse. With 1 duke and 1 third-rank official in the family, their status was enough to allow him to swagger through Chang'an without fear. Now all he had to do was cling to the Empress's white thighs, and the rest of his days in Chang'an would be unimaginably comfortable and pleasant. I wonder what official position the Empress will bestow. Since he had traveled through time to ancient times as a man of stature, he naturally aspired to achieve great deeds and accomplishments. Just as Gao Yang was lost in wild thoughts, the door was suddenly pushed open. A little girl about 6 or 7 years old with a ponytail appeared in his sight. The girl's face was delicate and fair, her eyes round and dark. As soon as she saw Gao Yang, she burst into loud sobs. "Whoa, brother, why didn't you die, eh?" Gao Feng walked all the way to the innermost room of the inner courtyard, quickly pushed it open, and respectfully bowed to Gao Tianlong. "Greetings, father. In the Great Qian Dynasty, filial piety governed the state. Juniors must pay respect to their elders." Gao Tianlong, his expression impassive, was fiddling with a chess set. "I already know about Yanger's matter. This prodigal son has hidden himself deeply. But today's affair is not only a good thing for him, but also a good thing for our Gao family." Gao Feng, however, was worried. "But your majesty has not yet granted any rewards. That means nothing is settled yet." Gao Tianlong continued to arrange the chess pieces as he spoke. Yanger was notoriously unruly and ill-behaved. Originally, Cui Xinghe of the Cui family was the Empress's best candidate, but then Yanger emerged halfway. Cui Xinghe is the top scholar of the Great Qian Dynasty, well-versed not only in the classics, but also in the art of governance. It is perfectly normal for Her Majesty to hesitate. Based on my understanding of Her Majesty, there is still a specific governance test between Cui Xinghe and Yanger. Her Majesty's ambition is no less than that of the late emperor. Gao Feng frowned. "According to what you say, father, if Yanger cannot defeat that Cui Xinghe, would he still be unable to escape punishment?" "Not necessarily." Gao Feng's eyes lit up. "Father, do you have faith in Yanger?" Gao Tianlong nodded, letting out a sigh of emotion. "I have lived for nearly 70 years, serving 3 emperors. I have seen all kinds of dirty schemes, but never one so vicious as this. Yanger might surprise us again. It's just that it has ruined my reputation." Gao Feng listened and nodded in profound agreement. "Besides, as long as I am still alive, I can at least protect his life. It's not bad for him to make some trouble while I'm still around." Gao Feng said solemnly, "Father, there is another matter. Today Song Qingqing, daughter of Song Li, came personally to break off the engagement. There is quite a bit of discussion in Chang'an. What should we do? The engagement of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion is not so easily broken. Since the Song family is unrighteous, don't blame me for being unkind. All younger members of the Song family in the military will be expelled, not a single one left. With such a great humiliation, if I go mad, His Majesty won't say much. Let's not talk about this now. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Come play chess." Gao Tianlong pointed to the chessboard. Gao Feng's face changed, looking as if he was facing a great enemy. "Father, you are a chess sage of the Great Qian Dynasty. Isn't it unfair to bully me, a terrible player?" Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "You little rascals sure know how to talk. How could I bully a junior? I'll let you have one move first." Seeing no escape, Gao Feng had to brace himself and sit down, but he couldn't help reminding, "Father, let's agree first, if we lose, no one is allowed to hit the other with the chessboard." The Imperial Palace. Fengwan Hall. Wu Zhao, wearing a golden imperial dragon robe, had a cold expression. "Your Majesty, are you still thinking about the son of the Minister of Revenue?" Beside her, Shangwan Wan'er, dressed in a dark green robe, asked. Wu Zhao nodded. "The rumors in Chang'an mislead people. Such a vicious scheme could not have been devised by an ordinary playboy. Even I have never seen such a vicious scheme." Beside her, Shangwan Wan'er nodded in agreement. When she first heard of those two vicious plots, she too had been shocked. This Gao Yang's grasp of human nature, especially the evil in it, is terrifying. If your majesty uses him well, Gao Yang will certainly become a great talent of the Great Qian Dynasty. Wu Zhao was somewhat surprised. She knew well Shangwan-Wanner's pride. There were not many in the entire Great Qian Dynasty who could earn such high praise from her. Then in your opinion, between Gao Yang and Cui Xinghe, who is stronger? Who can assist me in creating an unprecedented and unparalleled hegemon's enterprise? Wu Zhao suddenly asked, her eyes filled with a dominance even stronger than a man's. Shangwan-Wanner answered without hesitation. Cui Xinghe of the Cui family. Seeming slightly surprised, Wu Zhao said, "You are so confident in Cui Xinghe." Shangwan-Wanner's expression remained unchanged. Cui Xinghe is not only the top scholar of the current dynasty, but also a pillar of the state. His treatise on governance incisively points out the maladministration of the Great Qian Dynasty. If your majesty wishes to establish an eternal foundation, Cui Xinghe should be the first choice. Wu Zhao, expressionless, looked outward. But I am more optimistic about this Gao Yang. I have a premonition that he is the person I am looking for. Shangwan-Wanner's handsome face was filled with confusion. Your majesty, this Gao Yang has a notorious record. Although he is skilled in handling human hearts, how can he compare with the top scholar Cui in governing the country? Wu Zhao picked up a memorial and said calmly, "Strength and weakness will be known by trial." This year many regions of the Great Qian have suffered severe disasters, and the people are in turmoil. The county magistrate of Linjiang City, Du Jiang, reports that grain merchants in Linjiang City are hoarding grain, causing grain prices to skyrocket beyond control. Similarly, not far away, Qingshui City has also suffered disasters with grain prices rising and the people unable to afford it. Shangwan-Wanner's eyes widened as she understood Wu Zhao's intention. Wu Zhao spoke coldly. "Draft an edict, grant Gao Yang of the Dingwu Duke's mansion the authority of investigating censor, taking charge of all matters in Linjiang City. Grant Cui Xinghe of the Cui family the position of investigating censor of Qingshui City, taking charge of all matters in Qingshui City. I want them to stabilize grain prices as quickly as possible and restore peace to the local people." Shangwan-Wanner was stunned when she heard this, but she quickly lowered her head and began to draft the edict. "Your Majesty." Shangwan-Wanner handed the prepared edict to Wu Zhao. "Cui Xinghe knows his limits and has means. With him in charge of Qingshui City, there will be no trouble. But you will accompany Gao Yang. If I have misjudged him, you can intervene in time to prevent the situation from worsening. But this son is different from ordinary people. Do not act unless absolutely necessary. Go deliver the edict. The disaster waits for no one. They must depart immediately." After Wu Zhao finished speaking, Shangwan-Wanner hurried out of the palace. When everything had calmed down, Wu Zhao stood with her hands behind her back in the golden throne hall, her eyes gazing through the window at the entire Great Qian Dynasty. In that single glance, as if crossing time and space, Wu Zhao saw the mountains, rivers, and the common people of the Great Qian. She murmured to herself, "Father, I will prove to the world that a woman can also be emperor and that a woman can lead the Great Qian to strength. I will not only make the Great Qian strong, but also conquer the 7 kingdoms, and end this chaos that has lasted 600 years. Wu Zhao's voice was cold and resolute, filled with unprecedented determination. At the Cui estate, by the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees the realm faces great calamity, and the disaster in Qingshui, a city, is dire. Cui Xinghe of the Cui family possesses the talent to govern the state. We hereby appoint Cui Xinghe as the temporary imperial censor tasked with overseeing all affairs of Qingshui City. He is to stabilize grain prices with utmost urgency, restore peace to the people, and depart immediately. Let no delay be tolerated. Respect this." Cui Xinghe, clad in his official robes, his handsome face brimming with excitement. "Your servant Cui Xinghe accepts the decree and shall exert every effort." He took the imperial edict, his heart surging with fervor. "His Majesty has commanded that you prepare swiftly, Lord Cui. We must depart at once. I have other pressing duties, so I shall take my leave now." Shangwan-Wanner said, then turned and departed in another direction, carrying another edict. Cui Xinghe noticed the second imperial decree and his pupils constricted. He gazed in the direction Shangwan-Wanner had gone. That was the direction of the Duke Dingwu estate. His face darkened instantly. Nearby, a stern-faced, middle-aged man approached Cui Xinghe. He was none other than Cui Qian, the patriarch of the Cui family, one of the 7 surnames and 5 great clans. "If I guess correctly, this is the Empress's test for you, and that Gao Yang. Whether our Cui family can earn the Empress's trust and rise further in the Great Qian Dynasty rests entirely on your shoulders." Cui Xinghe nodded emphatically. "In matters of intrigue and scheming, I may be inferior to Gao Yang, but in the art of governance 100 of him could not match me. I will bring down the grain prices in Qingshui City within 15 days. Father, await my good news. Cui Jian nodded with satisfaction. My son Xinghe bears the bearing of a prime minister. At the Duke Dingguo estate. Gao Yang's lips twitched. For a moment, he couldn't tell if the little girl was concerned for him or cursing him. The girl named Gao Ling was the daughter of his second uncle Gao Lin Yuan and had been close to him since childhood. So Gao Yang decided that children speak without malice, that it was better to let it go. He pulled Gao Ling close and pinched her chubby soft cheeks. Linger, you're going to be the death of me with your kindness. Gao Ling blinked her eyes, unable to grasp the sarcasm in his words. With tearful eyes she asked, Brother, I heard the servants say you tore up the imperial edict and are to be executed. Is that true? Gao Yang suddenly understood. He should have known. What harmful intentions could a child have? Before Gao Yang could speak, Gao Ling added in a pitiful tone, Big brother, you promised to buy me the peach blossom pastries from the east end of town. Please buy them for me first. If you are executed, who will buy them for me then? Gao Yang's mouth twitched again, his eyes darting around. Gao Ling asked cautiously, Big brother, what are you looking for? I think it's necessary to give you a more memorable childhood. Where's my rattan cane? The next second Gao Ling, slick as an eel, turned and bolted. Brother Linger was wrong. Don't run. If I don't give you a beating today, I'll change my name to Gao Wan. Gao Yang gave chase immediately. Perhaps it was because of his transmigration, or perhaps because in his past life he was lonely and never experienced familial warmth. After transmigrating, he felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, he was familiar with and close to everything in the Gao estate. The imperial edict has arrived. Gao Yang had just caught Gao Ling when he heard the announcement that echoed throughout the entire Duke Dingguo estate. Gao Yang's face lit up with joy. He released Gao Ling, who he had been holding like a chick. I'll let you off the hook for now. Let's see what the Empress has bestowed upon us. At the outer court of the Duke Dingguo estate, Shangwan Wanner stood holding a golden yellow silk imperial edict flanked by a dozen imperial guards. Her stunningly beautiful face was devoid of any expression. As soon as the edict arrived, everyone in the Duke Dingguo estate, young and old, knelt in unison to receive it. There was, however, one exception. Standing at the very front in a coarse cloth robe with an innate air of authority was the Duke Dingguo himself, Gao Tianlong. He merely bowed slightly, yet no one found it inappropriate, for this was a privilege earned with his life over 50 years of campaigning for the Great Qian Dynasty. Gao Yang, of course, had no such privilege. Though he detested the tradition of kneeling to receive the edict, one must bow one's head when in ancient times. This was also the first time he had seen his grandfather renowned as the #1 general of the Great Qian since his transmigration. Although his hair was white, and he remained silent, an aura of immense majesty surrounded him, making it difficult to look directly at him. Therefore Gao Yang appraised Gao Tianlong with a sidelong glance. You wretched boy. When receiving the edict, you must lower your head respectfully. Don't incur a crime of disrespect towards His Majesty. That is a grave offense, Gao Feng said in a low voice. He had held back for a long time, but couldn't endure it any longer. This brat kept looking around like a curious child. The old master wasn't a breathtaking beauty, was he? Why was he examining him so thoroughly? Besides, this edict might not be good news. This lack of awareness was a far cry from his nonchalant demeanor in the Golden Court. Gao Yang had no choice but to lower his head and obediently receive the edict. Shangwan Wanner unrolled the edict and proclaimed, by the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees the realm faces great calamity, and the disaster in Linjiang City is dire. Gao Yang, grandson of the Duke Dingguo, possesses the talent to govern the state. We hereby appoint Gao Yang as the temporary imperial censor tasked with overseeing all affairs of Linjiang City. He is to stabilize grain prices with utmost urgency, restore peace to the people, and depart immediately. Let no delay be tolerated. Respect this. Gao Yang accept the decree and give thanks. As soon as the edict was read, Gao Feng's pupils constricted. Even Gao Tianlong's eyes standing ahead suddenly sharpened. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned, then said respectfully, I, Gao Yang, thank His Majesty for the imperial grace. He took the edict, a wry smile appearing on his face. He had originally thought this was a decree of appointment from the Empress. But now it seemed that the Empress's support was not so easy to gain. This was clearly a shift from theory to practical governance. If he couldn't lower the grain prices quickly, he would be forever erased from the Empress's mind. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at Wu Zhao's audacity, using the lives of a city's people as an opportunity for him to practice. Wasn't she afraid he would mess things up? Gao Feng looked at Shangwan Wanner shocked. With that brat's abilities, how could he be fit for the position of imperial censor? The lives of a city's people cannot be trifled with. Shangwan Wanner's face remained cold. The thought of having to accompany Gao Yang on this journey where the outcome was already predetermined filled her with resentment. It wasn't that she looked down on Gao Yang, but in her heart, compared to Cui Xinghe, Gao Yang had no chance of winning. That was simply a fact. Vice Minister Gao, all of this is His Majesty's decree. You know Her Majesty's temperament, no one can change it. Then Shangwan Wanner looked at Gao Yang and said, "The disaster is urgent. I will wait outside. Please prepare quickly, censor Gao, and depart without delay." With that, Shangwan Wanner turned and left directly. Gao Tianlong turned to look at Gao Yang, his imposing face devoid of any expression. "The disaster is urgent. Pack your belongings and be on your way. This is the Empress's test for you. If you succeed, you will soar to great heights. But remember this, it is better to do nothing than to make a mistake. That way, even if you fail, I can still protect your life. Whether this is a blessing or a curse depends entirely on you." Having said that, Gao Tianlong turned and walked back towards the inner residence. Although his tone was cold, Gao Yang could feel a hint of concern. He turned to pack his belongings, though there wasn't much to pack. It was like a business trip with meals and lodging provided, so just a few sets of clean clothes would suffice. So after having a maid pack a few clothes, Gao Yang pushed open the door to leave. But as soon as he did, he saw Gao Feng with a grim face and his noble mother Lady Li looking deeply concerned. Seeing Gao Yang, Lady Li's face was full of distress. Linjiang City is over 200 li from Chang'an. The journey will be full of hardship. Luluwa, you will accompany Yanger and take care of his daily needs. A pretty delicate girl dressed in green quickly responded yes. With her fair face and gentle demeanor, Gao Yang's eyes lit up instantly. His mother was truly considerate. Luluwa looked at Gao Yang with timid, fearful eyes, feeling as if his gaze was like that of a fierce beast, terrifying indeed. Meanwhile, Gao Ling hopped over and handed him a small bundle. Her young face was full of reluctance. "Big brother, this is peach blossom pastry. Take it with you to eat on the road." Gao Ling's face showed pain, but she unhesitatingly shoved the bundle into Gao Yang's hands. Beside her, a young man younger than Gao Yang with a hint of mischievousness on his face spoke up. "Brother, this trip will take at least half a month, maybe a month. Don't worry. The young lady you often look after at the Yinji Pavilion in the capital, your little brother will take care of her for you. No need to worry." The speaker was his own younger brother, the second son of Gao Feng, Gao Changwan. Hearing this, Gao Yang's lips twitched. Before he could speak, Gao Feng was already furious. "You little wretch. Get lost within 3 breaths." Seeing his father's anger, Gao Changwan was so frightened, he bolted out of the estate. As he ran, he shouted back, "Brother, rest assured. Your women, your little brother will take good care of them." Gao Feng closed his eyes in pain. He shouldn't have been tempted back then, otherwise he wouldn't be suffering from soaring blood pressure every day now. "Father, please don't be angry. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father. When I return, I will properly discipline Changwan and make him mend his ways," Gao Yang said with a smile. Gao Feng suppressed the feeling of blood rising in his chest and said after a long moment, "This is both an opportunity and a crisis. Chang'an is currently fraught with undercurrents. If you lack confidence, follow your grandfather's advice. The Gao family will ultimately provide you with protection. Remember, do not be reckless and let things spiral out of control." Something seemed to stir deep within Gao Yang's heart. A mother who worried about her son traveling 1,000 li and sent her personal maid, a sister who gave him her most cherished peach blossom pastries. Gao Changwan didn't count. His father Gao Feng, though constantly calling him a wretch, had always protected him both in the Golden Court and now. His grandfather Gao Tianlong, though not good with words, was equally protective of his own. In his past life, these were the things he lacked, yet after transmigrating they were all unexpectedly compensated. Gao Yang smiled and said, "A young eagle must eventually spread its wings. How can it soar through the skies and survey the world if it stays under the family's protection forever? In the current realm, the Empress has just ascended the throne and is in need of talent. If I can gain her favor, I can extend the Duke Dingwa estate's glory for another century." These few light words, however, made Gao Feng's whole body tremble, a look of gratification appearing in his eyes. "As for the mere grain prices in Linjiang City, they will drop within 10 days. Father, await my good news here in Chang'an. It's time for someone new to shoulder the burden of this great Gao family. I'm off now," Gao Yang said with ease, then respectfully bowed to Gao Feng and Lady Li and turned to leave. Luluwa picked up the bundle and followed closely behind Gao Yang. The new emperor had just ascended, and the political landscape was unstable. Although the Gao family had been generals for 3 generations and held the title of Duke Dingwa, one of the 6 great dukes, they were under the watchful eyes of many with ulterior motives. There were many in Chang'an who wished to see the Gao family fall. To live a peaceful life and preserve this hard-won tranquility, he absolutely had to gain the Empress's support. On this trip, if he didn't utterly destroy those grain merchants in Linjiang City, who were profiteering from the nation's calamity, he might as well find a piece of tofu and knock himself out. Behind him, Gao Feng watched Gao Yang's retreating figure and smiled with relief. "Heaven has after all seen fit to protect my Gao family." But he immediately shouted angrily, "Convey my order. Place that little wretch under house arrest. Until Yanger returns, he is not to take a single step outside the Duke Dingwa estate. Otherwise I will break all 3 of his legs." Outside the Duke of Dingwa's residence, a carriage and over a dozen imperial guards were waiting. Upon seeing this, Gao Yang promptly entered the carriage with Lu Luo. However, when he caught sight of Shangwan Wanner's delicate face, his expression turned to one of utter astonishment. Why is Lord Shangwan here? Shangwan Wanner sat upright, her exquisite face cold as ice. His Majesty has decreed that I accompany you to Linjiang City. Gao Yang pondered for a moment before understanding. He sat down graciously and nodded. Indeed, it involves the lives of an entire city's populace. There can be no mistakes. Shangwan Wanner was somewhat surprised, her beautiful eyes resting on Gao Yang. She had not expected him to grasp so quickly the purpose behind Empress Wu Zhao's decision to send her along. Young Master Gao is indeed clever. No wonder His Majesty holds you in such high regard, Shangwan Wanner remarked slowly. High regard. Clever. It seems His Majesty's test is not limited to me alone. If I am not mistaken, Scholar Cui is also part of it. At these words, Shangwan Wanner's expression changed drastically. She asked involuntarily, how do you know? Seeing her reaction, Gao Yang understood everything. He asked calmly, on this mission, what authority do I hold? Shangwan Wanner replied in a low voice, you are an imperial censor acting on behalf of His Majesty to inspect the realm with the power of life and death. In Linjiang City, from the magistrate down to the commoners, young Master Gao may command all, including you. Shangwan Wanner hesitated for a moment, then nodded. According to the imperial decree, unless Gao Yang overstepped too egregiously, she too had to follow his orders. Lord Shangwan, let me see your legs, Gao Yang said suddenly. At these words, Shangwan Wanner's face turned ashen, and the temperature inside the carriage seemed to plummet by 8 degrees. Young Master Gao, is that not a bit too presumptuous? Gao Yang rubbed his nose. Confirmation achieved. This Shangwan Wanner held the imperial sword from Empress Wu Zhao, but as long as he was the top authority in Linjiang City, this matter would be easier to handle. A group of grain merchants profiting from the disaster were jacking up prices. His eyes gleamed with cold determination. Feeling the tension in the carriage, Lu Luo's pretty face turned pale. Carefully, she angled her 2 straight, slender legs toward Gao Yang. Young Master, would you mind looking at my legs first? The group fell silent. The carriage soon left Chang'an. Gao Yang took a few more glances at Lu Luo's beautiful legs, then lifted the curtain and gazed at the majestic Chang'an city standing in the distance. 2 days later, Linjiang City. Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang County, stood with a group of officials at the entrance of the county government office. How much longer until the imperial censor arrives? Du Jiang asked in a deep voice. Beside him, the advisor with a thin mustache looked into the distance. Magistrate, do not worry. The imperial censor should be arriving shortly. Grain prices are soaring. The 4 major grain merchants, Qian, Zhaohan, and Lin, are all cunning and deceitful. The price has risen from 40 yuan per dough to 100 yuan per dough, a full 60 yuan increase. The common people can no longer afford it. How can I not be anxious? As Du Jiang spoke, his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Over the past few days, he had exhausted every means, yet even opening the granaries for relief could not stem the uncontrollable rise in grain prices. He was nearly in despair. Merchants driven solely by profit would surely seize the opportunity to profiteer from the relentless rainstorms and disasters plaguing Linjiang City. Now his only hope lay in the imperial censor sent by the court. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of Linjiang citizens would face starvation and corpses littering the streets. Magistrate, Du, people are approaching from afar. Suddenly, the advisor's voice rang out. Du Jiang looked up and saw a carriage slowly approaching amidst dozens of armored guards on horseback at the end of the road. As the carriage came to a halt, Gao Yang lifted the curtain, stepped down, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Finally here. Gao Yang's eyes swept over Du Jiang, a man in his 40s clad in a blue robe with bloodshot eyes that betrayed his frantic busyness over the past few days. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanner held the imperial decree and said in a cold voice, Magistrate, Du, this is the imperial censor specially appointed by Her Majesty to oversee the great disaster in Linjiang City. From this moment on, all affairs of Linjiang City are under the control of young Master Gao. Du Jiang received the imperial decree, confirmed its authenticity, and his expression was one of shock. Gao Yang was so young. How could he be entrusted with the lives of hundreds of thousands of Linjiang citizens? Was this not a farce? But with the imperial decree in hand, Du Jiang had to swallow his discontent. Your subordinate, Du Jiang, magistrate of Linjiang County, pays respects to young Master Gao. Du Jiang bowed respectfully, though his exhaustion was evident. Magistrate, Du, no need for formalities, Gao Yang said with a wave and a smile. Gao Yang then said directly, I was delayed on the road for 2 days, there and back. What is the current situation in Linjiang City? Du Jiang felt a slight relief. Oh, at least Gao Yang's attitude was decent upon arrival. Young Master Gao, please come inside. Du Jiang gestured for Gao Yang to enter the county government office. As they walked, he said, in recent days the heavy rain has finally ceased. Linjiang City, being near the river, is prone to floods. The torrential downpour has ruined this year's grain harvest. The major grain merchants in the city have been hoarding grain frantically, causing the price to skyrocket from 41 to 100 won per dough in just 10 days. Had I not ordered the granaries to be open, the price would have risen even higher. Moreover, the rain has washed away farmland outside the city, leaving many homeless. A large number of refugees have flooded into Linjiang City and urgently need to be settled, or else riots may break out. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wanner's brows knitted tightly. She couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Everything in Linjiang City was far more severe than the memorials had indicated. Not only did they have to quickly bring down grain prices, but they also had to properly resettle the disaster victims. A daunting task indeed. Young Master Gao, how do you propose to resolve this situation? Du Zhang asked. Gao Yang remained expressionless, listening quietly until Du Zhang's question, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This situation is not difficult to resolve. At these words, not only Shangwan Wanner, but also Du Zhang stared at him in astonishment. Please bestow your wisdom, Imperial Censor Gao. Your subordinate, on behalf of the 100,000 citizens of Linjiang, bows in gratitude. Du Zhang bent low in a respectful bow. This showed that he was truly a devoted official. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the gaunt refugees outside the county government office, and he said calmly, first close the Linjiang granaries. At these words, Shangwan Wanner was stunned. Du Zhang's face was filled with disbelief, then he burst out in anger. Young Master Gao, are you deliberately mocking your subordinate? Even with the granaries open, the grain prices in Linjiang City are barely contained. If we close the granaries, I fear the price will instantly exceed 100 won per dough. How could the common people possibly afford such exorbitant prices? Du Zhang felt that Gao Yang had surely lost his mind. This was a terrible idea. Shangwan Wanner was also puzzled, but she remained silent. Empress Wu Zhao had instructed that all Linjiang City affairs were to be left to Gao Yang unless absolutely necessary. Gao Yang's face was calm. He said in a flat tone, in recent years the Great Qian Dynasty has suffered either drought or incessant rain. The grain harvests have been poor. How much reserve grain is left in the Linjiang granaries? Enough to feed the 100,000 citizens for 5 days. Du Zhang was momentarily stunned. No, not enough. But once the granaries are closed, grain prices will surge again. Won't the people be even less able to afford food? Young Master Gao, I cannot agree to this order. Gao Yang looked straight into Du Zhang's eyes. Even if we continue to release grain at 100 won per dough, how many citizens do you think can afford it? Du Zhang's expression changed drastically. Before he could speak, Gao Yang continued, and this is not a request for discussion. It is an order. You have no choice. His words were imperious and brooked no argument. Du Zhang clenched his fists, but with the imperial decree in Gao Yang's hands, defying him could mean losing his life. Your subordinate will immediately have the Linjiang granaries closed and post public notices. But young Master Gao, you must think carefully. If grain prices skyrocket beyond control, the responsibility. Du Zhang's voice carried a hint of threat, warning Gao Yang to consider the consequences. Gao Yang stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, if grain prices in Linjiang City do not fall within 7 days, I will bear all the consequences, even my life. Gao Yang stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, if grain prices in Linjiang City do not fall within 7 days, I will bear all the consequences, even my life. At these words, Du Zhang's expression changed. He looked at the exceedingly confident face before him, his own face turning livid. In his eyes, this Gao Yang was undoubtedly a fame-seeking charlatan, someone who had obtained the Empress's trust through some unscrupulous means. The lives of an entire city's populace, hundreds of thousands of people. How can you be so reckless? If the people truly suffer, what use is your single life? Du Zhang resolved in his heart, if the situation became uncontrollable, he would rather sacrifice his official cap than let this man escape. Even if he had the Empress behind him, even if he wielded immense power. In Du Zhang's heart, the lives of the people stood above all else. But for now, he would watch what Gao Yang intended to do. Gao Yang turned to Du Zhang and said, bring me a map of the Linjiang City area. With a glance from Du Zhang, a subordinate quickly fetched a map. The map was spread on the table, revealing the entire geographical layout of Linjiang City at a glance. Gao Yang glanced over it roughly and frowned. How is grain usually transported in Linjiang City? Hearing this question, Du Zhang grew even more dismissive of Gao Yang. He replied coldly, naturally by land and water. But Linjiang City is renowned for its proximity to the Qingshui River, so water transport is more common, faster, and with less loss. Do you already have a brilliant plan in mind, Master Gao? Du Zhang asked directly, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's fingers traced the course of the Qingshui River on the map, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. He did not answer Du Zhang's question directly, but instead asked, Magistrate, do you know the largest grain merchants in Linjiang City? The 4 great families, Qian, Zhaohan, and Lin. They have held sway in Linjiang City for a century. With their formidable power, they have taken advantage of this calamity to sweep up all available grain, driving local small merchants to hoard, as well profiteering from the national crisis. As a result, in just a few dozen days, grain prices in Linjiang City have nearly doubled. But the Empress has only recently ascended the throne, and the people of Linjiang City are fierce in spirit. We cannot suppress them by force, or it may cause great unrest, and then no one can bear the consequences. Gao Yang smiled faintly. Magistrate, do please prepare a fine feast, and invite the 4 great families, Qian, Zhaohan, and Lin, on my behalf. Du Jiang shook his head even more. Master Gao, to be honest, I have already tried this approach, but it yielded little effect. Merchants are driven by profit. Seizing this heaven-sent opportunity to hoard grain, they will not easily relent. Just do as I say. With that, Gao Yang strode directly into the government office. Du Jiang watched his retreating figure fuming and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Then I shall see what Master Gao can do. Beside them, Shang Wanwaner looked at Gao Yang without speaking. Yet curiosity stirred within her. What exactly was Gao Yang planning? In Linjiang City, the Lin family compound. As a centuries-old clan in Linjiang City, the Lin residents boasted deep courtyards and meticulously arranged rockeries and ponds like a miniature landscape painting. A lakeside pavilion stood at the center of the pond with an octagonal upturned roof of antique elegance. Inside, the pavilion was exquisitely decorated with carved beams and painted pillars, while golden carp leaped from the water, showcasing the family's splendor. Elder Lin Magistrate Du has sent word that the court has dispatched a censor to take charge of all affairs in Linjiang City. He has summoned us to a banquet. I fear it is to lower grain prices. What should we do? Inside the lakeside pavilion, 3 middle-aged men gathered around an elderly man. The elder wore a luxurious robe, its collar and cuffs embroidered with precious jewels and gold threads. Patriarch Qian could not help but speak, his face troubled. Upon hearing the news, Elder Lin remained composed. What is there to fear about a mere banquet? He said. Will we lower prices just because he says so? Elder Lin scoffed, sweeping his gaze over the 3 men. As long as we stand united, the Great Qian Empire has suffered consecutive natural disasters. The Linjiang City granary is certainly not well stocked. No matter how much grain they release, we will buy it all up. Not only will grain prices fail to drop, we can even push them to 110 won per dough. Seize this opportunity and our descendants will never want for anything. At these words, greed gleamed in everyone's eyes. 110 won per dough. With the grain they currently held, it meant a staggering fortune in silver. Elder Lin is right. As long as we are united, the Empress has just ascended. Would they dare to use force? But Patriarch Zhao, who had a large mole on his face, expressed concern. I have heard that this newly appointed censor is very young and comes from Chang'an, likely with powerful connections. If we show him no respect, we may incur the wrath of big shots in the capital and face disaster. Elder Lin's face also changed at this. But he still said the Empress rules the realm. Ultimately, the law prevails. Yet Patriarch Zhao's words have merit. Since the censor has arrived, we should give him some face. Currently, grain in Linjiang City sells at 100 won per dough. At tonight's banquet, we will lower it by another 5 won. That 5 won will be our courtesy to the censor. But I warn you, anyone who blocks my fortune will have no peace from me. A sharp glint flashed in Elder Lin's eyes. Elder Lin speaks wisely. We will follow Elder Lin's lead. If we stand together, grain prices in Linjiang City will be ours to decide. The 3 chorused in agreement. A smile spread across Elder Lin's face as he smoothed the slightly wrinkled folds of his robe. Change into plain robes and come with me to the banquet. The others looked down at their own luxurious garments and suddenly understood. Elder Lin is absolutely right. Truly, Elder Lin's methods are superb. In the rear courtyard of the county office, Gao Yang sat in the seat of honor with Shang Wanwaner and Du Jiang flanking him and Luo standing behind. The table before them was laden with fine wine and meat, a feast for the eyes. Gao Yang's fingers tapped lightly on the table, slow and rhythmic. Du Jiang could not help but say, Master Gao, those grain merchants are all old foxes. Getting them to lower prices is harder than killing them. At most, they might drop 5 won. 5 won is their limit. Du Jiang extended a hand, his voice agitated. Magistrate, do keep your composure. As the magistrate of this county, if even you lose your head, how can you stabilize grain prices? Gao Yang said calmly. This Du Jiang was a good magistrate, but too impetuous. This time it would be a lesson for him. Du Jiang suddenly reproached, flushed with anger. Then I shall wait and see what Censor Gao can do. Just then an attendant rushed in and announced, Censor, the 4 patriarchs, Qian, Zhaohan, and Lin, are here. Show them in. At Gao Yang's command, the 4 clan heads soon entered. We pay our respects to Censor Gao. We pay our respects to Censor Gao. They chanted in unison. Gao Yang swept his gaze over them and could not help but smile. I have long heard that the 4 great families of Qian, Zhaohan, and Lin have been established in Linjiang City for a century, wealthy merchants for miles around. Yet today you appear so destitute. Shangwan Wanner also felt a wave of disgust. Though enormously wealthy, they deliberately wore the coarse plain robes of servants. The intention was all too obvious. But she was also worried. Today Gao Yang's plan to lower grain prices seemed doomed to fail. Elder Lin bowed, neither humble nor arrogant. Censor Gao, you may not know this. Linjiang City has been ravaged by heavy rains destroying all fertile fields. Refugees are everywhere, and the people have no food to eat. We are deeply grieved. We have been distributing porridge and spending large sums on disaster relief, but we are already stretched thin. Seeing Elder Lin take the lead, the other three patriarchs chimed in recent years the Great Qian Empire has been plagued by consecutive disasters, and the people are suffering. As local gentry beloved by the people, how could we stand by? But despite our generous contributions, we are nearly exhausted. With Censor Gao's arrival, the pressure on us has eased considerably. These words made Du Jiang want to sweep away in fury. Shameless. The mansions of these families were incredibly luxurious, rivaling even the marquis estates in Chang'an with over 100 servants. If they would only release the grain they had hoarded, the people of Linjiang City would not be starving. Shameless. These merchants deserve to die. Du Jiang was about to explode with rage. But Gao Yang did not seem the least bit angry. He merely said calmly, the four patriarchs are noble-minded and have a compassionate heart. I admire that. But I have been appointed by the Empress to take charge of all affairs in Linjiang City. Sensing something, Elder Lin glanced at the other three and spoke first. Since the censor has come to Linjiang City, my Lin family will show our sincerity. We are willing to lower the price by 5, even if it means selling at a loss. The Qian family will do the same. The Zhao family will do the same. The Han family will do the same. They all wore expressions of painful sacrifice. Du Jiang was not surprised. He knew these merchants' faces all too well. Gao Yang shook his head, lowering by 5. Elder Lin's face darkened. He had not expected Gao Yang to be so greedy. A 5 reduction per dough meant tens of thousands of taels of silver going down the drain. 8. What does Censor Gao think? Elder Lin said in a low voice. Gao Yang shook his head again. Hiss. The 4 grain merchants all turned ugly. This Gao Yang was forcing them to break openly. Du Jiang watched coldly, thinking that this was exactly what he had predicted. He was eager to see what Gao Yang would do. Just as Elder Lin was about to sweep away in anger, Gao Yang said coldly, I want you to raise the price of all your grain to 150 per dough, and not a single coin lower. Whoever dares to sell below 150 per dough, I will kill them. Gao Yang said coldly, I want you to raise the price of all your grain to 150 per dough, and not a single coin lower. Whoever dares to sell below 150 per dough, I will kill them. No less than 150 per dough. At these words, everyone was stunned. Elder Lin's beard trembled, nearly pulling all the hair from his chin. His wrinkled old face was filled with shock. The other 3 grain merchant patriarchs also looked at Gao Yang in utter disbelief. For a moment, the entire county office fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They even forgot to speak. Because Gao Yang's words had completely exceeded their expectations. Du Jiang had originally planned to watch how Gao Yang would handle these troublesome grain merchants, hoping to force them to lower the price by a few. However, Gao Yang showed no intention of lowering the price. On the contrary, he directly raised the grain price. And in one go, from the current price of 100 per dough, already unaffordable for many commoners, it skyrocketed to 150 per dough. He even forbade these merchants from selling grain at lower prices. What was Gao Yang trying to do? Was he going to starve the entire population of Linjiang City? Du Jiang was furious, but with the 4 major grain merchants present, Gao Yang had already taken charge of all affairs in Linjiang City. Even if he had immense grievances, he could not question Gao Yang in front of the 4 grain merchants. Otherwise, it would be a grave crime of disrespecting a superior. Shangwan Wanner was also startled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Hadn't they come to Linjiang City to lower the grain price? And from their earlier probing, Gao Yang should have clearly known that this was a test from the Empress. It even concerned the entire Dinghui Duke's mansion. Instead of thinking about how to lower the grain price, why was Gao Yang raising it? And by such a terrifying margin? Shangwan Wanner could not understand it all. She had accompanied the Empress in governing for 2 months and had seen many officials, cunning, ruthless, upright, and impartial. But this was the first time she had encountered an official like Gao Yang who took such an unconventional path. Elder Lin was utterly shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. Censor Gao, this old man may be old and hard of hearing. What did you just say? You want us to sell grain at no less than 150 per dough. At these words, the other 3 patriarchs all turned their gazes to Gao Yang. Gao Yang tapped his fingers slowly on the table and said with a faint smile, Is my meaning so hard to understand? The price is 150 per dough. If anyone dares to sell grain below this price, and I find out, your head will be forfeit. Have you all heard me clearly this time? Seeing Gao Yang confirm it again, even the most calculating among them could not help showing smiles on their faces. They had never expected such a turn of events. Gao Yang had summoned them not to lower the price, but to raise it, and to an astonishing price. A full 150 won per do. Behind this terrifying figure lay astronomical profits. Moreover, everyone in Linjiang City knew that the four families controlled the majority of the grain. The grain price had already more than doubled, rising to 100 won per do. This had earned them much infamy. But this time it was a mandatory decree from the county office. They must sell at no less than 150 won per do, so they would not bear the blame. Elder Lin almost wanted to laugh out loud. He had lived most of his life, and had such a good thing ever existed under heaven. But the more ecstatic he was, the more he remained calm. A sharp gleam flashed in Elder Lin's turbid old eyes. He couldn't help asking, "Censor, will this matter be posted in a public notice?" With Elder Lin's words, the patriarchs of the Qianhan and Zhao families all turned their eyes to Gao Yang. Their eyes also gleamed with cunning. Posting a public notice announcing it to the entire city would make it official. Otherwise, if Gao Yang changed his mind, they would be the ones cheated. Everyone present was shrewd. How could they not be cautious? Gao Yang looked deeply at Elder Lin and nodded. After this meal, a notice stating that the grain price must not be sold below 150 won per do will be posted on every street in Linjiang City. Elder Lin looked at the other three families, and their hearts were completely settled. Today, a great fortune had descended upon the four families. If they didn't seize it, they would be failing their ancestors' century-old legacy. During the meal that followed, apart from Gao Yang eating heartily, the others barely touched their chopsticks. But flattery poured from Elder Lin and the three patriarchs like an endless river. Soon the four grain merchants took their leave together. "Elder Lin, what is this new censor thinking? He doesn't order us to lower the price, but instead raises it to 150 won per do. Could there be a problem?" Outside the county office, Patriarch Qian couldn't help saying. Elder Lin snorted coldly. "I've lived half my life and seen all kinds of schemes. I've never seen a grain price that has soared ever drop again. Whatever this censor Gao's intentions are, it's none of our business. Right now, we must seize this golden opportunity to make a fortune. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If we grasp it, our families will be set for a century. No matter how chaotic Linjiang City becomes, it's not our concern. We are simply following the county office's decree. A great fortune is right before us. If you still hesitate, you are utterly foolish." At these words, Patriarch Qian quickly apologized. Elder Lin calmed down. "It's just that this old man has never seen such a good thing in his life, so I'm a bit worried. But as Elder Lin says, this is truly a great fortune. The Qian family will follow Elder Lin's lead." The Zhao and Han patriarchs also spoke. The four families of Linjiang City have always advanced and retreated together. Whatever Elder Lin decides next, we will follow. Hearing their words, Elder Lin looked at the pedestrians on Linjiang City's streets, his turbid old eyes blazing with boundless greed. "Before the county notice is posted, quickly sweep up all the grain currently on the market at 100 won per do. Then wait for the grain price to soar. Once the county notice is out, the price will not stop at 150 won per do. In times of chaos, grain prices have no ceiling. When the people cannot survive, they will sell everything they have to buy grain at any price." Elder Lin's voice carried a chill. If the grain price reached 150 won per do, or even just 100 won per do, Linjiang City would be stricken with famine, and thousands upon thousands of commoners would starve to death. At 150 won per do or higher, in just 10 days or half a month, it would become a true hell on earth. But whether it was Elder Lin or the other three grain merchants, all of them were expressionless with only greed in their eyes. What did the lives of the common people have to do with them? In such chaotic times, the right path for them was to seize the opportunity and profiteer from the national calamity. In Linjiang City, the grain price was about to skyrocket to terrifying heights. Inside the county office, Du Jiang looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. "Censor Gao, are you really going to post notices all over Linjiang City stating that the grain price must not be sold below 150 won per do?" Du Jiang's face was full of rage. He thought Gao Yang must be mad. Saying it to the four grain merchants was one thing, but actually posting notices across the entire city was another. Once the notice was posted, there would be no turning back. And once the notice was out, the county office would become a target for everyone. The angry spittle of the common people would drown them. Moreover, wasn't their goal to lower the grain price? Why was Gao Yang raising it, and to an exorbitant price? After a long pause, Gao Yang slowly looked at Du Jiang. "Magistrate, do as I say. The rest is not for you to ask." Gao Yang's gaze was cold. Du Jiang trembled, his eyes fixed on Gao Yang. A sharp pain stabbed his heart. The Empress was wise and brilliant, but why had she sent such an arrogant and ignorant man? Did he even know what a grain price of 150 won per do meant? Why not eat cake? This was exactly why not eat cake. That phrase was all Du Jiang could think of. How could those born with silver spoons in Chang'an City ever understand the suffering of the common people? This was a disaster for Linjiang City and a disaster for countless commoners. But Du Jiang wanted to try his best. He was the father-mother official of hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City, and he had to live up to the black gauze hat on his head. Once the notice is posted in no more than 10 days, or half a month, Linjiang City will become a living hell. Countless people will starve to death. Families will be torn apart, and people might even exchange their children for food. Du Jiang clenched his teeth and knelt on one knee. Your subordinate has lived 36 years with a proud backbone, never begging anyone. But today I beg you to withdraw the order. At 150 when per do, no ordinary commoner can afford grain. Gao Yang looked at Du Jiang, his eyes without a flicker. He knew that Du Jiang was a devoted official who cared for the people. After returning to the capital, he would recommend Du Jiang for promotion. But to lower the grain price in Linjiang City, he had to do it his way. Walls have ears in the county office. Until he was absolutely certain, he could not reveal his intentions. He could only hint to Du Jiang. Magistrate, due to lower the grain price, you don't have to force it down by sheer pressure. Remember, the harder you press a spring, the more violently it rebounds. In 7 days, everything will be fine. I am not going to gamble with my life. With that, Gao Yang turned and walked out of the county office. Having eaten his fill, he still had important matters to attend to. In the current Great Qian, it wasn't only Linjiang City that had been ravaged by torrential rains. All 16 cities of Guangyang Commandery had suffered severe disasters. But Linjiang City was the worst hit. One move affects the whole situation. Countless people would inevitably be displaced. Lowering the grain price was only one part. The most important thing now was to let the people survive the disaster, and even earn money. What should he do? Standing at the entrance of the inner courtyard of the government office, Gao Yang looked outside and fell into thought. Behind him, Du Jiang trembled with rage. He couldn't understand. In his 12 years of governance, Du Jiang had seen many methods, but he had never heard of raising the grain price to lower it. This was nothing but the arrogance of a madman who knew nothing. He would surely pay a heavy price. Before Du Jiang could recover, Gao Yang's voice rang out. Magistrate, do take me around the compound. I see that the government office is dilapidated. In a few days after the grain price drops, we can have it renovated. Du Jiang's eyes widened in shock. The people were already struggling to survive, and Gao Yang wanted to renovate the government office lavishly. How was this any different from exploiting the people? But before he could speak, Gao Yang had already left the compound with Lala. Lady Shengwan, are you really going to sit back and watch Linjiang City fall into chaos? Du Jiang placed his last hope on Shengwan Wanner. Shengwan Wanner was the Empress's trusted aide. If she acted, everything could still be stopped. Shengwan Wanner gazed at the direction Gao Yang had gone. Her beautiful face was conflicted. If it were anyone else, she would have intervened without hesitation. But this was Gao Yang. His monkey-playing act at the Golden Throne Hall was completely unconventional. Was Gao Yang a wastrel? From past records, the grandson of the Duke of Dingwa was not only a wastrel, but also a thorough scoundrel. Yet his behavior was by no means foolish. He must be well aware of the awkward situation the Duke of Dingwa was in. A determined look crossed Shengwan Wanner's exquisite face. Her Majesty the Empress has decreed that all affairs of Linjiang City are to be handled by young Master Gao. But if the situation becomes urgent and uncontrollable, I will step in to stop it. With that, Shengwan Wanner also strode away. After hearing this, Du Jiang said bitterly, by then it will be too late. This matter must be reported to Her Majesty as quickly as possible. If he continues this madness, the hundreds of thousands of people in Linjiang City are doomed. With a determined look, Du Jiang called out, bring me my brush and ink. I will write an urgent memorial tonight sent by 800 Li Express to impeach this man. 2 days later. Report. Urgent dispatch from Linjiang City, 800 Li. Along with the voice, a guard clad in black armor hurried into the imperial palace, then knelt and raised a memorial before him. Linjiang City. 800 Li urgent dispatch. Wu Zhao, clad in a golden dragon robe, her phoenix eyes carrying the authority that surveys the world, upon hearing the name of Linjiang City, her brows suddenly relaxed. Present it. Wu Zhao set down the memorial. She was reviewing, a rare smile gracing her face. Linjiang City was Gao Yang's territory. Even though several days had passed, when Wu Zhao thought back to how Gao Yang had casually unveiled the monkey trick scheme in the Golden Throne Hall, she couldn't help but feel astonished. Such a vicious scheme appearing on the grandson of the Duke of Ding, a scion of a military family, was truly inconceivable. Therefore, she greatly anticipated Gao Yang's methods in Linjiang City. But when Wu Zhao opened the memorial, her expression changed again and again. Finally, her exquisite face was filled with fury. This Gao Yang dares to collude with merchants to inflate grain prices, not only refusing to let the local grain merchants lower prices, but even demanding to sell at high prices. This is utterly outrageous. Just as Wu Zhao was about to issue an order, she suddenly paused. No, this Gao Yang doesn't seem like an ordinary talent. Could he have some other intention? Wu Zhao's brows furrowed tightly. She had never expected that Gao Yang would give her such a big surprise. To be precise, it should be called a shock. She looked at the memorial again, her gaze falling on the line, where Du Jiang quoted Gao Yang's arrogant claim that he would drastically lower the grain prices in Linjiang City within 7 days. On one hand, you intend to lower grain prices in Linjiang City. On the other, you've driven them to sky-high levels. Gao Yang, what exactly are you trying to do? You do know how to cause trouble for me, Wu Zhao said as she sat on the dragon throne rubbing her brow. Tomorrow's morning court would not be peaceful. The Duke of Ding stands out like a tree that attracts the wind. Too many in the court wish to see him fall. According to the rules of the Great Qian Dynasty, when an impeachment is made, one copy goes to the emperor's private study and another goes to the censorate. Tomorrow was destined to be a storm. The next day, a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the dense dark clouds at the horizon, enveloping the entire Chang'an. The Great Qian Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne Hall. Wu Zhao sat high upon the dragon throne, her brows icy cold, an aura of majesty radiating from her. All civil and military officials stood in 2 rows below. Wu Zhao knew that beneath the calm of the court undercurrents surged. Your Majesty, I impeach Gao Yang, son of the Duke of Ding. Gao Yang, favored by your Majesty, serves as the imperial inspector of Linjiang City. Yet he has colluded with merchants, ordering that the grain price in Linjiang City shall not fall below 151 per do, and has also embarked on lavish renovations of the government offices. This conduct is utterly incompetent. I beg your Majesty to order severe punishment as a warning to others. From the censorate, an old man with an upright posture and gray hair stepped forward. His face was livid, radiating righteousness. The censor-in-chief, Yin Zheng, was a man of unwavering integrity. Whenever he saw something he disliked, he would denounce it. Whether it be heaven above or earth below, no one dared escape his criticism. Even the Prince Rongwu Long, one of the 3 regents left by the late emperor, dared to be publicly impeached by him. In fact, he had so enraged the prince that the latter had been claiming illness and staying at home for the past 2 days, even skipping the morning court. With his appearance, everyone's expression changed. When Yin Zheng impeached someone, the accused would suffer even if they survived. Gao Feng's eyes widened, struck as if by a heavy blow upon hearing this. Gao Yang colluding with merchants to manipulate grain prices, ordering that the price in Linjiang City not fall below 151 per do. Hadn't he told Gao Yang not to show off if he couldn't handle it? The Duke of Ding's mansion was like a dead camel, bigger than a horse. They could always protect him. Gao Feng's expression shifted. After the initial shock, the officials fell into deep disagreement. Wang Zhong, clad in armor, spoke first. At 151 per do, if this continues for long, it will arouse tremendous public outrage, even leading to corpses strewn across the land. A living hell. I concur with Censor Yan's words. I beg your Majesty to punish severely. Minister of Rights Chui Li sneered, stepping forward to say gravely, Guangyang Prefecture has suffered severe rain disasters recently. The people have already lost their harvest and can hardly survive this calamitous year. With such high grain prices, if we ignore it, we may incite tremendous public fury. I beg your Majesty to intervene promptly to prevent irreparable consequences. At once the officials echoed, I second. I second. Gao Feng's face turned ashen, his expression icy. His eyes couldn't help but turn to Wu Zhao. At this moment, only the Empress could make the final decision. Wu Zhao swept her gaze across the officials and took a deep breath. The grandson of the Duke of Ding does not tread the ordinary path. Since I have promised and said that extraordinary talents must be treated with extraordinary measures, it has only been 2 days. Why are you all so anxious? Perhaps the grandson of the Duke of Ding will deliver a satisfactory answer. Wu Zhao's gaze swept over the officials, her formidable authority forcing them to bow their heads. But Wang Zhong instinctively sneered. How can grain prices fall if you've raised them to the sky? This Gao Yang is nothing but an incompetent fellow. How can he bear such a great responsibility? Wu Zhao's gaze turned icy, her voice cold. General Wang, are you questioning my judgment? Wang Zhong's heart trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This general would never dare. Wu Zhao scanned the crowd, her eyes settling on Yin Zheng. Linjiang City will not fall into chaos. Oh, I have long prepared a contingency plan. Since County Magistrate Du said that Gao Yang, grandson of the Duke of Ding, made arrogant claims to lower grain prices within 7 days, then let him have 7 days. This matter is decided, no more discussion. At the residence of the Minister of Rights, Song Li laughed heartily. Whether Gao Yang is a dragon or a worm is clear at a glance. It's a pity the Empress trusts him so much. It seems my Song family was right to dissolve the engagement. Song Qingqing, upon hearing the news, asked curiously, Father, has news come from Linjiang City? Song Li nodded indeed. When Gao Yang arrived in Linjiang City, the first thing he did was summon the 4 major grain merchants. Instead of considering lowering prices, he strictly ordered them not to sell below 151 per do. Today's impeachment memorials have reached the Golden Throne Hall. If not for the Empress's staunch protection, Gao Yang would have been in deep trouble. Song Qingqing listened, her face expressionless. She shook her head. This Gao Yang is truly muddled. Fortunately, our Song family dissolved the engagement early, otherwise we would inevitably be implicated. Merchants are greedy. He not only fails to lower grain prices, but also raises them exorbitantly. If these greedy grain merchants don't drive the price to the sky, I Song Li might as well die by hitting myself with a piece of tofu. Song Li, with a disdainful expression, took a sip of tea. Then he said earnestly to Song Qingqing, Champion Shui has gone to Qingshui City, while Gao Yang has gone to Linjiang City. The disasters in both places are similar. Clearly this is a competition. But in this competition, Gao Yang is destined to suffer a crushing defeat. Champion Shui will become the most prominent figure in Chang'an and is bound to soar. Qingqing, you must seize this opportunity. Song Qingqing smiled faintly. Father, rest assured. Shui child's talent fills the capital, and his bearing is captivating. I have already made contact, and he likely holds favorable feelings toward me. Song Li's face lit up with joy, unable to help stroking his beard. If you can win over Champion Shui, our Song family should surely prosper. Qingshui City. Shui Xing has stood with his hands behind his back in the government office, holding a letter that had been sent from Chang'an at the fastest possible speed. Behind him stood the respectfully deferential Qingshui County Magistrate. The magistrate gazed at Shui Xing, his back, a trace of excitement involuntarily appearing on his face. This number one scholar Shui was truly miraculous. Having only arrived in Qingshui City for a single day, he had already used thunderous methods to force the major grain merchants to lower their prices by 5 coins. The grain price in Qingshui City plummeted directly from 100 coins to 95 coins per dough. Then the very next day, he ordered the opening of granaries to release grain, while simultaneously purchasing grain from the market, driving the price down another 5 coins to 90 coins per dough. The market grain price stabilized at 90 coins per dough. Such tactics filled the Qingshui County Magistrate with admiration. He had heard that in the nearby Linjiang City grain prices had not only failed to be curbed, but had instead begun to soar wildly. After reading the letter in his hand, a disdainful expression flickered across Shui Xing's handsome face. He spoke directly. The people of Linjiang City are in for a tragic fate. Behind him, the Qingshui County Magistrate asked curiously, censored Shui, what has happened? Why are the people of Linjiang City doomed? Shui Xinghe turned to glance at the magistrate and said flatly, Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, has arrived in Linjiang City. His very first decree ordered the 4 major grain merchants there not to sell grain below 150 coins per dough. 150 coins per dough? What? The Qingshui County Magistrate was utterly shocked. Such a price would be enough to drive the common people to death. Shui Xinghe continued, as if to himself, the Duke of Dinghua wields immense power. Although the Empress has ascended the throne and the Great Qian is undergoing a reshuffle, the Duke, as a veteran of 3 reigns, is renowned throughout the entire Great Qian. Gao Yang, with his status as the Duke's grandson, is even more powerful than my Shui clan. Yet instead of using his influence to force the greedy grain merchants to lower prices, he has instead further driven up grain prices. Such folly. What a waste of his excellent pedigree. Shui Xing's tone was contemptuous. He thought of the Empress's arrangements and found them utterly laughable. Shui Xinghe was a scion of a distinguished family, the number 1 scholar who had outshone all the scholars of the Great Qian. How could his insight and strategy be compared to a worthless fool who only knew vicious tricks? The Empress had given them similar positions, one sent to Linjiang City, the other to Qingshui City, clearly pitting them against each other. Moreover, the situation in Linjiang City was far more severe. Yet Gao Yang had been sent there. In Shui Xing's eyes, this was a supreme humiliation. Gao Yang, a mere profligate who spent his days in Chang'an's pleasure quarters, while Shui Xinghe devoted himself to studying statecraft in the Hanlin Academy. Yet in the Empress's heart, Gao Yang was more highly regarded. This was a disgrace to his entire Shui clan and a disgrace to him personally. At this thought, Shui Xing's eyes grew increasingly cold. Convey my order as censor, tell these grain merchants not to be too greedy. If they provoke my anger, it will be difficult to settle the matter. The grain price in Qingshui City must drop another 8 coins. At 82 coins per dough, they can still profit. They should know when to stop. If they show me respect when I return to Chang'an and become a Zhongshu Sharon in the Empress's court, I will remember this favor. If they do not, we shall each resort to our own means. But I fear the cost may be more than they can bear. The Qingshui County Magistrate was startled. Young Master Shui, you want to lower the price by another 8 coins. If so, the grain price in Qingshui City would be only 82 coins per dough, although still much higher than the original 50 coins per dough. The common people could still afford it by tightening their belts. At least it would not result in a hellish scene of famine and corpses strewn across the land. Of course, in such a year of calamity, a job that could support a family was precious. For the impoverished, even if the price dropped to 50 coins per dough, they would still starve to death. In the eyes of the Qingshui County Magistrate, this was already a hard-won achievement. Cui Xinghe nodded. I have secretly investigated the grain prices in Qingshui River and made a calculation. The two major grain merchants Lu and Tian have hoarded grain at prices ranging from 53 to 71 coins per dough, not to mention the old grain from last year still in their storehouses. At 82 coins per dough, they still make a profit and will not resort to a fight to the death. A good official must know when to tighten and when to loosen. A carrot and a stick, that is the way of governance. The Qingshui County Magistrate was filled with admiration. Censor Cui, you are truly gifted. On behalf of the 50,000 people of Qingshui City, I bow in gratitude to you. The Great Qian is blessed to have a censor like you, a fortune for the nation. With that, the Qingshui County Magistrate immediately went to convey the message. Upon hearing Cui Xinghe's words, the two major grain merchants of Qingshui City fell silent. On one hand, there was an opportunity to befriend the #1 scholar from the Chui clan of Chang'an, on the other the risk of a complete fallout where each side would use every means at their disposal. Yet Cui Xinghe had left them a way out. At 82 coins per dough, they could still make a hefty profit. Amid such a game of negotiation, soon the grain price in Qingshui City dropped again. However, the decline was gradual, allowing them to earn a bit more. Cui Xinghe paid no heed to this. A sudden drop of 8 coins would cause too much fluctuation. A slow decline allowed the two merchants to better control the price and earn a little extra. After doing all this, Cui Xinghe looked toward the due north of Qingshui City, a chill in his eyes. On one side, a drop of 18 coins in Qingshui City, on the other a grain price of 150 coins per dough, or even higher in Linjiang City. I, Cui Xinghe, am destined to shine throughout Chang'an. A fierce ambition blazed in his eyes. Linjiang City. Outside the county government office, angry commoners surrounded the office, unable to contain their fury, venting their wrath. 180 coins per dough. How can we survive? Your Honor, this humble subject kneels before you begging for your mercy. Please open the granaries and release grain. Otherwise, my entire family will truly starve to death. Today, it's already more than 180 coins per dough. It's broken through 200. These damned merchants won't even sell at 200 coins per dough. These blood-sucking beasts. They will get their retribution. Wave after wave of cries echoed far and wide, filling Du Jiang, who was in the county office, with deep anxiety. He paced restlessly in the main hall, his brow furrowed with irritation. The advisor beside him spoke. Your Honor, if this continues with public anger boiling over, it may be difficult to control the situation. Du Jiang stopped pacing and turned to the advisor. Do you think this is the situation I want to see? Since the censor's proclamation was issued, can the people not be angry? But what can I do? My impeachment memorials were rejected. Her Majesty ordered us to obey the censor. What can I do? The advisor also wore a face of sorrow and despair. Today is the 7th day, yet the grain price in Linjiang City has not dropped. Instead, it has risen to 200 coins per dough, 20 coins more than the 150 stated in the proclamation. The people's stored grain is nearly depleted. The county office cannot open the granaries. In a few days, when public fury reaches its peak, chaos will surely erupt. Du Jiang knitted his brows tightly. He knew all this himself. His eyes bloodshot, he asked, "Where is Censor Gao?" The advisor replied, "He should be at Huagua Temple." Du Jiang's face changed color. Gone to the temple again. His face darkened. In these 7 days, aside from ordering the major grain merchants not to sell below 150 coins per dough, Gao Yang had done nothing but go boating on the Qingshui River or visit temples to pray. He even wanted to renovate the county office and hold a large-scale sports event. With such negligence, how could the grain price in Linjiang City ever drop? The 7-day deadline has arrived. I will go find young Master Gao and see how he plans to lower the grain price with his life as guarantee. Outside Huagua Temple. This was the largest temple near Linjiang City, where countless commoners came to make offerings, and the incense was thriving. In the Great Qian, both Taoism and Buddhism flourished, each with its own following. From high-ranking officials and nobles to ordinary commoners, countless people burned incense and worshipped the Buddha. After offering several sticks of incense, Gao Yang was personally escorted out by the abbot of Huagua Temple. The two of them conversed amiably. This scene made Du Jiang, who had come to find Gao Yang, gnash his teeth in anger. He did not believe in the Buddha at all. In his heart, if there were truly gods and Buddhas in heaven who could hear the suffering of the common people, then why would there be so many great calamities in this world? All those gods and Buddhas were nothing but a joke. Once the abbot had entered the temple, Du Jiang could not help but ask, "Censor Gao, 7 full days have passed. But the grain price in Linjiang City has not dropped, instead it has kept rising. Since you issued that decree, the price soared to 150 coins per dough, and then climbed even higher to a full 200 coins per dough. Every day since the county office posted the notice, the courtyards are filled with desperate commoners. If this continues, the situation will surely spiral out of control. By then it will be too late. Are you not afraid? Du Jiang spoke with utter despair. He had originally wanted to quickly report to the Empress, hoping she would put a stop to Gao Yang's absurd behavior, but his memorial had vanished without a trace. Instead, he received the Empress's order to act in accordance with the proclamation. Through his investigations, he had finally learned Gao Yang's identity. Grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, the notorious profligate of Chang'an. When this news arrived, he collapsed into his chair in despair, unable to recover for a long time. In the following days, aside from strictly forbidding the county granary from releasing grain, Gao Yang had entered a sightseeing mode. He either took Du Jiang to admire the scenery of the Qingshui River, which ran through the entire Guanyang prefecture, or went to temples every day to pray and converse with the abbots, acting like a devout believer. Gao Yang had visited every one of the dozen or so temples near Linjiang City. The 7 days had passed, and the grain price in Linjiang City had not only failed to drop, but had continued to climb, far exceeding the 150 coins per do stated in the county proclamation, reaching a terrifying 200 coins per do. And there was still momentum for further increase. Not only did Gao Yang take no measures to curb it, but he also wanted to renovate the county office during this great calamity and even host a large-scale event. Therefore, although he knew Gao Yang was foolish, Du Jiang could not help but remind him, hoping he would think of something. If this continued, a great upheaval would soon befall Linjiang City. Gao Yang looked at Du Jiang and did not answer directly. He merely said lightly, "What have the 4 major grain merchants been up to these past few days?" Du Jiang replied with a sullen face. Since the county office posted the notice, the 4 major grain merchants have used large sums of money to frantically buy up grain from smaller merchants at 100 coins per do. They refuse to sell even at 150 coins per do, driving the price higher and higher. Now they are hoarding grain, waiting for the people's reserves to run out, so they can raise the price even further. These people won't even sell at 200 coins per do. A smile spread across Gao Yang's face, his eyes cold and sharp. Tomorrow start a large-scale recruitment to renovate the county office. Also post a notice outside. I am going to hold a grand dragon boat race event. The one who wins first place will be exempted from commercial taxes for 3 years. At these words, Du Jiang was stunned. What? He hadn't expected that Gao Yang was actually serious. He really intended to extensively renovate the government office and hold a grand event. But this was clearly a year of disaster. The common people could barely survive, and yet he was squeezing them so hard. Wasn't this driving them to death? I will follow your orders, but Imperial Censor Gao, even if you are the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, causing such a calamity will have consequences you cannot bear. Du Jiang's face was full of anger. Beside him, Shang Wanwaner looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression, and she said with a wry smile, "Young Master Gao, what exactly are you trying to do? Otherwise I will have no choice but to take over Linjiang City on your behalf." Shang Wanwaner's expression was stern, her eyes filled with immense gravity. Things were already getting out of control. She had to know Gao Yang's intentions. Du Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up with hope, and he cupped his hands and said, "Lady Shangwan, please act now. Otherwise, if the people revolt, it will lead to an irreparable disaster." Shangwan Wanner looked at Gao Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. "You clearly don't like the Buddha. In Chang'an, there are many believers, and I have seen them. Their eyes hold a kind of inexplicable fervor, but you do not. In other words, your visits to temples these past few days were not your true intention, and renovating the county office is even more incomprehensible. You will soon return to Chang'an, so why renovate the county office? Bearing the condemnation of an entire city, causing grain prices in Linjiang City to skyrocket. You must explain all this to me, young Master Gao." Du Jiang was also stunned. He was no fool. With Shangwan Wanner's remarks, he too sensed something was wrong. All these actions were extremely abnormal. Even the most devout Buddhist would not go to the temple to burn incense and worship every day. Renovating the county office was thankless work. Gao Yang would eventually return to Chang'an. Even as a libertine, he wouldn't do something so unrewarding. Could it be that Gao Yang really had a different plan? Gao Yang stood outside the temple, his view overlooking the entire Linjiang City. He said calmly, "Magistrate, do you remember what I said to you 7 days ago?" Du Jiang frowned and answered instinctively, "You mean that to lower grain prices one doesn't necessarily have to force them down? But prices have soared and the merchants are greedy. If they don't reap a huge profit, how can they stop?" Gao Yang said calmly, "Magistrate, do I ask you, with the 4 major grain merchants united, even if we use force, how many when can we lower the price? 8 1 or 18? Even at 80 per do, how many commoners can afford it?" Du Jiang's tone faltered and Shangwan Wanner was also speechless. "Unless we raise the sword and kill them all, but once we do, every merchant in the city will live in fear. And for the ordinary people, whether it's 100 per do, 151 or 200, it makes little difference.
They simply cannot afford it. But with grain prices in Linjiang City soaring and the government even ordering that grain cannot be sold below 150 won per do, what will that attract? At these words, a thunderbolt seemed to strike Du Jiang's mind. Grain prices had risen to astronomical levels unaffordable for commoners, but who would it attract? Both Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner's minds simultaneously conjured a single word: outside grain merchants. Could it be? Could it be? Du Jiang looked at Gao Yang in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Shangwan Wanner's heart was also in turmoil. Even the maid Lu Luo with her delicate features could not keep her heaving bosom still. Gao Yang said coldly, the four major grain merchants, Qian Zhaohan and Lin, greedily swept up the local grain, driving up prices, while the local small merchants also hoarded grain, dreaming of selling at sky-high prices. Greed is human nature. Merchants everywhere are greedy, but likewise the news of soaring grain prices in Linjiang City will spread to surrounding regions at a terrifying speed. In the past few days, the number of grain-laden carts and boats at the city gates and docks has been increasing. The number of outside grain merchants in Linjiang City grows daily, and now the city is no longer short of grain. Now the grain price in Linjiang City is like a huge balloon. It looks big, but it will burst at the slightest touch. These merchants want to profiteer from the nation's calamity, but this time I will make them lose everything. Gao Yang's eyes carried a chill, and his voice, though soft, was heard clearly by Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner. The light tones swept through their hearts. Their eyes were as if they had seen a ghost. If what Gao Yang said was true, then those grain merchants would face a great disaster, yet Du Jiang felt no pity, only a sense of satisfaction. These merchants who profiteered from the nation's calamity all deserve to die. Then what is the purpose of your plan to renovate the county office and hold a dragon boat race? Du Jiang asked in confusion. Gao Yang did not explain. He only said, Magistrate Du will know in due time. For the common people, even a price of 50 won per do requires silver to buy. Du Jiang, upon hearing this rare, without contempt in his eyes, fell into thought. 50 won per do, the common people still needed silver to buy it. These words brought a certain enlightenment to his heart, but he couldn't grasp it fully. Du Jiang knelt directly. Your Honor, I am guilty. I am not only foolish but even impeached you. Gao Yang said calmly. The four major grain merchants are deeply entrenched, and the county office is likely filled with their people. That is why I kept silent. The impeachment a few days ago is nothing. Do not take it to heart. But Du Jiang, sweating profusely, said, Your Honor, just an hour ago before I came to see you, I wrote another memorial with even more vehement wording and stronger emotions. Gao Yang. He looked at Du Jiang, his mouth twitching. This Du Jiang's hands were really fast. Chang'an would surely be in an uproar. Shangwan Wanner spoke up. I will immediately write a letter and send it to Chang'an by fast horse. Young Master Gao need not worry. Gao Yang nodded. These grain merchants had met their match in him. Gao Yang looked at Shangwan Wanner and said, Lady Shangwan, tonight please have sandbags filled with sand and soil brought from outside the city. Make sure the news does not leak. I have a great use for them. Shangwan Wanner immediately nodded. I will hold the Emperor's decree and dispatch a troop from the garrison outside the city to assist young Master Gao. Gao Yang looked down over the entire Linjiang City, his gaze icy. Today will be the last celebration for the grain merchants of Linjiang City. Tomorrow I will make them taste true despair. The next day, within the Daqian Imperial Palace, in the Golden Throne Hall, a scout rushed into the hall, reporting, the grain price in Qingshui City has dropped to 82 won per do. Champion Scholar Cui declared that the price could drop another 7 won. With the scout's words, all the officials were astonished, then began discussing among themselves, their words filled with undisguised praise. Champion Scholar Cui's talent is truly admirable. In such a short time, he has reduced the grain price in Qingshui City by a full 18 won and can still lower it further. He forced the greedy grain merchants to reduce prices without resorting to terror nor losing the court's dignity. Truly worthy of the title of champion scholar. This old minister Song Li requests your majesty to reward supervisory censor Cui Xinghe. Among the ministers, Song Li stepped forward, his voice echoing through the Golden Throne Hall. In his heart, the outcome of this competition was determined from the start. The only remaining question was how Cui Xinghe would handle matters in Qingshui City. But Cui Xinghe did not disappoint his reputation as champion scholar. In less than 7 days, he had curbed the rising grain prices in Qingshui City and even reduced them by 18 won. Such methods destined his path to greatness. Once he returned to the capital, he would undoubtedly become a figure of great renown throughout Chang'an. Therefore, Song Li did not mind giving him a favor. In the game of officialdom, relationships deepened through mutual exchanges. Not to mention that in his mind, Cui Xinghe was already the future son-in-law of the Song family. Every official present was shrewd enough to quickly grasp the stakes. Wang Zhong also stepped forward and said, merchants value profit during times of great disaster. Profiteering from a nation's misfortune is all too common. But champion scholar Cui stabilized the grain price in Qingshui City in just 7 days. Such methods are truly admirable. I too request your majesty to set champion scholar Cui as a model for officials across the land to emulate. One by one ministers stepped forward. Your subject seconds. Your subject seconds. On the dragon throne, Wu Zhao, clad in a golden dragon robe, exuded an aura of unapproachable majesty. She too was somewhat surprised. This Cui Xinghe was no mediocrity. In just 7 days he had not only stabilized the rising grain prices, but also reduced them by 18-1. This man could be entrusted with important tasks. At this moment Wang Zhong asked curiously, Qingshui City is only a few dozen li from Linjiang City. If the grain price in Qingshui City is as low as 82, what might the price be in Linjiang City? Prime Minister Su Xuanji said solemnly. Now that news from Qingshui City has arrived, news from Linjiang City should also be coming soon. Gao Feng's expression turned grave. The 7-day deadline had arrived. If Gao Yang failed to stabilize the grain price in Linjiang City today, would be dangerous, especially since Cui Xinghe had delivered a near-perfect answer. The pressure now fell upon the Duke of Dinghua's household. If Gao Yang did not perform, well, he would have difficulty accounting for it. Behind this, it was no longer merely a simple competition. Reporting. Latest news on the grain price in Linjiang City. The price has exceeded 201 per do. The people are complaining bitterly. Linjiang County Magistrate Du Jiang has sent a second urgent report impeaching supervisory censor Gao Yang. Another scout rushed into the Golden Throne Hall. As these words fell, the entire hall erupted into a storm of shock, everyone staring at the scout in disbelief. Even Wu Zhao was greatly startled. She asked in disbelief, the grain price in Linjiang City has exceeded 201 per do. Is the information confirmed? The scout nodded, his voice sweeping through the hall. Your Majesty, the information is absolutely correct. Over these 7 days the grain price in Linjiang City has been soaring. Moreover, this is news from 2 days ago. The current grain price in Linjiang City may be even higher. At these words Wu Zhao's expression darkened further. She clenched her fists, her face filled with anger. She had trusted Gao Yang so much, even suppressing all criticism in the court and granting him full authority. But Gao Yang had betrayed her trust. A grain price of 201 per do. The people's fury in Linjiang City was something she could already imagine. That fury would be overwhelming. Gao Feng was also shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. What was that brat doing? Wasn't he supposed to be the fledgling eagle spreading its wings, soaring into the sky and bearing the burden of the Duke of Dinghua's household? Good heavens! The grain price exceeding 201 per do. This was an attempt to send the entire Duke of Dinghua's household to the execution ground. Gao Feng's expression shifted. Then the scout added, not only that County Magistrate Du impeaches censor Gao for not lowering the grain price, but instead spending his days burning incense and praying to Buddha and boating for pleasure. Despite the people suffering such a catastrophe, censor Gao also wanted to order the renovation of the county office and hold a grand dragon boat race on the Qingshui River. County Magistrate Du is deeply distressed and has sent an urgent report by 800 li relay to your Majesty. At these words the entire court was stunned. During a time of great disaster, driving the grain price in Linjiang City to an exorbitant level was bad enough. But to also take advantage of the situation to use the disaster victims to renovate the government office and hold a large event. Yan Zheng, upon hearing this, trembled with rage, his white beard quivering. Preposterous. In 30 years of official service, I have never seen such an absurd person. Does he think that because the people cannot afford food during the great disaster, he can renovate the county office at a low cost? How can I tolerate such a treacherous villain? Yan Zheng was furious. Song Li and Wang Zhong had never expected Gao Yang to be so fatuous. Not only raising the grain price, but also planning to renovate the county office and hold a large event during this disaster year. Song Li shook his head disdainfully. Ordering Song Qingqing to break off the engagement with the Duke of Dinghua's household would be the most brilliant decision the Song family ever made. Song Li stepped forward and said, your subject implores your Majesty to severely punish the Duke of Dinghua's grandson to appease the people's anger. Wang Zhong immediately followed, speaking with righteous indignation. Your subject seconds. Yan Zheng, your subject seconds. In an instant the entire Golden Throne Hall was filled with a chorus of ministers echoing the call. Wu Zhao's exquisitely beautiful face was cold and expressionless. She remained silent. She firmly believed in her intuition. Gao Yang could not be so fatuous. Such a series of actions would not be this stupid even for the most dissolute scion of a military family in Chang'an. He must have his own purpose. But now, even as the Great Qian Empress, she felt tremendous pressure. Gao Feng's face also darkened. during a disaster year oppressing the people to renovate the county office and hold a large-scale sporting event. This was truly an attempt to bring down the entire Duke of Dingwa's household. That brat, when he returns I must thrash him. But for now he still had to step forward. His own child he would discipline himself. These bastards taking advantage of the situation was unacceptable. He wondered if he could hold his ground. Gao Feng gritted his teeth and was about to step forward. But outside the Golden Throne Hall, an elderly figure in a mottled suit of armor appeared, exuding authority without anger. In an instant the eyes of the entire court fell upon the newcomer, and then their expressions changed drastically. "Duke of Dingwa," someone exclaimed. Gao Tianlong strode directly into the hall. As Duke of Dingwa, he had the privilege of entering the palace at any time and did not need to kneel at court. Gao Tianlong arrived in the center of the hall, first bowed slightly to Wu Zhao. "Your subject Gao Tianlong pays homage to your majesty." Wu Zhao let out a sigh of relief. "Duke of Dingwa, rise." Gao Tianlong swept his gaze across the entire Golden Throne Hall and then said calmly, "This old minister comes here for only one purpose. Whether the grain price has soared or the county office is to be renovated. These are all news from Linjiang City 2 days ago. Why must you gentlemen be in such a hurry? In 2 or 3 days Linjiang City will not fall into chaos. Can you wait another 2 or 3 days? His calm voice carried an undeniable authority, clearly reaching the ears of every minister present. After Gao Tianlong's words fell, the ministers remained silent. Even Wang Zhong, who had always been opposed to the Duke of Dingwa, rarely spoke. As long as the Duke of Dingwa, the foremost of the 6 great dukes of the Great Qian, lived, the entire Great Qian must show him respect. Meanwhile, in Linjiang City, a golden thread of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow over the entire city. In just a single night, the grain price, already at an exorbitant 200 won per do the previous day, soared by another 21. The grain price in Linjiang City skyrocketed to 221 per do. This was unbearable not only for ordinary citizens, but even for many affluent merchants. The grain price had reached an utterly absurd level. The merchants reaped enormous profits, yet they continued hoarding grain on a massive scale, biding their time for the price to climb even higher. On the streets of Linjiang City, outside the county magistrate's office, emaciated commoners gathered in droves. Their faces were etched with suppressed anguish, and a towering wave of fury surged skyward. Had it not been for the fact that most households still had some grain reserves left, a terrifying eruption of public outrage would have already overwhelmed the magistrate's office. Yet everyone knew that if this continued, Linjiang City would inevitably descend into chaos. And when misfortunes come, they never come alone. Just as popular fury was about to reach its zenith, another piece of news arrived. Word suddenly spread that Qingshui City, a few dozen li away, had stabilized its grain price at 82 won. Instantly, the entire Linjiang City erupted in an uproar. There is no harm without comparison. The two cities were connected by the Qingshui River, merely a few dozen li apart. Both had suffered the same calamity, and both had seen grain prices climb to 100 won per do. Yet in just 7 short days, Qingshui City had stabilized its price at 82 won. But Linjiang City's grain price stood at a staggering 220 won per do. Such a disparity was utterly unacceptable to the people. In secret, they cursed Gao Yang relentlessly. Incompetent official Gao the Skinflayer. These were the nicknames they had given him. It was only out of reverence for the imperial court that the people dared not voice their curses openly. But at this rate, although no full-scale riot had erupted, yet the citizens were trembling on the brink of explosion. Inside the magistrate's office, Gao Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out into the distance. Even with the office gates tightly shut, the furious voices of the people could still be heard. Linjiang City was on the verge of eruption. Du Jiang paced anxiously back and forth, casting worried glances at Gao Yang. His greatest fear was that Linjiang City would descend into chaos before everything was ready. Then all would be lost. But Gao Yang sat as steady as Mount Tai, utterly unperturbed, leaving Du Jiang to stew in his own anxiety. "Do you've paced at least a dozen circles this morning? I'm getting dizzy just watching you," Gao Yang said with feigned exasperation. Du Jiang halted and gave an awkward chuckle. "Sir, with all this public fury outside, you may be able to sit still, but I simply cannot. A man with your composure is truly a rarity in this world." Du Jiang was genuinely in awe. If Linjiang City were to erupt, Gao Yang would bear the brunt of it. Yet despite his youth, Gao Yang displayed a calm and shrewdness far surpassing his own. It was frankly terrifying. The magistrate's advisor standing nearby was stunned. When had Du Jiang become so deferential to this young master Gao from Chang'an? Just 2 days ago, hadn't he looked like he wanted to devour the young master alive? Gao Yang raised a cup of tea, took a sip, and savored the burst of fragrance within his mouth. Then in a calm tone, Gao Yang said, "Do fetch the county seal of Linjiang. The fish has entered the trap. Time to strike." At these words, Du Jiang's eyes blazed with excitement. He hurriedly retrieved the seal, his voice trembling with anticipation. Sir, are we ready to reel in the net? Gao Yang nodded calmly. Immediately post a public notice: all granaries in Linjiang City shall open and sell grain at 105 won per do. This notice must reach every corner of Linjiang City. Then he turned to Shangwan Wanner. From this moment, deploy troops to take over the docks. No cargo ships are permitted to leave the city. Those who defy the order shall be executed. Station heavy guards at the city gates. Not a single grain of rice shall leave this city. Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner felt a surge of excitement at his words. After 7 days of suppression and 7 days of scheming, Gao Yang had finally made his move. And it was a momentous one. We shall follow your orders, sir. Both replied in unison. Shangwan Wanner was deeply astounded. Ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Not only was he opening the granaries to sell grain at 105 won per do to disrupt the market, but he was also sealing off the city gates and docks. Sir, I have a concern, Du Jiang voiced hesitantly. As you mentioned earlier, if we open the granaries, our grain reserves may not be sufficient. If the grain merchants hold out for a few days and our granaries run dry, what do we do then? Please advise, sir. Du Jiang humbly sought guidance. With grain prices sky high, once the granaries opened and sold at 105 won per do, the people would surely flock in a frenzy. Gao Yang replied with a smile. Have you forgotten the batch of disaster relief grain just outside the city? Du Jiang's eyes lit up instantly. But then he frowned. The 4 great grain merchants, Qin, Zhaohan, and Lin, have dominated Linjiang for a century with deep tangled influence. They likely know the true state of our granaries. Gao Yang's eyes turned icy cold with contempt. They may know and they may be able to hold out. But what about the outside merchants and the smaller local grain dealers? Can they endure? He who sells first still profits, he who sells later faces bankruptcy, and he who refuses to sell loses money on grain spoilage and overhead costs. If you were in their shoes, what would you choose? Gao Yang said in a measured tone, a conspiracy can be dodged, but how does one evade an open scheme? Du Jiang was suddenly enlightened, his face flushing with excitement. Now he understood it all. Gao Yang was absolutely ruthless. He intended to crush the outside merchants and force the 4 great grain houses to sell. I'll go handle it at once. Du Jiang turned to leave urgently. Wait, Gao Yang called out. Du Jiang turned back. What else do you need, sir? Gao Yang replied calmly. Our granary reserves are limited. Don't sell too quickly. Make the citizens queue up and register each household one by one. Then spread word that His Majesty has issued a disaster relief decree, sending 100,000 carts of grain to Linjiang City, and that I detest these war-profiteering merchants above all else, so I intend to drive every last one of them into bankruptcy. The grain restriction order may last 10 days, or it may last half a month, all depending on my whims. Du Jiang felt his scalp tingle. He said outright, this scheme of yours is venomous, sir. These grain merchants have truly hit the jackpot of bad luck by crossing you. The grain price in Linjiang City is about to plummet. Du Jiang hurried out to carry out Gao Yang's orders. Shangwan Wanner, however, was puzzled. Would outside merchants really believe such a rumor? Gao Yang gave a dismissive smile. You're wrong there, Shangwan. Shangwan Wanner fixed her gaze on Gao Yang's handsome face, curiosity evident in her eyes. Gao Yang explained, you still don't understand human nature, Shangwan. These outside merchants travel dozens of li to sell grain. On the road alone, they lose at least 1/10 to spoilage, and daily labor and food costs for porters and cooks keep climbing. Every extra day their costs rise. Even if they grit their teeth and refuse to sell, the return trip is another massive expense. At a time like this, even the slightest gust of wind will make them jump at shadows. And the truly lethal part of this scheme is the cascade effect. The first wave of merchants to sell will still profit, but those who delay won't even get a sip of the soup. Shangwan Wanner's expression grew complicated. Lu Luo's cute little face turned pale. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. These past few days Gao Yang had been playfully teasing her nonstop, but she never imagined he could be this terrifying. Young master, you wouldn't one day sell your maidservant off and have me happily counting the coins for you, would you? Lu Luo said weakly. Gao Yang burst out laughing. Do I look like that kind of person? Lu Luo nodded without hesitation, then immediately shook her head. Gao Yang was speechless. He reached out and pinched her chubby cheeks, putting on a fierce tone. Give me a shoulder massage now. If it's not to my liking, you'd better watch out. Lu Luo scurried over with a chair. Please sit down, master. She then diligently massaged his shoulders, which only made Gao Yang feel amused. It wasn't just Lu Luo. Even Shangwan Wanner, looking at Gao Yang's handsome face, felt a chill of dread. It was hard to imagine that a scion of a century-old military family could have such a black heart. Yet she also felt a certain exhilaration. Her mind drifted to Wu Zhao's words. The world's corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants have hearts so cruel and venomous they defy imagination. Ordinary measures cannot restrain them. Only a villain can grind down a villain. Suddenly she understood. The Zhuangyuan scholar Cui of Qingshui City, whom she had regarded as a pillar of talent well-versed in governance, had exhausted every means at his disposal, yet could only hold the grain price at 82 when per dough, unable to push it any lower. But in Linjiang these merchants had driven the price up to 221 per dough and were still not satisfied. How low would it fall with Gao Yang's schemes in play? Shangwan Wanner wasn't sure, but she knew one thing with certainty. It could never stay at 82. Linjiang City. On Wright Street, inside a dilapidated house with cracked walls, a middle-aged man bare-chested, revealing his muscular physique, silently sharpened his broadsword. The grating sound of the whetstone echoed through the entire room. Soon the blade was honed to a razor's edge, reflecting the man's icy gaze. With this ancestral blade in hand, I shall slay every corrupt official in the realm. This is what a true man ought to do. With these words, Chun Sheng instinctively rose, ready to draw his sword and leave. Husband, don't go. Just as he was about to push open the door, a voice came from behind him. Chun Sheng froze, then turned abruptly. When he saw the woman before him, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. But he said, after I leave, go back to your parents' home immediately to lay low. There's some silver beneath the mattress. Take it with you. Even if I die, you'll have some security when you find another husband. The woman shook her head, weeping. Of the 100,000 people in Linjiang City, none have stepped forward. Why must you go? For my sake, stay please. Chun Sheng said in a low voice. The grain price in Linjiang City has soared from 50 won per dough to 220 won per dough. Ordinary people can no longer afford to eat. All of this is because of that corrupt official. Only by killing him can the grain price in Linjiang City be brought down. I, Chun Sheng, have practiced martial arts since childhood, living a life of chivalry and freedom. Linjiang City is my home. I can die, but I cannot watch this home be strewn with corpses. His wife's face showed reluctance, and she hesitated. Husband, wait. I feel that everything in Linjiang City is too unusual. Can we wait another 2 days? I always feel that lord is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Once a riot breaks out, even if he is the son of a powerful family from Chang'an, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Chun Sheng smiled bitterly with self-mockery. Raising grain prices, profiting from the disaster to rebuild the county office. The #1 playboy of Chang'an truly lives up to his reputation. He said angrily, if this censor Gao really has the ability to bring down the grain price in Linjiang City, I, Chun Sheng, will be his servant for life. But is that possible? My mind is made up. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will make him bleed on the spot. The woman sighed deeply. The grain merchants of Linjiang City were now unprecedentedly united. How could the grain price possibly drop? She just didn't want Chun Sheng to go to his death. Assassinating an imperial censor. How could it be so easy to succeed? In the next life, I will make it up to you. Chun Sheng placed his hand on the door. He had already scouted the area and knew that once he left he would never return. That damned official seemed to know he had incited public anger and was extremely cautious in his movements, protected like a hedgehog, impossible to get close to. But today, even if it meant using his own blood to awaken the people of Linjiang City to fight back in his heart, it was worth it. He steeled himself and suddenly pushed open the door. But the next second, when he saw the scene on the street, he froze. Armored soldiers were galloping down the streets of Linjiang City, shouting at the top of their lungs. By order of the censor, the official notice is posted. From this moment on, the granary is open. Low-price grain is available at 105 won per dough with no limit on quantity. The people may line up and purchase. At these words, Chun Sheng's eyes widened, and the woman behind him also stared in disbelief. What? Open the granary and sell grain at 105 won per dough? Chun Sheng trembled, unable to believe it. 105 won per dough. Compared to the current exorbitant price of 220 won, it was a full 115 won lower. Although it was still high compared to the current 220 won, they were extremely grateful. Not only Chun Sheng was astonished, but the entire population of Linjiang City was stunned. Countless citizens with sallow faces emerged from their homes and flocked to the place where the notice was posted. When they saw the content on the notice with their own eyes, countless people were overjoyed. The granary is open. Finally, the granary is open. 105 won per dough? We are saved. We are saved. Chun Sheng was also among the crowd, his face filled with disbelief. It really has come down. The next moment, he rushed toward the Linjiang City granary. He had to see it with his own eyes. But when he saw the line already stretching for dozens of meters, and even more people arriving in an endless stream, Chun Sheng's body trembled and his eyes widened. At the same time, on every street of Linjiang City, armored soldiers rode tall horses, galloping past, shouting at the top of their lungs. By order of the censor, the official notice is posted. From this moment on, the granary is open. Low-price grain is available at 105 won per dough with no limit on quantity. The people may line up and purchase. In an instant, the entire city of Linjiang heard the news, and the city was shaken. At the Lin Mansion, rockeries and artificial ponds stood, and maids carrying trays moved through the corridors. Inside the main hall, a dozen dancing girls were performing gracefully. Old Lin and the three major grain merchants were watching with great interest. Separated by a single door, it seemed like two different worlds. Outside, the people were emaciated, scavenging for food in the trash. Inside, they were clothed in silk and jade with dancers swaying. A scene of decadent warmth and luxury. The somewhat plump patriarch Qian couldn't help but ask, Old Lin, the grain price in Linjiang City has already reached 221 per do. Shouldn't we make our move? Old Lin waved his hand, and the dancing girls retreated. He said calmly, what's the rush? As long as our four families in Linjiang City act in unison, we can monopolize the grain price. This wave of immense wealth should reach at least 251 per do. Everyone was shocked. 251. Although it was only an increase of 31 per do to them, it meant tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of taels more in profit. We owe such wealth to Censor Gao. I wonder what he was thinking posting a notice strictly forbidding the sale of low-priced grain. Patriarch Han stroked his beard with a hint of disdain. A playboy like him knows nothing of governing a country. He probably thought that if the price went high enough, grain merchants would start dumping. Looks like he shot himself in the foot. At these words, everyone burst into laughter. But just then a servant stumbled into the hall trembling. Old Lin, something terrible has happened. The county office has suddenly posted a notice selling low-priced grain at 105 per do. The people have flocked to it, forming a line that stretches out of sight. At these words, Old Lin's face changed drastically. What? Patriarch Qian was even more furious. That young Gao is playing dirty. He's clearly trying to set us up. Patriarch Han asked worriedly, Old Lin, what should we do? Old Lin's eyes turned cold. The Great Qian Dynasty has suffered consecutive natural disasters, and grain prices have been soaring. How much grain can the Linjiang City granary possibly hold? Can it feed the entire city? These words were like a wake-up call, and the others quickly caught on. With over 100,000 people in Linjiang City and poor harvests in recent years, the granary must be low on reserves. The county office's move is merely to panic us into dumping our grain and lowering the price. I underestimated this Censor Gao from Chang'an. Quite cunning. Old Lin's face was ice cold. The grain price in Linjiang City must not drop sharply, at least not until we've sold off our stocks and taken our profits. Since he's opened the granary, whatever he puts out will buy it all. I want to see how much grain he has. Old Lin slammed his fist down, his eyes filled with malice. The three patriarchs nodded in unison. Their grain included not only cheap old stock, but also grain they had hoarded at high prices. If they sold together, the price could never stay at just 105 per do. This battle they could not afford to lose. Patriarch Qian gritted his teeth. Our honor and fortune are tied together. We stand with Old Lin. We follow Old Lin. Linjiang City County Office. A report. My lord, among the commoners who came to buy grain, there have been some unfamiliar faces. They are vying to purchase grain, buying in large quantities, and even inciting among the crowd, claiming the granary is empty to disturb the people's hearts. I implore you to make a swift decision. Advisor Bai looked at Du Jiang, his face filled with panic. Du Jiang scowled. This must be the work of the four major grain merchants. The grain price in Linjiang City has plummeted, and they are the first to be affected. That's why they are frantically sweeping up the grain, trying to maintain their monopoly through hoarding. Can the grain price in Linjiang City be lowered? Advisor Bai shook his head. My lord, I have had people watching constantly. There has been no movement from the various shops, and the price has not yet dropped. Not yet dropped. Du Jiang's face showed surprise. His gaze was heavy. What can be done? Given the strength of the four major grain merchants, the grain in the granary will likely be sold out quickly. If the common people find out, it will inevitably spark a new panic. Issue an order to throw these malicious individuals out and slow down the grain sales. Gao Yang's gaze turned icy. I have changed my mind. Since they are wealthy and want to sweep up, let them. I want to see how much they can swallow. Du Jiang was utterly stunned. What? My lord, if this continues, the grain will be swept clean by the four major merchants in less than a day. The other grain merchants of Linjiang City are still watching, and the grain prices remain exorbitant. With so many commoners and the four major merchants, this cannot be allowed. Gao Yang said indifferently. Merchants watching from the sidelines is their nature. Opening the granary to release grain was only the first step of the plan. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Sheng Wanwan. Immediately seal the city gates and the docks. Order the soldiers outside the city to escort grain into the city and into the granary. Anyone who dares approach this batch of grain will be executed on the spot. As long as we control the grain in the granary to last only a day, allowing the market price to drop even lower, we will have succeeded. The grain on the market, they cannot sweep it all up. Do as I say, release the goods. Du Jiang was filled with sudden understanding. She and Shangwan Wanner cupped their fists in acknowledgement and walked out. Gao Yang's gaze was cold and sharp. He could dictate the rules of the entire Linjiang city. In his past life, he had never had such a magnificent start. Did the four major grain merchants think they could challenge him? Shangwan Wanner, riding a tall horse, led the imperial guards to the city gate of Linjiang City. She raised the golden token bestowed by Empress Wu Zhao, her expression icy. This token is as if the emperor herself were present. Effective, immediately seal the city gates. Not a single grain of rice shall leave the city. Otherwise death without mercy. Upon seeing the token, the soldiers at the gate knelt. We obey the emperor's decree. Fetch the road spikes. Not a single grain of rice shall leave the city. Then Shangwan Wanner personally led a contingent of troops escorting a continuous line of grain carts into Linjiang City, heading towards the granary. All the commoners who witnessed this scene had their eyes light up. Especially those who had been queuing for hundreds of meters in front of the granary, their faces were filled with emotion. Grain. This is the relief grain from the imperial court. The commoners were ecstatic, and Chun Sheng among the crowd was also shocked. The relief grain had arrived. The grain price in Linjiang City was truly going to fall. Shangwan Wanner ordered the transport of this batch of grain into the granary, speaking coldly. The emperor has decreed that due to the great disaster in Guangyang Commandery, a special allocation of 100,000 cartloads of grain has been sent for relief. This is the first batch destined for Linjiang City. Every person shall have their share, as much as they need. The commoners were all moved to tears. The emperor has not forgotten us. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! At the Lin residence. What? The emperor has mobilized 100,000 cartloads of grain for relief in Guangyang Commandery, and the entire city witnessed the first grain being delivered to the granary. Elder Lin was shocked, unable to hold back his curses. You fools, that is not grain at all. It must be filled with dirt or sand. Trying to deceive me with such a petty trick is utterly naive. Sweep up all the grain with full force. Once the granary is empty, I will see how he cleans up the mess. The grain merchants of the city are not fools and will not be fooled. Elder Lin's expression was sinister, appearing almost mad, having lost all his previous composure. The three major grain merchants also regretted not having sold earlier to make a large profit, and now found themselves in a dilemma. But since matters had come to this, they could only grit their teeth and endure. We will do our utmost and advance or retreat together. Inside the county office. A report. There are still people buying grain in large batches. Gao Yang sat on a soft chair, sipping his tea. He said calmly, if they want it, then continue selling. Sell it all. Du Jiang clenched his teeth. We will act according to the imperial censor's instructions. Advisor Bai immediately hurried away. Gao Yang straightened up, stretched, and said to Du Jiang, Magistrate, do change into plain clothes with me. Let's go out for a stroll. The real show is about to begin. Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner were shocked. The grain price is about to crash. Gao Yang nodded faintly. The stampede begins. Against the overwhelming force of this trend, the four major grain merchants are like mantises trying to stop a chariot. Meanwhile, all the grain merchants in Linjiang City were thrown into a panic. The managers and clerks of every rice shop paced anxiously inside, especially the merchants from other regions who felt as if the sky had fallen. They had purchased grain from elsewhere and traveled day and night to Linjiang City, hoping to make a profit. But now their plans were completely ruined. Linjiang City had opened its granaries, selling grain at 105 won per do, and had sealed the city, preventing a single grain from leaving. This was a devastating blow to them. This imperial censor is trying to kill us. A grain merchant who had risked bankruptcy to profit wailed. They had incurred enormous costs for transportation, and the daily losses were significant. Every day spent in Linjiang City was an expense. If the grain price in Linjiang City truly fell, they would be unable to sell. Returning dozens of li would also incur costs. It would be an outright loss. At the center of Linjiang City, a plump, pale-faced merchant in fine clothes, his face twisted with anger, made a harsh decision. The purchase price was 70 won plus transportation cost. The cost price was a full 80 won per do. Now selling 1 do can still make a profit of 25 won. If I delay any longer, I will be bankrupt. Sell. Sell everything at a price lower than 105 won. As the plump merchant began selling on the street, the commoners all gathered around. For them, the queue at the county granary stretched for hundreds of meters, and they didn't know when it would be their turn. If the price was the same, or even cheaper, why not buy from him? With the first merchant capitulating, the other grain merchants in Linjiang City could no longer sit still. Damned unprincipled bastard. If he sells, I'll sell too. My cost is lower. If the imperial censor really seals the city for 10 days to half a month and doesn't let the grain out, I'll be in deep trouble. Even at 93 when I can still make a profit. A massive clearance sale. 93 when per dough. For the common people, they would buy wherever it was cheaper. The grain merchants, fearing a sharp price drop, especially those from other regions, began dumping their grain. For a time, the entire Linjiang city was in an uproar. Even the commoners queuing at the county granary, hearing of cheaper grain, rushed over in droves. Du Jiang watched in dumbfounded amazement. My lord, how was this achieved? He was in awe. Truly in awe. Everything was unfolding exactly as Gao Yang had planned. A large quantity of grain priced below 105 won per dough was no longer something the four major merchants of Linjiang City could counter. The county office could easily enter the market to buy and replenish the granary. The Qian Zhaohan and Lin families had bought all their grain at high prices. Shangwan Wanner's expression was complex. Watching Gao Yang devise his strategies, she was inwardly shaken. At this moment, she suddenly understood the value the Empress placed on Gao Yang. He was truly extraordinary. Gao Yang smiled faintly. These out-of-town merchants are like frightened birds. At the slightest sign of trouble, they will rush to sell. That is human nature. Everyone is afraid to sell, too slowly, afraid of going bankrupt. The moment they all sell together, it causes a rapid price crash. Du Jiang said admiringly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the grain price in Linjiang City has plummeted by over 120 when reaching a low of 93 won per dough. Your Excellency's methods are truly astounding. Gao Yang looked at the scene of commoners scrambling, sneering. 93 won per dough. Magistrate Du underestimates the stampede effect. These out-of-town merchants are just the first to fire the shot of price reduction. The real crash hasn't even begun yet. Gao Yang looked towards the Lin residence, his expression meaningful. Du Jiang was startled, puzzled. Your Excellency means the city's major grain merchants haven't started selling yet. But that's impossible. The Qian Zhaohan and Lin families have always been in collusion, a united front. They cannot possibly sell. But given the current situation, your methods are already sufficient to give a report to Chang'an. I will be sure to memorialize the Empress for you, requesting merit for your service. Gao Yang smiled contemptuously. The Duke of Dinghua's residence was beset with crises. To open up the situation, he needed the Empress's trust. Cui Xinghe had already suppressed the grain price in Qingshui City to 82 won per dough. How could his goal be merely 93 won per dough? He had even borne the infamy of 7 days. A united front. Gao Yang suddenly looked sharply at Du Jiang, laughing scornfully. Magistrate, do you overestimate these four great families? Remember this, saying it applies not only in this Great Qian realm, but will also apply 100, even 1,000 years from now. Du Jiang trembled instinctively, looking at Gao Yang. Gao Yang spoke word by word. It is easy to share life, but hard to share death. It is easy to share wealth, but hard to share hardship. In this world, there are no friends under the sway of interest. The crash of grain prices in Linjiang City, from the moment the out-of-town merchants entered the city and I opened the granaries, no one could stop it. No friends exist where profit is at stake. The decline of grain prices in Linjiang City is an unstoppable trend. The calm voice rang clearly in Du Jiang's ears. Du Jiang stood rooted to the spot, feeling as if these words echoed like a great bell and massive drum resounded through his mind. The four major grain merchants appeared tightly united on the surface, but when crisis strikes, would they truly remain unshakable? After a long moment, he bowed to Gao Yang at a perfect 90-degree angle. Your words are like a splash of cold water that awakens me from confusion. Your subordinate has been enlightened, and thanks your Excellency for the guidance. Du Jiang's eyes were pure, his respect genuinely from the depths of his heart. Only now did he understand Gao Yang's words from 7 days ago. Everything had been within his calculations. To lower grain prices, one need not desperately suppress them. Posting public notices ordering the major grain merchants of Linjiang City to only sell at high prices, not low prices. Once Linjiang City's grain prices rose to astronomical levels due to their inner greed, merchants from outside regions would certainly rush to transport grain, hoping to make a fortune. When the out-of-town grain merchants further drove up prices and enough had entered, the county office would open its granaries to release grain, forcing these out-of-town merchants to sell first, causing prices to plummet. What impressed Du Jiang most was that Gao Yang's grain release price was neither too high nor too low, leaving room for these out-of-town merchants to profit. Those who sold first made huge profits, while those who sold later might go bankrupt. This would cause all out-of-town grain merchants to compete with each other, all wanting to get rid of their stock fastest. Your Excellency's open stratagem I truly admire. Shangwan Wanner also exclaimed in amazement. Gao Yang's methods were truly extraordinary. But she wondered curiously, what if these out-of-town grain merchants don't panic and sell? How would we handle it? Gao Yang watched the scene of people frantically scrambling and shook his head. This is human nature, completely impossible to suppress. Over these 7 days in Linjiang City, many out-of-town grain merchants have poured in. With so many out-of-town grain merchants, their thoughts cannot possibly be the same. Each faces different difficulties, so their choices will differ greatly. The 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City mostly hold last year's old grain plus this year's newly disastrous harvest. When the market price was 50 to 70 won per dough, they took the opportunity to hoard grain. Their costs are low enough, so naturally they're not worried. But these out-of-town grain merchants are different. This year, the entire Guangyang prefecture has suffered terribly with grain prices soaring. Some have risked their entire fortunes hoping to make a fortune, while others bought grain at high prices and traveled dozens of kilometers wanting to profit from the price difference. The cost of those dozens of miles alone is a terrifying number. Some used idle money to buy grain, some gambled their entire fortunes. Thus, hearts are impossible to unite. Their panicked selling is an inevitable occurrence. Moreover, Gao Yang paused, looking at Shangwan with a knowing smile. If truly no one sells, then this official will repay with death. Let me offer this head to the emperor as apology. What's a head if it gets chopped off? A bowl-sized scar at most, what does that matter? Du Jiang exclaimed in admiration. Your Excellency's composure, even when Mount Tai crumbles before you, this subordinate truly admires. Shangwan twitched at the corner of her mouth and said pointedly, Then why did Your Excellency Gao, starting from the day the county office posted the notice, order the palace guards to accompany you at all times, even wearing a layer of armor underneath? This surely isn't to prevent harm from angry civilians fearing assassins. Shangwan stared at the padding visible beneath Gao Yang's robe, finding it rather amusing. She had seen people afraid of death, but never anyone as afraid of death as Gao Yang. Lu Luo nodded. Not only that, the young master also ordered me to protect him closely, never leaving his side. Du Jiang's eyes went wide, feeling something shatter. Gao Yang laughed a few times to cover his embarrassment. Shangwan was one thing after all. She was a favorite of the Empress, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. But Lu Luo actually dared expose his secrets. He definitely needed to teach her a lesson. He quickly changed the subject. Linjiang City's situation is settled. No need to watch further. We'll simply wait for grain prices to plummet. Having said this, Gao Yang walked away. This was the first time in 7 days that Gao Yang left first, not staying close to his guards. Shangwan gazed at Gao Yang's retreating figure, her icy eyes rippling with faint waves of emotion. The grandson of the Duke of Dinghua was quite interesting after all. She could almost foresee that when news of today's grain price crash reached the capital, it would surely cause tremors throughout the entire capital. Beside her, Du Jiang also looked forward to it eagerly. As long as the 4 major grain merchants, Qian Zhaohan and Lin, all followed suit in selling, Linjiang City's grain prices would welcome a new round of plummeting. Gao Yang's lazy voice drifted from ahead. Since grain prices in Linjiang City have dropped to 93 won per dough, then order people to sweep up the market aggressively. Post another notice. The county granaries are well stocked. Lower another 15 when only 90 won per dough. Behind him, Du Jiang's eyes lit up. This subordinate will do it immediately. Gao Yang walked toward the county office, his heart also full of emotion. He finally understood the tactics of those unscrupulous market manipulators in his past life stock market. This was simply too satisfying. By selling at 105 won per dough, when out-of-town grain merchants frantically drove prices down to 93 won per dough, he bought in large quantities, then continued to suppress prices at 90 won per dough. Calculated carefully, he actually earned 9 won per dough. Conversely, whether it was Qian Zhaohan Lin or any out-of-town grain merchant who wanted to sell their stock, they would have to go below 90 won per dough. The feeling of being a capitalist was truly intoxicating. Meanwhile, the grain price has fallen. Did everyone hear? It's now as low as 93 won per dough. So many major grain merchants are frantically slashing prices. Grain prices are finally dropping. In Linjiang City, as out-of-town grain merchants frantically competed to offer lower prices, the common people were all ecstatic. There was chatter everywhere. They had watched grain prices soar for 7 straight days. That despair was something they would never forget in their lifetime. Chun Sheng stood among the queuing citizens. Looking at the messenger who had come with news, an incredulous expression flashed across his face. 93 won per dough? A full 127 won drop. Gao the imperial censor. Chun Sheng murmured to himself. At the Lin estate, a panicked report shattered the peace within the Lin residence. Master Lin, terrible news. Grain prices in Linjiang City have dropped to just 93 won per dough. A servant rushed in panic. Upon hearing the news, Master Lin and the others' faces changed drastically. Impossible. We haven't sold any, and we spent several 100,000 taels sweeping up the market. How could grain prices in Linjiang City be so cheap? A few small grain merchants couldn't possibly affect the overall situation. Speak such nonsense again, and I'll have you beaten to death. Master Lin's eyes were murderous. The servant knelt on the ground and said loudly, It's the out-of-town grain merchants. There have been so many out-of-town grain merchants these past few days. They're ignoring the rules, dumping their stock recklessly. At this rate of decline, it'll probably fall to 90 when per do very soon. The Qian family head roared in fury, ridiculous. Linjiang City is dominated by us 4 families. Where did all these out-of-town grain merchants come from? But upon hearing these words, Master Lin's entire body trembled. His pair of turbid old eyes suddenly widened as if he had just realized something. I know now. This Gao Yang is truly vicious and cunning. Old Master Lin's face changed drastically, his heart aching with regret. The other 3 clan heads sensed something was wrong and grew anxious. Patriarch Qian asked anxiously, Old Master Lin, what do you know? Tell us quickly. Old Master Lin closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, Gao Yang's intentions were completely clear to him. Vicious. Too vicious. I've been playing with hawks all my life, yet in the end a hawk pecked out my eyes. Old Master Lin sighed. His words made the other 2 even more anxious. Old Master Lin stopped being cryptic. What exactly does that imperial censor Gao want? Patriarch Han said urgently. Old Master Lin's face turned grim. Posting notices to force us to sell grain at no less than 150 won per do. Do you really think that Gao Yang Brad is giving us a windfall for nothing? The 3 clan heads were dumbfounded. None of them had figured this out. Was there really someone in this world who would thanklessly do things that only bring trouble, shouldering infamy, just to hand them a colossal fortune? At that time, all they saw was sheer greed. But now as grain prices plummeted, they sensed something unusual. This move was very wrong. They all looked at Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin took a deep breath. When grain prices reach 150 won per do, besides us, who else would be attracted here? As soon as he said this, it hit them. External grain merchants from neighboring counties around Linjiang City. Patriarch Qian almost blurted out. Gao Yang wants to drive up Linjiang's grain prices to attract outside merchants to sell here. The other 2 clan heads looked grim. They understood it all now. In Linjiang City, the price went from 50 won to 100 won per do, but throughout Guangyang Prefecture prices were roughly similar. Around 100 won per do in disaster-stricken areas, and near 80 won in better-off places. But Gao Yang came to Linjiang City and directly raised the price to 150 won per do, and it could go even higher. With profits of 50 won, or even 80 won per do, those envious outside merchants would undoubtedly flood into Linjiang City in droves. Then when the time is right, he orders the county granary to release grain selling at 105 won per do to crash the prices. And what's worse, we didn't even realize it, buying up all the old grain from the county granary at 105 won per do. Patriarch Qian slammed the table in anger. That beast Gao Yang is so venomous. Their faces darkened, filled with bitter regret. If they had dumped their grain at 150 won per do when the county first posted the notice, they would have made a fortune. But they chose to hoard grain, seeking even greater profits. Now they were in a very passive position. With grain prices crashing in Linjiang City, should they continue hoarding or sell along with the trend? Soon another servant rushed in. Old Master Lin, the county has posted a new notice. It says the granary is well stocked, and His Excellency the censor, out of compassion for the people, has ordered the county granary to sell grain at 90 won per do. Another 15 won lower. Patriarch Han wailed. His Excellency is trying to kill us. The servant continued, not only that, I saw county officials in plain clothes buying large quantities of grain at 93 won per do. Old Master Lin's face twisted in distress. We bought the county's grain at 105 won per do. They use our silver to buy grain at 93 won, then sell it at 90. In the end, they still profit 7 won per do. At this realization, Old Master Lin couldn't hold it in anymore. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. This Gao Yang. I underestimated him. Seeing this, the servants rushed forward to support him. Old Master Lin was so enraged that he spat blood. Among the 4 major grain merchants, he was the leader, and the Lin family had stored the most grain. If prices crashed, the Lin family would be hit first. Ignoring the churning in his chest, he wiped the blood from his lips. This fight is far from over. Outside merchants can lower the price, but in just 7 days they can't have that much grain. The county granary is full of sand. As long as we stand united and hold our ground, even if prices return to 100 won per do, we'll still make a huge profit. But if we sell off, Linjiang City is truly doomed. Old Master Lin looked at the other 3 clan heads. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Patriarch Qian declared, Old Master Lin speaks wisely. This shoddy scheme is full of holes to us. The 4 great families of Linjiang City advance and retreat together. As long as we hold our grain, this battle isn't lost. I'll go back to my mansion and order that not a single grain of rice be sold into the market. Farewell. With that, Patriarch Qian strode away. Patriarch Han and Patriarch Zhao also clasped their fists. Rest assured, Old Master Lin. Our 4 families are as close as brothers. How could we do something so self-defeating? Farewell. They left one by one. Old Master Lin watched their retreating figures, his gaze deep. The Lin family steward spoke up. Old Master Lin, I'll go instruct the Lin family shops not to lower prices by even 1 won. As soon as the steward said this, Old Master Lin slapped him across the face. Smack. Idiot. Old Master Lin cursed. The steward covered his cheek, stunned. Old Master Lin scolded. If I don't sell, what if they secretly sell? By then I'll be left with nothing but bankruptcy. The early bird gets the worm, the late bird gets eaten. Don't sell openly. Sell as fast as possible in private. Sell at 90 won per do, no. At 87 won per do. The steward was shocked. 87 won per do. Old Master Lin nodded. If this grain gets stuck in our hands, we'll lose a fortune. The steward widened his eyes and hurried off. Outside the Lin mansion, inside a carriage, Patriarch Qian sat with a cold smirk. Back home, whoever doesn't sell is a fool. In 7 days, who knows how many outside grain merchants have flooded into Linjiang City. I must offload as fast as possible. Patriarch Qian's eyes flickered. He had spent too much silver, nearly filling the entire Qian family granary. He could endure this year, but what about next year? The Dacian Empire had suffered years of disasters and drought. Who could guarantee next year wouldn't be a bountiful one? If it were a good harvest, grain prices would normally be around 31. That would be truly disastrous. Suddenly, the 4 major grain merchants of Linjiang City all publicly declared they wouldn't sell, but privately, they were selling like crazy. At the Lin mansion, when Old Master Lin heard the news, he flew into a rage. Those bastards. I knew they couldn't be trusted. Good thing I kept a card up my sleeve, or I'd be done for. Spread my orders, all Lin family rice shops lower prices accordingly. Even at a loss we must sell. This battle I've lost. Old Master Lin's expression was complex. He had roamed the world his entire life, but never expected to be defeated by Gao Yang. He couldn't afford to gamble any longer. Once grain prices stabilized in Linjiang City, he would face a thunderous calamity. If next year wasn't a disaster year, the Lin family's century-old accumulation would be wiped out in one fell swoop. He could not be the one to ruin his family. With the 4 grain merchants' downfall, grain prices in Linjiang City plummeted once again. Within a single hour, the price plunged from 93 won per do to 80 won per do. That was already 2 won cheaper than Shuixing's 82 won per do. The most terrifying part was that the drop from 220 won per do to 80 won per do took less than an hour. Report. Your Excellency, the grain price in Linjiang City has dropped to 90 won per do. Report. Your Excellency, the grain price in Linjiang City has dropped to 86 won per do. Report. Your Excellency, the grain price in Linjiang City has dropped to 80 won per do. Report. The grain price in Linjiang City has dropped to 75 won per do. Inside the county office, Gao Yang was sipping tea. One after another, Yaman runners rushed in, kneeling on the ground, with faces full of excitement, shouting at the top of their lungs. As the voices echoed through the entire hall, every runner in the Linjiang County office was utterly astounded. Then their gazes suddenly turned to Gao Yang, who sat in the middle of the office with an unperturbed expression. The grain price that they had struggled to lower with all their efforts had plummeted in a single day under Gao Yang's hands. Not to mention the sharp drop from over 200 won this morning. Even compared to the high price of 100 won per do 7 days ago, it had fallen by a full 25 won. 75 won per do would greatly relieve the pressure on the citizens of Linjiang City. Du Jiang was even more incredulous. Although he had foreseen that the 4 major grain merchants would fall into discord after Gao Yang's speech, he never expected it to happen so quickly. In just a few hours they had begun to dump their grain. Gao Yang took a sip of tea and remarked, "This tea is not bad." Du Jiang, understanding the hint, said, "When you return to Chang'an, I will prepare some of this tea for you, sir. Of course I will pay for it out of my own pocket. It's merely a gesture of goodwill." As Du Jiang spoke, he glanced at Shang Wanwaner. Her expression remained unchanged. Even if Du Jiang hadn't explained, she would have pretended not to notice such matters. Water that is too clear has no fish. A little favor in official circles is normal, especially since Du Jiang was only giving a few worthless tea leaves. No need for the tea, just convert it into cash. I detest such vulgar things, so let's keep it straightforward. Gao Yang put down the teacup and looked at Du Jiang. Shang Wanwaner. Du Jiang. Imperial censor Gao. Shang Wanwaner raised her voice in warning. In front of her, this was far too brazen. Even if said in private, she would pretend not to know. Ahem. Lady Shangwan, you're too tense. Do I look like that kind of person? I was merely joking. Gao Yang quickly added. Shang Wanwaner said nothing, but her eyes said it all. Du Jiang changed the subject. Your Excellency, I'm still curious. Why would the 4 major grain merchants crash the price so fiercely? If not for their dumping relying only on those outside merchants, the grain price wouldn't have fallen so fast. Gao Yang glanced at Du Jiang. Though he himself was no saint, he genuinely admired good officials like Du Jiang, so he was willing to offer some guidance. The 4 major grain merchants were united by profit, and they are destined to be torn apart by profit. Since ancient times, human nature has been exactly this way. Compared to outside merchants, their costs are lower, and they save on transportation and labor. But that doesn't mean they aren't anxious. Her Majesty the Empress is a ruler of great vision. The Great Qian has suffered 3 consecutive years of poor harvests. Looking at a single year, good and bad harvests are 50-50. But over 4 years, they see that the probability of a good harvest next year outweighs that of a bad one. Once the grain price in Linjiang stabilizes, their hoarded grain won't sell, and the risk next year will be enormous. If next year's harvest is good, new grain alone will be sufficient, let alone old grain. Prices as low as 30 won per dough would be common. They would rather cut their losses and leave than gamble on a possible total loss next year. Once you understand this, their behavior is no longer surprising. Act first, and you live while others die. You act later, and others live while you die. Shangwan Wanner asked, what if they all unite and agree not to sell? Gao Yang smiled. A verbal agreement is nothing but a joke. Each will think, if I don't sell, will they secretly sell? If they sell, won't I be ruined? Under such psychology, there will always be one who sells first. Linjiang City is a tiny place, and they are local powers. They can't hide it from the other 3. So the stampede is inevitable. I just didn't expect them to crash it so viciously. They're trying to cut each other's throats. His voice was not loud, but to everyone present it struck like a muffled thunderclap. Du Jiang bowed once more in respect. I thank you for your guidance, sir. Gazing at Gao Yang's calm demeanor, he was completely convinced. After all, Gao Yang had foreseen all of this 7 days ago. From the moment the notice was posted, everything had proceeded exactly as Gao Yang had planned. From the responses of outside grain merchants and citizens to the greed of the 4 major merchants, and then to opening the granaries to burst the grain price bubble using the stampede to force the 4 merchants to sell. All of this had been predetermined from the moment Gao Yang stepped into Linjiang City 7 days ago. The Duke Dingwa's mansion had produced an extraordinary prodigy. No one had ever seen a Qilin, so it was normal for it to be a bit dark. Du Jiang marveled internally. Shangwan Wanner also wore a complex expression. It was hard to imagine that these strategies came from that lecher who had stared at her legs the moment he boarded the carriage. Gao Yang continued, as an official, one governs the people of an entire city and must not be petty about personal gains or losses. In this surge and crash, there will inevitably be merchants who go bankrupt, but also those who profit by timely exit. An official only needs to grasp the overall situation. Hearing this, Du Jiang knew Gao Yang was offering him guidance. I thank you for your advice, sir, Du Jiang said with reverence. Gao Yang nodded, knowing his words had been taken to heart. Next, proceed according to plan step by step. Soon Linjiang City will return to stability. Du Jiang asked, does your excellency mean renovating the county office and hosting large events? Gao Yang nodded. Seeing the puzzled gazes of Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner, he said calmly, the crisis in Linjiang City is not just the soaring grain price. What is the root cause? Du Jiang answered without hesitation, the torrential rain destroyed the fields, leading to a poor harvest. During such a disaster, the people lose their source of income. That is the fundamental reason for the rising grain price. After lowering the grain price, we must urgently solve the income problem of the citizens. Only by giving them opportunities to earn money can they survive this catastrophe. Otherwise, for the common people, a price of 50 won per dough versus 250 won makes little difference. They still can't afford it. At these words, Du Jiang's pupils contracted sharply. Gao Yang's words struck at the very essence of the disaster. Behind the high grain price was the fact that ordinary people simply could not bear it. The poorest of the poor were already penniless and yet could hardly find a job to support their families. A flash of insight seemed to streak through Du Jiang's mind. Renovating the county office, hosting large events. This was the way to address the root of the disaster. Du Jiang's eyes grew brighter, and then he froze. He understood. He understood everything now. You possess the talent of a royal advisor. I am deeply impressed. If His Majesty has you as her aide, the Great Qian will surely usher in an era of prosperity. Gao Yang smiled. You flatter me, Du. I merely followed the tide and acted for self-preservation. Du Jiang caught the implication and thought of the Duke Dingwa's precarious position. His gaze turned slightly grave. Report. Latest news: the 4 grain merchants, Qian Zhaohan and Lin, have completely fallen out. The Qian family head has taken the lead in forcing the price down to 70 won per dough. Shangwan Wanner was utterly astonished. In just a short while, the grain price in Linjiang City had dropped another 5 won. She looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. 70 won per dough was fully 12 won lower than Qingshui City's 82 won. Gao Yang rose, dusted off his robe, and said, the grain price in Linjiang has fallen. My task is complete. I will return to Chang'an. The rest is in your hands, Du. Du Jiang was taken aback. Are you leaving so soon, sir? Gao Yang smiled. The grain price in Linjiang is settled. There's little point in me staying here.
Your abilities are evident to all the citizens of Linjiang. I am at ease. I have taken enough credit, staying any longer would serve no purpose. But you need this political achievement. Gao Yang took out several letters from his bosom and handed them to Du Jiang. Du Jiang received them, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Your kindness to me is beyond what I can ever repay. Gao Yang said with a smile, for hosting large events, take the condition of a 3-year tax exemption for merchants. Per the Great Qian rules, the Empress's approval is needed. I will return to Chang'an and handle that matter. As for the rest, I trust your abilities completely. Gao Yang paused, his expression turning serious. I have only one reminder: do not, out of pity for the people during this disaster, increase wages excessively. That will backfire. Du Jiang nodded emphatically. Every word you've said I will engrave in my heart. Gao Yang nodded and stretched lazily. Well then, I leave everything in Linjiang to you. Du Jiang was shocked. Are you really leaving so soon? I haven't properly hosted you these days. Why not stay another night? Shangwan Wanner also interjected. His Majesty didn't set a deadline. Gao Yang shook his head. Considering the travel time, Chang'an is probably in an uproar by now. I must return personally. His eyes were deep and inscrutable. Du Jiang said with guilt, it's all my fault for being foolish and sending 2 memorials that put you in the spotlight. I'll see you off, sir. Thank you for the trouble, Du. Gao Yang then said to Lu, will come with me to pack our luggage. Shangwan Wanner frowned, sensing something amiss. An hour later at the city gate of Linjiang, Du Jiang stood beside a carriage with all the officials of the county office. Gao Yang sat in the carriage, lifted the curtain, and said, news travels slowly. In the coming days, more outside grain merchants will arrive at the Linjiang docks. You can trap them all and force them to sell at a loss. But the grain price must not keep falling indefinitely, or the people will expect even lower prices. It needs to fluctuate. I've written down all the methods for you to follow. Bai Shiya and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Ruthless. Too ruthless. These merchants rushing to Linjiang in search of a gold mine were in fact walking into a pit. Du Jiang was deeply moved. I bow and thanks, Master Gao. These are some local tea leaves from Linjiang. Please accept them as a token of my gratitude. Du Jiang handed a tea box to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it, weighed it in his hand, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. You are truly thoughtful. The road is long, I await your good news in Chang'an. Standing at the city gate, Du Jiang watched the departing carriage with a sigh. Behind him, Bai Shiya couldn't help but say, sir, that was 3 years of your salary. And with Lady Shangwan present, if the Empress finds out. Du Jiang's face changed, and he snapped, 3 years' salary. That's just local tea from Linjiang. Besides, I have a clear conscience. I've never oppressed the people, and I didn't ask for any favors. It's purely out of gratitude. Even if the Empress knew, so what? Du Jiang flicked his sleeve. Twice, I submitted memorials rebuking Master Gao, forcing him to rush back to Chang'an as soon as the grain price was set. If I didn't show some appreciation, would I even be human? Return to the office. I shall submit a 3rd memorial to the Empress. Inside the carriage, Shangwan Wanner lifted the curtain, produced a letter, and said to a red-armored warrior, deliver this letter to Chang'an with the utmost speed, straight into His Majesty's hands. Yes. The warrior took the letter and galloped away at once. Shangwan Wanner lowered the curtain only to see Gao Yang placing the box Du Jiang had given him by his side. With a spirited and graceful demeanor, Shangwan Wanner chuckled. Young Master Gao, the tea from Linjiang City costs merely 100 coppers per liang, hardly a precious item. Why must you look so fraught with anxiety? Your Excellency Shangwan, you fail to grasp this. Know that intent outweighs all else. Gao Yang smiled and replied. The Dingwa Duke's mansion, a century-old house of generals, contained numerous grand estates, and was certainly not short of money. Yet it was bound by countless rules, and the monthly allowance was extremely meager. Chang'an, being the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty, required money at every turn. And ever since his transmigration, he had been either on the receiving end of beatings or constantly on the move. Now that he was returning to Chang'an, shouldn't he enjoy himself a little? After all, having transmigrated, if he didn't visit a pleasure house, wouldn't that be a laughingstock to fellow transmigrators? He had gifted Du Jiang a great achievement and endured 7 days of infamy. It was only natural to receive some silver in return. And the weight of it proved that Du Jiang was a man of substance. This goodwill he would remember. Shangwan Wanner averted her gaze, finding it somewhat amusing. But the next moment her expression changed as she abruptly fixed her eyes on the heavy-looking tea box beside Gao Yang. No, that's not right. What exactly is inside that tea box of yours? Shangwan Wanner leaned in, her sharp eyes scanning Gao Yang's face. Let me see. Gao Yang stepped back and said, Your Excellency Shangwan, the mountain roads are treacherous, the carriage is bumpy, and men and women should not touch each other. Please have some decorum. If you come this close to me amidst the struggle or the jolts, if I accidentally brush against your lips or touch somewhere, I will be the one shouting. Shangwan Wanner's eyes widened. You would shout.
But she retreated, gnashing her teeth. I understand now. Those words of yours were deliberately meant to stir Magistrate Du's guilt. A few pieces of clothing could have been packed in a moment, yet you deliberately took half an hour. You were clearly giving County Magistrate Du time to fetch silver. Inside this box there is probably nothing like tea at all. Shangwan Wanner clenched her teeth. Gao Yang, you are bringing ruin upon yourself. This is open bribery. Gao Yang, unconcerned, uttered a classic phrase from a later era with a passive-aggressive tone. Your Excellency Shangwan, if that's how you want to see it, then I can't help it. If you say it is, then it is. Shangwan Wanner felt as if she could vomit blood. You? Those words inexplicably left a lump of resentment in her heart. Gao Yang looked utterly indifferent. Would Empress Wu Zhao care about such a trivial matter? Impossible. 2 days passed in a flash. Under the night sky, at the city gate of Chang'an, Song Qingqing, accompanied by a retinue of maidservants, stood at the city gate, drawing the gazes of many commoners. She wore a long green dress, her face exquisitely beautiful, and her entire being radiated an aura of nobility. Miss Song is far too beautiful. I heard that the Song family and the eldest son of the Dingwa Duke's mansion, Gao Yang, are betrothed. What a lucky fellow he is. Where did you get that news? The Song family has already gone to the Dingwa Duke's mansion to break off the engagement. This matter has spread throughout Chang'an, didn't you know? Good heavens. I haven't been in Chang'an all this time. How could I know of such a great affair? Then who is Miss Song waiting for? Among the crowd some commoners murmured. Outside the city, beside a carriage, a dozen guards were walking toward Chang'an. Song Qingqing stepped forward to greet them. A smile bloomed on her face as she bowed beside the carriage. I, Song Qingqing, by order of my father, have come especially to welcome you here. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a face of striking handsomeness. Instantly the onlookers buzzed with discussion. It's young Master Cui. I heard that Zhuang Yuan Cui went to Qingshui City, suppressed the grain prices with an iron hand, and within just a few days brought the price down from 100 coppers a dough to 82 coppers a dough. Miss Song is welcoming him here. It seems the Song family intends to form a marriage alliance with the Cui clan. This is a blatant disregard for the Dingwa Duke's mansion. Cui Xinghe alighted from the carriage. When he saw Song Qingqing, a smile appeared on his face. Miss Song coming to greet me is truly my great honor. Song Qingqing said with a smile, my father has prepared a reception banquet for young Master Cui. Uncle Cui is also at the mansion especially to welcome you and wash away the dust of travel. Cui Xinghe nodded. Once I have reported to Her Majesty the Empress, I will come immediately. At the city gate the two entered Chang'an together. Soon in the eyes of those with interest the news of Cui Xinghe's return to Chang'an spread throughout the city. At the general's mansion, Wang Zhong laughed heartily. Zhuang Yuan Cui has returned to Chang'an. Tomorrow's morning court, even if you Gao Tianlong try to block it, you cannot stop the tide of the court. I will definitely submit a memorial against you. For a time undercurrents surged in Chang'an. Over the years there had been far too many people who wished to see the Dingwa Duke's mansion fall. At the Dingwa Duke's mansion, candlelight illuminated the room. This Song family has utterly disregarded our Dingwa Duke's mansion, daring to let Song Qingqing greet Cui Xinghe in public. This is too much. Gao Feng, his face full of fury, slammed his fist on the table. Gao Tianlong, with his graying hair and aged face full of authority, remained calm. He studied the chessboard and said with great composure, the Song family fawns on the powerful. Cui Xinghe has done well. He is a talented young man, and the Empress lacks trusted aides. It is not difficult to understand why the Song family would place their bet on Cui Xinghe. For a woman like that not to marry into our Dingwa Duke's mansion is actually a blessing. Gao Feng sighed. But Cui Xinghe's early return to Chang'an means that Qingshui City is already settled, at least at 82 coppers a dough. Tomorrow's court session in the Golden Throne Hall is bound to be turbulent. That wretched brat. Before he left I told him it's better to do nothing than to do wrong. How else could he have caused such a disaster? Thinking of Gao Yang, Gao Feng could not help but gnash his teeth. Gao Tianlong wiped the chessboard in front of him and said calmly, I on the contrary am gratified. Gratified? Gao Feng was utterly bewildered. No matter how stupid a wastrel, even a fool would not commit such an absurd act. This means that Yang is thinking of an unconventional strategy. The entire court knows this, but everyone simply does not believe it. I do not quite believe it either, but I appreciate this spirit. Otherwise how could he ever defeat the erudite Zhuang Yuan Cui? Our Dingwa Duke's mansion would rather die standing than live kneeling. Gao Feng was startled, frozen in place. Then Gao Tianlong's calm voice echoed in the room. Rather than sink into mediocrity and perish, it is better to fight with all one's might like an eagle soaring into the sky. As long as I still live, I can shelter the Gao family. If we do not make a move now, how many more years can I live? Besides, my intuition of decades tells me that Yang is no mediocrity. The chess pieces have not yet been placed. How can we lightly declare victory or defeat? In the dead of night within the Grand Qian Imperial Palace, Empress Wu Zhao stood by the window. The cold moonlight cast a stark glow upon her exquisite face, revealing a hint of aloofness and an air of distant detachment. Her eyes shimmered with boundless nobility. Could I have been mistaken? She murmured, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing toward the distant direction of Linjiang City, her brows tightly knitted. Cui Xinghe had arrived in Qingshui City merely 3 days ago, yet not only had the grain prices been curbed, they had also plummeted abruptly. The price stabilized at 82 won per do, then dropped further to 80 won per do. During a time of great calamity, not only did he restrain the soaring grain prices, but he also drove them down repeatedly. No small feat. Cui Xinghe had not betrayed her trust. Yet Wu Zhao was not pleased. You have disappointed me, she thought, her mind filled with the image of Gao Yang standing in the grand hall speaking with eloquence. If handling the son of an enemy had merely earned her notice, what followed stirred something deeper. The subsequent monkey trick scheme moved her deeply, even sending a chill from the depths of her heart. This was the person she had been searching for all along. Therefore she devised this contest, pitting the two cities and their hundreds of thousands of inhabitants as the stage for their talents to clash and compete. In her heart, she favored Gao Yang even more so. She assigned him Linjiang City, which faced greater calamity and more complex internal affairs. But in Linjiang City, grain prices kept soaring, and Gao Yang even planned to rebuild the county office during the famine, hold grand events, and grant tax reductions to those greedy merchants. The more brilliant Cui Xinghe proved himself, the more disappointing Gao Yang appeared. Enough. All that talk on paper. He cannot bear heavy responsibility. The Empress shook her head, preparing to rest. But at that very moment a eunuch rushed in, panic-stricken. Your Majesty, Officer Shangwan has sent a fast horse with a letter demanding it be opened by your own hand. Furthermore, Officer Du has also dispatched a fast horse bearing a memorial with special instructions that it must be opened by you personally, then copied to the censorate. The eunuch knelt on the ground. Wu Zhao whirled around, an aura of terrifying nobility and majesty enveloping her. Present it. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered. Shangwan Wanner had sent a letter, and Du Jiang had also sent a memorial by fast horse, both demanding her personal attention. Could it be that the people's anger in Linjiang City could no longer be contained, erupting into a massive uprising? Wu Zhao's thoughts raced, her expression grave. She had only recently ascended the throne. A war at this moment would bode ill for her. At the thought, her eyes turned icy cold. In the Fenghuan Palace, the sharp-eyed eunuchs and maidservants, catching sight of her face, barely dared to breathe. Wu Zhao first tore open the envelope and withdrew Shangwan Wanner's handwritten letter. As the contents met her eyes, her expression shifted dramatically. She then snatched up Du Jiang's memorial, opened it, and quickly scanned it. Slap! The memorial fell to the floor. Wu Zhao was stunned. The eunuchs and maids around her all trembled, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. What had come over Her Majesty? My judgment was indeed correct. Suddenly a smile broke across Wu Zhao's face, astonishing the assembled eunuchs. The Empress smiled. In all their years of service, they had never seen such a breathtaking smile grace her features. Though they lacked the equipment of men, they were momentarily entranced. Those censors in the censorate have been annoying me for some time. Tomorrow I shall vent my frustrations. That memorial need not be copied. You may leave. Wu Zhao waved her hand. The eunuchs and maids all withdrew. When the bedchamber fell into absolute stillness, Wu Zhao turned to the full moon outside the window and murmured to herself, within a single day the price dropped over 150, when even heading toward 50 won per do. Well done, grandson of Duke Dinghua. I underestimated you. The next day sunlight pierced the clouds and all of Chang'an was vibrant with life. Near the city gate, Gao Yang couldn't help but stretch his aching lower back. The hurried journey had nearly jolted his old bones apart. When the towering majesty of Chang'an City came into view, he exclaimed excitedly, after all this hassle, I'm finally back. This time I shall indulge myself properly. Shangwan Wanner retorted with disdain, what do you mean hassle? Young Master Gao is serving the Great Qian. As an official, one must devote oneself entirely to the people, to the last breath. This is a supreme honor. Gao Yang had grown accustomed to her sharp words, and simply replied, Officer Shangwan is right. As long as you're happy. Shangwan Wanner glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Where did this Gao Yang conjure up so many infuriating quips? As the carriage neared the city gate, several eager eunuchs hurried forward to greet them. Censor Gao, Officer Shangwan, His Majesty has summoned you to the morning court today. In the Golden Throne Hall, civil and military officials stood in 2 rows. Duke Dinghua Gao Tianlong stood at the very front, with Gao Feng among the ranks. Only Gao Feng's face was grim, his gaze darting occasionally toward Cui Xinghe's direction. Wretched son, today I've lost all face. Gao Feng sighed inwardly. Not just him. The gazes of all the ministers kept drifting toward Cui Xinghe. Almost everyone knew that today Cui Xinghe would be the most prominent figure in the Great Qian court. He was destined to bask in envy. Cui Xinghe maintained a calm and different expression, but inside, he was already seething with excitement. After today, the Cui clan would be proud of him, and the family genealogy would open a new page for him alone. As for that Gao Yang, a mere wastrel, could he possibly outshine a champion scholar like himself? This contest had already made the verdict clear. Her Majesty approaches. At the eunuch's shrill announcement, Wu Zhao, clad in a golden dragon robe, slowly ascended and seated herself upon the dragon throne. The officials immediately bowed. Rise all of you. Today I shall reward merit. Wu Zhao got straight to the point. As her words fell, every gaze converged on Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe straightened his back, his face brimming with pride. Song Li stepped forward first. Your Majesty, Champion Cui, with his decisive tactics, brought grain prices in Qingshui City down to 81 per do in just 7 days. Truly a minister of extraordinary talent. This old official earnestly requests Your Majesty to grant him a high position. Wang Zhong followed loudly. Your Majesty sought talent across the realm to establish the eternal foundation of Great Qian, even going so far as to use Qingshui and Linjiang as a contest. Now that the outcome is clear, I implore Your Majesty to reward merit and punish failure accordingly. With these words, many officials bowed in unison. We concur. We concur. Especially the censors of the censorate, whose words were exceptionally pointed. Yan Zheng, his face ashen, stepped forward and said coldly, Your Majesty initiated a contest at the expense of a city's people. Now the 100,000 citizens of Linjiang suffer in misery. This is the act of a tyrant to be condemned by history. Yan Zheng showed no deference to Wu Zhao, launching into a torrent of accusations, citing classics and examples without pause. For a while the entire court resounded with his furious denunciations. Some sharp-eyed officials sensed something amiss. In the past, when Yan Zheng railed like this, Wu Zhao, though not killing anyone, would turn pale with anger. But today she seemed intrigued. Gao Tianlong looked thoughtful. After a full half-incensed time, Yan Zheng, his mouth parched, paused. Wu Zhao smiled. Have you finished, Minister Yan? Yan Zheng looked at her uneasy but nodded grimly. This old official has said all he wishes to say. If Linjiang City is not controlled and grain prices continue to surge, once unrest erupts and sweeps the realm, Your Majesty will be the sinner of all under heaven. At that moment, Cui Xinghe also stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have heard of the soaring grain prices in Linjiang City and am deeply grieved. As a minister of Great Qian, I volunteer to go there and share Your Majesty's burden. Although the 4 major grain merchants of Linjiang are notoriously difficult, I have full confidence and experience. As Cui Xinghe stepped forth, the officials cast looks of admiration at him. Champion Cui is truly brilliant. Champion Cui cares deeply for the people, a model for us all. Listening to these praises, Wu Zhao's expression remained unchanged. Then she said unhurriedly, Everyone says grain prices in Linjiang are soaring, but I've heard they've already dropped to 71 per do. Am I mistaken? Buzz. As Wu Zhao's words fell, the entire Golden Throne Hall was plunged into profound shock. The seemingly light voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. What? The grain price in Linjiang City has dropped to 70 copper coins per do. After a brief moment of shock, the clamor of the officials nearly overturned the entire Golden Throne Hall. Cui Xinghe was also stunned, then categorically denied it. The grain price in Linjiang City as low as 70 copper coins per do. Impossible. By this logic, the grain price in Linjiang City was even lower than that in Qingshui City. But this was absolutely impossible. He had calculated that Linjiang City suffered a more severe disaster and the grain merchants were more united. Unless violent measures were used, 90 copper coins per do was already a reasonable price range. Let alone 70 copper coins per do. Gao Feng's eyes suddenly widened, almost doubting his own ears. 70 copper coins per do? Wasn't it reported that the price had exceeded 200 copper coins per do just 2 days ago? Even Gao Tianlong was slightly astonished, his expression shifting. Seeing the reactions of the officials, especially the speechless remonstrance officers from the censorate, Wu Zhao felt a surge of satisfaction. The pent-up frustration accumulated over the past days was swept away completely. She took out a memorial and looked at the officials. This is an urgent memorial sent last night by Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang City. It clearly states that 2 days ago the grain price in Linjiang City plummeted to 70 copper coins per do within a single day, and it is still falling. Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, issued a public notice demanding that grain not be sold below 150 copper coins per do. He exploited the merchants' greed to lure grain merchants from other regions to rush to Linjiang City. As for the other measures, they are all recorded in detail. You may read it yourselves. A pillar of talent, yet slandered relentlessly by narrow-minded people like you. This truly grieves me. Wu Zhao threw the memorial heavily, her voice resounding through the hall. Yan Zheng immediately picked up the memorial, and after scanning it quickly, his face turned pale. Clang! The memorial fell to the ground. Seeing Yin Zheng's expression, the officials were even more shocked. Many officials snatched the memorial to read it, and even Cui Xinghe took it for a look. Yin Zheng said in disbelief, "Raise the grain price to attract outside merchants, then open the granaries to release grain once they enter the city, crashing the price. These outside merchants, burdened by costs and losses, would be forced to dump their stock, thereby driving the local grain merchants to sell as well. Such a method exists in this world." Yin Zheng was shaken to the core. The officials were all stunned. Song Li and Wang Zhong's hearts leaped, and they stood dumbfounded. Exploiting the merchants' innate greed to lure them and then opening the granaries. Countless outside merchants would be ruined. And all of this was destined 7 days ago. In their minds, they seemed to see Gao Yang standing there orchestrating from afar as the grain price plummeted. Countless people were reborn because of him. Countless merchants wailed in bankruptcy because of him. This young man was terrifying beyond measure. Song Li's expression changed repeatedly, his face darkening. For a moment, the entire Golden Throne Hall fell into absolute silence. The officials were all deeply shaken. They had never imagined such a method to reduce grain prices during a great disaster. Gao Feng snatched the memorial and was also astonished. Was Yang truly concealing his abilities? The grain price in Linjiang City had dropped to 70 copper coins per dough. This was even more impressive than Cui Xinghe. Gao Feng recalled Gao Yang's words before he left. A fledgling eagle must spread its wings and soar through the sky. Cui Xinghe said resentfully, but he ordered the renovation of the county office and held large-scale events during a disaster. Isn't that exploiting the people? How do you explain that? Today he should have been the center of the Golden Throne Hall, the one to be renowned and esteemed by the Empress. But it all vanished. In the face of Gao Yang's price-reducing strategy, Cui Xinghe seemed like a joke. As Cui Xinghe spoke, a young eunuch approached the Empress and whispered something. Wu Zhao said calmly, "This question intrigues not only Minister Cui, but also myself. Summon Gao Yang, the supervising censor of Linjiang City, to appear before me." In an instant, all the officials turned around in astonishment, looking toward the entrance of the hall. Soon Gao Yang strode in, wearing a long robe with a fine piece of white mutton fat jade at his waist. "Your subject Gao Yang pays homage to your Majesty the Empress." In a flurry, countless eyes converged on Gao Yang, filled with complex emotions. Wang Zhong and Song Li's faces turned ashen. Over the past days they had thought they were winning. Who knew Gao Yang would give them such a tremendous surprise? The grain price in Linjiang City had plummeted in a single day. Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang with satisfaction. Today this unfilial son seemed much more agreeable, even somewhat handsome. He had a touch of Gao Feng's youthful charm. Wu Zhao spoke. "I have learned of the sudden drop in grain prices in Linjiang City. Gao Yang, your methods are quite remarkable. But Magistrate Du stated in his memorial that you intend to renovate the county office and hold a large-scale dragon boat race with the winner even exempted from business taxes for 3 years. Is this true or false?" Gao Yang nodded. "I beg your Majesty's permission. This is indeed my plan." Wu Zhao said, "During a disaster to exploit the people. Censor Gao, do you realize how many have impeached you for this?" Cui Xinghe stepped forward, directly looking at Gao Yang. "During a great disaster the people struggle even to eat. Censor Gao, is it appropriate to exploit them like this?" He had no retreat. Either suppress Gao Yang or be completely overshadowed by his brilliance today. Wang Zhong followed. "Censor Gao, oppressing the people and exploiting them is a grave offense. Please give the world a convincing explanation." For a moment Gao Feng felt a flicker of worry and couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang remained utterly calm, his gaze shifting to Wang Zhong and Cui Xinghe. "I would like to ask General Wang, top scholar Cui, and all the esteemed officials who have impeached me a question. Before I left Linjiang City, the grain price had already fallen to 70 copper coins per dough. With outside merchants flooding in and local merchants dumping stocks, the price could even drop to 50 copper coins per dough. But even at 50 copper coins per dough, which is a low price compared to the entire Guangyang prefecture, can every commoner truly afford it? And does the imperial court have enough grain for disaster relief?" The officials' pupils constricted and they fell silent. In truth, during every major calamity, famine would spread, and the first to die were those who could not afford grain. 100 copper coins per dough or 50 copper coins per dough made little difference to the poorest victims. These people simply had no money to buy grain or not enough to last through the entire disaster period. They could only wait for the court's relief. But with such a vast number of victims, though the court had decreed relief, how could the treasury have ample grain? Some would inevitably die first before relief could help the rest survive. The lack of sufficient grain in the treasury was the root cause. But not even in the past few centuries had a good solution been found. This was the harsh reality. Gao Yang said calmly, "Simply opening the granaries can only delay the victims' deaths. The fundamental problem is that the people cannot find work and earn money. Moreover, if relief is distributed indiscriminately, many will simply wait for handouts every day and the treasury's grain will never be enough. The true approach is to provide work as relief, giving the people jobs and income. That is the best strategy. Work relief. As Gao Yang spoke, the entire court of ministers in the Golden Throne Hall fell into deep thought. Even Wu Zhao's gaze swept over. What is work relief? Asked Su Xuanji, the Grand Chancellor of Qian, curiously. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Su Xuanji and said, during times of great calamity, the lowest commoners have no silver to buy grain, yet they possess labor. Therefore your servant boldly proposes renovating the county offices. Yet the purpose is not to exploit the people, but to let the wealthy merchants of Linjiang City see that under the disaster the common folk are willing to work for a pittance just to get a mouthful of food. A little silver plus a meal is enough to fill the people with gratitude. If the various government offices and wealthy merchants act in succession, and as long as grain prices in Linjiang City stabilize, then a considerable portion of the disaster victims can survive. This is work relief. As Gao Yang's words echoed through the Golden Throne Hall, Cui Xinghe was utterly astonished, and Chancellor Su Xuanji was deeply moved. What a brilliant work relief. Su Xuanji did not hide his praise. They had never thought of this approach before. On the dragon throne, Wu Zhao with her beautiful eyes looked at Gao Yang. His words had opened up an unprecedented line of thought for her. The court was not limited to simply providing disaster relief. There was also work relief. Under the disaster, the people, in order to survive, would sell their labor at a very low price. This practice might seem cruel and ruthless toward the people, but in truth it was a strategy to save them. Wu Zhao's gaze was filled with admiration, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Wang Zhong could not help but say in a deep voice, but even with work relief, why must Lord Gao exploit the people so harshly? 10 copper coins a day. Is that not too oppressive? The daily income of a common laborer in Qian was roughly between 30 and 100 copper coins. This wage was already extremely low enough to be called exploitation. For a moment, many eyes converged on Gao Yang. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes and said nothing. He felt that Wang Zhong was simply too foolish. Wasn't he just giving Gao Yang a chance to shine? Gao Yang turned back to Wang Zhong and sneered. If the old General Wang is ignorant of the people's livelihood, he need not speak. A proper silence is not shameful, it is far better than making a fool of oneself. Wang Zhong, upon hearing this, was furious. You brat Gao Yang, you dare insult me. Do you seek death? Wang Zhong's eyes blazed with anger. After all, he was an old general forged on the battlefield. This sudden fury was quite intimidating. Gao Tianlong said indifferently, the people of the Dingwu Duke's estate are not to be threatened by an old rogue like you. I am here. Do you have the right to speak? As Gao Tianlong spoke, the officials were shocked. The Duke of Dingwu seldom attended court, and now he was not only coming to court consecutively, but also fiercely protecting his grandson. This made some secretly uneasy. Wang Zhong looked at Gao Tianlong's indifferent eyes. He wanted to retort, but the words died in his throat. Younger, speak freely. In these past few days while you were away from Chang'an, you have not heard the criticisms in court. Today let them all out so that the pillars of my Qian who have impeached you can hear them clearly. Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong, understanding the implication. Humiliate them thoroughly. Today Gao Tianlong's presence was his greatest support. Gao Yang bowed to Gao Tianlong and smiled. Grandson understands. Then his eyes suddenly turned to Wang Zhong. Old General Wang having the disaster victims renovate the county offices could indeed pay them 30 or even 50 copper coins a day. But has the old general considered that with such high wages would the local gentry follow suit? For a moment Wang Zhong was speechless. He too suddenly realized the gravity of this issue. If the government offices renovated at high wages, the gentry would have no profit, so why would they follow? Expecting the gentry to sympathize with the common people. The smile on Wu Zhao's face grew more evident. Gao Yang continued. The reason the gentry renovate their mansions during the disaster and hire victims to work is precisely because it is cheap. The government renovation must be exploitative. Only by showing the local gentry that the victims are willing to work for a pittance just to survive will they hire them. Moreover, only when the government plays the role of the villain causing the victims to complain bitterly will the local gentry, by slightly raising the wages, gain a good reputation. For the gentry, on one hand they gain a reputation, and on the other they save wages that are half or even less than in peaceful times. Only then will they gladly participate. Gao Yang's gaze sharp as a hawk fixed on Wang Zhong. If the government wages are too generous, the gentry will have no profit and no reputation to gain. Why would they bother to wade into the muddy waters? At these words Wang Zhong's face turned pale. The entire Golden Throne Hall fell into silence. In that moment Gao Yang was the absolute center of the court. Yin Zheng was stunned into silence. What he had perceived as exploitation was actually a life-saving strategy for the people. The impact on his heart was like a crashing wave. Wu Zhao's gaze was filled with admiration. The government playing the villain to give the gentry a reputation and profit. This gave the local gentry no reason to refuse. Wu Zhao spoke. Gao Yang, your visit to the temple was not simply to pray, was it? A man like Gao Yang who played with people's hearts did not seem like a devout Buddhist. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao, his gaze briefly brushing over the jade-like legs beneath the dragon robe, then said, Your Majesty is wise. Great Qian is a nation of Buddhism. The conflict between Buddhism and Taoism has long existed. I went to the temple merely to observe its state of disrepair, then used my identity to build rapport with the abbot, posing as a devout follower. Before leaving, I wrote a letter informing the temple that it was too old and would need renovation sooner or later. Better to seize the disaster period to renovate, or wages would be much higher in the future. I also invoked the banner of Buddha's compassion saving the people. The temple was already dilapidated. Renovating now not only saved money, but also allowed them to use the name of Buddha's compassion to win over the people's hearts. They had no reason to refuse. Thus the gentry and the temples both gained profit and reputation. The people earned money through their own labor, and each of the three parties got what they needed. With grain prices stable, the people naturally had a way to survive. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes. He knew he had underestimated Gao Yang. Using profit as a lever and reputation as bait, he had made the gentry and temples willingly serve his purposes. The three parties reached a win-win situation, all acting willingly. Thus the disaster in Linjiang City would be greatly alleviated. He had lost. Completely lost. Gao Yang's method surpassed Cui Xinghe's tenfold, 100-fold. Thinking of how he had been complacent about lowering grain prices by a dozen copper coins, Cui Xinghe wished he could dig a hole in the Golden Throne Hall with his toes. Wu Zhao, full of admiration, pressed further. And what about the Grand Dragon Boat race? What was the meaning of that? The officials' gazes also focused on Gao Yang. They too were very curious about this. Could hosting a large event during a disaster actually alleviate the situation? Gao Yang looked at the officials, clasped his hands behind his back, and said calmly, in the Golden Throne Hall, Great Qian emphasizes agriculture and suppresses commerce with heavy taxes on merchants. If the winner is granted a 3-year tax exemption, both local and out-of-town wealthy merchants will surely be tempted. Under a large event, the people naturally love excitement. Not only locals, but also people from near Linjiang City will flock in. More people will drive consumption. Food vendors, inns, and small merchants will all see booming business. This is inevitable. By extending the competition schedule and providing multiple stalls, these three measures combined will cover the disaster period. These words fell like a boulder into a deep pool, startling the officials. Using the greed for profit and reputation of the gentry and temples, making the county office play the villain to give them a compelling reason to act. Then hosting a grand competitive event to stimulate consumption. Thus the disaster could be greatly alleviated. Such strategy, such insight into human nature was simply terrifying. Wu Zhao was visibly moved. But in doing so, do you realize you will bear the resentment of the people? Gao Yang stood tall, with righteous indignation, facing the court officials. A mere bad name. What harm is it if it saves thousands, tens of thousands? The house of Dinghua Gong has always conducted itself this way. Gao Feng's eyes widened in shock. For a moment the court officials cast admiring gazes in his direction. Censor Gao is truly a man of great talent. Censor Gao is indeed a model for us all. A murmur of voices rose, filled with admiration. Only Shangwan Wanner's lips twitched imperceptibly. All the officials believed in Gao Yang's selflessness and righteousness, but she believed none of it. Yan Zheng made a bow to Gao Yang, then bent before Wu Zhao. Your subject Yan Zheng has wrongfully accused Censor Gao, and thus spoken recklessly. I beg your majesty to punish me. For a moment the court was stunned. Yan Zheng's backbone was iron, his integrity unyielding. The entire court knew it. Yet now before Gao Yang he willingly bent his waist and begged the Empress for punishment. This was utterly incredible. Even Wu Zhao felt a surge of delight. Since her ascension, this was the first time she had felt such exhilaration. She swept her gaze over the officials. I will certainly punish you. You are all well read in the classics, the pillars of the Great Qian, yet not a single one of you saw the solution to this calamity. Instead, you repeatedly submitted impeachments. Censor-in-Chief, Yan Zheng, General Wang Zhong, Minister of Right Song Li, 2 months' salary forfeited as a warning. Faced with the penalty, even if Wang Zhong and Song Li were unwilling, they could only accept. Then Wu Zhao's phoenix-like eyes turned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, you have rendered meritorious service in stabilizing grain prices. What reward do you desire? Gao Yang bowed without hesitation. Your subject wishes to enter the Ministry of Revenue and serve the nation. At these words Wu Zhao frowned. The Ministry of Revenue. In her mind, with such a performance, Gao Yang should be appointed as a secretariat drafter, staying by her side to govern the state and pacify the realm. She had not expected Gao Yang to ask for the Ministry of Revenue. Gao Feng was also stunned. That brat. Why would he abandon a good post as Secretariat Drafter for the Ministry of Revenue? Wu Zhao hesitated a moment, then said, Gao Yang, grandson of Ding Wugong for meritorious service in stabilizing grain prices in Linjiang City, is appointed Vice Director of the Revenue Bureau, retaining his position as investigating censor. Cui Xinghe for stabilizing grain prices in Qingshui City is promoted to Secretariat Drafter. A look of joy spread across Gao Yang's face. The Vice Director of the Revenue Bureau, a sixth-rank position in the Great Qian, was by no means a minor post. Your subject Gao Yang thanks your majesty. On the other side, Cui Xinghe also bowed. Your subject Cui Xinghe thanks your majesty. He had never expected the Secretariat Drafter position to fall into his hands. Yet Cui Xinghe felt deeply humiliated, for it had come to him only because Gao Yang had rejected it. After the morning court, all the officials' attention focused on Gao Yang. Everyone knew that the words spoken by the eldest son of Ding Wugong in the Golden Throne Hall today would spread throughout Chang'an. The former profligate had become a prodigy overnight. Cui Xinghe watched the officials gaze as his fists clenched tightly. One day I will prove to the world that Cui Xinghe of the Cui clan is not inferior to Gao Yang. He made a silent vow in his heart, then turned and walked away. Just then Gao Feng came up to Gao Yang, his face dark. Why did you refuse the Secretariat Drafter? The sudden voice startled Gao Yang. Gao Tianlong also approached with a steady stride. I know you are skilled in commerce, but that is ultimately a minor path, not to be compared with being at the Empress's side. This move was somewhat unwise. Gao Yang quickly replied, Father-grandfather, you misunderstand. The reason I entered the Ministry of Revenue is simply that my father is the Vice Minister of Revenue, and the minister is old and gravely ill. With connections, things go smoothly. I can act with impunity in the ministry. Entering the Ministry of Revenue is the right path. Gao Feng's eyes bulged. Gao Tianlong's mouth twitched. Both stared wide-eyed at Gao Yang's clear, handsome face. Was the reason really this straightforward? Moreover, the Secretariat Drafter represents His Majesty's dignity and cannot be frivolous. Your son has always been somewhat reckless, fond of visiting elegant establishments to listen to songs. Once or twice is fine, but frequent visits would surely invite impeachment from the censorate. Both father and grandfather are experienced men. You understand. Gao Yang winked at Gao Feng, and Gao Tianlong, his expression suggesting they knew what he meant. Gao Feng's eyes widened. Gao Tianlong's eyes also widened. So it was because of the pleasure quarters in Chang'an that he had given up the Secretariat Drafter. Was the Gao family blessed with such a talent? Both men's blood pressure soared. You unfilial wretch. Today you will not escape a beating. Gao Feng roared first. Sensing trouble, Gao Yang turned and ran, with Gao Feng giving chase. Gao Yang was utterly bewildered. Had he said something wrong? Scholars cultivated refinement, and military men were even more direct. Why had his father become so enraged? Behind him, Gao Tianlong shook his head. Why bother chasing? Beat him when you get home. In the Qinqing Palace, Shangwan Wan'er bowed to Wu Zhao. Wan'er greets your majesty. Wu Zhao fixed her noble gaze on Shangwan Wan'er. Tell me everything about Linjiang City, every detail. I want to know all. Shangwan Wan'er was not surprised. She recounted everything that had happened in Linjiang City, omitting nothing. After listening, Wu Zhao's expression grew complex. She murmured to herself, devising strategies from 1,000 li away, calculating every step from the very first day he arrived in Linjiang City. This Gao Yang is truly a talent. Wu Zhao exclaimed in admiration, her eyes revealing undisguised appreciation. Then she turned to Shangwan Wan'er. Wan'er, what do you think of Gao Yang? Hearing this, Shangwan Wan'er made no effort to conceal the disgust in her eyes. This man, though possessing extraordinary talent, is both righteous and wicked and exceedingly audacious. Oh, audacious. How so? Wu Zhao was curious. When I was beside him, he actually dared to hint that Minister Du should send gifts, and I strongly suspect he deliberately set Minister Du up. Shangwan Wan'er recounted the tea canister Du Jiang had handed over along with her suspicions, and added regretfully, it's a pity that Minister Du, with his pure integrity and single-minded devotion to the sages, is probably still in the dark. Wu Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Unperturbed, she said, in this world all merchants are cunning and all officials corrupt. Besides, Gao Yang gave Du Jiang a share of the credit. This small token of gratitude is nothing. I am not afraid of great talents being greedy or lustful. What I fear is their having no weaknesses. With weaknesses they are easier to control and use for my purposes. Shangwan Wan'er gritted her teeth. Your Majesty, this Gao Yang's audacity does not end there. He even tried to look at my legs. Wu Zhao's face showed a surprised smile. She glanced at Shangwan Wan'er. Her figure was graceful, her face cool and aloof. Her gaze traveled down to her straight, slender legs. She laughed. This Gao Yang is indeed bold, but not only with you. Since my ascension, he is the only one who has dared to openly gaze at my legs in the court. Shangwan Wan'er was stunned. What? He dared to openly admire your majesty's legs. Has he eaten a leopard's heart or a bear's gall? Shangguan Wanner exclaimed excitedly, his eyes should be gouged out. Wu Zhao walked to the window, overlooking the entire Great Qian Imperial Palace. She said calmly, no matter. Which man does not dream of conquering an empress? But who can truly conquer one? Wu Zhao clasped her hands behind her back, her dragon robe billowing, her face full of nobility and disdain. At the Dingwood Duke mansion, the news that spread from the court plunged the entire estate into turmoil. In the Great Qian Dynasty, it was said that the shame of the master was the shame of the servant, and the glory of the master was the glory of the servant. Recently, because of the grain price in Linjiang City being spread by some with ulterior motives in Chang'an, the servants of the Dingwood Duke mansion dared not go out. Even if they did, they had to keep their heads down, terrified of being recognized. There was no help for it. The eldest son had been outmatched in skill, and the servants could only suffer in silence. On the contrary, the servants of the Song family and the young master of the Chui family all held their heads high, acting as if they were superior. But today everything had changed. As Gao Yang stepped down from the carriage, he saw all the servants of the Dingwood Duke mansion lined up on both sides, and Li Shi, dressed in a long gown, stood at the entrance with unparalleled elegance. Gao Chongwen and Gao Ling were also behind Li Shi. You worthless son, what are you dazed for? This is the honor you deserve. I'll settle accounts with you later. Gao Feng snorted coldly, interrupting the stunned Gao Yang. Originally, today was a great fortune. Gao Yang had overpowered the present #1 scholar Cui Xinghe, earning a proud victory for the Dingwood Duke mansion. If he could also be appointed as a Zhongshu Sharon and become the favored red figure before the Empress, the Dingwood Duke mansion would be bathed in glory. There was even hope for a meteoric rise. In the future, it might even be possible to enter the 6 ministries as a minister or succeed as the Grand Chancellor. Yet this brat only thought of relying on his father, idling away in the Ministry of Revenue. Infuriating. Li Shi, however, was beaming with spring in her face. She hurried forward. I knew my son possessed grand ambitions. Now it is time for me, Li Shi, to make a name in Chang'an. Satisfaction gleamed in Li Shi's eyes. Beside her, Gao Ling ran to Gao Yang and tugged at his sleeve. Brother, I want osmanthus flour cakes. Gao Yang thought of the tea leaves he had brought from Linjiang City and the osmanthus cakes Gao Ling had sent him before his departure. He was truly fond of this younger sister. A smile appeared on his face. He ruffled Gao Ling's head and said generously, fine. A mere osmanthus cake. As many as you want you'll have. Seeing this, Gao Chongwen's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Brother, I want a pretty young lady. Can I have as many as I want? The moment Gao Yang saw Gao Chongwen's dissipated, good-for-nothing face, his anger flared. Before Gao Yang left for Linjiang City, this scoundrel had told him, go with peace of mind, I'll take care of the young lady you like. The elder brother is like a father. Since he had transmigrated into Gao Yang, he had to make Gao Chongwen feel the love of an elder brother. It was only because he hadn't yet fully adapted to his identity that he didn't start a fight on the spot. Before Gao Yang could speak, Gao Feng's face darkened first. You beast, isn't 10 days of confinement enough? How dare you spout nonsense? Gao Feng's face was stern, his expression full of fury. Over the years, he had always thought Gao Yang was already unbearable, but he never expected Gao Chongwen to be even more reckless than Gao Yang. With these 2 sons, he felt that not only could he not enjoy a peaceful old age, but he might not even make it to old age. As soon as Gao Chongwen saw the expression on Gao Feng's face, he shrank like a frightened quail, cowering his head. Everyone disperse. Making such a fuss over a mere display of power in Linjiang City, as if you had won the first place in the imperial examination. What would people think of such impropriety? As soon as Gao Tianlong spoke, the servants all retreated. Yang, come with me to the back courtyard. I have words to say. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang, then strode directly into the mansion. Gao Yang followed Gao Tianlong inside. They passed through the front courtyard, walked around several corridors, and arrived at a very secluded small courtyard at the back. In the small courtyard, there was only one room. Gao Tianlong pushed the door open and entered. Gao Yang looked around the courtyard. The scenery was elegant and very quiet, but it was separated from the outside by only a single wall. He couldn't help frowning. Grandfather, the scenery of this small courtyard is nice, but it's not safe. Grandfather had better not stay here often. Gao Tianlong poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, I have heard that you claim there are 3 realms of a strategist: plotting for others, plotting for oneself, and plotting for the world. The one who plots only for himself is a venomous strategist. As a venomous strategist, you are indeed worthy of the word plotting for oneself, exceedingly cautious. Gao Yang smiled. Grandfather flatters me. Sit down. Gao Tianlong pointed to a cushion beside him and said casually. Gao Yang knelt down with his legs together, following the etiquette of the Great Qian Dynasty. Especially when meeting elders, one must be careful. One must press the thighs together firmly. Otherwise one would be called rude, and in serious cases it could even become a cause of enmity. As for why the thighs and calves had to be held together tightly, it was a habit left over from several hundred years ago. At that time, for convenience in relieving oneself, people usually wore long robes with open-crotch trousers. Standing was fine, but sitting required extra caution. Especially when visiting a host's home, if one couldn't keep the legs together, it was quite indecent. Gao Yang deeply understood this. It was similar to the attire of the Qin and Han dynasties in his previous life. When Jing Ke failed to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, he leaned against a pillar and sat in a Jiju posture facing the emperor. The so-called Jiju posture meant Jing Ke leaned against the pillar with his legs spread wide, pointing at the emperor. Such an indecent posture enraged the emperor instantly. Wearing such open-crotch trousers without underwear, the fighting scenes of assassins and TV dramas become somewhat distorted. A hero leaping into the air and kicking sideways would be utterly eye-searing. But to be fair, a master could also train his control. He could urinate while flying as a hidden weapon straight at the enemy's eyes, relying on the element of surprise. Gao Yang felt a bit relieved that the Great Qian Dynasty already had underwear. Otherwise, facing the Empress with his talent, it would surely be a crime punishable by extermination of 9 generations. Grandfather, you called me here for some deeper purpose, I presume. Gao Yang suppressed his random thoughts and asked. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang's face seriously for the first time and finally came to a conclusion. This grandson had indeed changed. The methods he used made even Gao Tianlong feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Even the #1 scholar of the Great Qian Dynasty, Cui Xinghe, was probably no match for this grandson, right? Whether it was the hoax of hidden gold in the court or the grain price reduction methods in Linjiang City, both were astonishing. This was definitely not a sudden change. After taking a light sip of tea, Gao Tianlong asked curiously, "Why did you conceal your true abilities?" Gao Yang knew that such a great transformation required a reasonable explanation. After all, his original self's debauchery in Chang'an was completely different from his decisive actions in stabilizing grain prices in Linjiang City. He spoke. The Dingwa Duke Mansion is a towering tree that attracts the wind. Grandfather has unparalleled prestige in the military. If I were a wastrel, it would set many minds at ease. On the contrary, it would arouse the suspicion of the former emperor. Gao Tianlong took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Your disguise is too real, just like a genuine good-for-nothing. I almost wanted to clean house myself." Gao Yang's mouth twitched, knowing that Gao Tianlong didn't believe a word of it. He steeled himself and said, "All right, I'll come clean. I had originally planned to be a wastrel for life, living a carefree and debauched life, listening to tunes in brothels. But then the former emperor died mysteriously, the new emperor ascended the throne, and the court officials eyed the Dingwa Duke Mansion like tigers. I had no choice but to step forward." Gao Tianlong's murky eyes became deep. He laughed. "This reason is somewhat convincing. Everyone has their secrets. I won't ask too many questions. I only want to ask you what exactly happened that day." As he said this, Gao Tianlong's eyes turned sharp. Gao Yang was startled. "Grandfather refers to..." Gao Tianlong snorted coldly. "Don't play dumb with me. I had people investigate. That day you were drinking and having fun in the Rouge Pavilion when you suddenly walked out and publicly accepted the Empress's decree seeking talent. There must be an ulterior motive behind this. If you were set up, this grudge must be avenged." Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep, but a flash of murderous intent passed through them. Hearing this, Gao Yang could not help but feel a sense of awkwardness. He had already guessed what Gao Tianlong was asking about. But when he tried to change the subject, he found he simply could not avoid it. Since he chose not to speak of it, it could not be anything good. Seeing Gao Yang's expression, Gao Tianlong's face immediately darkened. "Difficult to speak of, eh?" Gao Yang sighed, knowing he could not escape this any longer. He spoke up. That day, Wu Cheng, the son of Prince Rong, invited the grandson to drink and celebrate. Amidst the provocation, the grandson was rash and pulled down the imperial recruitment edict. Gao Tianlong narrowed his eyes. "Prince Rong, was it truly just a provocation?" Gao Tianlong's gaze was so sharp that Gao Yang could not help but falter. He said helplessly, "Fine then." Wu Cheng deliberately provoked the grandson, using Song Qingqing, the daughter of the Song family. The grandson was careless and fell into the trap. Carelessness or willingness? Gao Tianlong snorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger at such futility. A renowned poisonous scholar capable of orchestrating intricate schemes and wielding thunderous force to stabilize grain prices in Linjiang City. Talents even the brilliant scholar Cui Xinghe could not surpass. Yet in the end, he was tricked over a woman. If word spread, it would be a laughingstock. Gao Yang sighed inwardly. This simp reputation, whether he liked it or not, was his to bear. Indeed, it was a trap at the time. Wu Cheng, the son of Prince Rong, had provoked him casually, and the original owner had foolishly leaped right into it. And he had the audacity to call it a proper engagement, convinced he possessed talents worthy of matching the renowned Song Qingqing. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang and said calmly, "Do you know that the Song family's young lady not only publicly broke off her engagement with the Dingwogong estate, But just yesterday, she personally welcomed Cui Xinghe back to Chang'an at the city gate. Gao Yang for some reason remained extremely calm. Perhaps to the original owner, she was the beloved woman who had triggered his wrath. But to him Song Qingqing was nothing more than a stranger. She broke off the engagement for profit, and she'll approach Cui Xinghe for the same reason. This is perfectly normal. Unsurprisingly, she'll come find the grandson in a few days. Then what do you plan to do? The whole of Chang'an is buzzing with rumors of your deep affection for the Song family's eldest daughter. Gao Tianlong raised his steaming tea and took a light sip. Gao Yang for some reason felt the urge to be mischievous. From the moment he first met, Gao Tianlong the old man had worn an expression of absolute composure, as if Mount Tai itself could crumble before him without changing his expression. So he ventured tentatively, how about bringing her back to be the matriarch of the Dingguogong estate? But to Gao Yang's disappointment, Gao Tianlong's hand holding the teacup did not tremble in the slightest. He merely glanced toward a corner and asked casually, "Do you see what that is?" Gao Yang followed Gao Tianlong's gaze and hesitated. An ordinary stick. Gao Tianlong set down his teacup and pointed at the stick in the corner, saying calmly, "Ordinary, as it may be, it can break 3 of your limbs with just 3 strikes." Holy shit. Gao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily straightened up and said, "The grandson was merely speaking offhandedly. Grandfather must not take it seriously. This kind of woman, the child shall not have the slightest connection with her. And the grandson will make her regret breaking off the engagement with the Dingguogong estate." A satisfied expression appeared on Gao Tianlong's face. Visiting pleasure quarters and enjoying daily music is one thing, but this Song family woman is absolutely off limits. Now then, Prince Rong is a regent minister with immense power in court. Wu Cheng dared task him against you in public. What do you intend to do? Gao Tianlong's gaze suddenly turned sharp as if hinting at something deeper. Gao Yang smiled nonchalantly. Naturally, I shall get my revenge. Without Prince Rong's approval, Wu Cheng would never dare to scheme against the child like this. The officials who have been submitting impeachment memorials are probably also under Prince Rong's influence. In the end, someone does not want the Dingguogong estate to wield such overwhelming power. If the child fails to gain the Empress's favor, this incident will become a blade for Prince Rong to strike at grandfather. A satisfied expression appeared on Gao Tianlong's face. That Gao Yang at such a young age could perceive the schemes behind the scenes was truly a pleasant surprise. Do as you wish. Be bold in your actions, and always remember, the Dingguogong estate stands behind you. The nuances of this matter the old man will not elaborate. You must grasp them yourself. This Chang'an will one day be a young people's court. Hearing these words, an indescribably strange feeling welled up in Gao Yang's heart. Perhaps because he had been alone and friendless in his previous life, having to endure everything on his own, the sudden care from family felt somewhat unfamiliar. But one had to admit this feeling was rather nice. He smiled and said, "The grandson already has a plan in mind. However, this plan requires time to set up. Once the moment is right, the grandson shall have Prince Rong's entire household executed." Even Gao Tianlong, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a pang of fear. In merely this short span of time, he had conceived a plan that could result in the execution of Prince Rong's entire household. A man of such overwhelming power. Is this what they call a poisonous scholar? Prince Rong is not only the brother of the late emperor, but also one of the 3 regent ministers. His former disciples and old acquaintances fill both the court and the military. Furthermore, he possesses an imperial edict granting him immunity from death. Are you certain you can have Prince Rong's entire household executed? Gao Tianlong asked with interest. There was no fear in Gao Yang's eyes, only unwavering confidence. The imperial edict may grant immunity from death, and that is indeed a bit of a trouble. But the grandson has his own methods. Suddenly a smile broke across Gao Tianlong's wrinkled face. Go ahead and do it. A youth should be like a youth. Show your brilliance when the time comes. The old man looks forward to seeing your methods. Yes. Gao Yang bowed respectfully and withdrew. Outside the courtyard, a hint of helplessness crossed his face. His dazzling performances in court and his thunderous actions to lower grain prices in Linjiang City, none of these were what he had truly desired. In this ancient world, would it not be delightful to live as a black-hearted pleasure-seeking scoundrel visiting pleasure quarters every day? Yet there were so many messes to clean up. The Dingguogong estate teetered on the brink, and how could one remain uninvolved while trapped in the treacherous court of Qian? Forget it. If he had been timid and submissive in his previous life, then, after this transmigration, he shall strike back with full force. After all, in this ancient world, without power and influence, how could one truly enjoy life? A glint of ambition flickered in Gao Yang's eyes. Prince Rong, he murmured to himself, then strode decisively toward his chambers. What Gao Yang did not know was that the moment he closed the door, the turbid eyes of Gao Tianlong suddenly cleared, becoming sharp and alert. be it the Song family's visit to break off the engagement or Prince Rong's provocation. These were all aimed at the Dingwogong estate. By rights it should be him paying them a visit, winning them over with virtue. If they refused to reason, he also knew a thing or two about martial prowess. When the old man still draws breath, how can the young one be pushed to the front lines? Yet the succession of events over these past 10 days had left even Gao Tianlong unable to see through this grandson. Poisonous scholar. This old man awaits your methods. If you can eliminate Prince Rong without bloodshed, the Dingwogong estate shall flourish for another 100 years. Even in death this old man can smile contentedly. The aged voice of Gao Tianlong, carrying both years and hope, slowly resounded through the room. Gao Yang traversed the rear courtyard along the corridor toward the front yard, finally realizing the vexation of owning such an expansive estate. The path twisted and turned, winding like a labyrinth. Yet in a later age this would be considered a blissful tribulation. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yang arrived at a spacious chamber in the front courtyard. Eldest young master, the room has been prepared for you. You may rest now. Lu Luo wore a green satin waistcoat, her small face flushed rosy. In the Great Qian Dynasty, maidservants held low status and typically wore a short jacket over a skirt. The Dingwa Duke's mansion, being wealthy and influential, provided slightly better attire for their maids, but that was the extent of it. This outfit is plain. I shall take you to buy a beautiful long gown another day. Gao Yang glanced at Lu Luo and spoke with a smile. He had obtained some silver from Du Jiang, so he was not short of money. Thus it was harmless to display a bit of extravagance. After all, he had rested his head on this young girl's legs for many days. Lu Luo's eyes lit up at the words. Since ancient times, no woman had been immune to the love of beauty, and a long gown held an irresistible allure for a young girl like Lu Luo, who had long been confined to the mansion. Eldest young master, a long gown costs quite a sum of silver. This servant. Lu Luo's eyes showed hesitation, and her delicate lip-biting innocence was truly endearing. Gao Yang laughed. What is a mere long gown? He cast a disdainful glance toward the bedside in the room. He was no longer a penniless wastrel. But the next moment his composure vanished. Lu Luo, where is the tea I brought back from Linjiang City? Gao Yang looked at Lu Luo, his expression tense. Ever since reaching the gate of Chang'an, the imperial decree from Wu Zhao had arrived. He could not possibly bring the tea box to the Golden Throne Hall. He had solemnly entrusted the tea leaves to Lu Luo, specifically instructing her to place it by his bedside. And now it was gone. How could this be? This silver was a token of gratitude from Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang County, and more importantly the capital for his lavish life in Chang'an. Startled by Gao Yang's reaction, Lu Luo quickly replied, this servant did exactly as you commanded, eldest young master. But not long after you were summoned to the rear courtyard by the old duke, the tea box was taken by the master. Father. Gao Yang was shocked. Lu Luo nodded repeatedly. At that moment a hearty voice sounded from outside the door. It seems this unfilial son has some conscience, remembering to bring me some local specialties from Linjiang City. The tea may not be expensive, but the box is heavy. You have a considerate heart. Gao Feng entered with a stern face, accompanied by Lady Li, who wore a long scarlet gown exuding elegance and nobility. Lady Li smiled. Linjiang City is over 200 li from Chang'an. My son is thoughtful. Gao Yang was dumbfounded. When had he ever brought Gao Feng local specialties from Linjiang City? Something was wrong. Very wrong. He probed. When did I ever say that the tea was a local specialty meant for you, father? Gao Feng frowned with displeasure. For some reason, although Gao Yang's performance in Linjiang City had been brilliant, and had even brought him great relief, the sight of Gao Yang's face still ignited an inexplicable rage within him. This sensation was peculiar, like a special bond between father and son. Unfilial brat, still trying to deceive me. Minister Shangwan sent word that this tea was specially brought back from Linjiang City as a filial gift for me. Why hide such filial piety? Why must Minister Shangwan send someone to tell me to fetch it myself? Gao Feng's tone carried resentment. Gao Yang's eyes widened. Everything became clear. Shangwan wanted my money. His heart ached beyond words. Taking money from a corrupt official didn't bother him much, but cheating a righteous one like Du Jiang made him feel a pang of guilt. He had even planned to make amends when Du Jiang came to Chang'an. All of this was for the sake of enjoying brothel performances. Was that too much to ask? He never expected Shangwan Wanner to pull such a trick. Well, he would remember this grudge. But since things had come to this, he had no choice but to accept. I wanted to give you a surprise, father. I didn't expect Minister Shangwan to inform you beforehand. This tea is precious. Please be sure to savor it alone. Gao Yang spoke with a measured tone. Gao Feng sensed nothing amiss. Though inwardly pleased, his face remained impassive, maintaining his authoritative demeanor. Filial piety is one thing, but business is business. Get down and lift your backside. Gao Feng said coldly. Gao Yang was stunned. What kind of savage words were these? What does father intend to do? Gao Feng glared. Have you forgotten my words, you unfilial wretch? turning down the post of imperial drafter to loaf around in the Ministry of Revenue. Today, I must teach you a lesson. The mere thought of Gao Yang's words made him grind his teeth. If he didn't give him a sound thrashing today, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Hiss. So father came here not to thank me for my filial piety, but to beat me. These two things are not mutually exclusive. Gao Feng ordered the servant behind him fetch the family discipline. Gao Yang's eyelids twitched as he saw the steward Uncle Fu hand over a whip studded with tiny sharp barbs. A long-suppressed memory assaulted him. That thing on the buttocks was a uniquely agonizing torment. Moreover, in ancient times a father's punishment of his son was considered natural, let alone in an era where filial piety was paramount. No matter how old the son, if he deserved it, he would be whipped. Gao Feng held the family discipline with an expressionless face. In Linjiang City, you knew the unorthodox methods. Why didn't you send word to me in Chang'an? Do you have any idea how much pressure the entire Dinghui Duke's mansion endured these past 10 days? Furthermore, possessing such extraordinary talent, yet deliberately hiding it pretending to be a wastrel to infuriate me, you deserve a beating. The more he spoke, the more enraged he became. For 19 years, he had nearly been driven to an early grave by Gao Yang's antics. Though Lady Li looked on with reluctance, she turned her gaze away. Seeing the door blocked, leaving no escape, Gao Yang did as Gao Feng ordered and slightly raised his buttocks. Gao Feng was taken aback. In the past, this brat would have been jumping around, climbing trees, and scaling walls to avoid punishment. Never had he been so compliant. Could it be that he had truly changed his ways, even accepting a beating willingly? Gao Feng instinctively sensed something amiss. The man who had been called a venomous schemer, who plotted for himself, others, and the world, yet only for himself. Would he so easily lift his backside for a beating? A sense of unreality welled up in Gao Feng's heart, accompanied by a foreboding feeling. But he stepped forward regardless. Gao Yang's face was filled with sorrow. It's all my fault. I am too cowardly. Every time I wish to glorify the Gao family name, I fear that bungling it would tarnish the Duke's mansion's reputation, and I dread your brutal beatings. The position of Imperial Drafter is close to the Empress. If I could serve as Imperial Drafter, I would surely become the pride of Mother's heart, saving her face and allowing her to boast outside. But I was so afraid of the heavy responsibilities that I willingly gave it to Cui Xinghe. Father, go ahead, beat me to death. I feel my cowardice is incurable, and I no longer wish to live. At these words, Gao Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Was this even human? You dared to peek at the Empress when she bathed, and you call yourself cowardly? Lady Li was suddenly alarmed. Her mind flashed with images of Gao Yang being beaten and fleeing across the courtyard in the past. His fear and terror were as vivid as if they had happened yesterday. Yang, you must never do anything foolish. Your mother is here today, so rest assured. With that, Lady Li turned sharply to Gao Feng, her voice rising. Husband. Gao Feng's heart trembled. He was about to explain, but the furious Lady Li cut him off. Look at what you've done to Yang. He's so timid that he even gave up the post of Imperial Drafter, and you as his father are to blame. You always say spare the rod, spoil the child, but how many of the wastrels in Chang'an got beaten and still turned out worthless? Gao Feng, if you dare lay a hand on Yang today and drive him to despair, I will not let this marriage stand. Lady Li's voice rose, her furious eyes fixed on Gao Feng, who knew how many times she had been the butt of jokes at gatherings with other noble ladies of Chang'an. If her son were truly a wastrel, that would be one thing. But it turned out that his beating had forced him to hide his talents. This realization ignited Lady Li's anger. Moreover, Gao Yang had hinted at suicidal thoughts, which alarmed her even more. Even if it were a pretense, she would not allow a beating today, because it stirred up the grievances she had long harbored. Gao Feng felt like spitting blood. He looked at Gao Yang, then at the furious Lady Li, and felt utterly wronged. Wife, this brat didn't say that at the gate of the Golden Throne Hall. You can't believe him. At the gate, he had clearly heard the brat say he wanted to enjoy brothel performances and feared tarnishing the royal image. On the contrary, with him stationed in the Ministry of Revenue, Gao Yang could loaf around. How had the story changed now? Gao Feng looked at the aggrieved Gao Yang. Everything became clear. No wonder he had so willingly lifted his backside. It was all a trap set for him. The brat's real target was Lady Li, using her long-suffered grievances to shift the blame onto his beatings. Unfilial wretch, I am your father, and you dare set a trap for me. Gao Feng's eyes bulged with fury. This brat had actually schemed against him. Lady Li's eyes turned red, her anger skyrocketing. Who else but a loving son would remember to send you tea from 100 li away? You ungrateful man, look what you've driven such a filial child to. He even needed Minister Shangwan to remind you to accept his filial offering. Gao Feng, shouldn't you reflect on your own faults? If Yang does something foolish, I won't live either. With that, Lady Li turned and left. Gao Feng was stunned by the scolding. He looked at Gao Yang's feigned innocence, then at the departing Lady Li. Unfilial wretch, you dare scheme against your father. Just wait. This isn't over. Gao Feng threw out a threat and quickly chased after Lady Li. Wife, wait for me. Gao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Close call. His buttocks had nearly been torn apart. If he hadn't known that Gao Feng was henpecked, he wouldn't have resorted to this trick. But judging by Gao Feng's reaction, the father-son enmity had deepened. He wondered if Gao Feng would heed his advice to savor the precious tea alone. Otherwise, the situation would be even more explosive. But he certainly couldn't explain now, or he would inevitably get a beating. Forget it, put it off as long as possible. Given Gao Feng's hatred for him, he probably wouldn't even open the tea box. Eldest young master, someone is seeking an audience outside the manor. Shortly after, Butler Fu, the steward of the Duke of Dinghua's residence, approached Gao Yang and said, "Someone is looking for me." Gao Yang looked curious. Could it be some young rake from Chang'an City inviting him out for a good time? "Take me out to see." Gao Yang strode out quickly. Outside the manor, Chun Sheng, dressed in coarse hemp clothing, wore a look of apprehension on his face. A few days ago, the grain price in Linjiang City had plummeted. He had just intended to pledge allegiance to Gao Yang, but upon going to the prefectural office, he was unexpectedly informed that Gao Yang had already returned to Chang'an. He immediately settled his wife and daughter, borrowed a swift horse, and pursued Gao Yang towards Chang'an. A man's word is as good as gold. Though no one witnessed his promise, since he had declared that if Gao Yang stabilized the grain price, he would come to serve, he ought to fulfill it. As for whether Gao Yang would accept him, that was beyond his consideration. At this moment, Gao Yang arrived outside the manor. "Who wishes to see me?" As soon as Chun Sheng saw Gao Yang, he immediately knelt down. "Your humble subject Chun Sheng from Linjiang pays respects to young Master Gao." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "From Linjiang? You pursued me all the way to Chang'an. For what purpose?" Chun Sheng nodded. "I made a vow in Linjiang City. If young Master Gao could lower the grain price there, I would come to pledge my allegiance and serve you." Chun Sheng spoke with unwavering determination. Gao Yang asked again, "And if I had failed to lower the grain price in Linjiang?" Chun Sheng hesitated for a moment before replying, "I would have traded my life for yours. But young Master Gao is too cautious, always closely guarded by your attendants, so I had no opportunity to strike." Butler Fu. Gao Yang. This was the first time he had met such an honest man. Gao Yang looked directly at Chun Sheng and asked, "I am not as righteous as you imagine. What if I ask you to do things that go against your will in the future?" Chun Sheng declared loudly, "Since I am here, my life belongs to you, young master. As long as you do not order me to slaughter the common people, I will follow your every command." A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. "Interesting. Stay on. There's a 3-month probation period during which your salary will be paid, as usual." The Great Qian valued righteousness, and there were many wandering knights among the people. In truth, upon seeing Chun Sheng and hearing he was from Linjiang, he already knew why Chun Sheng had come. Compared to the people of the Duke of Dinghua's residence, cultivating his own trusted confidence was not a bad idea. As for this Chun Sheng, there was no need to even investigate. Such a straightforward man could never be an assassin or harbor ulterior motives. Chun Sheng's face lit up with joy, but then he was a bit bewildered. Probation period. This term was utterly unheard of. Butler Fu's eyes also lit up. Young master is truly brilliant. This 3-month probation period is perfectly reasonable. However, you will have to pay the salary yourself. Gao Yang was stunned. "What? I pay?" Butler Fu said with a smile, "The master is still in a temper, so naturally you must provide it yourself." The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Forget it. He'd pay it himself. As a transmigrator, wasn't he supposed to be able to make money? What a joke. At least meals and lodging are provided, right? Gao Yang asked Butler Fu with some annoyance. Butler Fu bowed and smiled. "Naturally. Since he serves you, young master, meals and lodging will be provided." Soon Butler Fu led Chun Sheng into the Duke of Dinghua's residence. But to be absolutely certain, Butler Fu instructed the household troops, check the prefectural office for any criminal records. Also send someone to Linjiang City for a field investigation. Since he serves the young master, we should also bring his wife and daughter to Chang'an to be looked after. Gao Yang stood at the manor gate, gnashing his teeth at the thought of his money disappearing. No more visits to the pleasure houses and an extra mouth to feed. He had to find a way to make money. Shangwan Wanner. He would remember this grudge. Gao Yang had planned to take a nap in the afternoon, but now he thought the manor was certainly unsafe. It was better to go out for a stroll. Since his transmigration, he had yet to witness the splendor of Chang'an City. From the original owner's memories, he knew that Chang'an of the Great Qian was the largest capital among the 7 kingdoms. Incidentally, he should also keep an eye on Wu Cheng, the son of Prince Rong. At the thought of Wu Cheng, a cold glint flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Study. Achoo! Shangwan Wanner sneezed several times in a row. Wu Zhao sat on the dragon throne reviewing memorials. Hearing Shangwan Wanner's violent sneezes, she said, "The weather in Chang'an has been capricious these past few days. You must take more care of your health and not catch a cold." Shangwan Wanner shook her head. "Your Majesty, the subject is fine. It might be Censor Gao cursing me." "Oh, Wu Zhao put down the memorial she was reading, suddenly intrigued. Her face was full of curiosity. Why would Gao Yang curse you? While grinding the ink stick, Shengwan Wanner said, this subject sent someone to inform Vice Minister of Revenue Gao Feng that Censor Gao had brought him a box of tea from Linjiang City, but was too embarrassed to hand it over personally, asking Vice Minister Gao to fetch it from the room himself. At these words, a smile appeared on Wu Zhao's face. Gao Yang is no saint. Now that you've set him up like this, you must be more careful in the future. Shengwan Wanner said fearlessly, this subject is not afraid of such a libertine. Wu Zhao said nothing more upon hearing this. Seeing the worry in Wu Zhao's eyes, Shengwan Wanner couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, is there something troubling you? Wu Zhao put down the memorial, a trace of exhaustion appearing on her peerlessly beautiful face. Although I have ascended the throne for several months, the realm is far from peaceful. The feudal lords in various regions hold their own troops and are growing arrogant. They already harbor rebellious intentions. Added to the fact that I am a woman, they are even more defiant. Reducing their power is imperative, but one wrong move could plunge the Great Qian into internal strife. I'm still hesitating even now. But misfortunes never come singly. The entire Guangyang prefecture is suffering a great disaster. Gao Yang's method of providing relief through work is very clever, but it demands too much from the officials, and the merchants are not fools. Having been cheated once in Linjiang City, they will likely be hard to deceive again. What infuriates me even more is that Prince Rong, the foremost of the 3 regent ministers in the court, after quarreling with me a few days ago, has used illness as an excuse to avoid court sessions. Does he have any respect for me, this Empress? With the court in turmoil, how can we talk about reducing the power of the feudal lords? Not to mention the great calamities befalling the realm, and the Turkic tribes eyeing us covetously from beyond the border. The Great Qian seems calm on the surface, but in reality, pulling one hair might disturb the whole body. As Wu Zhao spoke of these matters, even with her lofty ambitions, she could not hide her worry. Shengwan Wanner listened and fell silent. These problems of the Great Qian were indeed difficult to resolve. But she comforted her. Your Majesty, everything is possible with effort. Let us take it one step at a time. Everything will eventually be resolved, and the Great Qian will ultimately be reborn under your Majesty's rule. Wu Zhao nodded, a powerful confidence shining in her eyes. Though the Great Qian had many problems, Wu Zhao was confident she could solve them. It was just that these issues troubled her, especially the fact that so many calamities had erupted across the realm right after she, a woman, had ascended the throne. At times it even made her wonder, was the world simply not meant to have a female emperor? But just then, outside the imperial study, a general clad in armor knelt on one knee. A report. An urgent dispatch from Lu Wu, the governor of Guangzhou, by express courier. Guangzhou has suffered a severe drought for months, leading to a plague of locusts. Millions of commoners are affected by the disaster. I beseech your Majesty to provide disaster relief. At these words, Wu Zhao abruptly straightened up, fury in her eyes. What? A drought and locust plague in Guangzhou. Millions of commoners urgently need relief. Within the Golden Throne Hall, Wu Zhao's eyes blazed with fury. Beside her, Shengwan Wanner was taken aback by the news and could not help but ask, how could a locust plague erupt in the Guangzhou region? Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said, Lu Wu, the governor of Guangzhou, has reported that the region has suffered months of drought. Locust eggs have bred in large numbers across the fertile fields, and a small swarm has already appeared. If left unchecked, a massive locust plague is inevitable. If that happens, the land will be barren for 1,000 li, and the dead will litter the roads. That is why he sent an urgent dispatch demanding I devise a countermeasure immediately. Upon hearing this, Shengwan Wanner's exquisite face turned grim. She too realized the gravity of the situation. Wherever locusts pass, not a single blade of grass remains. Her mind even conjured historical records of past locust calamities. In the 3rd year of Daqian, a catastrophic locust plague struck Qingzhou. The annals record their flight blotted out the sun, clogging windows and piling up in homes, leaving no space unfilled. In the 5th year of Daqian, a plague hit Yozhou, and the annals state the locusts devoured the crops entirely, and people died in heaps. Throughout history, a locust plague has always been a calamity of immense proportions. And the Guangzhou Plains, being the breadbasket of Daqian, with its vast farmlands and dense population, would face a catastrophe of utterly devastating scale should such a plague erupt. Issue the decree, summon all officials of the 3rd rank and above to the imperial study immediately. I grant them only a quarter of an hour. Lest they be late, they will bear the consequences. Wu Zhao took another deep breath and spoke in a low, grave tone. This locust plague must be nipped in the bud, otherwise if the people are left without food, it would deal a devastating blow to her authority. It could even ignite a sweeping rebellion. That was certainly not something Wu Zhao was willing to witness. Yes. Shengwan Wanner made a move to leave. Wu Zhao called out again, wait. Shengwan Wanner halted and turned her gaze towards her. Summon Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, and a secretary in the Ministry of Revenue to attend the meeting as well. Shangguan Wanner's face showed surprise. However, she did not voice any objection and simply turned to leave. Although she held no fondness for Gao Yang, and even disliked his official conduct, she had to admit that Gao Yang did things differently. In times of national crisis, every extra mind and hand adds to the collective strength. Otherwise, should the locusts sweep through leaving barren lands for 1,000 li, it would be an unmitigated disaster. The imperial court must formulate countermeasures without delay. Bang! After Shangguan Wanner departed, Wu Zhao slammed the memorial in her hand onto the table. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with rage. I have just ascended the throne. First a flood erupts in Guanyang Commandery, and now locusts plague Guangzhou. Is heaven truly trying to destroy my Daqian? Wu Zhao's furious roar echoed throughout the grand hall, causing the eunuchs and palace maids to fall to their knees in terror. Elsewhere at that very same moment, Gao Yang, accompanied by Chen Sheng and a few guards, strode out of the main gates of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Having just transmigrated into this world, he was immediately swept up in the Empress's edict, seeking talented individuals and then forced to travel to Linjiang City. He had never truly had the chance to appreciate the grandeur of Chang'an, the capital of Daqian. This time, however, he finally had the leisure to enjoy the local customs and culture of Chang'an. Furthermore, Gao Yang was curious to see what business the merchants of Chang'an were engaged in, to see if there were any lucrative opportunities to be found. As a carefree dandy, how could he possibly be without silver in his pockets? Chang'an, the capital of Daqian, boasted a population of millions and was the most prosperous metropolis not only in Daqian, but among all 7 kingdoms. The city streets were a crisscrossing network lined with numerous shops and stalls. Although merchants held a lowly status in Daqian society, there was no shortage of people doing business. This piqued Gao Yang's interest greatly. Gao Yang strolled through the streets, observing pedestrians in small groups and listening to the endless cries of street vendors, which created a scene of bustling vitality. The entire city of Chang'an seemed to pulse with energy. What surprised Gao Yang even more was spotting a few barbarians with golden hair and blue eyes on the streets of Daqian. Upon learning more, he discovered these foreigners came from overseas, their homelands mostly barren and poor, and they had journeyed to Chang'an hoping to engage in trade. This sparked a flurry of thoughts in Gao Yang's mind as he sensed a business opportunity. Backwardness and poverty often meant the potential for great profit. The world was currently divided among 7 kingdoms: Qichu, Zhaowei, Han Yin, and Xian. A delicate balance had been maintained among them, and by his reckoning they had enjoyed several decades of peace. Over these past 10 years, the prestige of the Duke of Dinghua's household had been steadily declining. It was an unavoidable situation. In times of war, military officers held high status, but in times of peace, civil officials gained the upper hand and began to suppress their military counterparts. This was the general trend, difficult to resist. Master, where are we headed? Chen Sheng, walking behind, could not suppress his curiosity. Just scouting the area? We're going to the Prince Rong's mansion. Soon, guided by his memory, Gao Yang with Chen Sheng and the guards arrived at a tavern located opposite the Prince Rong's mansion. Gao Tianlong, his father, had already boasted about dealing with them, so Gao Yang knew he had to find a way to wipe out the entire household of Prince Rong. In his past life, Gao Yang had always walked on the edge of danger. Setting up schemes was a game of high risk and high reward. If successful, substantial gains; if discovered, extreme danger. Getting beaten would be the least of his worries. In severe cases, he could end up in jail or even lose his life. Therefore, Gao Yang had never been a soft-hearted person. Since Wu Cheng dared to scheme against him, Gao Yang would naturally seek revenge. Moreover, the Duke of Dinghua's household had treated him well. It was his foundation for living comfortably in this world. Court politics were fraught with complexity, and the Prince Rong's household had already drawn their sword first. Since their initial plot had failed, they would surely strike again. As for such threats to his safety, Gao Yang believed in striking first. In the struggles of the court, the loser's entire family is often wiped out. Young master, a group of people has come out. Suddenly Chen Sheng spoke up. Gao Yang's gaze followed, and he saw a young man in luxurious robes with an arrogant expression walk out of the mansion, followed by several attendants. With a single glance, Gao Yang was certain this was Wu Cheng, the son of Prince Rong, and the one who had tricked the original owner of this body into taking down the imperial edict, seeking talent. Gao Yang's gaze turned cold and sinister. He was fortunate not to have to wait too long before laying eyes on Wu Cheng, though it wasn't surprising. In these ancient times, without cell phones, a typical dandy couldn't stay cooped up inside. They sought their daily pleasures by bullying common folk and indulging in wine and women with their attendants. This man, you've got his face memorized? Gao Yang asked, looking at Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng nodded, eager for action. Got it. Do you have orders, master? Had it not been for the probationary period, Chen Sheng might not have been so anxious. But the mention of a 3-month trial made him eager to prove his worth. Gao Yang poured himself a cup of plain water and said to Chen Sheng, "Rest assured, master. When it comes to tracking and killing, I'm above the mark." Chen Sheng replied with confidence, his eyes fixed on Wu Cheng leaving the mansion. Gao Yang was a bit curious. "Aren't you going to ask what I plan to do?" Chen Sheng grinned. "As a subordinate, I just follow orders. The rest is none of my business." Gao Yang's gaze held a look of satisfaction. Chen Sheng certainly had good instincts and courage. Any ordinary person would be scared out of their wits at the prospect of spying on the son of a prince, but Chen Sheng remained perfectly composed. He truly was a capable man. "Go on then." As Gao Yang spoke, Chen Sheng descended from the tavern and blended seamlessly into the crowd, following the direction Wu Cheng had taken. Back on the street, I noticed some of the young ladies seemed to be looking at me rather strangely. "Do you know what that's about?" Gao Yang took a sip of tea, looked at Zhao De, and asked somewhat puzzled. Zhao De replied bluntly, "They're probably afraid you might follow them in secret, knock them out at night, and take them away or drug them to have your way with them, or perhaps even kill their husbands first." Hiss. Gao Yang inhaled sharply. "Do I really look like such a vicious person?" Zhao De nodded quickly, then shook his head just as quickly. "Gao Yang." Zhao De steeled himself and said, "You wouldn't know, young master, but ever since your monkey trick spectacle in the court, the people of Chang'an fear you like a tiger. Your methods in Linjiang City have also made merchants tremble with fear. So it's indeed a possibility." Gao Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at Zhao De. "You could have been a bit more tactful." Zhao De's face instantly flushed bright red, and he seemed at a loss. "Waiter, the bill." Gao Yang called out, intending to head back to the mansion. A waiter from the tavern approached with a smile. "Esteemed guest, your total comes to 103 won. Gao Yang patted his pockets and felt a bit awkward. Damn, he had almost forgotten that the money Du Jiang had gifted him was taken by Gao Feng. He was completely broke right now. "Zhao De, you settle the bill," Gao Yang said. Zhao De fumbled in his own robes and also looked embarrassed. "Young master, I didn't bring any money either." The other guards from the Gao family also shook their heads. The waiter's expression changed instantly. Gao Yang's scalp prickled. It would be truly humiliating if the esteemed Duke of Dinghua's household were accused of dining and dashing. Ahem. Just as Gao Yang was considering whether to have Zhao De go wash dishes in the kitchen to pay off the debt, a crisp cough rang out. Gao Yang followed the sound and saw Song Qingqing dressed in a flowing green dress sitting coldly with a haughty expression at a table 4 or 5 spaces away from him. Several exquisite dishes were laid out on her table, and 2 maidservants stood behind her. It was she who had made the coughing sound. After hearing from Song Li about Gao Yang's methods, Song Qingqing found it hard to believe. Raising grain prices to attract merchants, then opening the granaries to release grain, forcing the grain merchants to undercut each other until prices plummeted, and even proposing the idea of food for work. After hearing all this, she inwardly regretted her earlier decision. She had thought Gao Yang was just a useless dandy, but he had turned out to be a promising prospect. She immediately felt she needed to find a way to secure Gao Yang, perhaps even better to keep both Cui Xinghe and Gao Yang on a string, observing them for a while. But since she had personally gone to the Duke of Dinghua's mansion to break off the engagement, it would be too shameless to go back again. So she reasoned that since Gao Yang wasn't hiding his talents and had been set up, he would likely have some plans against the Prince Rome's mansion. She decided to come here and wander around, hoping to run into him. Unexpectedly, she happened to bump into Gao Yang bringing his men there. She turned her gaze away deliberately, not looking at Gao Yang, her face pale and fair, and let out a soft snort as if waiting for something. Gao Yang's eyes lit up, and he walked straight over. "Miss Song, what a coincidence." Song Qingqing's face couldn't help but break into a smile upon hearing his voice, but she deliberately stifled it. She reminded herself inwardly that the more this moment mattered, the colder she needed to be. "Is something the matter, young Master Gao?" Song Qingqing said aloofly, her voice carrying a hint of distance. Gao Yang heard her voice and suddenly turned to the waiter beside him. "I told you that I know Miss Song, but you didn't believe me. The Song family are high officials in the court. Would they be short of a few coins?" With that, Gao Yang merely gave her a polite nod, and without a hint of reluctance went downstairs and out of the tavern. The waiter quickly came over to Song Qingqing, fawning. "Miss, that gentleman's bill came to 103 won. Would you like to settle it now, or add it to your tab?" A cool breeze blew in from the window, lifting the stray hairs on Song Qingqing's forehead and revealing a face full of utter shock and confusion. After leaving the tavern, Gao Yang noticed several carriages heading toward the imperial palace on the street. The horses pulling them were tall, red-maned warhorses, clearly most extraordinary. This made Gao Yang frown. What has happened again in Qian? However, as merely a 6th-ranked assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, this had little to do with him. Someone of his rank didn't even have the qualification to attend court. Having seen enough sights, Gao Yang strolled leisurely toward the Ding Guogong mansion. But before he reached the estate, he saw Shangwan Wanner rushing toward him with an anxious expression. Gao Yang, where have you been? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you and how many people I sent to find you? Shangwan Wanner was nearly driven frantic. She had waited here for hours, yet not a trace of Gao Yang had appeared. Gao Yang instinctively sensed something was wrong. He furrowed his brow and asked, what happened in Daiqian? Shangwan Wanner grabbed Gao Yang and pulled him toward the carriage. There is a threat of locust plague in Guangzhou. His Majesty has summoned all officials of third rank and above and you as well to discuss countermeasures. Hurry, come with me to the palace. Before Gao Yang could react, Shangwan Wanner had already dragged him onto the carriage which raced toward the imperial palace at breakneck speed. But his heart was filled with shock. A threat of locust plague in Guangzhou. Guangzhou lay on flat plains with abundant fertile fields. If truly ravaged by locusts, it would become a living hell on earth. There would even be cases of parents exchanging children to survive. At the same time, within the imperial study of the palace, have all of you ministers thought long and hard, yet still have no solution? Wu's was sat upon the dragon throne gazing at the assembled ministers, her voice carrying a tone of interrogation. Within this very imperial study gathered the very foundation of power in Daiqian. Every word and action from these men would determine the fate of the entire empire. Yet following Wu's words, the ministers all looked at each other, falling into a unanimous silence. Even Gao Feng wore an expression of grave solemnity. The matter concerned a locust plague affecting millions of common folk in Guangzhou. Who would dare speak lightly on such a subject? Wu's heart sank as she continued. Is it truly the case that my Daiqian's pillar ministers gathered together have no solution? Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, since ancient times locust plagues have been impossible to prevent. This is heaven's punishment, truly inescapable. In this old minister's view, the court can only gather grain and transport it to the Guangzhou region in advance, preparing for the worst. Bam! Wu's slammed her palm against the dragon desk before her phoenix eyes ice cold. Heaven's punishment. Prime Minister, are you saying that when I ascended the throne, heaven disapproved of a woman ruling as emperor and thus deliberately sent this calamity as retribution against me? Upon hearing these words, Su Xuanji instantly dropped to his knees, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. This old minister dares not. Wu's took a deep breath, her icy gaze sweeping across the others. The lands of Guangzhou hold millions of common folk. Once the locusts run rampant, the people will surely be destitute. If any of you have good strategies, speak them forthwith, and I shall surely reward you handsomely. Seeing this, Wang Zhong spoke with murderous intent. Since ancient times, locust plagues have been accompanied by rebellion. Therefore, this old minister believes that apart from requisitioning grain, your Majesty should also mobilize nearby armies, preparing in advance to prevent refugee uprisings and suppress any unrest in a timely manner. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng resolutely opposed. Your Majesty, the locusts have not yet erupted on a large scale. If we directly send the army into Guangzhou, I fear it will have the opposite effect. Moreover, once the army moves, the provisions and supplies will also be a considerable sum. Better to devote all efforts to disaster relief. Wu nodded. Minister Gao speaks rightly. The situation has not yet reached the point of sending troops to suppress. Wang Zhong's gaze fixed upon Gao Feng as he coldly said, Since my method is unacceptable, may I ask if Minister Gao has any brilliant suggestions? Upon hearing this, Gao Feng had nothing to say in return. He could only speak coldly. This official currently has no solution. But blindly suppressing will absolutely be the act of a fool. Anger flashed in Wang Zhong's eyes. For a moment, the entire imperial study erupted into argument, like a marketplace. Wu frowned and roared, Enough! I summoned you here to find solutions, not to quarrel amongst yourselves. For a moment, the imperial study fell into silence. Among them, Cui Xinghe, as a Hanlin drafter, held the authority to draft edicts, and thus was also present in the imperial study, though in a rather inconspicuous position. Cui Xinghe, do you have a good strategy? Wu's phoenix eyes turned to Cui Xinghe as she suddenly spoke. Instantly, numerous gazes converged upon him. Feeling all those eyes upon him, Cui Xinghe was also stirred with excitement. But regarding the locust plague, he truly had no excellent solution. Your Majesty, since ancient times locust plagues have been impossible for anyone to contain. Moreover, according to Prefect Lu, locusts have already appeared, and the fertile fields are filled with eggs. These eggs are deep in the soil and difficult to eradicate. For now, the court can only prepare for disaster relief. Song Li stepped forward and said, What the top scholar Cui says is true. This is a natural disaster, and it is absolutely impossible to contain by human strength alone. Timely disaster relief must be provided. For a moment, all the ministers nodded in agreement. Wu wore an expression of unwillingness. Every year locust plagues bring devastation. When the flying locusts pass the common, people have no harvest at all. They can only starve to death, or even exchange their children for food. With so many disaster victims, how can they survive on the court's relief alone? Wu's voice rang out, echoing within the imperial study. At this moment, outside the imperial study, Gao Yang quietly slipped in from outside the hall, trying his best to lower his presence. Judging from the voices, it seemed the meeting was already halfway through. Being late was no small matter in later generations, let alone in ancient times. Wang Zhong glanced casually and happened to spot Gao Yang sneaking in. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Gao Yang, lad, why have you come?" This hearty shout immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Wang Zhong continued, "Such a grand court assembly and a sixth-ranked official is qualified." Gao Yang had the heart to curse. Fine. He would remember this Wang Zhong. Wuzhua also abruptly looked up. She had sensed something was amiss, and indeed one person was missing. Thinking of Gao Yang, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Wuzhua's gaze first swept over Wang Zhong. "Gao Yang was specially summoned by my decree." Then Wuzhua turned to Gao Yang, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Gao Yang, there is a severe drought in Guangzhou with locust eggs spreading everywhere, and a locust plague may be imminent. Do you have a solution?" Before Gao Yang could speak, Wang Zhong was the first to sneer. "Your Majesty, this mere boy probably hasn't even seen a locust plague. How could he possibly have a method to solve the locusts? If he has a solution, this old fellow will personally lick every latrine in Chang'an." Wang Zhong's face radiated contempt, his voice ringing throughout the entire throne room. Wu's heart also sank. Wang Zhong's words were not without reason. Gao Yang's age probably meant he had never even seen a locust. How could he possibly have a solution? But Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he turned to Wang Zhong. "General Wang, a man's word is more valuable than gold. Then let us make it so." "What the hell?" Wang Zhong inexplicably felt a pang of panic. This Gao Yang had never even seen a locust. Could he really have a method to solve the locust plague? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Zhong frantically consoled himself in his heart. But immediately afterward, he saw Gao Yang step forward, bow respectfully toward Wuzhua, and a clear voice rang throughout the imperial study. "This minister has a strategy that may annihilate every locust in Guangzhou. I have a plan to relieve the locust plague in Guangzhou." With Gao Yang's words, the gazes of all the ministers in the imperial study instantly turned to him. Wang Zhong's expression changed abruptly. He could no longer remain seated. Gao Feng's eyes shifted wildly, and he couldn't help but rebuke. "You rebellious son, stop your nonsense. The locust plague in Guangzhou concerns millions of people. We cannot allow your recklessness. Step back." If a solution could truly be proposed for such a disaster, it would naturally be a great achievement. But if it failed and the locust plague spread, then even the Duke of Dinghua's mansion would be in deep trouble. Beside him, Wang Zhong was deeply moved. Although he inwardly had little faith that Gao Yang could offer a solution, he still felt a hint of unease. After all, from the previous two incidents, he knew Gao Yang was treacherous like a living king of hell. Who knew what other sinister scheme he might have concocted this time? Wu Zhao turned her gaze to Gao Yang, anticipation in her eyes. "Gao Yang, if you have a plan, speak boldly, without fear of consequences. We and the ministers will consider it." Gao Yang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, you have heard General Wang's words. I humbly request that you bear witness." Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's heart suddenly jolted. Damn it! I acted rashly. Could this brat really have a method to exterminate locusts? The latrine pits of Chang'an. He'd be licking them for the rest of his life. But Wu Zhao directly nodded. "We have heard. Rest assured. What matters now is the locust plague in Guangzhou." Wang Zhong's face turned green. This was a huge loss. If Gao Yang lost, he paid nothing. If Wang Zhong lost, he would suffer terribly. A smile crept onto Gao Yang's face. He was no saint. Repaying grievances was his way. "In that case, I will humbly offer a few modest suggestions. But first I must confirm, according to the memorial from the Guangzhou prefect, has the locust plague already erupted, or are there only a large number of eggs that have not yet exploded?" Gao Yang asked. Wu Zhao looked at him. "For now only eggs exist, not yet a full outbreak. But the fact that Lu Wu has petitioned for the court to prepare countermeasures suggests the locust numbers are terrifying." Cui Xinghe then spoke. "Lord Gao, a large number of eggs will inevitably lead to a locust plague. Moreover, locust eggs are buried deep in the soil, difficult to eradicate. What difference does it make?" Gao Yang turned to Cui Xinghe and shook his head. "Scholar Cui, you are unaware. The difference is enormous. If a swarm of locusts darkens the sky and sweeps through, there is almost no countermeasure, only disaster relief. But if it's merely a large number of eggs that have not yet erupted, then there is much that can be done." Gao Yang raised his head to look at Wu Zhao with confidence. "I have 3 strategies. If all 3 are implemented together, they will surely greatly mitigate the damage of the Guangzhou locust plague. The first strategy: capture. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes focused on Gao Yang, surprised by his confidence. She pressed on how to capture. The court issues an imperial decree. Commoners who capture locusts in the fields can exchange them for grain at a certain ratio. Once this decree is proclaimed, the people will surely flock to the task. At these words, the ministers in the imperial study wore odd expressions. Wu Zhao frowned. Wang Zhong was the first to sneer. I thought Lord Gao had a brilliant plan, but it turns out to be this laughable scheme. Oh, what is laughable about it? Gao Yang looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong sneered contemptuously. You foolish child have never seen the arrival of a locust plague. They blot out the sun and can strip a place bare in just a few hours. Though the plague hasn't truly erupted in Guangzhou, the locusts in the fields are already difficult to catch. According to your plan, how should the court set the exchange ratio between locusts and grain? If the ratio is too low, the people won't bother. The grain they get wouldn't compensate for the effort. If too high, the court would expend enormous grain. For what use are these worthless locusts? Wang Zhong's eyes were full of disdain, finding Gao Yang utterly ridiculous. He had nearly been scared to death, but Gao Yang's scheme was just this. Even as a rough military man, he knew this plan was absurd. Gao Feng stepped forward and addressed Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, my rebellious son has never seen a locust plague. In the heat of the moment, he has uttered a laughable policy. I beg your Majesty to forgive him. I will discipline him properly when we return home. A trace of disappointment flickered in Wu Zhao's eyes. The monkey steak game and the relief work for food scheme in Linjiang City had given her great surprises, so her expectations for Gao Yang were high. But this plan was truly mediocre. Never mind. Locust plagues have been hard to solve since ancient times. Anyone who proposes a plan should be encouraged, not punished. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with disappointment. Gao Yang, your plan is indeed flawed. If the court exchanges grain for locusts at a high ratio, it would put immense pressure on our grain reserves. Besides, these locusts are utterly useless. Gao Yang smiled. Your Majesty, who says locusts are useless? This remark left Wu Zhao stunned. What use could a pest like a locust have? Gao Yang continued, my first strategy must be combined with the second to achieve a miraculous effect. Wang Zhong snorted disdainfully, this mouth is harder than my spear. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes suddenly fixed on Gao Yang. Even Shang Wanwaner looked at him in surprise, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Gao Yang, what is your second strategy? Wu Zhao was full of anticipation. If the Guangzhou locust plague could truly be quelled, it would bring her immense prestige. After all, locust plagues were feared by the people like floods and beasts. Meeting everyone's gaze, Gao Yang spoke calmly. My second strategy is eat. The court sets a certain exchange ratio for locusts and grain. Then the collected locusts are roasted and dried. Their taste resembles that of flying shrimp, making them edible. Thus a fair exchange ratio can be offered. The people will willingly catch locusts, and the processed locusts can be sold to offset the expenditure. Why not do it? Gao Yang's light words fell, and the entire imperial study fell silent. Everyone turned to look at him. Hissy, eat locusts. Their expressions were strange. Since ancient times, locusts had been pests. Who would ever eat pests? Moreover, Gao Yang claimed that after drying they tasted like flying shrimp. Was Gao Yang planning to eat the locusts into extinction? Wu Zhao's eyes lit up, as if considering. Wang Zhong was a military man, not understanding the intricacies. He could only stare at Gao Yang. Panic rose in his heart. If locusts really were edible, then these two methods together might indeed work wonders. But Cui Xinghe spoke gravely. Your Majesty, this plan is absolutely unacceptable. It is a plan that harms the people. Wu Zhao frowned. Why? I have never seen a locust plague, but I have read extensively. In past disasters, when locusts blotted out the sky and swept away all crops, starving people would sometimes eat locusts in various ways. But consuming a small number of locusts was harmless. However, eating too many caused diarrhea and other symptoms. This proves that locusts are poisonous and inedible. These words plunged the imperial study into great commotion. Cui Xinghe's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he sneered. He admitted that Gao Yang's unconventional methods were sometimes impressive even to him. But when it came to reading history and extensive knowledge, 100 Gao Yangs could not match him. Locusts were simply inedible, they were poisonous. Who would bear the responsibility if people ate them? Otherwise he would have proposed this policy long ago. How could he leave it for Gao Yang? Su Xuanji also spoke up. Cui Zhuangyuan is correct. When I served as governor in Qingzhou, a massive locust plague struck. I witnessed with my own eyes that the people who ate locusts, though not fatally harmed, all suffered varying degrees of discomfort. This method is harmful to the people. Su Xuanji's words carried great weight, even enough to indict. Wang Zhong immediately exclaimed, Your Majesty, this Gao Yang offers nothing but disastrous advice. I beg you to throw him out, otherwise if we follow his plan the consequences will be too severe. Wu Zhao's expression changed, turning very grim. She looked at Su Xuanji. Chancellor Su, is this true? Su Xuanji bowed respectfully. I dare to swear by my head that every word I speak is true. Your Majesty, this locust plague is truly a punishment from heaven. I am not speaking nonsense. When there is no snow in winter, no rain in spring, and drought in summer, locust plagues are prone to erupt. Lord Gao's method is good, but locusts are poisonous. This path is simply unfeasible. At this moment Wu Zhao fell silent. Locusts were poisonous, they flew fast, and their eggs burrowed into the soil. It truly seemed like a punishment from heaven. Was the people of Guangzhou doomed to suffer this calamity? Cui Xinghe turned his gaze toward Gao Yang and said, Lord Gao, I concede that you possess great talent, but this plan of yours is utterly unworkable. In all of history, no locust plague has ever been resolved by eating the creatures away. Gao Yang looked at Cui Xinghe, a smile spreading across his face, yet the words he spoke left Cui Xinghe momentarily stunned. Lord Cui, you are both right and wrong. Earlier I already confirmed with His Majesty whether the locusts in Guangzhou have already ravaged the land, or whether they remain predominantly in egg form. This detail is of utmost importance. Cui Xinghe froze, and the entire imperial study fell silent. Lord Gao, what do you mean by this? Cui Xinghe frowned, a sense of unease creeping over him. Gao Yang swept his gaze across the assembled ministers in the imperial study and said, When I was a mischievous child, I once chanced upon an ethereal old man in a dilapidated temple on a mountain. He left behind an ancient tome, and within that tome were records concerning locusts. There are many species of locusts in the world, but only two kinds are truly devastating: the desert locust and the East Asian migratory locust. The locusts plaguing the Great Qian Empire are primarily the East Asian migratory locust. Regardless of whether they are East Asian migratory locusts or desert locusts, their internal structure is highly peculiar. They exist in two forms: solitary and gregarious. To put it simply, when a locust plague has yet to erupt and the locusts have not yet gathered into swarms, they are entirely green, or their main body parts are green. At this stage, the locusts are non-toxic and their flesh is tender and delicious, rich in protein and amino acids. Once fried, they resemble tiny flying shrimp. As Gao Yang spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips. In his past life, he too had been repulsed by insects, until he visited Guangdong and happened to taste fried locusts. He was utterly captivated. Afterward, he researched locusts and compared them to those in the Great Qian Empire. They were almost identical. Naturally, they were edible too. If they had been different, that would have been fine as well. Worst case, he'd be exiled to Lingnan, and death would be the only escape. For a moment, the imperial study fell into complete silence. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Locusts are divided into solitary and gregarious types. Wu Zhao was utterly dumbfounded. Green locusts are not only non-toxic, but also have delicious flesh rich in what? Protein and amino acids. What exactly are this protein and amino acids? Wu Zhao couldn't help but ask. Gao Yang explained simply, in rough terms it means they are very nutritious. The crowd was stunned. Locusts being associated with good taste. Absolutely unheard of. Once locusts blanket the sky in overwhelming numbers, and their behavioral patterns shift, they turn a dark gray or yellow color, become aggressive and irritable, and within mere hours they produce toxins. If the common folk consume them in excess, it will harm their health. The locusts that Lord Cui and Prime Minister Su claim are poisonous are precisely these gregarious locusts. But since the locust plague in Guangzhou has yet to erupt, we can absolutely encourage the people to capture the green locusts and turn them into food, preventing them from transforming into gregarious locusts after a full-scale outbreak. Our Great Qian has a vast population and a profound culinary culture. There will always be adventurous eaters willing to give them a try. It wouldn't be amiss for locusts to become a delicacy. Buzz. The ministers stared at Gao Yang, who was expounding confidently at the center of the imperial study, their minds buzzing with incredulity. Locusts are divided into two types, solitary and gregarious. And the solitary green locusts are non-toxic and utterly delicious, while the gregarious ones are poisonous. Cui Xinghe was dumbfounded. Su Xuanji was dumbfounded. Wu Zhao was dumbfounded as well. Everything Gao Yang had said was far beyond their comprehension. Locusts becoming a delicacy. After Wang Zhong recovered from his shock, he spoke out directly: absurd. Utterly absurd. If locusts are green, how could they possibly turn dark gray or black? That's impossible. With that, he turned to Wu Zhao and bowed. Your Majesty, the grandson of Duke Dingwa, speaks nonsense and deceives the masses with wild claims. This minister implores your Majesty to punish him severely. Gao Yang glanced at Wang Zhong, but did not respond. This matter touched upon biological evolution. Even he himself did not fully understand the principle behind why solitary locusts change color and produce toxins once they become gregarious. Yet it was an undeniable fact. Wu Zhao looked toward Cui Xinghe and asked in astonishment, Lord Cui, do locusts truly exist in two forms? Cui Xinghe was also stunned. Your Majesty, locusts indeed come in two forms, green ones, and dark gray-black ones. When a locust plague erupts, it is indeed the dark gray-black locusts, just as Gao Yang described. But the notions of toxicity versus non-toxicity and the transformation from green to dark gray merely as a matter of solitary versus gregarious. There is no evidence to verify such claims. This minister finds the matter far too ludicrous. It surely cannot be true. Despite his hesitation, Cui Xinghe ultimately voiced his opposition. Wu Zhao was also torn, for Gao Yang's words were simply too astonishing. Gao Yang fixed his gaze upon Wu Zhao and declared with resolute conviction, for the sake of the people of the realm, this minister, Gao Yang, Vice Director of the Ministry of Revenue, is willing to serve the nation. For the locust your majesty captures, I am willing to personally test their toxicity. The more the better. Moreover, I will purchase all green locusts at a low price, and I will find a way to sell them. In this way it counts as serving the nation as well. A sharp intake of breath. Personally testing locusts. Such righteousness from Gao Yang. Shengwan Wan'er was astonished. Those were locusts after all, yet Gao Yang was willing to risk testing their venom for the sake of the people. Such character. She had misjudged him. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was laughing all the way to the bank. These non-toxic locusts in later ages sold for several yuan a skewer, prices rivaling beef and mutton, and they were delicious too. He genuinely loved eating them. A plan formed in his mind. Perhaps he could use these locusts to earn a fortune while also gaining a sterling reputation. After all, for the sake of the people of the realm, he, Gao Yang, would be the first to personally test locusts. Word of this spreading would bring tremendous benefits. To walk the world, one must have both fame and fortune in hand. Wu Zhao was deeply conflicted, yet her impression of Gao Yang had improved considerably. To think he could actually swallow something like locusts, truly a brave man. Moreover, the plan Gao Yang proposed did have merit. Song Li initially wanted to speak up in opposition, but after a moment's thought, he remained silent. Su Xuanji couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Lord Gao, do you realize that what you speak of concerns the lives of 1 million people in Guangzhou? If even the slightest thing goes wrong, let alone you, even the entire Duke Dinghua household will be unable to bear the consequences. Some words should be chosen with great care. These words were practically a warning. It even escalated to the entire Duke Dinghua household. Gao Feng also looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. When had this wretched son gone to the mountains, met some old man, and been given a book? And more importantly, could this wretched son even read? This was absolutely absurd. Yet watching Gao Yang speak with such apparent logic, even offering to buy up locusts, Gao Feng found himself tangled in hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, this minister's Duke Dinghua household is willing to stake our mansion and land deeds as collateral to purchase locusts at a low price, alleviating the strain on the national treasury. I also am willing to personally test the locusts to personally verify my wretched son's words. Gao Feng wore a face of utter agony. To have such a son in this lifetime, it was his fate. The moment these words were spoken, the entire imperial study was shocked. The mansion and land deeds of the Duke Dinghua household, those were extremely valuable. Moreover, these represented honors accumulated through successive dynasties, the very foundation of a family. And what was even more unbelievable was that merely based on Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng dared to stake everything. Wu Zhao was also visibly moved. Lord Gao, have you thought this through? Gao Feng nodded, his face expressionless. My wretched son has finally achieved success later in life. It is only natural for a father to support him. If it truly is poisonous, then the silver will simply be considered a contribution to the nation. No loss truly. I trust your Majesty will not watch the Duke Dinghua household starve to death. Gao Yang's gaze trembled as he looked at Gao Feng's retreating back. At this moment, besides being moved, he inexplicably felt an urge to buy Gao Feng a few oranges. Wu Zhao's phoenix-like eyes settled upon Gao Yang. Her heart surged with emotion. If they waited any longer, the locust plague in Guangzhou would inevitably erupt. The land would be scorched for 1,000 li, the people would suffer, and rebellion might even rise. Rather than that, it was better to take a gamble. If it truly was poisonous, it would only mean losing a bit more silver. As emperor, I will not allow my ministers to bear the burden alone. She turned her gaze to Gao Yang and drew a deep breath. Since all the ministers have no solution, we shall follow Gao Yang's method. Some things can only be known by doing them. As for any losses, they will come from my personal treasury. Gao Yang nearly misheard her and stared at Wu Zhao in shock. What the? From the Empress's personal undergarments. All right, this personal treasury, the Empress's private funds, nearly scared him half to death. Meanwhile, Cui Xinghe spoke with a grave expression. Lord Gao, even if everything recorded in that ancient tome is true, it only applies to small quantities of non-toxic locusts. But the lands of Guangzhou are teeming with eggs. According to your reasoning, these are bound to be gregarious, poisonous locusts. How do you explain that? Cui Xinghe's words immediately darkened the faces of the assembled ministers. As Cui Xinghe had said, the urgent priority was dealing with these eggs. Otherwise the locust plague would still blot out the sky and be impossible to handle. Gao Yang smiled and said this minister has a third strategy: biological control, enemies against enemies. Biological control, natural enemy suppression. As Gao Yang spoke, the ministers in the imperial study were all utterly bewildered. Even Wu Zhao frowned, seemingly searching through the ancient texts she had read to recall the meaning of these two terms. Yet no matter how she racked her brain, she could not find these words. Cui Xinghe also furrowed his brows and asked, "What does Minister Gao mean by biological control? This method is utterly unheard of." With Cui Xinghe's question, everyone's gaze converged on Gao Yang. Gao Yang said calmly, "All things in the world mutually constrain each other. Whether locusts or other animals, they all have natural enemies. For instance, rats fear cats, rabbits fear snakes, and insects fear frogs. If a certain creature suddenly proliferates in a place, it must be because its natural enemies are too few. Although locusts are peculiar, they cannot escape this law. Biological control is based on this reasoning." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's eyes lit up. Being exceptionally intelligent, she instantly grasped Gao Yang's meaning. This line of thought is quite interesting. It might truly resolve the crisis in Guanzhong, she thought excitedly. Her phoenix eyes blazed with growing fervor. Not only Wu Zhao, but Cui Xinghe and Su Xuanji were all watching Gao Yang, awaiting his next words. "Your Majesty, may I trouble you for a drink of water? I came in haste, and my throat is dry." "It will also give me a moment to organize my thoughts," Gao Yang said to Wu Zhao. He had been wandering all afternoon, taking only a sip of water at a tavern before being dragged directly into the palace by Shang Wanwaner. After another bout of impassioned speech, his throat felt as if it were about to smoke. Gao Feng's face darkened. "You insolent whelp, speak first and drink later." He was nearly furious. This was a golden opportunity to shine with all the ministers of the Great Qian Dynasty listening, yet this brat wanted water. The other ministers were also speechless. In all their years at court, they had never seen a minister ask for water in the imperial study. Wu Zhao waved her hand. "Bring tea." Soon a eunuch carefully brought a pot of hot tea. Gao Yang took the tea and took another sip. Truly the palace tea was exquisite, fragrant, and mellow to the extreme. Enjoying it, Gao Yang took a few more sips. "Wu Zhao. Gao Yang, if you like this tea, I will reward you with some later. For now, quickly tell us how to implement this biological control." Gao Yang put down the teacup, knowing when to stop. There are two conditions for a locust plague to form. First, the number must be sufficient. They must be gray-black or yellow locusts. Second, they must gather together. Achieving this is closely related to the weather. If there is no snow in winter to freeze the eggs and no rain in spring leading to drought, the locusts thrive in dry conditions. Meanwhile, the birds that prey on locusts in the wild struggle to survive under drought. Fewer natural enemies and favorable conditions. These are the necessary conditions for a locust plague. We cannot change the drought, but we can increase the locust's natural enemies in the wild. The ministers fell into contemplation, finding his reasoning quite compelling. Gao Yang faced the assembled ministers in the golden throne hall, his gaze fixed on the peerless female emperor. "Your Majesty, my plan is to gather 50,000 chickens and ducks from the Chang'an area within a single day, forming a feathered army to be dispatched to Guangzhou. One chicken or duck can eat hundreds of locusts a day. 50,000 can consume 50 million locusts daily. Even if we have that estimate, it would still be 10 million locusts. At a minimum, over 10 days, that would be hundreds of millions, even billions. The locusts have not yet matured, they are still eggs. In just a few days, their numbers can be drastically reduced. Even if a locust plague still erupts, having hundreds of millions or even billions fewer locusts will greatly mitigate the damage. This method I call biological control." With Gao Yang's simple statement, the entire golden throne hall fell into a profound silence. Cui Xinghe was stunned. Wu Zhao was stunned. Sending 50,000 chickens and ducks from Chang'an to Guangzhou as an avian army to combat the locust plague. To humans, locusts were a disaster, but to chickens and ducks, they were a gift from heaven. According to Gao Yang, once the feathered army arrived, the locust plague in Guangzhou would instantly be reduced by hundreds of millions. Even more, a living king of hell, truly a living king of hell. Not only to the merchants, but also to the locusts. Wu Zhao revealed a delighted smile. How had she not thought of this? It was difficult for humans to dig out the eggs buried deep in the soil. But chickens and ducks needing food would naturally find and eat those locust eggs. In this way, even if a locust plague still erupted, the damage would be greatly reduced. Gao Yang was truly a genius. Song Li's expression was complex. The profligate he had always looked down upon had hidden such depth. With just this speech, he dared to assert that this method was worth trying. Wang Zhong's face turned pale, his dignified countenance became visibly panicked. Too vicious. Just too vicious. Using chickens and ducks to control locusts. He should never have spoken so rashly. He cast a pleading look at Cui Xinghe. "Hiss." Cui Xinghe also drew a sharp breath. Biological control using chickens and ducks to deal with locusts. Wu Zhao exclaimed in surprise, this method is excellent, but why has the Great Qian Dynasty never noticed it before? Su Xuanji frowned, still skeptical. He said, Your Majesty, logically this should not be the case. If locusts invade en masse and chickens and ducks eat them, why has no minister proposed this method in hundreds of years? At this, many ministers echoed his sentiment. The main reason was that Gao Yang's viewpoint was too ahead of its time, making it hard for them to believe. Wu Zhao looked at Su Xuanji, her brow furrowed. As the Prime Minister, Su Xuanji had no solution and was raising obstacles which displeased her greatly. But before she could reprimand him, Gao Yang spoke up. What Prime Minister Su says is not without reason. However, the reason I have already explained. Because solitary locusts and gregarious locusts are two different concepts. Once a locust plague erupts, these locusts become toxic. Not only will chickens and ducks not eat them, but birds will also avoid them even if starving. But locust nymphs are different to chickens and ducks. They are a gift from heaven. Therefore, locust plagues can only be prevented. Once they sweep across the land in overwhelming numbers, there are very few countermeasures. The ministers were skeptical, but Gao Yang spoke with such conviction. Wang Zhong could no longer hold back. He addressed Wu Zhao, Your Majesty, what Gao Yang says is too preposterous. Solitary locusts are non-toxic, but gregarious ones become toxic. This is utter nonsense. Cui Xinghe and others stepped forward as well. Your Majesty, this is indeed unheard of. We must be cautious. Seeing this, Gao Yang stepped forward. I am willing to stake my head on it. What I have said is true. Wang Zhong's gaze snapped to Gao Yang. So confident. Not good. Extremely not good. 100% not good. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. Since ancient times there has been no way to contain a locust plague. When I was young I often heard of consecutive years of drought across the Great Qian, with grass withering, locusts rising, and the people destitute. After a locust plague the land yields nothing, and the people are reduced to swapping children for food. My heart aches deeply. This time I will make a bold gamble and adopt the method of Gao Yang, the junior officer of the Revenue Ministry, to try biological control. Whatever the consequences, I as the sovereign of Great Qian will bear them alone. Wu Zhao's voice carried authority, and her phoenix eyes fixed on Gao Yang. For her this was a great gamble. If she lost, she would lose the people's trust and face criticism from the court. But if she won, the benefits would be immense. At once the ministers bowed their heads. This signified that Wu Zhao had made up her mind. Gao Yang's method was to be tried. Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang. But there is still a major difficulty. The land of Guangzhou is vast. Apart from the area Prefect Liu reported, there are likely many locusts lurking. How will the chickens and ducks find them? Gao Yang smiled. That is not difficult. Locusts are heat and drought tolerant, and they prefer to lay eggs in soil. This is why locust plagues often follow droughts. Their favorite egg-laying sites are hard, dry wastelands, especially where the soil has some moisture. When lakes and rivers dry up due to drought, they become a paradise for locust egg-laying. A female locust can lay about 300 eggs in its lifetime. That is the root cause of a locust plague covering the sky. Therefore, focus on these areas, offer rewards for the people to report sightings, and then send the chicken and duck army to sweep through. The crisis in Guangzhou can be resolved. After he finished speaking, the entire imperial study fell silent. They stared at Gao Yang with wide eyes. It was like a small knife slicing open a bud, truly an eye-opener. He knew where locusts liked to live, and even how many eggs a female locust could lay in a lifetime. Was he a tapeworm in the locust's belly, or did he have some illicit relationship with the female locusts? The ministers, including Gao Feng, looked at Gao Yang with shock. Was this really Gao Feng's son? Sure, he wasn't a mole sent by the locust tribe. It was a long while before Cui Xinghe spoke, his voice trembling. All correct. The locusts do indeed favor the barren flats left after river tides recede. But this knowledge is beyond the reach of ordinary scholars. How could you possibly know? Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang for the first time with genuine astonishment, his face full of shock. Gao Yang, with a hint of nostalgia, said, This is all recorded in that ancient book given to me by the old man with the immortal aura. After extensively consulting historical records, I am almost certain it is absolutely true. I implore your majesty to dispatch relief immediately. Gao Yang attributed everything to this mysterious old man. Wu Zhao's gaze was earnest as she spoke. Gao Yang, go at once and invite this venerable Taoist master. I shall treat him with the rights of a national preceptor. Gao Yang, with a face full of regret, replied, Your Majesty, this old man. I have only met him once. Since then there has been no trace of him. He may have already passed away. He wore a pained expression, gazing at the ceiling of the imperial study, as if deeply sorrowful. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang, a flicker of suspicion crossing her mind. But the matter at hand involved millions of people in Guangzhou, and it was not the time to delve into this. Since the old immortal has passed his mantle to you, you shall go to Guangzhou to oversee the disaster relief. Wu Zhao took a deep breath about to make a decision. But Gao Yang quickly interjected, Your Majesty, wait. I am a strategist not skilled in military affairs. Leading 50,000 chickens and ducks, I fear I am not up to the task. Wu Zhao frowned. Then in your view, what should be done? Gao Yang bowed respectfully, paying homage to Wu Zhao. In my opinion, the one to lead this relief effort should be a battle-hardened general. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong sensed trouble. He shot a sharp glance at Gao Yang. How dare this brat? But Gao Yang continued, General Wang both civil and martial, and from his words he knows the locust habits well. He is the best choice. I believe General Wang leading 50,000 duck soldiers and chicken generals will surely return victorious. Wang Zhong looked incredulous. The other ministers also twitched their lips. Wang Zhong was a renowned military commander. If he were to lead duck and chicken troops to relief, he would never be able to hold his head up among the military circle again. This Gao Yang is ruthless. Only now did they truly recognize his reputation as a venomous strategist. This young man is quite sly. Your Majesty, Wang Zhong called out, trying to stop this. Wu Zhao shot a deep look at Gao Yang, then turned to Wang Zhong. The Duke of Dinghua's grandson speaks rightly. Using chickens is like deploying troops. In the locust plague, I trust no ordinary man. General Wang is indeed the best candidate. For the sake of millions in Guangzhou, I ask General Wang to undertake this arduous journey. Issue the decree, immediately appoint the demon-slaying General Wang Zhong as the chicken-herding general. At market prices, urgently requisition all chickens and ducks in Chang'an and dispatch them swiftly to Guangzhou for disaster relief. Wang Zhong's mouth twitched fiercely. He never expected to miss the prestigious title of Supreme Commander of Cavalry, only to be saddled with chicken-herding general. If he accepted this, how could he ever face his old comrades in the army? How humiliating. Wang Zhong's face showed reluctance, but when he met Wu Zhao's unyielding gaze, he could only grit his teeth and accept. Your servant shall obey your Majesty's decree. Had it not been for the occasion, Gao Feng could not have suppressed his laughter. That Wang Zhong had been harassing Gao Yang for days, and this slap in the face was immensely satisfying. What a chicken-herding general. Even if Wang Zhong returned with merit, he would not dare show his face for a month. The entire Great Qian knew of the newly appointed chicken-herding general. This time the entire Dinghua mansion had reason to hold their heads high. Song Li also looked complex, his gaze fixed on Gao Yang, inwardly regretting. Wu Zhao continued, Gao Yang, though your method seems useful, a locust plague is difficult to eradicate. I recall you said that if locusts cover the sky there are few options, but the implication is that there are still ways, correct? Wu Zhao's face showed anticipation. She wanted to prepare thoroughly. Gao Yang nodded. Indeed. If the locusts truly erupt and block out the sun, my next strategy is to track their trajectory, use a field of crops as bait along with easily ignitable material, and burn them all with fire. Burn the locusts to reduce the disaster. A gasp. At Gao Yang's fire attack, the ministers felt their scalps tingle. This tactic was a self-destructive move, hurting oneself to harm the enemy. In their minds, they could see the dense locusts approaching, slowly entering the fertile fields, then a massive blaze roaring. This man is truly ruthless. With this fire, the crops would be lost, but the locusts would suffer at least millions of casualties, if not more. One scheme more ruthless than the last. First capture and eat, then send natural enemies, and if all else fails, use fire. 1,000 deaths to the enemy, 800 to oneself. The locusts had truly enraged this living demon judge, and they had no luck. Wu Zhao examined Gao Yang for a few more moments. Sheng Wanwaner also couldn't help swallowing, recalling her own deeds. The ministers too couldn't help looking at Gao Yang. Was this the venomous strategist? Wasn't the Dinghua mansion known for loyalty and upright conduct? How could it produce such a ruthless figure? Minister of Justice Lei Yun couldn't help but say, Lord Gao, does this plan harm the natural order? Locusts are living creatures, also lives. Is this great fire not too cruel? Gao Yang sneered. After the locust plague ravages the land is filled with famine, families are torn apart, and even children are traded for food. Minister Lei, aren't those people tragic enough? Lei Yun was struck speechless. But he could not form a reply. Wu Zhao's face turned cold. The locusts have brought misery to my Great Qian, killing countless people. They deserve no sympathy. I support the fire attack. Yan Zheng hesitated for a long while before saying, Your Majesty, I have one concern. Wu Zhao looked at Yan Zheng somewhat surprised. She had wondered why the imperial study had been so calm today. So Yan Zheng had remained silent. Wu Zhao said, Censor, Yan, speak your mind. Yan Zheng said worriedly, Lord Gao's methods are good. Whether it's using government grain to encourage the people to catch locusts or the final fire attack, I fully agree. But the common people have always believed that locusts are a heavenly disaster, a will of heaven. Many dare not defy the heavens. When locusts come ravaging the fields, they kneel and kowtow, praying for the locusts to leave quickly. How do we deal with this? He sighed. The difficulty of eliminating locusts is not just the insects themselves, but the hearts of the people. If the people are not united, the effect will be minimal. As he finished, Cui Xinghe also spoke gravely. Your Majesty, what Censor Yin says is true. Historical records from various regions all state locusts are a heavenly calamity beyond human power. One should cultivate virtue to pray for their removal. Not only the common people, but even some officials believe that locusts are a divine punishment beyond human control. This is a major reason why locust plagues have been severe over the years. Wu Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. These words were not baseless. The ancients were ignorant, viewing locusts as a punishment from heaven. When locusts arrived, many people knelt and kowtowed, and the locusts only multiplied, leaving the fields barren. Only when there was absolutely nothing to eat would they dare eat locusts, fearing further divine punishment. It was a tragic situation. Wu Zhao's brow tightened, but then she thought, who knew better how to manipulate public sentiment than the wicked Gao Yang before her? Gao Yang, do you have a solution? Wu Zhao asked. Gao Yang's face showed a hint of hesitation. Your Majesty, I do have a method, but, well, never mind. If the locust elimination is a bit less effective, so be it. Gao Yang muttered to himself. Wu Zhao immediately scolded. Gao Yang, this concerns millions of people in Guangzhou. Speak plainly, why be evasive? Prime Minister Su Xuanji also spoke. Your Majesty, the Vice Director of the Revenue Ministry has a plan, but refuses to speak. This is a crime of deceiving the sovereign. He should be severely punished. Seeing this, Gao Yang could only say, Your Majesty, you asked me to speak, so I will speak. I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness. Wu Zhao felt a bad premonition rise in her heart, but she still said, Speak quickly. I absolve you of guilt. Gao Yang fixed his gaze on Wu Zhao and said slowly, Your Majesty, the people's fear stems from the unknown, from heaven itself. This situation is actually easy to resolve. After all, Your Majesty is the Empress of the Great Qian. In the hearts of the people, you are the one who follows the will of heaven and governs the myriad subjects. You only need to eat a locust in public, then burn some locusts in public, telling the people that locusts are merely pests, not a punishment from heaven. Once the people's perception changes, they will fight to eliminate locusts for their crops. As soon as he finished, the ministers in the imperial study widened their eyes in shock, staring at Gao Yang. Was this boy insane? Did he dare to make the most revered empress of the Great Qian eat a locust? Was he tired of living? Gao Yang, you are utterly audacious. Locusts are filthy creatures. How dare you suggest the emperor consume them? Such a crime deserves death. Minister of Justice Lei Yun was suddenly enraged, his voice thundering with reprimand. He stepped forward with a righteous countenance, the first to make his stance known. This prompted the assembled ministers in the imperial study to voice their opinions one after another. Chancellor Su Xuanji advanced and said, Locusts are pests. His Majesty, the sovereign of the 9-5, how could he possibly eat such vermin? This Gao Yang is far too insolent. I implore Your Majesty to punish him severely. Wang Zhong's face suddenly lit up with delight. He quickly added, Your Majesty, Gao Yang's intentions are worthy of death. Please mete out strict punishment. In an instant, a host of ministers stepped forward, all denouncing Gao Yang in unison. Gao Fengtu looked at his son with utter disbelief. Wretched son, stop your nonsense. You might be a living demon to locusts, but now you want to play the same role toward your own family, to get your entire 9 clans obliterated. Let the female emperor eat locusts. Even if Wu Zhao truly did so for the sake of the disaster victims, and the people of the realm survive this great calamity, would the empress not settle scores afterward? Serving the sovereign is like sleeping with a tiger. His son's political sensitivity was still far too lacking. Yin Zheng's eyes widened as well. The court and the commoners all said he was bold, but compared to Gao Yang, he was simply a minor wizard next to a major one. He dared not utter such words either. On the dragon throne, Wu Zhao was also stunned. What? Let me personally eat locusts. In her mind, the hideous, repulsive face of a locust suddenly appeared. Let alone eating it, the mere sight of it made her deeply nauseated. Even a single glance filled her with disgust. Facing the barrage of censure, Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed straight upon Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, what Minister Yin said is indeed a major issue. The common folk believe in the so-called locust immortal, or that locust plagues are a punishment from heaven beyond human intervention. Thus, many peasants merely kneel by their fields watching the swarm sweep past. This unquestionably leads to more and more locusts. The people's perception must be shattered, otherwise the consequences will be dire. Gao Yang's voice rang out. Wu Zhao cast a profound glance at him, then took a deep breath. She was the sovereign of the Great Qian Empire, the ruler of millions. The million people of Guangzhou were all her subjects. Though locusts were disgusting, even the thought made her want to vomit. for the sake of 1,000,000 people to prevent the horrific scene of parents exchanging children for food after the plague. Wu Zhao would eat them regardless. As Gao Yang continued speaking, the officials kept up their denunciations. Gao Yang, how dare you? His heart deserves death. But Wu Zhao suddenly declared, enough. For the sake of the realm's people, I am willing to eat locusts in public. She took another deep breath, her phoenix eyes sweeping over the assembled ministers. A single word stirred 1,000 waves. All the ministers looked at Wu Zhao with shock. They had not expected her to actually go through with it. Those were locusts after all. Not only was Wu Zhao a female emperor of the Great Qian, but she was also a woman. Even men would find it hard to swallow. Gao Yang couldn't help but hold Wu Zhao in higher regard. For the sake of the Guanzhong people, she had truly steeled herself. This empress truly loved her people. Shangguan Wan'er, seeing this, could not help but say, but your majesty, Guanzhong is far from Chang'an, and the court still needs your presence. How can you travel to Guanzhong? Wu Zhao's brows tightened at the words. She had only recently ascended the throne, the government was unstable, and not only the feudal princes across the realm, but even Chang'an itself was seething with undercurrents. At this moment, she absolutely could not leave Chang'an. Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon Gao Yang. Gao Yang, I must remain in Chang'an and cannot personally go to Guanzhong. Is there any other solution? Gao Yang frowned. Your servant overlooked this point. This is indeed troublesome. If your majesty cannot go to Guanzhong, the people will still believe the locust plague is a punishment from heaven, a natural disaster, the retribution of the locust immortal, and they will refuse to exterminate the locusts. I fear that under the sweeping devastation, not only will the Guanzhong region suffer, but the 3 neighboring prefectures and tens of millions of people will find it hard to escape. Wu Zhao's fists clenched tight. In her mind, only the words 3 prefectures and tens of millions of people buzzed. Wang Zhong, for some reason, as he looked at Gao Yang's troubled expression, once again felt a sense of foreboding. Cui Xinghe also sensed something was off. This reaction was unlike Gao Yang's usual style. What mischief was this fellow brewing? At that moment, Gao Yang's gaze suddenly shifted to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong happened to look back at Gao Yang. The old and the young, their eyes met in the air. You brat, why are you staring at me? Wang Zhong barked angrily. I was once a general who breaks the enemy, and now I've become a saddled chicken grand general. And you still want to pick on me? Wang Zhong shuffled backward, but Gao Yang's eyes followed him. Wu Zhao's gaze also suddenly turned to Wang Zhong, her phoenix eyes flickering. Your servant has another plan. Since your majesty cannot go in person, General Wang Zhong could hold your imperial decree, acting as if you were present. He could eat locusts before the people, claiming to be the reincarnation of the locust exterminating immortal, taking all the sin of locust eradication upon himself. That would be feasible. However, locusts are ugly and unappetizing. I wonder if General Wang is willing. Gao Yang's tone carried a hint of feigned concern. Wang Zhong's eyes bulged. Had it not been the imperial study, he would have cursed. Your mother's? Do I have any choice? Even the female emperor, a woman, was willing to eat locusts for the people. If he refused, did he want to live? If word got out, he'd be drowned in spit. General Wang is advanced in years. This. Wu Zhao shot a deep look at Gao Yang, understanding everything, then turned her gaze to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's aged face twitched violently, but finally he gritted his teeth and said, for the people of Guanzhong, I will not shirk my duty. These mere locusts, your majesty need not worry. When I reach Guanzhong, I'll eat a pound of them as a snack. Wu Zhao was moved. General Wang is truly a loyal minister of the Great Qian. I am deeply touched. When you return, I will personally hold a banquet to welcome you. Wang Zhong clasped his hands. Your servant thanks your majesty for your grace. In any case, he had been played, he might as well be forthright and gain some benefit. But this saddle chicken grand general title and this locust-eating affair, he would remember them. Your mother's? This grudge he must avenge. The ministers' expressions changed, and their looks at Gao Yang shifted. By now they all realized that Gao Yang had set a trap for Wang Zhong. Everything had been his calculation. He knew perfectly well that Wu Zhao could not go to Guanzhong, yet he deliberately proposed eating locusts to break the people's superstition, thereby luring them into indignation. Then he smoothly shifted the blame to Wang Zhong. At this point, Wang Zhong had no choice. If he refused to eat the locusts, he would be seen as indifferent to the 1,000,000 people of Guanzhong, unwilling to avert disaster for Wu Zhao, and at the very least would be exiled from Chang'an. This kid was truly ruthless. Everyone sighed inwardly. Nearby, Cui Xinghe's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. This Gao Yang's vengefulness was quite strong. Gao Yang said with a smile, if General Wang considers himself too old, I have a more suitable candidate in mind. Oh. Wang Zhong looked at him somewhat surprised, not expecting such kindness from Gao Yang. Do tell. Your majesty is the son of heaven, so members of the imperial clan would also suffice. For example, Prince Rong Wulong, or any of the feudal princes across the realm. Even Lord Shangguan at your side could go in your stead. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wan'er's heart leaped, and her exquisite face changed. The mere thought of eating locusts made her feel nauseous. This was revenge for that incident. Wang Zhong was startled by the names mentioned. No need. Wang Zhong alone is enough. The imperial relatives need not be mentioned. Even as a general, he dared not provoke them. Shangguan Wan'er, though not a relative, had grown up by Wu Zhao's side, and the court and commoners all whispered that the current sovereign did not favor men. This Shangguan Wan'er might just gain the upper hand by being close to the throne. He could not afford to offend her either. Otherwise, if there were any real connection, he would be in deep trouble. Wu Zhao first glanced at Gao Yang, then addressed Wang Zhong. General Wang, this mission concerns millions of people in Guangzhou. I am fully aware of the grievances involved. When General Wang returns in triumph, I will surely reward him heavily. Wang Zhong clasped his fists. Your servant thanks your majesty, and will not fail to live up to your grace. Soon Gao Yang once again outlined the entire disaster relief plan. All owners of chickens and ducks must be registered and recorded. After the ministers discussed the details, the matter was settled. Soon the entire administrative machinery of Qian would be set in motion, fully cooperating with the Guangzhou relief efforts. Wu Zhao's heart felt as if a heavy stone had suddenly been lifted. Leave now. The disaster in Guangzhou cannot be delayed. Follow the strategy of the Vice Minister of Revenue, and all departments shall cooperate. The rest may withdraw, the Vice Minister of Revenue shall remain. Wu Zhao issued the command, and all the ministers bowed and withdrew. Wang Zhong gave Gao Yang a deep look, and as he passed by Gao Yang he muttered, "You insolent brat, I'll remember you. Just you wait. This grudge I must repay." In response, Gao Yang merely revealed a simple smile, and bowed to Wang Zhong, saying, "Your servant Gao Yang wishes General of the Galloping Chickens a smooth journey and a triumphant return." Wang Zhong's mouth twitched, and he strode away. Today had been a huge setback. Every chicken and duck in the entire city of Chang'an wouldn't be spared. Otherwise, he would bear the blame for ineffective disaster relief. As the ministers left the hall, they also cast deep glances at Gao Yang. Some neutral officials even showed a friendly smile to Gao Feng before leaving. They resolved in their hearts that this young man from the Duke's mansion was quite ruthless. One should not provoke him unless it was a major grievance. They even intended to warn the young dandies in their households not to provoke Gao Yang. Wang Zhong left the palace and went straight to the military camp. He directly mustered 5,000 troops. The 5,000 soldiers were all elite, eager, and ready. Hearing the order, they thought a war was coming. Each stood straight with killing intent soaring to the sky. After all, there had been no war for many years, which was not good news for these soldiers. A war meant opportunities to earn merit and change one's fate. But immediately after Wang Zhong issued the order to collect chickens and ducks, the 5,000 soldiers, after a while they realized that this time they were not the main characters. The chickens and ducks were the main characters. It was simply absurd. But military orders could not be disobeyed. In an instant within Chang'an, horse hooves thundered, kicking up dust. Markets and farmhouses were thrown into chaos as chickens and ducks scattered. Even the fighting cocks held by some young dandies were forcibly requisitioned. "General Wang, this is a fighting cock. Please show mercy." A dandy wailed. But Wang Zhong, already displeased, said coldly, "By His Majesty's decree, not a single chicken or duck in Chang'an shall be left behind. A fighting cock is still a chicken, and it's even more combat effective eating more locusts. Take it away." With Wang Zhong's command, only pained wails remained. The dandy fell to his knees wailing, "I have raised you for 2.5 years. Because you cluck every day, I named you brother. Brother, I cannot live without you." Today Chang'an was destined to be extraordinarily lively. Under imperial authority, no one dared to disobey. Meanwhile, in the imperial garden, inside a pavilion, Wu Zhao said coldly, "Gao Yang, you are extremely audacious." Her eyes fell upon Gao Yang, full of meaning. The matter of Wang Zhong was clear to all the ministers, let alone her. Using her hand, he had successfully trapped Wang Zhong and also warned Shangguan Wan'er. One had to admit his vengefulness was quite strong. Hearing this, Gao Yang raised his head. After the ministers had dispersed from the imperial study, he followed behind Wu Zhao, keeping his head down and admiring her long legs as she walked. "What crime has your servant committed?" This wager was proposed by General Wang himself. "As for eating locusts, since your majesty could not be present, I merely suggested that General Wang do it on your behalf." Gao Yang studied Wu Zhao's face up close. 7 parts exquisite beauty, 3 parts majesty, especially the noble aura that seemed to radiate from her very bones. "Your majesty, please see clearly. Everything your servant does is for Qian, for your majesty." Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, and she said with some amusement, "You mean I have wronged you?" This was her first time summoning Gao Yang alone, and she found him rather interesting. Not only did he show none of the timidity or fear typical of his peers upon meeting her, but he chatted and laughed with ease. If properly guided, he could truly become a pillar of Qian. "Your servant is wrong." As soon as Wu Zhao spoke, Gao Yang immediately said, Wu Zhao was somewhat surprised and asked, "Wrong about what?" "I do not know, but I know that if your majesty says I am wrong, then I must be wrong." Gao Yang directly flattered her. Wu Zhao gave a helpless smile, then picked up a cup of tea and said, "You are a clever man. You understand my meaning, so I need not say more. After all, General Wang was at fault first, so let's call it even. But General Wang is advanced in years, and this time, he has paid a great price for me and for Qian. Some matters should be let go." Gao Yang lowered his head and smiled. "Your servant has always respected the elderly and cherished the young. General Wang is advanced in years. Even without your majesty's words, I would not make things difficult for him." Wu Zhao gave Gao Yang a strange look. Respect the elderly and cherish the young. She had not seen any of that. Shangwan Wanner even averted her gaze, finding it unbearable to watch. Wu Zhao did not want to delve deeper into this issue. Gao Yang is a clever man, a little reprimand would suffice. "Do you know why I kept you here alone? I suspect it is about the matter of 50,000 chickens and ducks. That is a considerable burden, and your majesty is worried." Gao Yang smiled. Wu Zhao was somewhat surprised, but soon nodded with concern. Indeed, requisitioning is simple, but after the locust plague in Guangzhou, what should be done with these 50,000 chickens and ducks when they return to the capital? If a large number are released into the capital, the price will surely plummet. But I cannot simply keep them confined in the palace, can I? Gao Yang smiled. "This is not difficult. The people of Chang'an raise chickens and ducks, but are not willing to feed them generously, so these poultry are quite lean. But once they reach the Guangzhou region where there are plenty of locusts to eat, each will become plump and strong." I specifically emphasized recording and requisitioning as a form of borrowing. By exchanging lean poultry for fattened ones, this deal is not a loss. Secondly, the disaster is urgent and sudden. After the chickens and ducks in the Chang'an area are swept clean, the nearby cities will not yet know of it. This presents an opportunity. Your Majesty can promptly send people to purchase a batch there and sell them at high prices in the market. If the locust plague in Guangzhou is severe, then continue to send them there. If it is not severe, they can be sold at high prices. In our Qian, pork is cheap and common people eat it mostly, but wealthy households dine on chicken, duck, and other game. If we don't cash in now, when will we? In this way, the cost is reduced, and even if we incur losses, they won't be significant. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's eyes lit up. Brilliant. This plan is excellent. She turned to the green-robed palace maid behind her. "Do as Gao Yang said. Send someone immediately." Several maids quickly turned and disappeared into the palace. After this matter was settled, Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon the imperial garden, and she suddenly asked, "Do you think this locust plague is truly a punishment from heaven?" Gao Yang thought for a moment and understood that Wu Zhao was overthinking. He smiled. "This is pure nonsense. Rather than saying the locust plague is a punishment, it would be more appropriate to say that droughts and floods are punishments from heaven. It's merely a biological phenomenon." Wu Zhao cast another glance at Gao Yang, and the gloom in her heart cleared away. "I too do not believe in so-called heavenly punishment. I believe that man can conquer fate." As Wu Zhao spoke these words, a domineering spirit filled her eyes. Gao Yang couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. "However, I must remind your Majesty that biological control and human intervention can only reduce the harm of the locust plague. The locusts will still come, and that is unavoidable. The real difficulty has never been the locust plague itself, but the total crop failure that follows. Your Majesty must be prepared for disaster relief." Inside the imperial garden, Wu Zhao couldn't help but look solemn after Gao Yang's words. A trace of melancholy lingered on her face. How could I not know this? But in recent years, the Great Qian has suffered continuous natural disasters. The granaries are nearly empty. In the Guangzhou region, millions of people are affected. When 1 million refugees roam the land, how can this be resolved? Once a locust plague erupts, relying solely on the state's grain reserves is like trying to put out a blazing cart with a cup of water. This great calamity is destined to claim many lives. Wu Zhao stood with her hands behind her back in the imperial garden, her face etched with worry. She wished she could pour all efforts into disaster relief, ensuring no one starved, but that was simply unrealistic. In every great disaster throughout history, many had to perish before relief could be effective. Otherwise, there simply wasn't enough food. At that moment, Gao Yang slowly spoke. "Your Majesty, your subject has a few ideas. If implemented, they could save many lives." The moment these words left his mouth, Wu Zhao instantly turned to him, her face filled with shock. "Gao Yang, there are no jokes before the throne. Are you certain?" Gao Yang replied with confidence. "Your subject is confident." Wu Zhao and Shangwan Wanner looked at him with great curiosity. Gao Yang cut straight to the point. "Your subject's method is to play with human nature. Your Majesty can carry out relief efforts, but dispatch notorious corrupt officials, preferably those who have been demoted." Shangwan Wanner was startled upon hearing this. Sending great corrupt officials for relief. Wouldn't that allow them to embezzle freely? As soon as she spoke, she realized how foolish her question was.
Gao Yang glanced at Shangwan-Wanner's chest with a hint of helplessness. She wasn't that well endowed after all. That look made Shangwan-Wanner feel deeply offended. Where is that scoundrel's mind wandering? Gao Yang continued. Minister Shangwan, you are mistaken. Corrupt officials may be greedy, but that doesn't mean they lack ability. As long as your majesty ties this matter to their future and their lives, the plan will succeed. Those who relieve the disaster effectively will be promoted, those who fail will be executed. Being great corrupt officials, their networks are extremely complex. If you send upright, incorruptible officials, subordinates will inevitably pay lip service while still embezzling. But with a great corrupt official, it's different. Precisely because they are corrupt themselves, they know exactly who has sent bribes and who has been stealing. Their subordinates dare not block their path to promotion. This approach has many benefits. First, although relief grain will be stolen, the amount lost will be reduced. Second, to protect their official careers and their families from annihilation, these corrupt officials will rack their brains, perhaps even come up with ruthless methods that ironically save the people. Your subject is not talented, but has some tricks that are not suitable for open use, yet are perfect for these corrupt officials. Third, your majesty can send upright censors and trusted aides to accompany them, issuing warnings in advance. Fourth, if the disaster worsens, your majesty can have your trusted aides take over the relief efforts, and under the name of the corrupt officials spread the news that refugees are being buried alive. The world's aristocratic families value their reputation greatly. They will hypocritically contribute money to win a good name. This is the foundation of the aristocratic families. They will surely act. With both prongs, the disaster will be greatly mitigated. Afterwards, your majesty can feign fury and execute the great corrupt official to appease the people. After these words, the entire imperial garden fell silent. Shangwan-Wanner was dumbfounded, looking at Gao Yang with disbelief in her eyes. Wu Zhao gave Gao Yang a profound look. Almost immediately she knew this method was feasible. She had never believed that all corrupt officials were mediocrities. On the contrary, in certain aspects their abilities often surpassed those of loyal ministers. They simply hadn't applied them for the state. If pressured, as long as they were controlled, the relief effect would be remarkable. As for the latter part, it was about setting a trap to lure the aristocratic families in. Truly a brilliant plan. She praised him generously. Gao Yang, you have truly impressed me today. This method is excellent. With this plan, even if Guangzhou suffers a great disaster, at least hundreds of thousands of lives will be saved. At tomorrow's morning court, I will announce this plan. Let's see how these corrupt officials can still embezzle. Just thinking about the expressions of the officials in the Golden Hall made Wu Zhao's mood brighten. Gao Yang, first you offered a brilliant solution for the locust plague in Guangzhou, and now this relief strategy. What reward do you desire? Hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes lit up immediately. He rubbed his hands together and said, Your Majesty, this is too embarrassing. Wu Zhao smiled deliberately. Oh, since Minister Gao is so modest, let's forget it. Gao Yang's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, No, please. Your Majesty's words are golden. Oh, how can you go back on them? Wu Zhao took a sip of tea and continued, All right, tell me what you want. I always reward merit and never treat my meritorious officials unfairly. Then your subject would like a token to seek refuge for a few days. Gao Yang spoke. This piqued Wu Zhao's interest. She asked curiously, Seek refuge? Gao Yang sighed. All thanks to Minister Shangwan. A normal exchange of gifts between Minister Du and me, but Minister Shangwan tricked me. My father has not yet opened the tea box. If a few friends visit our mansion and suddenly want to drink tea, I'm afraid without a token to protect myself, I would never see your Majesty again. Moreover, your Majesty knows that I am a scheming advisor and always act cautiously. He had been looking for an opportunity to ask for a protective talisman ever since Wu Zhao kept him in the imperial garden, but had never found the right moment. Now that he had seized the chance, Gao Yang was not shy. Shangwan-Wanner averted her gaze as she knew she had handled this matter poorly, and being reminded of it now was still awkward. Wu Zhao was also aware of this incident. She laughed. You truly live up to your reputation as a schemer who schemes for himself. Indeed cautious. She untied a token from her waist and said, This is my personal token. Seeing this token is like seeing me in person. Tell Minister Gao that his son has grown up and is a pillar of the Great Qian. It is no longer appropriate to beat him. Gao Yang took the token from Wu Zhao's hand, his face beaming with joy. The token was cold to the touch, made of dark iron, and looked extraordinarily unique. Your subject thanks your Majesty. With the protective talisman in hand, his heart immediately felt much more at ease. You may leave now. I am tired. Wu Zhao waved her hand. Gao Yang bowed and withdrew. Your subject takes his leave. As Gao Yang moved, several eunuchs immediately stepped forward to guide him. Wu Zhao stood up, her phoenix-like eyes resting on Gao Yang's retreating figure. Prince Rong has been recuperating for many days. Send a physician to check on him later. If he has recovered enough, he should attend court tomorrow. Many corrupt officials have funneled silver into his mansion.
Now that I have Gao Yang's brilliant plan, it would be too dull not to see his expression. Shangguan Wanner's heart trembled, and she quickly replied, yes. A noble smile suddenly bloomed on Wu Zhao's face, and she murmured to herself, the grandson of Duke Dinghua. He has hidden himself well. With such great talent, he pretends to be nothing but a playboy, even fooling me. The Duke of Dinghua's mansion has a worthy heir. Shangguan Wanner hesitated for a moment, then asked, Your Majesty holds Minister Gao in high regard. Wu Zhao nodded. With his talent, he could serve as the Grand Chancellor of the Great Qian. Even Cui Xinghe and Prime Minister Su combined cannot compare to him. What? Shangguan Wanner was stunned. Although she also thought Gao Yang was very talented, she never expected Wu Zhao to rate him so highly. Wu Zhao said softly, but this man's strengths and weaknesses are both very evident. His strength is his insight into human nature and his masterful manipulation of it. He possesses extraordinary talent. Shangguan Wanner fixed her gaze on Wu Zhao, curiosity burning in her eyes. Your Majesty, what about his weakness? Wu Zhao smiled, greed and lust. He lacks none of them. In the past few hours he glanced at your chest 25 times, but at my legs a full 173 times. Gao Yang made his way out of the imperial palace feeling somewhat disappointed. He had originally hoped to wander around the palace grounds. Perhaps he might even sneak into the rear palace, catching a glimpse of the imperial consorts or the grand bathing pool where the maidservants bathed, but in truth he had been overthinking. Along the way not a single imperial concubine was to be seen, not even a stray dog. You degenerate. The moment he stepped out of the palace, Gao Yang was startled by a familiar thunderous roar. He looked up and saw the stern face of Gao Feng. Get in the carriage. Gao Yang obediently climbed into the horse-drawn carriage. Gao Feng took one look at Gao Yang and felt a surge of anger, especially since he hadn't been able to give him a thorough beating. That frustration lodged in his chest in unbearable torment. After barely managing to calm himself, Gao Feng spoke. His Majesty kept you alone in the palace. An unparalleled grace. Did you commit any disrespectful act? Gao Yang thought for a moment and immediately shook his head. Father, rest assured. I kept my eyes straight ahead the entire time and never behaved improperly. Gao Feng stroked his beard with some satisfaction. The current emperor is the Empress of the Great Qian Dynasty. As subjects we must hold reverence and maintain an appropriate distance. I have been through your age. I know well the allure of a female emperor. But do not harbor any improper thoughts, or else. Not just you, but the entire Dinghua Duke's mansion will be in grave danger. Gao Feng's expression was stern. Gao Yang nodded. I understand, Father. As the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua, his current plan was to cling tightly to the Empress's thigh and then eliminate the political enemies in the court. Then, as the Great Qian Dynasty grew stronger and more prosperous, his own days would only improve. When that time came, what kind of woman would he lack? He could clearly distinguish between a single tree and an entire forest. Not that the tree of the Empress was bad, but a whole forest offered better value. Seeing this, Gao Feng said no more and changed the subject. Your counterattack was indeed brilliant. I found it quite satisfying as well. But forcing the swift cavalry general and Wang Zhong to eat locusts was too extreme. It will likely lead to a fight to the death. Gao Feng looked worried. Gao Yang, however, laughed. Father, do you think that Wang Zhong's repeated impeachments of me and the Duke of Dinghua's mansion in court were solely his own doing? Our Duke of Dinghua's mansion has long been locked in a life-or-death struggle with him. At Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng's expression shifted abruptly. Are you saying that Wang Zhong is backed by Prince Rong? Gao Yang nodded, an unprecedented chill emanating from him. This conflict began ever since I was framed by Wu Qing. The court ministers are all old foxes. They must have known that I tore down the Empress's recruitment edict. Grandfather commands the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, and the court has to show him some respect. But starting from Linjiang City, impeachment after impeachment against me and the Duke of Dinghua's mansion has been filed. Apart from a few upright censors, the rest are likely Prince Rong's men. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt from the nine heavens struck Gao Feng's mind, leaving him stunned and disoriented. The doubts of the past few days suddenly became clear. He looked at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost. Having muddled through the officialdom for decades, he was no fool. He had sensed something amiss in the court's recent atmosphere, but he hadn't thought that deeply. With Gao Yang's explanation, Gao Feng also realized the crisis. He narrowed his eyes and asked, but why is Prince Rong acting so blatantly? Gao Yang touched the black iron token hidden in his sleeve, his eyes sharp. The answer is simple. He wants to establish his authority by crushing the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, force the court officials to pick sides, and ultimately threaten the imperial power. Father, in this storm there is no room to retreat. Wang Zhong being removed from court is a good thing for us. And if I had taken on this task, Prince Rong would surely have obstructed and sabotaged it in every way. On the contrary, with Wang Zhong heading to Guangzhou, Prince Rong will not sit idly by, and the imperial decree will proceed smoothly. Gao Feng asked with a serious expression,
Does your grandfather know about this? Gao Yang nodded. Grandfather told father to allocate me some silver to destroy Prince Rong. Gao Feng nodded. I will send some over later. This matter concerns our Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Handle it as you see fit. Thank you, father. Gao Yang replied without changing his expression. Gao Feng felt a mixture of frustration and relief. Frustrated because from the moment Prince Rong made his move until now with the court's overwhelming impeachment, he had not sensed the crisis in time. He was even less perceptive than a young man like Gao Yang. But relieved because he was never skilled in political maneuvering. Otherwise, with Gao Tianlong's assistance over the years, he would have risen higher than the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Now that Gao Yang had stepped up, it eased his burden. The rest of the journey passed in silence. The carriage soon arrived at the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Gao Feng alighted and walked toward the inner residence, his face heavy with thought. Gao Yang slowly got off the carriage. Just as he reached the gate, Butler Fu greeted him. Eldest young master, you've returned. Gao Yang glanced casually and noticed a letter in Butler Fu's hand. Is this letter for me? Butler Fu nodded, hesitating, as if he wanted to say something. Gao Yang reached for the letter, but stopped when he saw Butler Fu's expression. He looked at him with a strange expression. Don't tell me this is from Song Qingqing. Butler Fu nodded repeatedly. Eldest young master, your foresight is remarkable. This letter was indeed sent by Ms. Song, who insisted it be delivered to you personally. That day Song Qingqing had personally come to break off the engagement, slapping not only Gao Yang's face, but also the faces of all the servants. But such a grave matter, they dared not make a decision for Gao Yang. Moreover, Butler Fu was very worried because the previous Gao Yang had always granted Song Qingqing every request. A cold sneer appeared on Gao Yang's face. He took the envelope and gave it a cursory glance. Song Qingqing's letter was filled with complaints about Gao Yang's former profligate ways, how displeasing they were to her, and how no woman would want to marry a notorious playboy in the capital. So she couldn't be blamed. She also claimed that Gao Yang should not misunderstand matters of the heart, cannot be forced. She thought he was a decent person, and although they could not be lovers, they could still be friends. Gao Yang merely let out a cold, mocking laugh. In his mind, although the original owner had been dissolute, he had been utterly obedient to Song Qingqing, even remaining a virgin despite years of debauchery. That alone showed the depth of his true feelings. Yet Song Qingqing had turned her back on him without a second thought. Such a woman was not worth a moment of his time. Tell her to meet me at the place where we first met, Gao Yang said to Butler Fu. Butler Fu's face showed disappointment, and he gave a bitter smile. Sure enough, Ms. Song only had to crook her finger, and their young master would take the bait. But matters of the master were not for a servant to criticize. Then this old servant will prepare the carriage. Butler Fu made as if to leave. Why prepare the carriage? Butler Fu was stunned. Young master, aren't you going to keep the appointment? Gao Yang said irritably. I'm just messing with her. It's already dark. Am I supposed to go to a meeting instead of sleeping? Are you out of your mind? With that, he tossed Song Qingqing's letter to Butler Fu. Feed this letter to the dogs. After saying this, Gao Yang stepped through the gate and headed toward the inner courtyard. Behind him, Butler Fu was taken aback, then a broad smile spread across his aged face. He loudly called to the household guards, Didn't you hear the eldest young master? Do as he says. As he spoke, Gao Yang walked along the corridor back to his room. He was truly exhausted. After all the hustle and bustle of the day, he must have walked at least 20,000 steps. Just then Liuliu pushed the door open, carrying a basin of foot-washing water in her small hands, her tender, innocent face full of vulnerability. Eldest young master, technician no. 98 Liuliu is at your service. Liuliu had no idea where Gao Yang had picked up such a peculiar hobby, turning foot bathing into a game. Ever since the first night in Linjiang City after the foot bath, Gao Yang had come up with this rule on a whim. Every time Liuliu called out technician no. 98, she felt an inexplicable sense of shame. She hadn't wanted to do it at first, although she was a personal maid, she had the right to refuse. But when Gao Yang offered to double her monthly salary, she gave in. Simply put, he was paying too much. Gao Yang soaked his tired feet in the hot water, enjoying the massage from Liuliu's small hands. The feeling was simply indescribable. In the modern world, with Liuliu's looks, this would cost at least a few thousand yuan. The only flaw was that if Liuliu were wearing a miniskirt and black stockings, it would be perfect. Of course, if it were non-standard service, it would be even better. But in the modern world, at Liuliu's age, if she dared to offer anything improper, it wouldn't be just a simple 15-day detention. It would be at least 3 years in prison. Suddenly a thought struck Gao Yang. Could he open a private club in Chang'an? This club model would far surpass the current 4 famous pleasure houses. Gao Yang fell into deep thought. It seemed that tomorrow he would need to investigate the largest brothel in Chang'an, the Rouge Pavilion, thoroughly. After all, to understand a future competitor, he had to experience it firsthand. Inside the Duke Ding's mansion in the inner courtyard, Father Yanger intends to scheme against Prince Rong. Are we truly not going to intervene?
Gao Feng looked at Gao Tianlong, who was slowly wiping a go board, his expression grave. Gao Tianlong said indifferently, "What's wrong with that? Prince Rong wields immense power throughout the court with countless followers under his wing. He holds considerable prestige in both the imperial court and the military. Although Yang is skilled in the art of scheming, toppling Prince Rong is no easy feat." Gao Tianlong paused his movements, lifting his gaze. In an instant, an endless sharp aura swept forth. "Prince Rong has practically mounted our Duke Ding's mansion and defecated on our heads. Must we, the Duke Ding's residents, continue to endure this humiliation?" "Umph." Gao Tianlong let out a cold snort, his face displeased. Gao Feng quickly said, "Father, that's not what I meant. I'm merely concerned. After all, in the struggles of the court, one misstep can lead to total defeat. Yang is still too young. The court is treacherous, and one cannot afford to be careless." Gao Tianlong shot an unhappy glance at Gao Feng. "You underestimate Yang. Once might be coincidence, twice might be accident. But to have caught the emperor's attention, to have resolved the locust plague in Guangzhou, and to have used the court's momentum to banish Guangzhou, such skills are already on par with those old foxes in the court. Now, while I am still here to provide a safety net, it's the perfect time to test Yang's abilities. This is exactly what I've been longing for." Gao Feng took a deep breath and nodded. "Then I'll immediately allocate 1,000 taels of silver from the mansion to send to him." With that, Gao Feng made a move to leave. But Gao Tianlong was taken aback. "Wait, what are you allocating 1,000 taels of silver for?" Gao Feng was also confused. "Isn't it father's instruction to send some money to Yang to deal with Prince Rong's residence?" "I never said such a thing." Gao Feng's expression changed, and he instantly flew into a rage. That ungrateful wretch. He's even deceiving his own father. He had almost been tricked. But Gao Tianlong laughed instead, finding it more and more interesting. "Never mind, if he wants it, give it to him. As long as he doesn't spend it on that young lady from the Song family, everything is fine. But I'm afraid that scoundrel will just take the money straight to the Rouge Pavilion. There are so many beautiful women there, I fear Yang won't be able to resist," Gao Feng said worriedly. Gao Tianlong dismissed it. "Youth is for indulgence. It's fine if he goes to the Rouge Pavilion. It's even better if he loses his innocence and tastes that pleasure, then he won't be so easily bewitched by that Song girl." Thinking of Song Qingqing, Gao Feng also nodded. "Father, I'll make the arrangements right away." Gao Tianlong added, "Instruct them tomorrow. I'll invite several of my old friends to the mansion to discuss military strategy. Have Yang stand by and learn. The descendants of the Duke Ding's mansion, knowing only vicious schemes, but not the art of war, would be a laughingstock if it got out." A smile broke across Gao Feng's face. Being able to learn military strategy from the most elite generals of our Great Qian Dynasty is truly a great fortune for him. Soon enough, Gao Yang received the 1,000 taels of silver delivered by Steward Fu, which filled him with unexpected joy. He hadn't expected Gao Feng to fall for his casual remark. He immediately and generously took out 10 taels of silver and handed them to Green Vine. "Your massage was quite good. Consider this a reward from this young master. I'll be sure to request you again next time." Green Vine had been feeling sore and weary, her face etched with worry. But when those gleaming 10 taels of silver appeared before her eyes, all her exhaustion and fatigue instantly vanished. "Young master, would you require any other services?" Green Vine clutched the silver, blinking at Gao Yang with a hint of shyness. Her pure appearance and elegant figure made Gao Yang's composure nearly crumble. "How much extra for the irregular services?" Gao Yang blurted out. Green Vine was taken aback. "Irregular services?" But when she saw the look in Gao Yang's eyes and heard his words, her face immediately flushed crimson. "Young master, this servant still needs to attend to the madam. I'll be taking my leave now." Green Vine picked up the wash basin and hurried away, her fair face glowing red under the moonlight. With a teasing intent, Gao Yang called out after her, "This young master will pay more." But Green Vine only ran faster, shutting the door behind her as she left. It wasn't until she had run across 2 long corridors that Green Vine finally stopped. Recalling Gao Yang's words, she blushed and muttered to herself, "If he hadn't offered money, I might have considered it. But offering money makes it feel so transactional." Inside the room, Gao Yang was in high spirits. This life of an ancient playboy wasn't bad at all. Teasing a servant girl every day had its own charm. Lying on the dry, comfortable bed and pulling up the covers after a thorough spa treatment and a day of fatigue, every cell in his body seemed to be crying out in joyful relief. Briefly sorting out the recent court affairs and his plans against Prince Rong's residence, Gao Yang soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at the same time, within the city of Chang'an, under a large locust tree, Song Qingqing had deliberately applied the finest rouge, making her fair face appear even more delicate, her stunning features flawless, her figure graceful and charming. "Miss, it's almost dark. The deputy director probably isn't coming." But Song Qingqing was very confident. "I personally wrote him a letter. Knowing Gao Yang's character, he would treasure this letter. He wouldn't dare not to come. An hour later the maidservant glanced at the darkening sky and spoke up, "Miss." Song Qingqing said, "Wait a little longer. He's probably been delayed by something. Let's wait another hour." Another hour passed, and night had completely enveloped Chang'an. On the streets besides the night watchman, there were only scattered drunken men. Song Qingqing's face was beginning to lose composure. Could it be that I remembered the wrong tree? This isn't the right one. Send someone to find out where Gao Yang has gone. The maidservant quickly left. It was July and Chang'an sweltering hot. Under the locust tree swarms of mosquitoes made Song Qingqing quite impatient. Half an hour later the maidservant, Chun Xiao, ran back. "Miss, bad news. I circled the entire Duke Ding's mansion and found this." Chun Xiao held out a letter now crumpled and only half intact and handed it over. Song Qingqing's pretty face was filled with fury. Wasn't this letter in Gao Yang's possession? "Where did you get this? Why does it look like it's been chewed on by a dog?" Chun Xiao looked aggrieved. "Miss, you're right. I found it near the dog kennel outside the Duke's mansion. It even has dog bite marks. To get this letter I was chased by that dog for a whole street." "What? Found it by the dog kennel?" Song Qingqing nearly choked on her breath. This was her personally written letter, and Gao Yang had thrown it into a dog kennel. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted on the spot. The next day, golden sunlight bathed the entire city of Chang'an, and soon the sun climbed high into the sky. Perhaps it was because the past few days in Linjiang City had been utterly exhausting, or perhaps it was because Greenvine's massage was far too soothing. Gao Yang slept soundly until nearly noon. It was fortunate that the Duke's mansion was not overly strict with such formalities. Upon waking, Gao Yang felt refreshed and invigorated. In ancient times there were no toothbrushes, so he made do with a simple willow twig toothbrush, rinsed his mouth with green salt water, and prepared himself for the day. "Let's go. Listen to a tune at the pleasure quarters." Gao Yang picked up the remaining silver and headed for the door. Staying out all night at the Rouge Pavilion and frequenting the pleasure quarters by day, this was the life of a true libertine. Butler Fu saw Gao Yang and hurried over. "Eldest young master, where are you going?" Gao Yang patted the small box of silver. "Isn't it obvious? I'm off to the pleasure quarters to hear some music." Butler Fu's mouth twitched, and he shook his head. "Eldest young master, you cannot go now." Hearing this, Gao Yang instantly flared up. "Why not? Give me a reason." On a small scale, visiting the Rouge Pavilion was an appreciation of the customs and pleasures of Great Qian's capital. On a larger scale, it concerned his upcoming entertainment business, the happiness of all men in Great Qian. How could he be forbidden to go? Butler Fu quickly explained, "Today a distinguished guest arrives at the mansion. His Grace the Old Duke has expressly ordered that you be present to study military strategy." Study military strategy? Gao Yang's expression twisted oddly. He remembered now. He, a mere poison-tongued strategist, was supposedly born into a military family. Not knowing a bit of military strategy would indeed be hard to justify. It would be truly embarrassing if he couldn't even demonstrate a basic grasp of military tactics. "Eldest young master, you can go to the pleasure quarters after you've finished studying military strategy. Besides," Butler Fu glanced at the small box of silver in Gao Yang's arms and continued, "you're not going just to listen to music. You're going to spend the night." Gao Yang's face flushed. "Is that so? I wouldn't know about that." Butler Fu only smiled knowingly and said nothing. Gao Yang put the silver back, then came out to grab some snacks, eating while chatting idly with Butler Fu. "Butler Fu, at your age, you certainly seem to know your way around these matters." Gao Yang could not help teasing the old butler, whose hair was already streaked with gray. Butler Fu humbly replied, "Eldest young master flatters me. I only know a tiny bit." Just as they were chatting, a servant's voice suddenly rang through the entire Duke's mansion. "General of the right Prestige Guard Qin Jinghua has arrived. General of the left Prestige Guard Lu Zhen has arrived. Duke of the nation Zhao Ponu has arrived." Before long, led by Qin Jinghua, several great generals of the Great Qian military entered the Duke's mansion together. Behind them followed Gao Feng, who wore a respectful expression as he led the way. Indeed, his seniority was a generation lower, so he could hardly interject. Gao Tianlong sat in the center of the grand hall, sipping a cup of hot tea, a faint smile on his aged face. When the generals saw him, they all bowed in unison. Gao Tianlong smiled warmly and set down his teacup. "There is no need for such formalities between us old comrades. After I pass on, I trust you will look after the Duke's mansion." Because their friendship ran deep, they were all veteran generals who had fought side by side for Great Qian. Gao Tianlong spoke naturally. The generals did not refuse. For them, it was not only a matter of personal friendship, but also the reality that military officers were losing influence. Whoever died first, the survivors should look after each other's descendants. Qin Jinghua, his hair also white, said meaningfully, "Old Duke, it should be the Duke's mansion that looks after us in the future." Lu Zhen, a burly man with a booming voice, said bluntly, "Indeed. By the gods, your boy's performance these past few days has even made my heart skip a beat." He's the living devil of merchants, the living devil of locusts. And now he's the living devil of officials. Since they were all military men, they spoke, without any pretense, straightforward and hearty. Gao Tianlong was taken aback, a look of confusion spreading across his aged face. I've heard something about the living devil of merchants and the living devil of locusts, but what is this about the living devil of corrupt officials? Gao Tianlong asked. Qin Jinghua took a sip of tea and said, at this morning's court His Majesty announced grain shipments to relieve the famine in Guangzhou and decreed that Chang Hong take charge of the relief efforts. Gao Tianlong was stunned. That man is highly capable, but he is a notorious corrupt official in our dynasty. He was stripped of his post a year ago for embezzlement. His Majesty is appointing him to handle relief. Lu Xun continued, exactly. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The entire court erupted. Prince Rong was present, and he was the first to accuse His Majesty of mistreating the people, calling it the act of a tyrant. Then 13 imperial censors passionately denounced the decision, even declaring that if His Majesty persisted they would dash their heads against the golden steps of the throne hall. Gao Tianlong's expression turned grave. Gao Yang was right. Prince Rong was indeed restless. This was tantamount to a coup. His Majesty should not have been so foolish. Gao Tianlong frowned deeply. Hearing this, the three generals burst into laughter. Foolish. Qin Jinghua laughed heartily, his voice like a great bell. Old Duke, that's exactly what we thought too. But what followed stunned us all. His Majesty gave Chang Hong a death order. If the relief is effective, he will be reinstated. If it fails, his entire clan will be executed. Moreover, His Majesty dispatched trusted aides to oversee the operation. Then we understood. Chang Hong was extremely capable and had a powerful network of connections. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. With such a promise, Chang Hong would do everything in his power to succeed in the relief, even spending his own money and squeezing the officials he had previously promoted. Otherwise, his 9 clans would be wiped out. The faces of those 13 censors who claimed to speak for the people, along with Prince Rong and Prime Minister Su, they turned green. It was a sight to behold. Moreover, after the court session, I had a private audience with His Majesty and learned that the brilliance of the plan did not end there. If Chang Hong failed to provide adequate relief, His Majesty would leak news that the refugees were to be massacred, forcing the great families of the realm to act, and then execute Chang Hong to pacify the public. Very few people know of this. Is this scheme not utterly devious? Gao Tianlong was utterly astonished, his face filled with shock. He had lived through countless wars and witnessed the suffering of the common people, and he could almost be certain that this plan would work. But he realized the key point. This is His Majesty's strategy. How does it involve my son Ya? Duke Xiaoponu spoke up. Your Majesty's temperament is known throughout the court. Such a scheme, especially the contingency plan, could not possibly have come from His Majesty's own hand. Although His Majesty did not say it directly, the entire court knows that yesterday afternoon His Majesty kept your eldest grandson behind for a private conversation. No one knows what was said. In this Great Qian, who else but Gao Yang of the Duke's mansion could devise such a poisonous plan? Gao Tianlong broke into a smile. He nodded. He knew the Empress's nature well. Such a strategy was indeed not of her design. Then it must be Gao Yang's work. That little rascal. He had come up with such a venomous scheme without even telling him beforehand, causing him to lose his composure. That 1,000 taels of silver, wasted. But Gao Tianlong's face was full of smiles. It was like a gathering of parents listening to others praise their own outstanding child. The satisfaction was beyond words. 1 word: exhilarating. 2 words: absolutely exhilarating. 7 words: by the gods, this is too damn exhilarating. Qin Jinghua's voice boomed. Old Duke, quickly summon your prodigal grandson. Let me have a look at him. It's been a long time since I've seen Prince Rong look so deflated. I must ask the lad how he transformed from a notorious libertine in Chang'an into the living devil who makes the world tremble. Xiaoponu also spoke up. Indeed, I want to ask him as well, so I can go back and discipline my own unworthy descendants. Gao Tianlong turned to a servant and said, go summon Yang. Lu Xun took a sip of tea and said with some dissatisfaction, Old Duke, this is not generous of you. Your mansion produces such a remarkable poison-tongued strategist, and you entertain us with this ordinary tea. Quickly bring out your finest tea. Gao Tianlong laughed and scolded. You and your picky tongue. I do have some excellent tea. Today I'll share some with you. Lu Xun laughed heartily, his voice filled with boldness. We've crawled out of piles of dead on the battlefield, fought all our lives. What's wrong with enjoying a little luxury now? Qin Jinghua and Xiaoponu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this tea is too bitter. Time for a better brew. Gao Feng's heart stirred. He stepped forward and said, a few days ago my son went to Linjiang City. Because of his meritorious work in lowering grain prices, the local magistrate, Du Jiang, specially presented him with a box of tea leaves. Although my son is a libertine, his filial piety is commendable. He brought it back to honor his father and grandfather. To this day it has not been opened. Today I shall share it with all of you esteemed generals. Servant, fetch the tea box from the innermost compartment of my room's cabinet. Gao Yang followed Steward Fu toward the main hall. From a distance he could hear the hearty laughter of Zhao Ponu, the defender duke. Though he is a venomous strategist, he does not lack filial piety, truly rare. Then this old man shall look forward to it with great anticipation today. This left Gao Yang somewhat bewildered. What were these veteran generals of the Great Qian discussing? It sounded as if it concerned him, and also filial piety, which piqued his curiosity. Soon the two arrived outside the main hall. Steward Fu bowed first and announced, "Old Duke, the eldest young master has arrived." At Steward Fu's words, Gao Yang immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to the esteemed generals." The Great Qian had strict hierarchy. Basic courtesy toward these veteran generals was necessary. Moreover, though Gao Yang was a venomous strategist, he inherently revered generals who fought for the nation, so his voice carried a note of sincerity. As his voice rang out, several pairs of sharp eyes within the hall simultaneously fixed their gaze on Gao Yang. Lu Xun's old face showed satisfaction. He was the first to click his tongue and say, "You little rascal, you look innocent enough, but who would have thought you had such a bellyful of mischief, even making Prince Rong suffer a loss? Truly inconceivable. Though you're too thin like a woman." Zhao Ponu interjected, "Not only thin, but you also look quite weak. When you have time, come to my mansion, and I'll teach you the ancestral art of kidney strengthening." As the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, if you're not up to par, it would be too disgraceful. Gao Yang's lips twitched. These scrutinizing glances and jaw-dropping words felt to him like a band of brigands. Some gazes even swept over his waist and below his navel. Gao Yang could only force an awkward yet polite smile. Lu Xun swept his eyes over Gao Yang's waist and continued, "We are all rough men, no need for formalities. We are all sworn brothers and comrades in arms of the Duke of Dinghua. Calling us old generals is too distant. Just call us grandfather." Gao Yang. He raised his gaze, stunned. Although it was not proper to be too distant, directly calling them grandfather was also a bit too familiar, wasn't it? What met his eyes were several faces with graying hair, yet exuding an aura of authority without anger. Though they had long ceased to fight on the battlefield, the killing intent born from wading through seas of blood and mountains of corpses was still immensely dense. Old generals do not die, they only fade away. Gao Feng spoke up from the side. "This is General Lu Xun of the left wing guard. Next to him is General Qin and the defender Duke Zhao Ponu. Address them." Looking at the three faces that lacked dignity befitting their age, Gao Yang's lips twitched, but he resigned himself. "Greetings, Grandfather Lu. Greetings, Grandfather Qin. Greetings, Grandfather Zhao." The three were not young, all roughly contemporaries of Gao Tianlong, and held pivotal positions in the Great Qian. Calling them grandfather was not a loss. Moreover, he could not call them uncle, as that would make him a generation lower than Gao Tianlong, which would be extremely rude. As Gao Yang's voice sounded, the three men burst into hearty laughter. "Old Duke, this lad is not bad. I heard the Song family called off the engagement. I happen to have a granddaughter as beautiful as a flower. Today this boy is in luck. I'll betroth her to him." Lu Xun appraised Gao Yang with satisfaction. Hearing this, Gao Yang's heart stirred. He instinctively looked at old man Lu, whose face was like a ferocious demon with a burly build and a booming voice. This instantly made him picture the looks of old man Lu's granddaughter, and he nearly went weak in the knees. "Grandfather Lu, to be honest, after the Song family's rejection, I am utterly heartbroken over love. Please spare me." In the Great Qian, marriages were dictated by parents and matchmakers. If this were settled, it would truly be a tigress of formidable build. His life would be ruined. Then how could he even think of enjoying music in pleasure houses? One punch and his balls would be smashed. Hearing Gao Yang's words, Lu Xun thought he was genuinely heartbroken. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "I was too rash. The Song family is short-sighted and dares to break off the engagement. Rest assured, for the sake of that Grandfather Lu, I will definitely stand up for you. The Song family has a few clansmen training in the military. I will make sure to drill them hard." Gao Yang breathed a long sigh of relief. "I thank Grandfather Lu." At that moment, Qin Jinghua turned his gaze to Gao Yang and asked with interest, "Was it you behind the scheme of mixing sand into the grain that His Majesty mentioned in court today?" Gao Yang nodded directly in acknowledgement. "It was me. There was no way to hide this, nor could it be concealed. After all, the strategy did not seem like something the Empress could have devised. On the contrary, Qin Jinghua had spoken in his defense earlier in court, and everyone present was on his side. To continue to conceal, it would be somewhat foolish." Hiss. Seeing Gao Yang nod, the three men collectively sucked in a breath. Not bad, the old duke has a worthy successor. This old man feels deeply gratified. Zhao Ponu stroked his beard with satisfaction. Feeling the envy in their gazes, Gao Tianlong's eyes also held a hint of gratification, and a rare smile even appeared on his face. Even Gao Feng, who usually looked upon Gao Yang with some displeasure, had a much softer expression. Just then a maidservant came forward carrying a tea box. "Master, the tea box has been fetched," the maidservant said to Gao Feng. Gao Feng's gaze fell on Gao Yang, and recalling his recent performance, he felt a tinge of guilt. Even after traveling hundreds of li from Linjiang City to return, he had not forgotten to bring a token of filial piety for his father. Though he did not say it, he was quite moved. "Open it, and pour for all the esteemed generals. Such fine tea should be shared," Gao Feng said without even looking. "Yes." The maidservant set down the tea box and fetched teacups. Gao Yang was taken aback, but in an instant he realized, tea box. Pour it. Gao Yang instinctively rose to stop it, but it was too late, for the maidservant had already opened the tea box, revealing the gleaming silver inside. "This." The maidservant was instantly baffled. In all her years of brewing tea, this was the first time she had seen a tea box filled with such contents. "Master, this, a teacup can't hold it." Gao Feng frowned, about to scold her. But when he turned around, he too froze, then stared at Gao Yang in disbelief. "You put this in the tea box." Gao Tianlong was also stunned. Qin Jinghua Lu Zhun and Zhao Ponu, upon glimpsing the gleaming silver in the tea box, also paused in surprise. This truly was not treating them as outsiders. For a moment the air was thick with awkwardness. "You wretch, is this the tea that Lord Du gave you?" Gao Feng said with a face full of rage. Gao Yang touched the cold token at his waist, then cleared his throat twice. "Father, I did remind you earlier. This is not my fault." Gao Feng's face turned livid. No wonder the wretch had told him to enjoy it alone. He had known all along. But with distinguished guests present, he could not vent his anger, and his face turned green with suppressed fury. A trace of embarrassment also appeared on Gao Tianlong's face. He waved his hand and said, "The wrong box was brought. Go quickly and fetch my finest spring tea." The maidservant hurriedly carried the tea box away. Zhao Ponu took a sip of tea and said gravely to Gao Tianlong, "Old Duke, this old man is getting on in years. My eyes and ears are no longer good. Not only am I blind, but I am also deaf. Truly age spares no one." Qin Jinghua and Lu Zhen chimed in together. This old man saw nothing either. Gao Feng could not bear it any longer. He clasped his hands to the group and said, "The wretch acted rashly. I will take him down and discipline him properly." As he spoke, Gao Feng gave Gao Yang a meaningful glance that spoke volumes. If he went down a beating with a bamboo rod was all but certain. Gao Yang rubbed his nose and said, "Father, I'm afraid today's discipline will have to be called off." With that he pulled a token from his waist and looked innocent. As Gao Feng's gaze fell upon the token in Gao Yang's hand, his expression abruptly changed. "The imperial iron token bestowed by His Majesty. Where did you get that?" "I had normal dealings with Magistrate Du, and His Majesty was aware of it. When I presented my strategy to His Majesty yesterday, I was fortunate to receive His Majesty's favor and was granted this iron token. His Majesty especially instructed you, Father, that I am a pillar minister of the Great Qian and cannot be beaten." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's face nearly turned green. As the saying goes, spare the rod, spoil the child. But this meant that even that was now forbidden. This wretch's anti-beating awareness was so terrifyingly prescient. Qin Jinghua, hearing this, could not help but laugh. "I have long heard that your son is a venomous strategist who prioritizes self-preservation. Seeing it today, the reputation is well-deserved." Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang, not expecting him to have procured a token for self-defense. This brat was indeed cautious. He cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Enough idle talk. I called you here today to discuss military strategy. Though the current emperor is a woman, her ambition to expand far exceeds that of the previous emperor. We old bones may still have a use in this lifetime. The deployment of troops concerns the lives of our Great Qian soldiers. We must not slacken. As Gao Tianlong's voice rang out, the expressions of the few men turned solemn. For a commander, a single misjudgment could lead to irreversible consequences, and behind that would be the lives of countless soldiers. Thus, even though the Great Qian was currently free from war, they would still gather from time to time to discuss military strategy. It was unavoidable. An outstanding general could not be cultivated by staying in Chang'an. Only through the bloodshed of the battlefield could one truly grow. This was also why true-born sons of military families were rare, while unworthy sons were abundant. Therefore, these veteran generals still wished to burn the last of their vitality, ready for any sudden need. Gao Tianlong said, "Great Chu shares a border with our Great Qian. I have heard that in recent years the Chu emperor has implemented a series of reforms. His ambitions are far from small. Today let us discuss, if our Great Qian were to march into Great Chu, how could we capture cities with minimal losses and conquer the entire nation?" The others nodded in unison. In recent years, Chu's maneuvers had also made them feel the threat. Qin Jinghua said in a low voice, "Great Chu is vast with sparse population, and its city walls are strong and formidable. To besiege them would certainly cost us dearly. Since ancient times, siege warfare has been the hardest bone to crack. Aside from assaulting head-on, what other methods are there? Hearing this, Lu Xun scowled with displeasure and said, "You old fool, what you just said is utter nonsense. Everyone knows that sieges always result in heavy casualties. Do we need you to state the obvious like farting in your pants? What we are discussing now is how to reduce the toll on our soldiers. Why are you spouting useless words?" Qin Jinghua, having been rebuked, grew angry in turn. "Old Lu, then you tell us. What do you propose? Let me learn something." Lu Xun's eyes widened, but he fell silent. The veteran generals were hot-tempered, especially when it came to military formations, and their arguments grew fierce. Gao Tianlong's head throbbed from the noise. "I have horse spears in my mansion. Would you two like to go outside and settle the matter? Either declare a winner or decide who lives and dies, before coming back to speak properly." Seeing Gao Tianlong intervene, the two temporarily calmed down. Zhao Ponu said in a deep voice, "I believe we can only improve our Great Qian siege engines, such as deploying trebuchets into the city, launching several rounds, and digging tunnels to strike by surprise." Upon hearing this, Lu Xun shook his head. The trebuchets are not only difficult to transport, but also extremely inaccurate. The walls of Great Qiu are tall and made of rammed earth and brick. It's unlikely to be effective. As for tunneling, digging far away is extremely time-consuming, and digging close in. The Chu soldiers are not fools. Even if we succeed, if the exit is discovered, we'd be delivering ourselves to the enemy. Zhao Ponu frowned. "Then we can only storm the walls." Qin Jinghua said, "But throughout history, frontal assaults have always resulted in massive casualties. If today's discussion still ends with a direct assault, then what is the point of us sitting here?" For a moment, the Grand Hall fell into silence. There was no way around it. Since ancient times, sieges had always caused heavy casualties, yet one could not bypass the cities and march directly into the rear. Otherwise, once the supply lines were cut off, it would be extremely dangerous. Thus, both armies would often engage in a protracted war of attrition around a single city until one side could no longer hold out. Lu Xun grew restless and irritable. In his early years, he had attacked Chu cities, but the losses were devastating. He could only watch helplessly as his comrades fell before his eyes. His heart bled, but there was nothing he could do. The casualty ratio between attackers and defenders during sieges was as high as 5-1, or even higher. Just as he was filled with grief, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Gao Yang was standing on the other side, secretly stuffing lychees into his mouth. He immediately glared and shouted angrily, "You brat! While we are discussing military tactics, what do you think you're doing?" With this sudden roar, everyone's gaze turned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang was also startled. "What? Eating lychees from Lingnan? Was that a crime against heaven?" Zhao Ponu said ferociously. "You little rascal, you're always full of tricks. And now you're eating lychees in public, which clearly shows you have something up your sleeve. If you can't come up with a decent plan, you'll have to settle it with me." Gao Yang spat out the lychee pit, feeling terribly wronged. Were they taking their anger out on him? He looked at Gao Tianlong and said, "Grandfather, you must judge fairly for your grandson." Gao Tianlong's heart stirred, and he suddenly had an idea. He said, "Younger, go ahead and speak. If you say something unsatisfactory, you'll meet old Lu's granddaughter tomorrow and marry her soon after. As the descendant of the esteemed Duke Dinghua's mansion, it would be a laughingstock to be ignorant of military strategy. Since my old bones are still hale, I might as well start training a new generation." Gao Yang was stunned speechless. Lu Xun burst into laughter. "You're in luck, boy. Once you see my granddaughter, I guarantee you'll forget all about that Song family girl." Gao Yang looked at Lu Xun's large face and dared not agree. He quickly turned to Gao Tianlong. "Grandfather, this won't do. How can we be happy without love?" Gao Tianlong remained calm and said, "How many lovers in this world actually end up together? I just want to hold another great-grandson." Gao Yang understood now. His grandfather was forcing his hand, setting a trap for him. But he dared not gamble. If he went along with it, and the mistake was made, his whole life would be ruined. He took a deep breath and said to the men, "Actually, your grandson does know a little about military strategy." Gao Tianlong's hand holding the tea paused, and a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "Oh, let's hear it," Gao Tianlong said indifferently. The other veteran generals, being old foxes, exchanged sly smiles. As soon as Gao Tianlong spoke the first sentence, they caught on and merely played along with his act. They blew on the scalding tea in their cups, took a sip, and looked composed. As the saying goes, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Next best is to attack their alliances. Next is to attack their army. The worst is to attack their cities. Siege warfare is a last resort. When Gao Yang uttered these words, Lu Xun, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it out, splashing Qin Jinghua. His eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost staring at Gao Yang. He murmured to himself, "The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Next best is to attack their alliances. Next is to attack their army. The worst is to attack their cities. Siege warfare is a last resort." Meanwhile, Qin Jinghua, who had been sprayed in the face, seemed oblivious, also shocked by Gao Yang's words. Could the young wastrel of Duke Dinghua's mansion truly understand military strategy? Even Gao Tianlong, who had held expectations for Gao Yang, was astonished. Those few words epitomized the pinnacle of military art. Lu Xun was the first to blurt out, "Good lad, I truly underestimated you. You do know your tactics. Tell us, how can we reduce casualties in siege warfare and swiftly conquer Great Qian?" Inside the grand hall, several pairs of sharp eyes fixed upon Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and said, "First, when two armies face off, we can feign weakness by sending a few men to hurl insults beneath the city walls. Utter the vilest curses, from the defender's mother, his wife, to his ancestors, and even the Chu emperor's ancestors, luring him to charge out of the city in pursuit. Then at the critical moment, a contingent of troops will strike from the flank, rout them, and seize the opportunity to storm into the city." The listeners were taken aback. This tactic had some merit. If the defender was hot-tempered and could not restrain himself, he would fall for it. Zhao Ponu spoke up, "Provocative insults do have some feasibility, but within the last century, too many generals have used this trick, and too few have succeeded. In this era, anyone who holds the position of city defender is far from mediocre." Lu Xun said with some disappointment, "Young man, you remind me of a golden-rimmed chamber pot. If you hadn't quoted, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy. Without fighting, the next best is to attack their alliances, the next is to attack their armies, the worst is to besiege their cities, and siege warfare is the last resort. I would have held you in higher regard. But now I am somewhat disappointed." Qin Jinghua remained silent, but he shared the same thought as Lu Xun. Gao Yang remained unfazed, peeling a lychee and popping it into his mouth. He continued, "Wise generals do not be hasty. This tactic only works on ordinary commanders. Indeed, it is hardly a superior strategy. But I have another plan." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze back to Gao Yang. "Uncle Fu, bring me a bit of rice." Gao Yang called out, and Uncle Fu, not daring to delay, hurried off. Soon he returned with a jar of rice. "Young man, what are you planning to do?" Lu Xun asked curiously. Gao Yang took out a handful of rice grains and placed them at the center of the table. "Suppose this table is the territory of Great Qian, and this pile of rice represents the city we intend to attack. Around it, there must be numerous villages and small towns. I use fewer grains to represent those small towns and villages." Instantly, a clear military map appeared before everyone. Their eyes lit up. The idea of using rice grains to represent cities was indeed clever. Gao Tianlong was even more convinced that his grandson truly understood the art of war. This rascal really knew how to hide his talents. Lu Xun could no longer sit still with his fiery temper. He urged, "Spit it out, you brat, stop keeping us in suspense. What do you intend to do?" Gao Yang spat out the lychee seed and traced a route along the table with his finger, not toward the city to be attacked, but heading straight for those villages and small towns. Gao Yang's confident voice rang out. "If it were me, siege warfare would be the last resort. I would first advance along these villages and small towns. Attacking these villages and small towns would cost very few soldier lives." Lu Xun was puzzled. But what use is taking these villages and towns? These villagers are helpless. What's the point in killing them? Gao Yang shook his head. "Who said capturing these villages and towns is for killing their people? I intend to drive the subjects of Chu in one direction, toward the great city I plan to attack. And as they flee for their lives, they will instinctively head for that large city. Then the defender will face a choice whether to let these people into the city or not. Since our army hasn't laid heavy siege, most defenders will feel compassion and open the gates. But once the gates open, it becomes a disaster. Because the city's granaries hold a fixed amount of food. The more refugees enter, the more mouths to feed. As long as we cut off the city's supply lines, the situation inside will become dire." With these words, Lu Xun's expression changed dramatically, and he felt a sudden clarity. His eyes flickered. This tactic was sheer brilliance. Using these Chu civilians to increase the pressure on the defenders and deplete the city's food supply. And isn't food the most vital element for defending a city? But he instinctively asked, what if the defender refuses to distribute food to the townspeople? Gao Yang smiled. If they distribute food, the rations will dwindle rapidly. If they don't, riots will break out. When the people are starving beyond endurance, they will inevitably loot and plunder. If the defenders suppress them by force and turn their blades on their own countrymen, panic will spread. If they don't suppress them, the chaos itself will sow terror. And that right there is our opportunity. Best of all, before that, we should first capture a few fiercely resisting small towns and massacre their inhabitants, spreading our fearsome reputation. Then when turmoil erupts in the city, we send word those who surrender will not be slaughtered, but those who resist will face total annihilation. This fear will spread throughout the entire city. With hearts trembling in panic, that city is bound to fall." A sharp intake of breath followed. As Gao Yang's confident voice trailed off, Lu Xun and the other veteran generals all changed color. Even Gao Tianlong was no exception. This plan was exceedingly ruthless. Yet it was truly a scheme to strike at the heart. Once the defender showed compassion, it would indeed be a disaster. Because everything Gao Yang described would inevitably happen. But is massacring cities not too cruel? Qin Jinghua said with reluctance. This young man was too ruthless. That was a massacre of entire cities. He was not only the god of death for corrupt merchants, locusts, and greedy officials. Now he was showing signs of becoming the god of death on the battlefield. Gao Yang shook his head, his gaze cold. Grandpa Qin showing kindness to the enemy on the battlefield is cruelty to our own troops. If we wish to quickly capture this city, or even an entire nation, without a fearsome reputation, how can we inspire dread? For a moment Qin Jinghua fell silent. But what if the defender refuses to fall for it, and keeps the gates shut? Lu Xun pressed on, his eyes fixed intently on Gao Yang, as if he had found a flaw in the plan. Gao Yang smiled calmly. Then that defender would be a renowned general, rather troublesome. But I have a way. Our army will not kill, but simply drive the Chu people away. Yet when the Chu defender shuts them out, the people of Great Chu will be utterly disheartened. We can sow discord among them, make grand promises, and offer rewards. Whoever first scales the wall and seizes the banner will be promoted 3 ranks, granted Great Qian citizenship, and enjoy wealth and honor. Some will surely be tempted. Thus the people of Chu can serve as our vanguard, charging at the Chu soldiers atop the walls. After all, Great Chu has abandoned them. If they fight, they have a glimmer of hope. If they don't, that's fine too. Our army will be behind them, using them as cannon fodder to deplete the arrows and logs from the walls, reducing our own casualties. Buzz. With Gao Yang's words, the entire grand hall of the Dingwa Duke's mansion fell into absolute silence. The minds of those present felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, buzzing loudly. 5 pairs of eyes turned to Gao Yang simultaneously, their gazes filled with disbelief. In their minds they seemed to see the scenes Gao Yang had described. Step by step, meticulous, and without a single flaw. Lu Xun's turbid eyes stared directly at Gao Yang. This slightly youthful face in his eyes was like a demon. How could a human devise such a scheme? Too ruthless. First, drive the villagers from the villages near the city toward the city, forcing them to flee into it. If the defending general takes pity and lets these people into the city, it will greatly deplete the city's food supplies. Over time, whether they suppress it or not, the city will inevitably fall into chaos. If the defending general sees through the viciousness of this plan and shuts the gates against the people, those people will surely be disappointed and disheartened. Then he would sow discord and make them grand promises, urging them to charge for the Great Qian and kill their own kin. What terrified Lu Xun the most was that even if these people's anger could not be stirred, Gao Yang still had a method, using them as meat shields to absorb the arrows and falling logs from the city, thereby reducing the casualties of the Great Qian soldiers. In other words, once Gao Yang's plan was put into action, no matter what choice the defending general made, it would only benefit the Great Qian and never harm them. But it was too ruthless. Moreover, Gao Yang casually mentioned that to quickly destroy the cities within the Great Chu territory, they must first slaughter several cities that resisted fiercely, spreading their fearsome reputation throughout Great Chu. Then when they besiege without attacking, combined with this scheme, fear would spread to every heart in the city over time. Surrender and open the gates to live, resist, and be slaughtered. Under endless terror, the hope of survival would plunge the city into chaos. This would be a great advantage to them. Even Lu Xun, who was accustomed to seeing corpses on the battlefield, could not help but feel a chilling cold rise from the depths of his heart. To speak of slaughtering a city so casually, this young man truly had a heart as hard as stone. Lu Xun had such thoughts, while Qin Jinghua and Zhao Ponu were even more shaken, waves of shock surging in their hearts. They had originally wanted to test this young man's potential, even prepared to see him make a mess to humble him and then suppress him. But unexpectedly, Gao Yang truly stunned them. This one scheme left them speechless. Yet they had to admit it was extremely vicious and could indeed reduce the casualties of the Great Qian soldiers. Zhao Ponu's lips moved, his throat dry as he said, "Boy, although this scheme is somewhat vicious, it can indeed lower the casualties of our Great Qian soldiers. But I don't understand. What do you mean by that, big pie?" The others looked at Gao Yang, for this term was indeed novel to them. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Grandpa Zhao, this so-called big pie, also called drawing a big pie, essentially means making grand promises, painting a future, making people strive for that goal, and then finally running away. For example, promise the people of Chu, for killing a Chu soldier reward 3 taels of silver, for killing a Chu general reward 1,000 taels of gold, and make him a general. Seeing this big pie, the Chu people will surely fight desperately. But after the matter is done, whether to fulfill it depends entirely on mood. A big pie, as long as it's big enough to make people fight for it, doesn't necessarily have to be fulfilled. Moreover, after this war they will be in the Great Qian. Even if they truly accomplish it, they'll have to bow their heads. Give them a little, and they'll endure it. Gao Yang said these words casually. He was all too familiar with the old tricks of unscrupulous capitalists in later generations. With a monthly salary of 3,000, he could boast that as long as you worked hard, a monthly salary of 300,000 was not a problem, and even overseas trips and various benefits would be available. But if they truly didn't deliver, who would dare to scold their boss saying, "Hey, your mother, where's my overseas trip?" So most young people in later generations chose to lie flat, but capitalists often went one step further. After working all day, you might not earn money, but you didn't exactly work for nothing, at least you were tired. But this was about the power of discourse. Whoever held the power of discourse could set the rules. That was even more true for the Chu people used as cannon fodder. They simply had no choice. But this later generation and scrupulous capitalist philosophy struck Lu Xun and the other veteran generals who had read many military treatises with immense shock. They had thought these Chu people could fight desperately to carve out a way to survive, but never imagined that even that path was half real, half fake. They wanted to refute him, but found no point to counter. As Gao Yang said, a big pie is a big pie precisely because it must be big. Whether it's fulfilled or not is another matter. But if it doesn't give people the motivation to fight desperately, then it certainly won't do. After all the more effort these Chu people put into attacking the city, the fewer Great Qian soldiers would die. The argument ultimately circled back, showing kindness to the Chu people was cruelty to the Great Qian soldiers. This standpoint was not hard to grasp. It was just that the kindness in their hearts made it hard to accept slaughtering cities and using civilians as cannon fodder. They looked at Gao Yang, all falling silent. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, Gao Yang touched his face with a smile. Is there something dirty on my face? Or is my scheme too vicious, scaring you grandpas? Gao Yang deliberately joked. He secretly thought, already silenced. There are even harsher ones coming. Lu Xun's old face couldn't hold up upon hearing this. He was the first to burst into hearty laughter, saying with a full voice, "Nonsense. I've been on the battlefield since I was 13, fighting for decades. I've seen more dead men than you've eaten rice. Though this scheme is vicious to scare your grandpa, Lu, you're still 10,000 miles off. I just had a dry throat and wanted to drink some hot tea." Lu Xun picked up his teacup and hastily took a sip. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Ponu also wore disdainful looks and let out rough laughter. "You little brat, how arrogant. You call this a vicious scheme? We've fought for decades. What schemes that defied humanity haven't we seen? This is nothing. Drink tea." The two picked up their teacups and downed the hot tea in one gulp. Seeing this, Gao Yang quickly said, "It was indeed impudent of me. These old generals really cared about face." Gao Tianlong also found it hard to listen on, and he coughed twice, ahem. "Yang, you needn't be so ruthless. Drawing a big pie is not the act of a righteous man. Since you make a promise, you should fulfill it. Otherwise, if word gets out, how will you lead troops in the future?" Gao Tianlong gave Gao Yang a subtle glance, and Gao Yang instantly understood. "Some things you just do quietly. You don't have to be so honest." Gao Yang bowed and said modestly, "Grandfather is right. Your grandson has learned the lesson." Lu Xun, looking at Gao Yang's smiling face, felt his dignity slightly wounded. A group of old Great Qian generals had been frightened by a young man. If this got out, how could they still show their faces in Chang'an? He pretended to be calm and said, "You boy, you do have some talent in military affairs. Let me test you again. If you can answer this question, then the matter between you and Yurong will be dropped. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll come to my residence. How about it?" Lu Xun's voice came full and strong, a confident smile on his face. Clearly, he was fully confident in this question. As for these words, he only said them to scare Gao Yang. In the end, it was all for face. When a man is old, he can't afford to lose face. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Ponu took a sip of tea, saying nothing. Although Lu Xun hadn't spoken yet, after half a lifetime of friendship, they already knew what the question was. However, they also wanted to curb Gao Yang's arrogance. This boy actually dared to tease them about being scared, truly rebelling against heaven. Gao Tianlong also remained silent. During this time, Gao Yang had been too prominent. As the saying goes, what is too hard is easily broken, so in his view, a little suppression wasn't a bad thing. Seeing that Gao Yang didn't speak, Lu Xun couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Boy, what's the matter? Scared now?" Gao Yang raised his eyes. He was certainly not scared. Since he enjoyed setting traps, he must thoroughly study the 36 stratagems. Though he knew Lu Xun's question wouldn't be simple, he wasn't afraid. But hearing Lu Xun's words, he associated them with something and was hesitating. His granddaughter was named Yurong. What a good name. He immediately thought of an idiom: the sea accepts all rivers, and great capacity leads to greatness. "Why are you dawdling, boy? If you're afraid, say so. If not, say so. Do you think your grandpa Lu would laugh at you?" Lu Xun glared, his eyes wide with displeasure as he looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang stared at Lu Xun's face, which was truly hard to admire, fierce and menacing. Though he thought that with the lights off it didn't matter much, and a good figure was paramount, a face couldn't be too appalling either. The probability of Lu Xun's daughters being beautiful or not. Gao Yang felt it necessary to consider the risks. Grandpa Lu, please go ahead. I'll do my best to answer. Gao Yang finally spoke. Lu Xun, of course, had no idea what Gao Yang was thinking of. Otherwise, with that thought of the sea embraces all rivers tolerance is greatness, he would have eliminated Gao Yang on the spot. Ha ha, good lad, daring enough. Better than your old man. Lu Xun laughed heartily. Gao Feng looked embarrassed. Why was he being attacked out of nowhere? And he was still right here? It was somewhat disrespectful to him. Don't say I'm bullying a junior. This question of mine isn't difficult. As you said earlier, I lead the army and surround the city using your method. If you were the defending general, how would you break the siege? Lu Xun stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on Gao Yang. He pointed to the teacup and a maid immediately refilled it. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Ponu exchanged odd looks. They thought to themselves, this man is truly shameless. As Gao Yang had said, this was an almost impossible dilemma. Even they would be alarmed and find it extremely troublesome if faced with it. Gao Yang was taken aback, his expression odd. Defend the city. Lu Xun saw Gao Yang's expression and felt he might be bullying the boy a bit. After all, he himself had no idea how to solve this. Gao Yang shook his head, then said, Grandpa Lu, this defending the city problem isn't hard, but the method is a bit cruel. Are you sure you want to hear it? At these words, the expressions of the others turned shocked. Defending not hard. How arrogant. Especially Lu Xun, who stared at Gao Yang with a premonition of something bad. But he couldn't figure out what cruel method could be used for defense. Boy, go on and tell me. Let me see what other wicked schemes you've got brewing. Lu Xun said in disbelief. Even the king of hell takes an occasional nap. Could Gao Yang's bag of tricks be inexhaustible? Grandpa Lu, your words wound me. I've always been pure-hearted and harmless. All I've said are good plans for the nation. Where would I find any wicked schemes? They are merely clever strategies to serve the country. Gao Tianlong's hand holding the teacup suddenly paused as a sense of foreboding rose in his heart, as if the boy was about to utter something startling. He stroked his beard. Since ancient times, provisions have been the great issue in defending a city. Actually, I haven't thought of anything wicked. Since ancient times, aside from closing the gates and defending to the death, there's almost no other way. It's unavoidable. Even some schemes are but minor tricks that cannot change the bigger picture. The only solution is to hold fast and not sally forth. Hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought, even the king of hell rests, so how could Gao Yang be full of wickedness? Lu Xun heaved a heavy sigh of relief, his face relaxed. Ha, you brat, so you too can be at a loss for a plan. But what kind of vicious scheme is this? But with so many civilians gathered in the city, once time drags on and the food runs out, how do you think you'll solve that? Gao Yang smiled. Grandpa Lu, you're wrong there. There's a way. If you drive the civilians into the city, the old and young will number tens of thousands. Lu Xun said with dissatisfaction. You brat, I'm asking about provisions. Why are you talking about the number of civilians in the city? I just said it. Old and young, tens of thousands. As the words fell, the other's eyelids twitched violently. How ruthless. Lu Xun was utterly stunned. His cloudy old eyes flew wide, staring fixedly at Gao Yang. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Ponu also widened their eyes, looking at Gao Yang as if they'd seen a ghost. This was not merely a bit vicious. It was an utterly inhuman, heinous plot. In a defensive battle, the old and young in the city numbered tens of thousands. You brat. The old general stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. He casually uttered such a vicious scheme while claiming to be pure and harmless. Doesn't his conscience ache? Gao Tianlong's heart also leaped. Even he, who had seen countless cruel schemes, had to admit this grandson of his was truly venomous. Gao Yang said with a smile, as I said earlier, this method is somewhat inhumane. But it's a last resort. In a defensive battle, the most important thing is food. When besieged, the supply lines are cut off. With no way out, if you want to keep the city, this is the only way. Hiss. The others inhaled sharply in unison. Their scalps tingled, but they had to admit, what Gao Yang said was a fact. There was no choice, especially after letting the civilians in. To hold the city, this was the only way. Qin Jinghua's expression was complex. After a long pause, he said, It's rare to find you thinking something is inhumane. Gao Yang smiled sheepishly. Grandpa Qin, what are you saying? I'm only ruthless with outsiders. I'm pure at heart. Lu Xun's face turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps. He nearly fell to the ground. The more he thought, the more horrified he grew. Grandpa Lu, look at you, can't even stand steady. I'm several meters away from you. You can't blame me for this. Gao Yang struck with lethal words. A line of dashes was removed as decoration. With a clatter, the cup in Qin Jinghua's hand fell to the ground as his eyes widened in shock at Gao Yang's repeated words. Lu Xun also realized the implication, his eyes narrowing in alarm. Gao Tianlong could hardly bear it either. If Gao Yang's vicious schemes were to be used, the city would indeed be difficult to conquer, potentially taking months or even years to fall. There was no way to continue discussing military strategy. At this rate, not only Lu Xun and the other two, but even he himself would begin to doubt his own understanding. Fu Bo give Yang another 500 taels of silver. Whether he goes to the gambling house or seeks the courtesan at the Rouge Pavilion, just keep him away from us for a while. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. This was an unexpected delight. He could receive another 500 taels. Grandson, thanks grandfather. In fact, I have many more insights on military strategy. Gao Yang said as he bowed. Gao Tianlong's mouth twitched as he waved his hand. No need. Go now. Keep Changwen by your side, and let him absorb some of your influence. If Gao Yang was a sheet of black paper, Gao Changwen was a blank one. He hoped the two could balance each other out. Yes. Gao Yang turned and left gleefully. Once out of the main hall, a smile spread across his face. He hurried toward the estate's entrance, heading for the Rouge Pavilion to enjoy some music and entertainment. Without pulling something drastic, who knew when he'd ever get the chance to escape? After Gao Yang left, a long silence fell over the main hall. After holding it in for a while, Lu Xun broke the silence. Old Duke, you have lived your life with integrity and honor, but I fear your reputation may be tarnished in your later years. But I must say, with such a prodigy in the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, your family is destined to prosper for 100 years. The implication was that with Gao Yang, the Gao family's status was secure, but their reputation would suffer greatly. The other two nodded in agreement. In their decades of military service, they had encountered countless people, brilliant, decisive, ruthless. They had seen far too many. But a living demon like this was a first. Each scheme was more poisonous than the last. Qin Jinghua spoke up. I have something to say, and I hope the old duke won't take offense. Gao Tianlong nodded. Given our friendship, speak freely. This young man will soon become someone the emperor finds too vicious to use, too talented to discard, and too dangerous to release. Lu Xun nodded with a complex expression. I shall memorialize the emperor immediately to forbid Gao Yang from visiting the other 6 kingdoms. Keeping him here costs little, but if he ever sets foot in another nation, we'll be in serious trouble. Zhao Ponu took a deep breath and said, years ago, I ordered a village wiped out to conceal my army's movements. To this day, I still have sleepless nights, plagued by guilt. But hearing the words of the old duke's grandson today, I feel suddenly enlightened. I believe I can sleep well tonight. Gao Tianlong. Qin Jinghua added, we hold military power, and I must report today's matter to the emperor. If word spreads, it may harm your reputation. Should we suppress this matter? Gao Tianlong looked at Lu Xun and the others, his gaze shifting. I have one foot in the grave. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds to me, hardly worth mentioning. Write every word of it into the memorial. Yang may be ruthless, but it is directed at enemy nations and the cancers of the Great Qian. In today's Great Qian, a little ruthlessness might not be a bad thing. Hearing this, the others put aside their jesting and grew serious. They were well aware of the problems facing the Great Qian. Qin Jinghua said coldly, Prince Rong challenged the throne at this morning's court, backed by 13 censors and nearly a third of the officials. Though the emperor defused it, it shows Prince Rong's influence. With such instability in the court, how can the Great Qian prosper? Lu Xun and Zhao Ponu looked grim. The court was more a battleground for civil officials, and as military men, they were powerless. Zhao Ponu, with a grave face, said to Gao Tianlong, I suspect Prince Rong intends to strike against the Duke of Dinghua's mansion to establish his authority. Old Duke, be careful. A cold glint flashed in Gao Tianlong's eyes, but he smiled dismissively at them. A few days ago I was indeed concerned, but now I am not worried in the least. The outcome of this court struggle is far from decided. After these words, Lu Xun became somewhat gleeful. Indeed, with this living demon in the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, it seems Prince Rong is finished. I'll just wait and watch the show. After today's encounter, Lu Xun had full confidence in Gao Yang. Meanwhile, at the Prince Rong's residence, in the main hall, antique vases adorned every corner, displaying opulence. Yet a middle-aged man with a resolute face wearing a python robe was filled with rage. Boom. Prince Rong Wulong slammed his hand heavily onto the table. The slap made his hand sting, but he seemed not to feel it, his face burning with fury. Today had been a massive loss of face. After feigning illness for over 10 days, he had planned a grand move on his first court session, but instead had made a huge fool of himself. He had intended to intimidate the Empress by taking the initiative to attack. But to his shock, it was all a trap set by her. She deliberately proposed mixing sand into the grain, waiting for him to jump out in opposition. Then she slapped him down mercilessly. This move had crushed him to establish her authority. Impressive. It seems I underestimated your majesty. Today I have suffered a great loss, my prestige completely shattered. Prince Rong gritted his teeth, his expression cold. Beside him, a middle-aged scholar in a blue robe spoke. The Empress is brilliant, but such a vicious scheme could not have been conceived by her. It must have come from the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, the secretary of the Revenue Bureau. This young man is not simple. Prince Rong's eyes were icy. The boy has hidden himself well. I underestimated him. He then turned to the scholar. Do you have a plan to help me destroy that old man Gao Tianlong? The scholar smiled calmly. Rest assured, Your Highness. I have my own scheme, but we must wait a few days. During this time, Your Highness should instruct the young prince to stay within the residence. If he must go out, bring plenty of guards. Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, is not ordinary. If he goes out now, I fear Gao Yang might target him. Prince Rong frowned, his voice rising sharply. Dare Gao Yang lay a hand on a member of the imperial family? The scholar nodded gravely. The Duke of Dinghua's mansion has deep roots, especially with the old duke still alive. Everyone in Chang'an knows that the imperial edict for talents was a trap set by the young prince against Gao Yang. Retaliation is inevitable. Wulong nodded. Your father was careless, but it was only a temporary setback no matter. You should stay within the residence for the next few days. Don't let the brat from the Duke of Dinghua's mansion set his sights on you. Wu Cheng snorted coldly. The Duke of Dinghua has one foot in the grave. Do they have the guts to attack me? Besides, I only travel during the day, and at night I stay at the Rouge Pavilion. I never walk the night streets. Hearing this, Wu Long nodded, relieved. The scholar also nodded. Judging by this, he was indeed quite cautious. Would Gao Yang dare to attack a prince of the Great Qian in broad daylight? Several veteran generals were still chatting in the main hall when Gao Yang strode toward the gate. Zhao De and his dozen or so retainers were already waiting at the entrance. Young master, Zhao De greeted with a cupped fist salute. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, curious. Why are you here? The Duke specifically ordered us to protect your safety these days, and we are at your disposal. Gao Yang glanced at Zhao De and the retainers behind him, tall and sturdy with stern faces and a faint aura of killing intent. Clearly these were all seasoned military men. A smile spread across Gao Yang's face. He guessed these were the men Gao Tianlong had specially assigned to deal with the Prince Rong's mansion. Quite thoughtful. Where's Chen Sheng? Gao Yang asked Zhao De. Chen Sheng didn't return last night. This morning he came straight to your room, but seeing you asleep, he went out again. Gao Yang nodded. He valued Chen Sheng highly, not just for his abilities, but the name itself was worth his attention. If one day the Empress turned ruthless or sought to exterminate all threats, having Chen Sheng by his side would surely provide a greater sense of security. If he could also gather Wu Guang and Huang Chao, he wouldn't have to just sneak glances at the Empress's legs from behind. He might even dare to reach out directly. But Gao Yang only entertained this thought in his mind. Executing it was far too difficult. Brother grandfather told me to learn from you. These 10 days have been suffocating me. Gao Yang turned to the voice and saw Gao Changwen in a long robe jogging toward him. His face was brimming with the excitement of one who had just been released from confinement. 10 days. A full 10 days. Ever since Gao Yang left for Linjiang City, he had been grounded, forbidden to leave his room. Only when Gao Yang returned to the mansion did he step out the door to welcome him and catch a glimpse of the outside world. The rest of the time, he simply lay in his room. For a prodigal son, that was sheer torture. Gao Yang looked at Gao Changwen, his mouth twitching. But he could understand Gao Tianlong's reasoning. After all, throughout Chang'an, Gao Changwen's reputation was thunderous. Gao Yang turned and walked out of the mansion. Gao Changwen hurriedly followed, asking, Brother, where are we off to have fun? Without looking back, Gao Yang said, The Rouge Pavilion. Hearing this, Gao Changwen's eyes lit up. The Rouge Pavilion. Now that's a fine place. Brother, how much silver did you bring? The Rouge Pavilion isn't cheap. Gao Changwen asked with eager anticipation. Gao Yang paused mid-step and looked at Gao Changwen's youthful face. This fellow seemed quite familiar with the place. But that made sense. In ancient times, people matured early, judging by Gao Changwen's worldly demeanor, he was likely no longer innocent. Still, Gao Yang was a bit curious about the costs. How much silver would one need to enjoy oneself thoroughly? Gao Changwen stroked his chin. For an overnight stay, an ordinary girl costs dozens of taels, a nicer one over 100. As for the 4 courtesans of the Rouge Pavilion, any one of them would cost several thousand taels. So lucrative. Gao Yang was taken aback. Though he remembered the Rouge Pavilion was a money pit, his monthly allowance was not plentiful. Most of it had been spent on rouge and silk for Song Qingqing, so Gao Yang was unfamiliar with the pricing. He clicked his tongue in amazement. The Rouge Pavilion truly was a gold mine. In that case, his private club plan would have to be moved up the agenda. The two boarded the carriage and headed straight for the bustling East Market of Chang'an. Inside the carriage, Gao Changwen's excited voice rang out. As the saying goes, father and son fight side by side, brothers in the brothel share glory. I've heard the courtesan of the Rouge Pavilion costs 1,000 gold a night. You've just come into a fortune, brother. Let's splurge a little. We'll attack from front and rear, catching her off guard, and she won't know which way to turn. Gao Changwen burst into laughter at the images in his head. Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and he wished he could toss this fellow out of the carriage. He was already known as a venomous strategist with a tarnished reputation, With this fool around, the entire Duke Dinghua mansion's name would be ruined. In the imperial palace, in the imperial study, Wu Zhao was in high spirits, her exquisite face full of smiles. Prince Rong, relying on his status, has been domineering and increasingly disregarding me. Today Gao Yang finally avenged me. She recalled the sight of Prince Rong's face turning green during the morning court and felt a surge of satisfaction. Beside her, Shangwan Wanner nodded, her beautiful eyes carrying a cold glint. Clearly she too was displeased with Prince Rong's arrogance. Report. Your Majesty, General Qin Jinghua of the Left Wei Guard, General Lu Zhen of the Right Wei Guard, and the Duke Hugua have all sent memorials. The eunuch's voice sounded, and a look of curiosity crossed Wu Zhao's face. Oh, 3 generals sending memorials at once. Present them. Curiosity piqued, Wu Zhao ordered. The eunuch hurriedly presented the memorials. Wu Zhao opened them, and the more she read, the stranger her expression became. She had assumed 3 generals coming together signified some major crisis, but instead, noticing Wu Zhao's expression, Shangwan Wanner's face changed, fearing some frontier rebellion. She quickly asked, Your Majesty, has something grave occurred? Wu Zhao shook her head, looking at Shangwan Wanner with a peculiar expression. No major matter. It's just that the 3 old generals unanimously recommend Gao Yang for military service and urge me to keep him well fed at all times, never allowing him to set foot in the territories of the other 6 kingdoms. Why is that? Shangwan Wanner was astonished. Some things are hard for me to say. See for yourself. Wu Zhao handed over the memorial, and Shangwan Wanner stepped forward to take it. When she held the memorial and read its contents, her face also twisted in bewilderment. This. She looked at Wu Zhao and said, The Duke Dinghua is a seasoned commander known for surprise tactics, but never have I heard that the mansion strategy could be so ruthless. In times of severe food shortage, even the entire city's old and young tens of thousands. Shangwan Wanner's mouth twitched, and she took a deep breath. Wu Zhao shook her head helplessly. Duke Dinghua would never do such a thing. This must be the venomous scheme of the Household Bureau's assistant director. Shangwan Wanner's mouth twitched again. Gao Yang's reputation as a venomous strategist was indeed well earned. Wu Zhao shook her head and sighed. Old General Qin was right. Gao Yang is too wicked to waste, too dangerous to let go. Having such a man by my side is a mixed blessing. My reputation in the history books will likely suffer. Wu Zhao felt a pang of helplessness. Despite her strong will, she had never encountered a strategist like Gao Yang. His schemes were each more poisonous than the last, and now he was even crueler than the King of Hell. But Gao Yang also happened to solve her current predicament. Well, if it's bitter, so be it. As long as it makes the Great Qian strong and our people live in peace, even if history marks me as a tyrant, I accept it. Wu Zhao could clearly see that Gao Yang's methods, though ruthless, were always ruthless toward enemies. For instance, using Chu citizens as cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's arrows and logs. Though unquestionably cruel, it also reduced casualties among the Great Qian soldiers. It was undoubtedly a ruthless scheme, but for Great Qian, it was a brilliant one. She suddenly asked, Where is the Household Bureau's assistant director? Is he at his residence? Shangwan Wanner's heart jumped. Your Majesty, do you intend to leave the palace? Wu Zhao nodded, her eyes drifting to the window. The palace is too stifling. I want to take a walk outside. And I have some questions. Perhaps he can provide answers. This old servant will go inquire at once. The eunuch bowed and hurried away. Before long he returned, but he spoke hesitantly. Wu Zhao frowned. Speak plainly. What is it? Your Majesty, the Household Bureau's assistant director is not at his residence. Not at his residence. Then where is he? Wu Zhao took a step about to move, but at the words she fixed her gaze on the eunuch. The Rouge Pavilion. Wu Zhao halted, her expression odd. The Rouge Pavilion, one of Chang'an's 4 great brothels. The eunuch nodded sheepishly. Wu Zhao's gaze swept toward the window. I've never visited such an establishment in my life. Well, I'm in a mood today. Let's go see it together. Before long, Gao Yang descended from the carriage. Within his sight, a 3-story building suddenly appeared, its plaque bearing 3 flamboyant characters, Yinji Pavilion. Even in broad daylight, several slender and attractive young women were already standing outside the door soliciting customers. Some ordinary men passing by cast greedy glances, but when they thought of the prices inside the Yinji Pavilion, bitter smiles crept onto their faces. Such a place was beyond their reach for a lifetime. Yet for Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, 2 notorious profligates of Chang'an, this was naturally no issue at all. Please come in, gentlemen. A fragrant breeze brushed against his face, and Gao Yang was ushered into the Yinji Pavilion. Curiosity stirred within him. After all, this was an ancient pleasure house, and it would be inexcusable not to experience it firsthand. Gao Changwen, well acquainted with the place, went straight to the 2nd floor, where rooms were arranged in an elegant and luxurious layout. After they entered a room, a servant hastily laid out some refreshments. At the same time, 2 comely young women knelt beside Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, picking up the wine jug to fill their cups. before a zither-veiled woman in a sheer long dress extended her delicate fingers and played a melody. Instantly the room was filled with the enchanting sound of the zither and the fragrance of sandalwood. Such an environment and atmosphere provided Gao Yang with an exquisite experience. Elegant. Utterly elegant. No wonder the noble clans produced so many wastrels, and the martial households so many unworthy sons. Without a second word, Gao Changwen pulled the woman beside him into his embrace, his large hands sliding down her back, which felt as smooth as silk. The woman soon let out a silvery giggle. She had been holding a piece of pastry, but she simply could not bring it to Gao Changwen's mouth. She could only plead, "Young master, let's eat something first." Clearly this younger brother of his had been pinned up for over 10 days and his mind was far from food. At this moment a strange thought popped into Gao Yang's mind. "Bro, stop touching the stockings or pilling. How about we sing a song instead?" The woman's thoughts were probably not far off. "Young master, stop touching, let's eat something." Gao Yang picked up his wine cup, somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. After all, he had never done this before and hadn't yet adjusted to his role as a profligate. He looked at the enchanting woman beside him and asked, "You seem young. Where are you from and how did you end up in this life?" Though he had some mental preparation, truly acting as naturally as Gao Changwen was still beyond him. "Young master, this servant is called Qing originally from Qingzhou. As for falling into this life, it was out of necessity. I dare not hide it from you. My father was a gambler by nature, and after losing everything he sold me to a brothel. After several twists and turns I came to Chang'an to seek a way to survive." Qing knelt beside Gao Yang, picking up the wine jug, a look of loneliness and fragility passing over her face. Gao Yang's lips twitched as another phrase surfaced in his mind. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother studying, and her shattered life. But whether it was true or not, Gao Yang had no way of knowing. Beside him, Gao Changwen said with some sympathy, "How pitiful." Gao Yang glanced at him. "And yet I don't see you stopping." Gao Changwen gave an awkward smile, then said with righteous indignation, "Brother, that's not right. The silver of the Dingwa mansion is hard-earned. It was bought with our grandfather's life, all blood and sweat. How can we stop? Otherwise, how could we be worthy of our grandfather?" Admittedly, these words made some sense. But then again, if it weren't for these profligates of Chang'an, how would these women survive? With this thought, Gao Yang's sense of guilt diminished. Though he wouldn't go as far as Gao Changwen, he could still enjoy having someone pour his wine, listening to a tune, and indulging in the lavish life of an ancient wastrel. That was not bad either. In this atmosphere, he could better organize his thoughts and completely relax. After a while, the song ended, and Zhao De came to his side and said in a low voice, "Young master Qinsheng has returned. He wishes to see you." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. "Let him in." He waved his hand, and the two maids and the zither player tactfully withdrew. Qinsheng strode in quickly while the retainers stood guard outside. Gao Yang looked at Qinsheng. "You've already found out Wu Qing's movements." Qinsheng nodded. "Young master, this Wu Qing is very cautious. After a day of inquiries, I discovered that his only weakness is his love for excitement. His favorite haunt is this Yinji pavilion. He has spent almost every night here for the past 7 days. He went out once this morning, but his escort was doubled. It seems he is already on guard, making it difficult to strike." Gao Yang smiled. He hadn't expected Wu Qing to be so shrewd. Clearly he was taking precautions, unlike the typical profligate. "I had intended to deal with him in the guise of a wastrel, starting with Wu Qing and advancing slowly. But since he won't give me the chance, it seems I'll have to force my hand directly against Prince Rong." Gao Yang's voice carried a chill. Gao Changwen was stunned, then his eyes widened. "We're going to strike at the Prince Rong mansion." Gao Yang glanced at him. "Are you afraid?" Gao Changwen shook his head excitedly. "Brother, what are you saying? If we overthrow the Prince Rong mansion, the Dingwa mansion's prestige will soar. What's there to fear?" Gao Changwen rubbed his hands together eagerly. Profligates were never afraid of causing trouble. On the contrary, face often mattered above all else. As for the consequences, except for those that would bring down the sky, they rarely crossed their minds. Qinsheng also asked curiously, "Young master, what do you plan to do?" Gao Yang glanced at Qinsheng and said, "To trap Prince Rong is not difficult. Prince Rong holds a noble status and wields great power, but he fears rumors above all. We can spread rumors, like a fox speaking human words or children chanting that the mandate of heaven lies with the prince. Since ancient times, rumors have been as fierce as tigers. Spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Once they spread, Prince Rong will surely be thrown into disarray." This move would be no different than roasting Prince Rong on an open fire. Yet for some inexplicable reason, upon hearing these words, his heart stirred with a strange thrill. "Your subordinate will execute this immediately. I have an even better idea." His spirits soared with excitement. Gao Yang rolled his eyes. "Enough. The imperial power is too weak right now. Taking such a risk would be unwise. After all, Prince Rome's former disciples and old acquaintances are scattered throughout Qian. If he manages to escape, war will become inevitable. I have an even better plan. As Gao Yang thought of Empress Wu's face in his mind, he spoke with absolute confidence. The others exchanged puzzled glances, but Gao Yang offered no explanation. Actually, moving against Prince Rome wasn't difficult at all. He had plenty of ideas. Framing, shifting blame, redirecting conflict. A complete service package that would lead Prince Rome straight to his family's destruction. But imperial power was too weak, Qian too vulnerable. It could not withstand such turmoil. Many schemes simply couldn't be deployed. That was why Wu Cheng had been his first choice, advancing the plan gradually. From Qin Jinghua's account, today's morning court had been an undisguised confrontation between Prince Rome and the Empress. 13 censor officials impeached her, with the chancellor and hundreds of other officials joining in chorus. This had already threatened imperial authority. Wu Zhen certainly must have sensed it. Gao Yang's thinking was simple. Intensify the contradictions, amplify Prince Rome's ambitions, and heighten the Empress's sense of crisis. Wu Cheng would be the perfect candidate. Alas, this lord has no medicine on hand, or else there might be room for manipulation. Gao Yang expressed genuine regret. Clang. Gao Chongwen drew several small vials from his waist and placed them directly on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's eyes flickered. What are these? Medicine. Or have I misunderstood? Brother, isn't this what you wanted? Gao Chongwen scratched his head in confusion. He picked up one of the vials. This is called the exquisite passion powder, a first-rate aphrodisiac. Mix it into wine, and there will be only the slightest impurity. If one doesn't look carefully, it's completely undetectable, yet its effects are tremendous. This one is even more vicious. Gao Chongwen grinned as he picked up another bottle. This is called the Mighty Ejector King. Once consumed, it causes tremendous abdominal pain and triggers an immediate ejection mode. The effect is instantaneous. And this is a sedative made from dried mandrake powder, an essential for killing and robbery. Its effects are quite remarkable as well. Gao Yang stared in astonishment, taking the bottles. Where did you get these? Chen Sheng and Zhao Da also looked at Gao Chongwen with disbelief. They felt a chill run through them. How could a normal person carry several bottles of these on their body? Gao Chongwen grinned. As a wastrel, one should always have something to rely on. Brother, which one do you need? Gao Yang swept all the bottles into his arms. Children make choices. I want them all. Such treasures should be kept for emergencies. Gao Chongwen. His face was filled with pain. These were all his beloved treasures. Gone, all gone. Let the music play on, let the dance continue. Gao Yang patted the small bottles in his embrace, a smile spreading across his face. As Gao Yang's voice rang out. Following Gao Yang's command, the two women from before and the guzheng player wearing a mask re-entered. In an instant, the pleasant sounds of the guzheng filled the room once more. Gao Yang raised his head to see a woman of elegant charm appear before him. Clad in a red long dress that accentuated her alluring figure, a patch of fair skin at her chest was strikingly captivating. This humble woman is Lu Yuer, the representative of Yinji Pavilion. I have long heard the great name of Master Gao and hold you in great esteem. Today, all expenses Master Gao incurs at Yinji Pavilion shall be waived, except for the 4-star courtesans. I only hope to befriend Master Gao. Gao Chongwen was stunned. What, completely waived? A grin spread across his face. Then he would order a few more later. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, no service goes unrequited. Since Manager Lu is being so generous, I presume there is something you seek. Hearing this, Lu Yuer displayed an apologetic smile. Master Gao is truly wise. There is indeed a small matter I wish to request. In recent years, famous establishments in Chang'an have risen one after another. Though Yinji Pavilion is an old establishment, we rely entirely on our courtesans. We've lost many loyal customers. What should we do? As Lu Yuer spoke of this, her face was full of worry. But she quickly added, Master Gao, please don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. If you don't wish to share, my promise still stands. Gao Yang sipped his wine and replied casually, this isn't difficult. Implement a membership tier system for customers recording their spending and stored silver. The higher the tier, the better the privileges and benefits. Those who can come to Yinji Pavilion are either wealthy or noble. What they seek is a symbol of status. Once people start comparing, money follows. The stored silver can also be used for stable business ventures. Furthermore, offer bonuses to the courtesans. If there's profit to be made in the service industry, motivation will naturally follow. At these words, Lu Yuner's eyes lit up instantly. A membership tier system. Offer employees more benefits, bonuses for the courtesans to stimulate motivation. Lu Yuer was suddenly enlightened. Thank you, Master Gao. Gao Yang merely nodded with a smile.
Though he hadn't elaborated, these two moves alone were enough to boost Yinji Pavilion's business significantly. After all, if he revealed everything, what use would he be in the future? The core strategies must be kept for himself. Conversely, using Yinji Pavilion as a trial run would let him gauge how the major figures of Chang'an would react to membership cards. He had saved several hundred taels today. Truly a threefold benefit. Lu Yuer hurried away. Gao Changwen shouted after her, "2 more please." Soon a fragrant breeze swept in. And because of his suggestions, these two women's appearances and figures seemed to have improved even more. Just as Gao Yang was about to reach out his hand, suddenly the door to the elegant room was pushed open and a clear, cold voice rang out. "The vice director is quite the enjoyer. Such a wonderful place, yet you don't share the fun. Aren't you being a bit discourteous?" Gao Yang looked up in puzzlement. 2 pairs of eyes carrying a hint of amusement, yet seemingly evaluating him, gazed directly at Gao Yang. Though dressed in men's attire, the heroic spirit between their brows was unmistakable. Boom. When Gao Yang saw these 2 familiar faces, his mind seemed to explode. Yet Gao Changwen's large hand continued without restraint. "We have 2 more friends joining. 2 more please." The music played on, the dance continued. Boom. Gao Yang stared blankly at Wu Zhao and Sheng Wanwaner before him, feeling as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind. His face was filled with disbelief. Why would Wu Zhao appear here? Isn't this a brothel? At this moment, even Gao Yang, who had witnessed countless grand spectacles, was utterly dumbfounded. His hand had just reached out about to encircle the waist of Qing'er, who sat beside him with a plaintive expression. Though not as excessive as Gao Changwen, it was harmless to experience the pleasures of an ancient dandy. But then Wu Zhao entered. And that damned younger brother of his had even ordered 2 for Her Majesty. And women at that. Wu Zhao sat down casually, her gaze falling on Gao Yang's shocked face. She seemed quite pleased with his expression, and a beautiful curve lifted the corner of her lips. "Assistant Director, feel free to be at ease. Do what you were doing, just be bold and be yourself." Wu Zhao picked up a piece of pastry and put it into her mouth casually. Gao Changwen was not reserved either. His large hand continued its operation while he chuckled. "This brother, you're quite a good person, but your tone sounds a bit unusual." And with his words, Lu Yuer was not stingy either, bringing in 2 beautiful women in long skirts into the private room. When they saw Wu Zhao in male disguise, they immediately rushed toward her. Though fallen into the world of dust, serving a decrepit old man versus serving a handsome young man. These were absolutely 2 different feelings. Wu Zhao, dressed as a man, exuded an air of nobility and heroic spirit that was devastatingly attractive to them. They felt it would be worth it, even if they had to pay a bit themselves. But this action startled Gao Yang. He hurriedly stopped them. "Stop." He had studied the laws of the Great Qian extensively. Offending the Empress was a grave crime. He couldn't let himself be implicated. Gao Changwen looked displeased. "Elder brother, you already have 2 beside you. You should know that trying to have too much is bad for you. Even if you can handle it, your kidneys can't. Don't be so stingy." Lu Yuer also bowed and said, "Lord Gao, there are not many customers during the day. If the young master needs, there are still plenty of sisters in the Yinji Pavilion." Even the top courtesan, Lu, having heard of the young master punishing the unscrupulous merchant, admires you and wishes to have a drink with you. The top courtesan Lu. Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Gao Yang was also curious about the courtesan's grace, with Wu Zhao present, he dared not act recklessly. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Wu Zhao. "Your subject Gao Yang pays homage to your majesty." This action directly stunned Gao Changwen. Even his large hand stopped abruptly. In the private room, a wave of shock instantly arose. Lu Yuer also widened her beautiful eyes. "Your majesty, the Empress herself also likes to visit brothels." Gao Changwen immediately withdrew his hands and quickly followed in bowing. "Gao Changwen, second son of the Vice Minister of Revenue Gao Feng, pays respects to your majesty." For a moment, everyone in the private room knelt down. Wu Zhao said with a hint of annoyance, "I am traveling incognito. Assistant Director, are you eager to spread the news of my visit to a brothel throughout all of Chang'an? Even though I am a woman, I fear the censors will submit memorials to impeach me tomorrow." Gao Yang said, "Your subject understands. Please rest assured, your majesty." Wu Zhao smiled amusedly. "I only said 2 sentences and you understand. Then tell me what you understand." "Your subject will immediately send people to silence everyone, including my own younger brother, leaving no one alive. That way your majesty's whereabouts will not be leaked." The words fell. In the private room, all eyes immediately gathered on Gao Yang. Everyone was incredulous. Were they all to be silenced just like that? Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes were full of shock. Her scalp tingled with fear. The folk rumors were true. This was truly a living demon king. She had not even provoked Gao Yang, and had even waived all expenses for today at the Yinji Pavilion, and now she was about to be silenced. Gao Changwen was also dumbfounded. Was he really going to sacrifice his own kin for justice? "Your majesty, spare us."
Qing'er and the other women knelt down, faces full of fear. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang's righteous-looking face and twitched her mouth. She had originally intended to tease Gao Yang, but unexpectedly Gao Yang had turned the tables. I am not that cruel. All of you rise. Wu Zhao said indifferently, picking up another piece of pastry. Hearing this, everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Wu Zhao glanced sidelong at Gao Yang, as she knew perfectly well that he had said that deliberately. This feeling of being led by the nose annoyed her greatly. Gao Yang, since my ascension, I have issued an edict that all officials of the Great Qian above the 7th rank must set an example and not indulge in brothels. It seems my words carry no weight. Wu Zhao said calmly, her eyes fixed on Gao Yang. A month ago she had issued this decree, but it was only because she disliked the extravagant customs of the court officials, and the punishment was merely a fine of silver. Since they had money to visit brothels, they might as well serve the country. She did not mention the consequences, merely wanting to curb Gao Yang's arrogance. Gao Yang was instantly dumbfounded. The Great Qian had such a rule. He was not stupid, he sensed the Empress's displeasure. This was definitely targeted, and visiting brothels could not be completely suppressed. But if he were to be punished, even if it was just a fine of silver, it would be somewhat unjust. After all, he hadn't done anything yet. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I came here to perfect the legal system of the Great Qian as a strategist, personally entering the field for the dignity of the law for our Great Qian. As Gao Yang said this, Lu Yuer and Qing'er looked strange. This excuse was simply outrageous. Wu Zhao was also amused into laughter. She picked up her teacup and said to Gao Yang, Gao Yang, for a 6th rank official like you, visiting a brothel is not a big problem, at most 100 taels of silver fine. But deceiving the sovereign is a grave crime. Now tell me, how did your visit to the Yinji Pavilion help the Great Qian perfect the law? How did you as a strategist personally enter the field for our Great Qian? If you do not give me a reasonable explanation, even if I wanted to spare you, the laws of the Great Qian will not. Shangwan-Wanner's beautiful eyes also looked at Gao Yang with schadenfreude. If Gao Yang were to be punished, she would be pleased. Gao Yang was not flustered at all. He looked at Wu Zhao and said, Your subject recalls that the laws of the Great Qian do not encourage the existence of brothels, nor do they encourage the women of the Great Qian to engage in this profession. Especially the act of money and transaction, except for the Jiaofeng department, is not protected by the laws of the Great Qian. Wu Zhao frowned, feeling that Gao Yang had something behind his words, but she still nodded. Indeed, places like brothels are most prone to harbor filth and corrode people's will. The court naturally does not support them. As for transactions within brothels, except for the Jiaofeng department, they are not protected by the laws of the Great Qian. What is the problem with that? Wu Zhao's gaze turned to Gao Yang. But except for the Jiaofeng department, no one actually enforced it. After all, the existence of brothels could reduce the occurrence of crimes like rape. But the Great Qian certainly did not endorse the act of paying money and exchanging hands, as it was too damaging to social morality. Only the Jiaofeng department was under the court, so it was protected by law. Other brothels were generally left alone, but in name they were not permitted. This had always been an unspoken matter. Gao Yang slapped his thigh and said, Your Majesty, the problem here is enormous. This is exactly what I want to address. The Great Qian was founded on law with strict statutes. But because of this ambiguous definition, there is a loophole in the Great Qian's legal code, and even the possibility of enjoying services without payment. Your subject feels deeply grieved about this. Freeloading. Wu Zhao's brow furrowed as confusion instantly washed over her. Shangwan-Wanner and Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes also shimmered with bewilderment. Though they did not understand the meaning of this term, seeing Gao Yang utter it, and recalling his cunning schemes, they sensed that nothing good would come of it. What does freeloading mean? Wu Zhao asked in confusion. Your Majesty, let me illustrate with a hypothetical scenario, and you shall understand. Gao Yang glanced at Qing'er. Take for example the matter between me and Miss Qing. Suppose we agree on 500 silver taels for one night. Hearing this, Qing'er hastily waved her hands in panic. Lord Gao, 50 taels would be more than enough. The sum you've named is far too high. It would be an exorbitant price. Gao Yang's face darkened. I say you are worth 500 taels, and that is what you are worth. Even 5,000 taels a night would be no problem, for I have no intention of paying anyway. Afterward, if I were to settle the bill with the paper money used for the dead, Your Majesty, would I be breaking the law? The words fell. Wu Zhao's eyes shot wide open. Enjoying the service without paying. Using paper money to fool people. Lu Yuer and Qing'er stared at Gao Yang in utter disbelief. Could there be such a shameless person in the world? How black-hearted must one be? Even the woman plucking the zither, who sold only her art, not her body, abruptly changed her melody, clearly so startled that she struck the wrong chord. Unlike the others, Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared intently at Gao Yang. Before Gao Yang could speak, Shangwan-Wanner interjected, That is indeed a crime. Since it is not a legitimate transaction, Qing'er could report you to the authorities for rape.
In our Great Qian rape is a grave offense. Gao Yang smiled. Lord Shengwan, you are mistaken. Qing'er and I agreed on 500 silver taels for a transaction, and I did not contravene her will. The only issue is that I paid with paper money. How can this be considered rape? Shengwan Wanner was momentarily speechless. Crude as the reasoning was, even if brought to the authorities, it would not constitute the crime of rape. Shengwan Wanner's eyes shifted, and she spoke again. Paper money is for the dead. Using it as silver is a crime of counterfeiting currency, which would land you in hot water. Gao Yang continued to smile. Counterfeiting requires that the currency circulates in the market and disrupts the credit of Great Qian's currency, causing harm. Only then does the crime hold. But paper money is for the dead. How can it disrupt the credit of Great Qian's currency? Thus the charge of counterfeiting naturally does not stand. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched, and she said sardonically, Gao Yang, you seem quite well versed in our Great Qian's laws. Gao Yang replied modestly, Your Majesty flatters me. I know, but a little hardly worth mentioning. Understanding the law should be the duty of every citizen of Great Qian. During the 7 days in Linjiang City, he had idly flipped through the Great Qian legal code. In particular, he had read the definitions of major crimes no fewer than 10 times. This had become his personal habit. As the saying goes, a rogue is not frightening. What is frightening is a rogue with knowledge. The law is something one may not need to use, but must understand. Now he had the Great Qian laws committed to memory. Shengwan Wanner gritted her teeth. She still refused to believe that Gao Yang could truly get away without paying. How could that be possible? After a moment's thought, she sneered. Agreeing on 500 silver taels, but settling with paper money. Surely the charge of fraud cannot be avoided. That crime is no small matter. Gao Changwen nodded vigorously, thinking the same. Since they had agreed on 500 taels, yet he produced paper money, the crime of fraud was inescapable. He looked at Gao Yang with eager anticipation. This question was of great importance to him. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Shengwan Wanner, spreading his hands. Lord Shengwan, according to the laws of Great Qian, the crime of fraud requires that the value of the defrauded property be used to determine the sentence. In earlier years, the 7 kingdoms witnessed the 100 schools of thought, contending among them the legalist school. The laws of the 7 kingdoms cannot be separated from legalism, but since it is a school of thought, it comes with collisions of different viewpoints. The law is ultimately perfected through contention. Regarding the crime of fraud and property, there are mainly 2 factions. Let me call them the affirmative and the negative. The affirmative insists that property must be something protected by law, but the negative faction believes that anything with economic value should be protected by law. If we adopt the affirmative faction, then acts involving property not protected by law would not be considered crimes, clearly inappropriate. Yet if we adopt the negative faction, that would also be unsuitable, as it would lead to boundless legal reach. Thus, after centuries of debate, a view generally accepted by the 7 kingdoms emerged: the law should protect property as long as it has a certain economic value, but only if it is recognized by the law. However, our Great Qian establishes the state on filial piety and governs by law. Under morality, such conduct is not supported. Since it does not belong to the court, and such transactions are not backed by Great Qian law, how can the charge of fraud be established? It obviously does not hold. Therefore, every time I visit the brothel, I never pay. I choose to freeload. I am utterly wicked, even deceiving courtesans, truly a scoundrel. But I have broken no law because the Great Qian legal code does not support such behavior. Since Great Qian governs by law, this is clearly a flaw in the law. Hence I place myself in the situation to help perfect the laws of Great Qian. I humbly request Your Majesty to issue an order legalizing brothels, thereby closing this legal loophole that allows freeloading. At these words, the entire private room was stunned, eyes wide. Lu Yuer and Qing'er swallowed hard. They had never imagined that freeloading was truly not a crime. Where was justice? Where was the law? Qing'er looked at Gao Yang with terror. According to this logic, if Gao Yang truly freeloaded off, her even reporting it to the authorities would be useless. Were all scholars in the world this terrifying? Were their hearts so filthy? Was it this difficult for them to earn a living by their youth? Could there be such a detestable person under heaven? Lu Yuer, Qing'er, and the other women dared not speak, but seethed inwardly. The zither player's melody fell into complete disarray. How clearly these words had stirred a tempest in her heart. This was too wicked. It was wicked beyond her comprehension. Gao Changwen's eyes glittered. At this moment, his admiration for Gao Yang was like a surging river, endless and unbroken. If the Empress had not been present, he would have knelt to Gao Yang without hesitation. All it took was a bit of paper money meant for the dead to freeload. A restless heat churned in his heart. Wu Zhao and Shengwan Wanner also looked at Gao Yang. Since ancient times, brothels, aside from those under the official music bureau, had never been recognized by Great Qian law, yet they had become an accepted reality. None of them had ever thought that someone could exploit a loophole in the law. Freeloading was possible. Gao Yang, I never expected you to be so familiar with Great Qian's laws.
You must have studied hard, haven't you? Wu Zhao took a deep breath, her phoenix-like eyes resting on Gao Yang, filled with complexity. Others studied the law to govern the state and bring peace to the world, to strike like thunder for the injustices of the realm. This rascal, however, had focused solely on exploiting every legal loophole. If Gao Yang truly freeloaded, and the case went to court with this argument, it would indeed be impossible to convict. Gao Yang remained humble. As a subject of Great Qian, I ought to be thoroughly versed in its laws and examine myself thrice daily. Moreover, Gao Yang said to Wu Zhao, even when I come to this brothel, I do not forget your Majesty's grace. I have conceived a brilliant strategy for your Majesty to gradually weaken the other 6 kingdoms. What? Wu Zhao's eyes lit up. Compared to freeloading, she was far more interested in weakening the 6 kingdoms. You can think of a way to weaken them just by visiting a brothel. Wu Zhao was both expectant and skeptical. Gao Yang nodded emphatically. I am the most upright and loyal subject of Great Qian. How dare I deceive my sovereign? This is indeed true. As Gao Yang spoke these words, Shangwan Wanner took a deep breath and averted her gaze, unable to bear watching. Lu Yuer and Qing'er lowered their heads. Free riding, and still calling it pure-hearted. Wu Zhao took a sip of tea from the table, the corner of her mouth twitching. She didn't believe a single word of this first pure-hearted man of Daqian, or most loyal minister of Daqian. But this insidious scheme to weaken the 6 kingdoms piqued her interest. Speak, she said. Gao Yang's gaze fell on Gao Changwen beside him. Your Majesty, what do you think of your younger brother? Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Changwen, scanning him. Gao Changwen's face immediately lit up with a smile, his back straightening, his expression full of anticipation. Pale complexion, weak posture, a sheer profligate. What does that have to do with weakening the 6 kingdoms? Wu Zhao gave her assessment, bluntly somewhat puzzled. Gao Changwen's face instantly fell, but he dared not utter a word in front of Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, that's not quite right. The connection is enormous. The probability of a general's family producing mediocrities has always been higher than that of producing worthy sons. Behind this, the harm of brothel beauties ranks first. As the saying goes, beauty is like a wolf or tiger. It can dissolve one's will. Not to mention, touching it, one shouldn't even think of it. Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow, coming to a realization. You want me to start with the aspect of beauty? Exactly. As the saying goes, when the enemy weakens, we grow stronger. To become powerful, besides elevating ourselves, we can also drag others down. Gao Yang's eyes flickered. In his past life, the night before major school exams, he would always buy some adult magazines and secretly place them on the desks of high-achieving students. This would keep them up all night, and his ranking could rise a notch. Your Majesty, you could cultivate talented individuals, send them to the 6 kingdoms, and open lavish brothels. On one hand, it would make them indulge in the land of beauties beyond redemption, eroding their will, and on the other, it could earn silver to fill the treasury. But this tactic works too slowly. I have a better one. Does your Majesty have any treasured instructional paintings in the palace? At these words, Shangwan Wanner blushed. She scolded, Lord Gao, mind your words in the presence of His Majesty, or risk being charged with great disrespect. My mind is utterly devoted to the path of strengthening Daqian, with no room for such frivolous thoughts, Gao Yang declared with righteous indignation. Yet driving the conversation in such a direction before the Empress was a thrill in itself. Wu Zhao felt a momentary shame and anger, but soon regained her icy composure. No matter. I do have such things. Continue. Gao Yang smiled. Your Majesty could summon the finest painters in the realm to compile these into albums and secretly send them to the 6 kingdoms. However, the limitations of painting technique may yield mediocre results. I recommend text instead. Words, when used well, can be a powerful weapon. Their power of imagination is boundless. Your Majesty could start with storybooks. Set aside cliched romances and martial arts tales, a focus on risque content. Then secretly distribute these books to the 6 kingdoms, poisoning their younger generation. Under the flames of lust, they will visit brothels at a tender age. Indulgence will waste their bodies, shortening their lives. If your Majesty finds this plan sound, I too possess a unique talent in storybooks. One titled The Female Scholar, another The Boy's Unsatisfactory Results. These suffice to destroy the youth of the 6 kingdoms. Gao Yang spoke with utter confidence. At these words, the entire chamber fell silent. Wu Zhao looked at the self-assured Gao Yang, and a chill suddenly shot from her tailbone straight to the crown of her head. Better to strengthen oneself than to weaken the enemy. She had never imagined that merely visiting a brothel would lead Gao Yang to devise such a venomous scheme. And this scheme directly targeted the young generation of the 6 kingdoms, first ignite their lust, then drive them to brothels uncontrollably. At such a young age, it would inevitably harm their bodies. This method was utterly ruthless. Though she knew not the brilliance of the boy's unsatisfactory results, her understanding of Gao Yang told her these 2 storybooks were anything but ordinary. Their power might even rival the explicit instructional paintings in the palace. Wu Zhao was tempted. As Gao Yang had said, there was real potential. Among the Seven Kingdoms books were extremely precious. If truly captivating, just a few copies could spread throughout the circles of idle aristocrats. The only problem was the scheme's sheer malevolence. At this moment Wu Zhao felt changing was words more deeply. Use it. Morally repugnant. Reject it. Such a pity. I'll release it. Terrifying. Raising Gao Yang cost little, but if he ever fell into the hands of the other 6 kingdoms, Daqian would suffer greatly. Never let Gao Yang leave Daqian. Wu Zhao made up her mind instantly. Shangguan Wan'er too hadn't expected Gao Yang to be so unscrupulous. She hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely unadvisable. Storybooks have always circulated among the 7 kingdoms. If they are truly captivating, the other 6 kingdoms might adopt the same idea. To harm Daqian or profit-seeking merchants might bring them back. Killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own is unwise." Wu Zhao nodded at this. Shangguan Wan'er's words held some truth. Gao Yang, your plan is demonic. Once unleashed, the 6 kingdoms will suffer, but it could easily backfire on Daqian. Let me think on it. Wu Zhao said hesitantly. The matter was too weighty, she needed to ponder carefully. Gao Yang felt a tinge of regret, but nodded as well. Shangguan Wan'er's point was valid. Then shall I submit the first chapter of each magnum opus for your Majesty's perusal another day? Gao Yang asked tentatively. Above all, he feared being charged with disrespect. After all, the storybooks of Daqian were utterly insignificant compared to those of another time. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang and took a deep breath. We'll discuss that another day. I came here for other important matters. Wu Zhao fixed her gaze on Gao Yang, a fervent anticipation kindling in her heart. Ever since she ascended the throne, she had been tormented by one problem, even losing sleep. But she dared not act rashly. It was only with Gao Yang's appearance, his successive venomous schemes, that she saw hope. Especially his military strategies, along with the cultural invasion of free riding and using beauty to corrupt the youth of the 6 kingdoms, gave her even more hope. Gao Yang, seeing Wu Zhao's burning gaze, tightened his robe. It is but a subject's duty to relieve your Majesty's worries, but that look in your eyes unnerves me. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. After a full minute, she spoke to Gao Yang. If you can solve this problem for me, I promise you a lifetime of prosperity, short of treason. Hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. In Daqian, this was akin to a talisman of immunity, its value beyond measure. As a subject of Daqian, I shall spare no effort to relieve your Majesty's worries, Gao Yang pledged with unwavering resolve. But your Majesty, shouldn't we change the venue? Discussing state affairs in a brothel feels odd, don't you think? Future historians won't record it favorably. A hero cares not for his origin, nor does strengthening a nation depend on the occasion. After saying this, Wu Zhao glanced at Lu Yuer and the others. We beg your leave. Lu Yuer quickly bowed and withdrew with Qing'er and the others. Clearly the ensuing conversation was not for their ears. To hear more would truly mean silencing. Gao Chongwen wanted to leave, but Wu Zhao said, "Since you are the son of Vice Minister Gao, stay and listen." Yes. Gao Chongwen had no choice but to sit down again, suppressing his restless urges. Shangguan Wan'er stepped out, and soon shadows moved, leaving a clear space. Clearly the area had been cordoned off. This only piqued Gao Yang's curiosity. What dilemma could be so grave for Wu Zhao? Throughout the process, Wu Zhao remained silent, her face frosty, exuding an intense chill. Her fingers tapped on the table rhythmically, slowly, and deliberately. When Shangguan Wan'er entered and nodded to Wu Zhao, the Empress's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang. Gao Yang, do you know how powerful the feudal princes of Daqian are? She asked coldly. Hearing this, Gao Yang was taken aback. Then he understood Wu Zhao's meaning. Wu Zhao said solemnly, in ancient times feudal lords held no more than 100 li of land, making their strength easy to control. Now the princes of Daqian rule over cities by the dozen and territories 1,000 li wide. At ease they grow arrogant and indulge in debauchery. In crisis they flaunt their strength and unite to defy Chang'an. She fixed her gaze on Gao Yang. If the princes of Daqian are not dealt with, I cannot rest easily. You have a black heart and ruthless schemes. Do you have a clever plan? Within the elegant chamber a profound silence fell as Wu Zhao's voice echoed. Gao Chongwen felt the ground beneath him searing hot, his seat no longer comfortable. The Empress intends to move against the vassal kings of Qian. This was monumental news. Shangguan Wan'er's gaze settled on Gao Yang. Her face betrayed no surprise. Clearly she was already aware. Gao Yang remained utterly composed. From the very first utterance of Wu Zhao, he had sensed her murderous intent toward the vassal kings. This killing intent was overwhelming, evidently not a passing whim. Yet this was only natural. Since ancient times the relationship between imperial authority and the vassal kings had been extremely delicate. The throne required the vassal kings to guard it, yet it also feared their growing power that might threaten the crown. Throughout the ages, all 7 kingdoms of the realm had faced this same dilemma. The so-called art of emperorship was in essence the art of balance. The sovereign appeared to wield supreme authority, but to govern a nation one needed the art of equilibrium. After all, the emperor's energy was finite, he could not attend to every matter personally. Every corner of the realm required a guardian. The vassal kings were the optimal choice. Once a vassal king's power grew too great, he must be suppressed. But if the vassal kings were not employed, outsiders would have to be entrusted, which posed even greater dangers. Compared to outsiders, the founding emperor of Qian still deemed the vassal kings reliable. At the very least, even if they rebelled, the realm would still belong to the Wu clan, never falling into the hands of outsiders. Your Majesty, you do me an injustice. How could I be so black-hearted and ruthless? If word of this spreads, how will the history books record me, and how will the people of the realm perceive me? This is a misunderstanding of me. A very serious misunderstanding. I must clear my name. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao with righteous indignation. He would not bear such a reputation. Wu Zhao cast a deep, penetrating glance at Gao Yang. These successive venomous schemes, from the great pitfall in Linjiang City that entrapped merchants to the annihilation of locusts, and then rather than elevating oneself drag others down. How can you deny being black-hearted and ruthless? A scheme to poison the younger generation of the Six Kingdoms. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. It might not take effect immediately, but over time it would kill without drawing blood, perhaps without the Six Kingdoms' monarchs even realizing it. Yet this strategy was too prone to backfire on Qian, and Qian's national strength was not so weak as to necessitate such a poison. Though Qian faced many problems, within Wu Zhao's heart burned a grand, lofty ideal. She would ride across the Six Kingdoms, pacify the chaotic world, and unify the realm. She would create a true golden age and earn the title of the greatest female emperor through the ages. She would prove to the world that a woman could also ascend the throne, rule as emperor, and accomplish a great hegemony. One realm, yet 7 kingdoms, hundreds of small states, countless barbarians. Was there no law in this world? It was precisely for this reason that she had not hesitated to issue an imperial edict posting a call for talents, even granting high positions to a venomous strategist like Gao Yang. All of this, behind it all, was for this ideal that sounded incredible, that even the court officials would call arrogance if spoken aloud. But Wu Zhao firmly believed she could achieve it. This world. She came, she saw, she conquered. As long as she could accomplish a great hegemony, she cared not for loyal ministers or sycophants, nor for the cruelty of her schemes. How history would write her, how the world would judge her, these were irrelevant. After her death, let the floods rage. Her first step was to reduce the vassal kings. The power of Qian's vassal kings has reached a point where it must be curbed. I chose my words poorly, but the meaning is close. Do you have any clever plan to deal with these vassal kings? Wu Zhao took a deep breath and spoke again. Your Majesty truly wishes to move against the vassal kings. Gao Yang lifted the wine cup on the table, took a sip, and fixed his eyes on Wu Zhao's noble face. The Empress herself lowering her head. This showed her determination. Wu Zhao nodded, her gaze ice cold. Since my ascension, I have constantly thought of reducing the vassal kings, but I held back. But now I wish to act. Then I beg your Majesty to enlighten me so that I may devise a strategy. Wu Zhao's gaze shifted to Shangguanwaner. Shangguanwaner began to speak. The strength of Qian's vassal kings traces back 100 years. At that time, the founding emperor of Qian, a commoner, rose in arms amidst the chaos, eventually established Qian, and formed the equilibrium of 7 kingdoms. Her crimson lips parted, and she succinctly narrated Qian's century-long journey. Gao Yang listened quietly, and from Shangguanwaner's words he envisioned a great Qian standing tall on the central plains. 100 years ago, heroes carved up the land. Across thousands of miles of territory, there were 100 small states warring among themselves until a great conflict erupted. At that time, human life was as cheap as grass. Blood dyed the earth red, and heroes arose from all corners, giving birth to countless legends. In the end, aside from some nomadic tribes, only 7 powerful kingdoms remained, among them Qian, carved out by its founding emperor. Back then, due to the chaos, lacking the support of aristocratic families, the founding emperor of Qian promised that if he became emperor, all meritorious officials who helped found the state would be granted their own feudal territories. But after peace was achieved, these kings of different surnames severely threatened imperial authority. Thus, the founding emperor and his successors spent the following decades purging these feudal lords. At that time, they allied with their own imperial clan. When the kings of different surnames were mostly eliminated, the vassal kings of Qian became the new thorny problem. They had their own fiefs where they held military power, land, and taxation. They were veritable local emperors. By Wu Zhao's generation, the power of these vassal kings had grown formidable, severely threatening imperial authority. Gao Yang, you may take several days to consider the matter of reducing the vassal kings. There is no need to rush your reply. Seeing Gao Yang's furrowed brow, Wu Zhao spoke. She had been too impatient. Reducing the vassal kings was a grave matter that required utmost caution. Although Gao Yang was full of cunning schemes, old and calculating, he could not produce an immediate answer. Just as she was about to rise, she suddenly heard Gao Yang's voice. Your Majesty, I have a plan that may weaken the vassal king's power without shedding blood. At these words, Wu Zhao's expression shifted abruptly. Shang Wanwanner's face was also filled with shock. Reducing the vassal kings was a true state affair of utmost importance, and Gao Yang had already conceived a strategy so quickly. Shang Wanwanner looked astonished. Wu Zhao's phoenix-like eyes fixed straight on Gao Yang for the first time, carrying urgency. Gao Yang, what clever plan do you have? Since ancient times, reducing vassal kings had always involved bloodshed, but Gao Yang claimed it might be done bloodlessly. This only deepened her curiosity. Seeing this, Gao Yang did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Your Majesty, I have always believed that the bustling world, all for profit, the chaotic world, all for gain. Whether governing a state or conducting business, those who can exploit human weaknesses can achieve great undertakings. Reducing the vassal kings falls within this. My plan is to use the weaknesses of human nature to subtly diminish the power of Deqian's vassal kings, rendering them incapable of threatening Deqian. In my mind, there is an open scheme. As Gao Yang finished speaking, Wu Zhao's gaze abruptly shifted. Her eyes locked onto him, awaiting his next words. Her countenance remained composed, but a mighty storm raged within her heart. To conquer without shedding blood, to slay without a visible blade. This was an overt stratagem. These words echoed ceaselessly in her mind. From her understanding of Gao Yang these past few days, she knew his temperament. A cunning schemer who would never speak in absolutes unless he had 99% certainty. In other words, Gao Yang was utterly confident. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanwanner's eyes were also filled with astonishment. She had always revered learning, believing that the books of the sages must contain the way to govern the state and pacify the world. Thus, she regarded Cui Xinghe, one of the 4 great talents of Chang'an and the top scholar of the Deqian imperial examination, as the minister who could save the realm. Regarding the matter of reducing the feudal lord's power, Wu Zhao had held high hopes for Cui Xinghe ever since he had topped the imperial examination. Yet to this day, Cui Xinghe had not provided a method for reducing the feudal lord's power. This deeply disappointed Wu Zhao, but she also understood the difficulty of the task. But there was no choice. Without reducing the feudal lord's power, the Deqian could not grow strong. That was why she had sought out Gao Yang, hoping to see if he had a better solution. Unexpectedly, after hearing her request, Gao Yang immediately conceived a plan. According to Shang Wanwanner's investigation, Gao Yang's interest in listening to music in pleasure quarters far outweighed his interest in the books of the sages. But she would never think Gao Yang was bragging. One clever scheme after another had already stirred ripples in Shang Wanwanner's heart. Gao Yang as a person might be questionable, but one could never say his schemes were not effective. The fundamental reason the feudal lords are powerful is that they possess wealth, authority, and armies. These are the roots. Therefore, reducing their power must begin from these very aspects. Your subject and my humble brother shall serve as an example. Gao Changwan was taken aback, the corner of his mouth twitching. So after all this, his role here was to be the foil. A chill ran through his heart. Continue, Wu Zhao said with an earnest expression. Gao Yang smiled. If your Majesty wishes to sow discord between me and my brother, the best method is but 8 words: divert the contradiction, divide, and disintegrate. Coax the weak, suppress the strong. All methods under heaven are no more than this. Your Majesty wants to reduce the feudal lord's power to strengthen imperial authority, but they are unwilling to relinquish it. Therein lies the conflict. If your Majesty can divert that conflict, causing them to fight among themselves, turning a great conflict into small ones, then this overt stratagem succeeds. Gao Yang's voice was full of confidence, and Wu Zhao was shaken to the core. She murmured to herself, diverting contradictions, dividing and disintegrating, wooing the weak, suppressing the strong. These are truly the principles of an overt stratagem. Wu Zhao felt as if a new door had opened before her. In an instant, she gained countless insights. She looked at Gao Yang with a complex expression. Diverting contradictions and dividing and disintegrating, these 8 characters encapsulated the art of imperial rule. The latter part laid bare the art of imperial balance. As for how to execute it, the answer is simple. The conflict between the eldest son and the second son has always existed, but it lacks a spark to ignite it. That must come from your Majesty. A resonant hum. As Gao Yang spoke, it was as if a thunderclap from the 9 heavens suddenly struck Wu Zhao's mind, scattering the mist that had shrouded her thoughts. For a moment, the entire private chamber fell silent. What was Gao Yang referring to? He had specifically mentioned himself and Gao Changwen. The answer was self-evident. A tempest surged within Wu Zhao's heart, and her face was filled with deep emotion. She was no fool. She understood Gao Yang's meaning almost instantly. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered. Shang Wanwaner was also shocked. She had never expected Gao Yang to propose such a method. But then Gao Yang spoke again. Your Majesty, I must remind you that once the feudal lords are significantly weakened, what will replace them? Have you ever considered that? Everywhere across the realm, troops must be stationed for defense. If the feudal lords are removed or deprived of military power, then a new system must take their place. This system has both advantages and disadvantages, as your Majesty should be well aware. Gao Yang gazed at Wu Zhao with deep, penetrating eyes. Wu Zhao's expression turned grave as she understood his meaning. The greatest advantage of the feudal lords was that they were members of the imperial family. Aside from treating one's own kin well and sharing blessings, there was the crucial point that they shared the same bloodline. After all, even if they rebelled and seized the throne, it would still be the Qian's realm. But without the feudal lords, if generals were sent to govern, outsiders by surname, then if they rebelled, the dynasty could change hands overnight. The realm is vast, and a multitude of feudal lords can also safeguard Chang'an. Information from all regions is slow, and relying solely on the court's decisions is nearly impossible. That portion of authority must be delegated. That is their greatest function. Without the feudal lords, generals must fill the void. If your Majesty moves against the feudal lords, you must consider this carefully. Gao Yang did not spell it out too explicitly, nor did he bring up the military governors or the system of mercenary recruitment. Speaking too plainly would have seemed like teaching the Empress how to rule. That was a great taboo, and Gao Yang would never commit it. But Wu Zhao understood clearly that what Gao Yang meant was using generals to check the regions and guard against external enemies. Gao Yang cleverly handed the choice back to her once again. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered. In truth, she had thought about this problem as well. If the feudal lord's power was weakened, then authority would have to be granted to the generals. This touched upon the art of balance. She abruptly rose to her feet. I understand your meaning. But reducing the feudal lords is imperative, otherwise my imperial power will eventually be constrained. And I know what I'm doing. She was a female emperor, and the resistance from the feudal lords was even greater for her. Compared to the feudal lords, generals were easier to control. That was the difference her position made. Moreover, if she did not move against the feudal lords, her grand ambitions would be nothing but bubbles. Tomorrow I will summon all the officials and act according to your words. This stratagem shall be credited to you. Wu Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if she could already see the feudal lords wailing in despair. She stood up, about to leave. But at that moment, Gao Yang's voice rang out. Your Majesty, please wait. Since you have made up your mind, I will do my utmost to help you complete the reduction of the feudal lords. However, there is still a piece of bad news concerning the reduction. Wu Zhao sat back down with a furrowed brow. She shot a glance at Shang Wanwaner, who picked up the teapot and poured her a cup of water. Wu Zhao lifted the teacup and took a sip of the rich, fragrant tea. But at that moment, Gao Yang's voice rose simultaneously. The good news is that reducing the feudal lords can be achieved without bloodshed by dividing their contradictions and punishing the princes. The bad news is that if you do it now, the Qian will perish and your Majesty will die. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Zhao spat out a mouthful of tea, but Gao Yang had anticipated it and dodged aside with a quick sidestep. However, Gao Changwen behind him, unable to dodge in time, was sprayed all over. Gao Changwen. But since the one who sprayed him was Wu Zhao, he not only could not complain, but if he had to say something, he would have to praise her Majesty for her excellent aim hitting the bull's eye. Wu Zhao, forgetting her composure, suddenly looked at Gao Yang and asked in confusion, why is this? How could such an open scheme lead the Great Qian to ruin and put my life in danger? Gao Yang, are you exaggerating the consequences? Wu Zhao's eyes were shocked, staring straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang said with a serious expression, Your Majesty, regarding such matters, even if I had 10,000 guts, I would not dare to joke. This is no exaggeration, because currently we simply cannot reduce the power of the feudal lords. To do so, whether by open or covert schemes, there must be a prerequisite: the imperial court must be strong. The court must have sufficient say, otherwise forcibly acting against the feudal lords is no different from seeking death. The feudal lords of the realm are not fools. Covert schemes may be hidden, but open schemes are blatant, and everyone can see through them. Once the court is weak, if your Majesty dares to use open schemes against the feudal lords, then the lords will dare to use the pretext that ancestral laws cannot be changed, and that your Majesty, lacking virtue, is unworthy to be son of heaven, and they will unite in rebellion. At that time, the Great Qian will surely suffer devastation, and its downfall will not be an empty phrase. Your Majesty, do you think the current court is strong or weak? Buzz. With Gao Yang's casual words, Wu Zhao felt a chill rise in her heart. She had overlooked one thing. If the court was not strong enough, why would the feudal lords follow your open scheme? United rebellion and installing a new emperor. This is no empty talk. Because if they do not resist, they would be like flesh on a chopping board at the mercy of others. She remembered one saying, all open schemes in the world must be based on the premise that the court has numerous troops and abundant treasury. Otherwise, why would they follow your path? But the problem was the current court strong? Wu Zhao's expression changed, and she immediately thought of this morning's court session. Shang Wanwaner also seemed to wake from a dream, her face turning grim. They were both intelligent women, and with Gao Yang's hint, they understood. Gao Yang continued. If your majesty wishes to win the hearts of the feudal lords, you must first pretend to be sincere with them. Being too hasty will only backfire. At present the court is unstable, we must endure when necessary. The two phrases, winning hearts and being sincere, had completely different meanings. But Wu Zhao fell into deep thought. She had to admit that Gao Yang's words made a lot of sense. She took a deep breath and said, in your opinion, my dear minister, what should I do now? First let me look at your legs. Gao Yang carelessly glanced at Wu Zhao's beautiful legs and almost blurted out. But he held back, or else he would surely be guilty of disrespect. This female emperor was too tempting to sin. Wu Zhao awkwardly pressed her legs together, her face cold. This fellow, relying on his cunning schemes, was getting more and more audacious. If he dares to look now, he'll dare to touch later. Fine, for the sake of the Great Qian, she would endure for the time being. Gao Yang calmly withdrew his gaze. Your majesty should suppress the urge to reduce the feudal lord's power. Now, no matter what means are used, it would be unwise. Only when the Great Qian becomes strong and your majesty holds absolute authority will the feudal lords be easily destroyed. What your majesty should consider might be a system to replace the feudal lords. Moreover, when the Great Qian is strong, I still have many ingenious plans to help your majesty punish the 6 kingdoms. Gao Yang looked confident. This was not boasting, he truly had not yet used any tricks against the 6 kingdoms. Wu Zhao automatically replaced ingenious plans with poisonous schemes. She was also curious, if he was so ruthless toward the kingdom's merchants and feudal lords, what earth-shattering schemes would he have against enemy nations? Wu Zhao felt a little anticipation. But as Gao Yang said, her immediate priority was to stabilize the court. Otherwise, Gao Yang would have no place to use his talents. Gao Yang, where do you think the root cause of the court's instability lies? Wu Zhao pondered slightly, her fingers tapping faintly on the table. Shang Wanwaner also looked up at Gao Yang. Gao Yang answered without hesitation, it lies with Prince Rong. If your majesty wishes to establish a great empire, reduce the power of the feudal lords, punish the 6 kingdoms, and achieve the fame of an eternal female emperor, the first thing is to kill Prince Rong. The words fell. Even Wu Zhao did not expect Gao Yang to be so direct. Prince Rong is a veteran of 3 reigns in my Great Qian, holding high position and great power, even hailed as the #1 warrior of the Great Qian. He has killed countless rebels and rendered outstanding service to the Great Qian. You asked me to kill Prince Rong, your intentions are damnable. Wu Zhao said with a cold expression. Even the thick-skinned Gao Chongwen broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He thought of Gao Yang's disdain for hiding notes in fish bellies and fox cries as too troublesome, and that he had other methods. Could this other method be to use imperial power to kill Prince Rong? He did not dare to speak, but Gao Yang remained calm and said, today at my residence I happened to hear that at the morning court your majesty used extraordinary means to relieve the disaster. Prince Rong and 13 imperial censors opposed it, even threatening to dash their heads against the Golden Palace Hall. Among them the Prime Minister and many other officials also firmly objected. It is normal for censors to oppose, but it should never be Prince Rong leading 13 censors to impeach. As a prince of the Great Qian, he holds great power in both the court and the military, and he colludes with the censorate to openly oppose your majesty. This is a path to death. Prince Rong may not have rebellious intentions now, but if your majesty does not swiftly eliminate him, you will find it difficult to move forward in the future, let alone reform and strengthen the nation. His words struck Wu Zhao's heart. She had to admit that Gao Yang's words were exactly her own concerns. Prince Rong held great power, from feigning illness and skipping court in anger to today's attack with the censorate and prime minister and many ministers echoing him. This already threatened imperial authority and made her quite displeased. As Gao Yang said, Prince Rong might not have rebellious intent now, but if she wanted to reform, strengthen the nation, reduce the power of feudal lords, and even achieve an eternal empire, the court of the Great Qian was destined to have only one voice, hers, Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes turned cold, and she said softly, do I not know this? But Prince Rong dominates the court and the country. Not only is he highly skilled in martial arts, he also has many guards around him. How easy is it to kill him? This matter cannot be accomplished overnight. We must be cautious, for if we fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let me think more about it. But Gao Yang suddenly stood up. This action immediately made Wu Zhao look puzzled. Gao Yang, with a look of righteousness, bowed to Wu Zhao and said, "Your humble minister Gao Yang, though untalented, had foreseen that your majesty would take action against Prince Rong. I have prepared hundreds of ingenious plans for your majesty, combining assassination, poisoning, hacking, framing, slandering, setting traps, and harming everyone can directly take Prince Rong's life. If he runs, I will chase. He will not escape, even if he grows wings." Inside the private room, Wu Zhao looked perplexed and couldn't help asking, "How many?" Gao Yang replied with certainty, "Your humble servant is limited in knowledge. It's nothing. Just over 100 brilliant strategies." Shangwan Wanner glanced at Gao Yang's modest expression and turned her head away. Over 100 wicked schemes, and he calls that limited knowledge. If anyone else claimed to have over 100 wicked schemes, Shangwan Wanner would surely be skeptical, but when it came to Gao Yang, she had no doubt. He truly had them. Some people, merely by standing there, are authorities in their field. In the Great Qian Dynasty, when it came to poison, no one could rival Gao Yang. "Let's hear it." Wu Zhao narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly, quite intrigued. As Gao Yang had said, if she wanted to strengthen the Great Qian and establish her imperial hegemony, she must eliminate Prince Rong. Whether Prince Rong harbored rebellious intentions or not, he posed a serious threat to the imperial authority. As a regent minister, if he didn't understand the need to press forward against the current, that was a path to self-destruction. Moreover, from Prince Rong feigning illness to pressure her to today's morning court confrontation, whether he had rebellious intentions was indeed uncertain. "Your Majesty, wait a moment. Let me search." As he spoke, Gao Yang took out the various bottles and jars he had previously obtained from Gao Changwan and placed them one by one on the table. Wu Zhao picked up one of them and looked at Gao Yang curiously. "What is this?" Gao Yang glanced over and quickly explained, "Your Majesty truly has discerning eyes. This is the blissful union powder, a potent aphrodisiac of the finest quality." Wu Zhao immediately put it down and picked up the green bottle beside it. "And this is the mighty Spray King. After taking it, one becomes a spray warrior. Combined with the blissful union powder, they make an absolutely perfect pair. Your humble servant has a grudge against Prince Rong's son Wu Cheng, and had previously planned to slip these two drugs into his wine to watch him make a fool of himself. However, since your Majesty intends to act against Prince Rong, I need not bother." Wu Zhao immediately set down the bottle, a trace of discomfort appearing on her exquisite face. Shangwan Wanner was also visibly moved. The thought of blissful union powder combined with mighty Spray King brought a vivid image to both their minds. On one side, burning with desire, on the other, a stomach churning like a storm. Wu Zhao's face turned pale. She admitted that she, the female emperor of a generation, was disgusted by Gao Yang. Shangwan Wanner also felt a wave of fear. If she weren't someone close to the female emperor, how would Gao Yang deal with her? If she were actually given those two drugs, she would probably have to dash her head against a wall to die. "You carry these things with you?" Wu Zhao was astonished, pointing at the many bottles before her. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. These are all essential items for my foolish brother's travels in the martial world. But he is too young to handle them properly, so I took them over." Upon hearing this, Gao Changwan showed Wu Zhao a simple, honest smile. Wu Zhao, indeed born of the same mother, Gao Yang was so scheming, and although his brother wasn't highly intelligent, he was not simple either. Gao Yang picked up one of the red bottles and examined it. "For assassination, poison is the fastest. This is red-crested crane-top arsenic, which my brother says kills on contact with blood. But hearing is not seeing. I am a rigorous man. The Duke of Dinggua's mansion keeps several big yellow dogs. As the saying goes, raise a dog for 1,000 days, use it for 1 moment. I might as well test it. However, considering the difference in body size between dogs and humans, to reduce error and prevent accidents, if your Majesty could provide a few condemned prisoners, that would be best. Preferably some utterly vicious condemned prisoners who have committed heinous crimes against heaven and reason. Otherwise, I might find it hard to act, and my conscience would be troubled." Wu Zhao's mouth twitched, and she sneered, "You can have a troubled conscience. That truly surprises me." But she quickly shook her head. "Poisoning is too dishonorable. It would be hard to give an explanation to the world. I want to capture Prince Rong alive, first convict him, then decide whether to execute him. Ideally, I want to keep bloodshed and purges to a minimum. How should this be done?" Gao Yang nodded. "I understand. Such methods sound better when they spread. This is not difficult. Your Majesty can use the Hongmin banquet strategy. In short, openly invite Prince Rong to a banquet claiming to discuss state governance, but secretly hide hundreds of armed warriors inside and outside the palace. When your Majesty smashes a cup as a signal, they will rush in together, capture Prince Rong alive, or cut him into minced meat. To be safe, I think we should add additional measures. After all, Prince Rong is known as the #1 fierce general of the Great Qian Dynasty.
If he has the strength to defeat 100 men, that would be unfortunate. I will go back today and test the effects of this knockout powder, the blissful union powder, and the mighty spray king. Ideally, we can trick Prince Rong into drinking them. According to the ancestral rules of our Great Qian Dynasty, Prince Rong is not allowed to bring guards into the palace, nor can he carry weapons before your majesty. With these 3 layers of measures, success is assured. As long as we capture Prince Rong alive and convict him afterward, that is the strength of civil officials. They can easily fabricate dozens of major crimes. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. Although she had long known Gao Yang was ruthless and full of cunning schemes, hearing this seamless chain of designs still startled her. What a hangman banquet. What a trap with armed warriors everywhere inside and outside the palace, just waiting for the cup to smash as a signal. Shangwan Wanner took a deep breath, looking at Gao Yang with deep wariness. She felt she needed to find a time to repair her relationship with Gao Yang. Offending someone like that was too terrifying. She lowered her head to look at her long legs, immediately recalling the first day she left the city with Gao Yang. What harm was there in looking at legs that were on a body? Wu Zhao then said solemnly, I hold the military power. Capturing Prince Rong is easy. The real difficulty lies in eliminating his followers and convicting Prince Rong. If Prince Rong has no major crimes in his life and does not deserve death, what should we do? Gao Yang first said to Gao Chongwen, I'll return these bottles to you for now. Put them away. Then Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao with an innocent smile. Since I've proposed it, I naturally offer a one-stop service. This matter is simple. Your Majesty only needs to strictly prevent information leakage before acting. Once Prince Rong is captured, there will be plenty of methods. For example, Wu Zhao's gaze was curious. This involved framing, slandering, and other such tactics. She wanted to see Gao Yang's skill in this regard. Gao Yang was full of confidence. Our Great Qian Dynasty has always believed in witchcraft and curses. Before acting, your Majesty can arrange for a condemned prisoner in prison to expose someone using witchcraft to curse you. Your Majesty can then issue an edict ordering the Ministry of Justice to investigate thoroughly. No one will suspect anything. Then use the hangman banquet to capture Prince Rong and send people to search his mansion. Then find the doll cursed against your Majesty and torture the servants of Prince Rong's mansion for confessions. At that time, with both witnesses and evidence, Prince Rong will be unable to defend himself. After that, this prisoner's mouth will become the sharpest knife in your Majesty's hands, sweeping everything away. Gao Yang's words came to an end. Even Wu Zhao, who had seen too many power struggles, felt a chill in her heart. Using the prevalence of witchcraft in the Great Qian as a pretext and setting up a completely unrelated condemned prisoner to make the accusation, the officials of the court stood high above who would care about a mere death row inmate. First, capture Prince Rong, frame him with witchcraft charges, then use the initially accusing prisoner as a sharp blade to sweep away all of Prince Rong's partisans in the court. This scheme was truly ruthless. Her phoenix eyes turned to Gao Yang, and for the first time a feeling of relief arose. Fortunately, Gao Yang came from the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Fortunately, Gao Yang was her man. If such a man were obtained by rebels, by Prince Rong, or the feudal princes of the realm, she would be in danger. She feared the imperial power would fall, the dynasty would be lost, or even a change of dynasty. The Gao Yang before her absolutely possessed such ability. The cunning schemes in his belly were virtually endless and inexhaustible. Gao Yang then continued on his own, of course, I have also considered your Majesty's reputation. Prince Rong followed the late emperor on campaigns north and south, and was hailed as the #1 fierce general of the Great Qian. His body must be covered with scars. When your Majesty interrogates him in court, if Prince Rong removes his clothes to reveal terrifying, gruesome scars all over his body, using them to counterattack your Majesty, that would not be beautiful. It might even make the world think your Majesty is heartless and ungrateful, like, when the cunning hare dies, the hunting hound is boiled. As the saying goes, the villain complains first. Your Majesty can walk Prince Rong's path, leaving him no path to walk. Your Majesty first has someone tear open his clothes and demand that Prince Rong with all his glory explain why he has become a rebel traitor. During this, your Majesty, when speaking of the moving moments, may even shed a few cheap tears before the assembled civil and military officials. Afterwards, your Majesty, with a face full of anguish, says that in consideration of past merits, Prince Rong may be spared the death penalty, but not the living punishment, and should be imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison. This will seal the mouths of all the world. As the words fell, the hand holding the wine cup trembled, and a surge of shock rippled through her heart. Especially this tactic of taking Prince Rong's own path, leaving him no way out. What a cunning move. First strip off his clothes, then turn the tables on him. Even if it spreads, her reputation would still be spotless. From preparation to execution to framing, and even to the aftermath, Gao Yang had almost thought of everything for her. Shangwan Wanner also looked shocked, her beautiful eyes wide, her breath suddenly quickening. This Gao Yang, absolutely not to be provoked.
Wu Zhao took a few deep breaths trying to calm herself and said, "The strategy you proposed is fine, but if Prince Rong is not killed, I fear that if the root is not removed it will sprout again when the spring breeze blows." Gao Yang immediately became displeased upon hearing this. "Your Majesty, these words are a misunderstanding of your servant." Misunderstanding? Wu Zhao was stunned. "It is a huge misunderstanding. My purpose is to ensure that no one in the world can find fault with your Majesty. Moreover, does your Majesty still remember the question about the calamity of exterminating a family that you asked me during the court examination?" Gao Yang said meaningfully. Wu Zhao immediately recalled the first time she met Gao Yang when she tested him in court with a question, "If you exterminated the entire family of a foe, but then discovered there was still a child, what would you do?" Gao Yang's answer was. Wu Zhao's expression changed, and she suddenly looked at Gao Yang. "Are you saying wait for the rabbit by the tree?" Gao Yang nodded and corrected, "More precisely, it's entrapment. Once Prince Rong is thrown into the heavenly prison, his guards will surely focus on rescuing him. Your Majesty could set an ambush inside the heavenly prison and capture them all in one net." As for Prince Rong, under the weight of depression, feeling deeply sorry for betraying the trust of the late emperor and your Majesty, he leaves a suicide note and takes his own life. That is also very reasonable, is it not? As these two sentences were uttered, silence fell. A deathly silence. Not to mention Wu Zhao and Sheng Wanwaner. Even Gao Chongwen, who was always carefree, looked at Gao Yang's back with a face full of terror. At that moment he felt immense pressure. Yet he also felt a sense of relief. Thankfully they were family, not enemies. Otherwise the grass on his grave would already be a foot tall. After a long while Wu Zhao stood up and said, "I understand. Allow me to think it over carefully." Gao Yang's words had struck a great blow to her heart. She had originally intended to ask Gao Yang about how to reduce the power of the fiefs, but instead of addressing that, killing Prince Rong Wulong had become an urgent matter. Even as Gao Yang spoke, she felt she had no choice but to kill him. Not only would she eliminate a powerful enemy and completely control the discourse of the court, but she also wouldn't bear the crime of slaughtering her own clan. To be honest, Wu Zhao was very tempted. This matter is of utmost importance. Not a single word must leak out, otherwise no mercy will be shown. Wu Zhao's gaze fell on Gao Chongwen. Clearly these words were aimed at him. Gao Chongwen trembled all over, afraid of being silenced by these two. He quickly knelt and said, "Please rest assured, your Majesty. Though I am not very clever, I am not foolish. This matter is of great importance, oh, I will not utter a single word more." Gao Yang also added, "On this point please rest assured, your Majesty. Most profligate sons are useless, only knowing pleasure-seeking and drowning in the arms of beauties, but that does not mean they are stupid." Gao Yang understood Wu Zhao's hesitation. Oh, such a major matter certainly required a few days of deliberation. But today's words had already planted a seed in Wu Zhao's heart, and it would soon grow into a towering tree. If she did not kill Prince Rong, reducing the fiefs would be a colossal joke, let alone sanctioning the 6 kingdoms and unifying the realm. He was a master of reading people's hearts. He knew that the female emperor before him, though a woman, possessed ambition no less than any man of the current age. Whoever dared to block her path to Empress would die. Even a general's success requires the bones of 10,000 men, let alone the path of an emperor. Fields strewn with corpses, seas of blood. It would not be an exaggeration. And in these words he had painted a glorious picture for the female emperor. Qian would be prosperous and strong, and he had a brilliant plan to sanction the 6 kingdoms. From a psychological perspective, there is a very interesting phenomenon. In a speech, people are more likely to remember the beginning and the end. Just now he deliberately paused for a few seconds and said, "Qian will be prosperous and strong, and I have a brilliant plan to sanction the 6 kingdoms." Moreover, according to the Zygarnik effect in psychology, people always remember unfinished tasks, and the related information will be firmly retained. Prince Rong would not be jumping around for much longer. Wu Zhao took a step, reached the door, and stopped. "Let me ask one more thing. What deep enmity do you have with Prince Rong?" This point piqued her curiosity. Gao Yang did not hide anything, and said frankly, "Your servant has a rather narrow mind. I always repay kindness and exact revenge. From the moment I accepted your Majesty's summons for talents to the impeachment against me in the court, Prince Rong's shadow was always behind it. He wanted to use the Duke of Dinghua's mansion to establish his authority. I want to exterminate his entire clan." Gao Yang looked straight into Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes, which looked down from above, and spoke word by word. His words were simple and direct, without any concealment. Wu Zhao had thought Gao Yang would make up some other excuse, but she did not expect such straightforwardness. This brought her a sense of relief. She pushed open the door, and her clear, cold voice rang out. "Within 3 days I will give you my answer." Gao Yang's lips curled into a smile. "Your servant sees your Majesty off." Soon Wu Zhao and Sheng Wanwaner left the Rouge Pavilion and boarded an ornate carriage. The palace guards, disguised in common clothes, quickly formed ranks with stern, murderous expressions.
Your Majesty. Shangguan Wan'er looked at Wu Zhao with her beautiful eyes hesitating to speak. Wu Zhao's face was icy cold and her entire being was enveloped in the powerful aura of one who rules the world. In fact, only Gao Yang could stir such great emotional waves within her. She closed her eyes to rest, but her mind was filled with Gao Yang's words. After a while a faint voice echoed inside the carriage. Find me a death row inmate with a family. Shangguan Wan'er's pupils suddenly contracted, and then she replied, Your servant obeys the decree. As Wu Zhao departed, Zhao Da and Chun Sheng strode in quickly. But before they could speak, one person knelt down first. Gao Chongwen knelt before Gao Yang and said, Elder brother, I was wrong. Your foolish younger brother was wrong. Zhao Da looked astonished. Gao Chongwen, known as the unrivaled bully of Chong and though not malicious, had always been fearless. He even feared neither Gao Feng, and the only one in the entire Dingwa Duke's mansion who could intimidate him was Gao Tianlong. When he was 10, Gao Feng had beaten Gao Chongwen severely for his naughtiness. That very night, Gao Chongwen urinated into a teacup, covered it with the lid, and then saying, The child is naughty, presented the cup to Gao Feng, who accepted it with a gratified smile and was about to drink it all. If not for the overpowering smell of a child's urine, Gao Chongwen would have succeeded. That night, Gao Chongwen's screams echoed through the Dingwa Duke's mansion, lingering for 3 days without ceasing. But now in less than an afternoon had Gao Chongwen actually knelt to Gao Yang. What had happened? Gao Yang helped Gao Chongwen up and said with a smile, What are you doing, my foolish brother? We are family. These words made Gao Chongwen wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, they were a family that loved each other. Elder brother, shall we continue the music and dance? Gao Chongwen asked tentatively. Gao Yang shook his head, his gaze deep. Let's return to the mansion. There are still things to do. He had come to the Yinji Pavilion precisely to experience the allure of the Deqian brothels firsthand. At first it felt novel, but after experiencing it he found it somewhat insipid. The Yinji Pavilion still fell far short of the clubs he knew, especially the thrill of opening a mystery box, like knocking on a door with a small suitcase, which was utterly incomparable. Gao Chongwen was somewhat disappointed, but did not argue. His eyes flickered, clearly harboring other thoughts. As Gao Yang led his guards out of the private room, he saw a figure hurrying toward him. It was none other than Lu Yuer, dressed in a long gown revealing her prominent collarbones and a hint of fair skin. Lord Gao, are you leaving? Won't you stay a while longer? Lu Yuer approached Gao Yang and asked in a coquettish voice. Another day? There are still matters to attend to, Gao Yang replied briefly. Since Lord Gao has business, I dare not detain you, but please accept this gift. Lu Yuer respectfully handed over an exquisite plaque. The plaque was made of superior rosewood engraved with the 3 bold characters, Yinji Pavilion, and on one side was a 1. It was clearly brand new. Following Lord Gao's method, I had this membership card, as you called it, made on an emergency basis. From today onward you are a distinguished guest of the Yinji Pavilion and the highest level supreme VIP. With this card, Lord Gao enjoys priority entry, a private room, free premium drinks and food, and 1 companion lady per day, plus 1 night, with a courtesan each month. But it is for your personal use only. Gao Yang took the card somewhat surprised. In such a short time, she had not only grasped his idea, but also produced the first membership card. This Lu Yuer was indeed a talent in business. Gao Yang remained composed, but Gao Chongwen was far from calm. He looked at Lu Yuer uncertainly. A companion lady every day and a night with a courtesan each month. Miss Lu, where is my membership card? Gao Chongwen couldn't help rubbing his hands, his eyes gleaming with a wolfish glint. Lu Yuer maintained a polite smile. Second, young master, you need to pay. So how much silver does this supreme VIP card cost? Gao Chongwen's face flushed with embarrassment, but he asked defiantly. Lu Yuer replied with a smile, not too much. Recharge 200,000 taels of silver or spend that amount at the Yinji Pavilion, and you can obtain the supreme VIP. What? 200,000 taels? That's robbery. Gao Chongwen's voice rose, and he completely lost his composure. The Yinji Pavilion also has a regular membership for only 500 taels, though the privileges are correspondingly less. And starting today, guests at the Yinji Pavilion must pay a deposit first, with the balance settled later. Lu Yuer spoke with emphasis, looking directly at Gao Chongwen. Gao Chongwen's mouth twitched, feeling the words were rather rude. Did he look like someone who freeloaded? Gao Yang smiled at Lu Yuer. Very well, I won't stand on ceremony. Please convey to the pavilion master my gratitude for this kindness. Gao Yang emphasized. Lu Yuer's smile grew even warmer. Let me see you out, Lord Gao. Lu Yuer walked ahead of Gao Yang, guiding him. Gao Yang descended the steps and reached the first floor of the Yinji Pavilion. Most of the first floor was occupied by casual guests, many watching the dancers on the round stage. The women wore thin veils, half concealed, half exposed, utterly alluring. This tactic of first arousing desire and then stimulating consumption was not bad. Gao Yang walked to the center of the first floor and was about to head for the door. Suddenly a voice rang out from the other side. Brother Gao, seeing this air, why not come over for a chat? Gao Yang looked up and saw Wu Cheng dressed in white and holding a feather fan walking toward him. Wu Cheng's face was pale, his steps unsteady, followed by 5 or 6 guards. Among them one guard was broad-shouldered and stout with muscles bulging like coiled dragons exuding explosive power, clearly no ordinary man. Gao Yang halted, fixing his gaze on Wu Cheng. His brow slightly raised, sensing the implication that the coming was not friendly. He had never expected that after losing all interest in dealing with Wu Cheng, the latter would come to him of his own accord. This truly surprised him. I did not know the heir was here, so I was remiss in courtesy. But I have urgent matters. If the heir has nothing else, I shall take my leave. Gao Yang spoke indifferently, making as if to leave. Seeing Gao Yang about to leave, Wu Cheng hurried forward. Brother Gao, no matter how busy you are, you can spare a moment. But you have hidden so much from this heir. First stabilizing grain prices in Linjiang City, then presenting the locust eradication method. I even heard that today at court His Majesty decreed mixing sand with grains to curb corruption. That was your brilliant plan, wasn't it? I am truly impressed. Gao Yang stared at Wu Cheng's face. Generally speaking, when an enemy starts praising you publicly, it often means they are about to set you up. Sure enough, with Wu Cheng's words, the first floor of the Yinji Pavilion instantly erupted. Gasps of astonishment were heard. Young Master Gao is truly talented. Raising grain prices to attract outside merchants. What a brilliant plan. Mixing sand with grains to curb corruption. Though it seems heinous, it is actually a policy to save the people. Young Master Gao has been hiding his abilities. A chorus of admiration arose, filled with respect. Seeing this, Wu Cheng's face broke into a smile. He looked at the crowd on the first floor and called out loudly, "The gentleman of the outer court, Gao Yang, is a man of hidden talents and extraordinary genius. Since he is here at the Yanzhou Pavilion today, how can we let him off? Why not ask him to compose an impromptu poem?" As soon as Wu Cheng spoke, the crowd, always eager for excitement, chimed in immediately. Wu Cheng then turned his gaze to Gao Yang, a smile on his face. "Since the atmosphere is right, Brother Gao, why not recite a poem to open our eyes?" In the Great Qian Dynasty, the world was at peace, military power was waning, and the emphasis on literature over martial arts was rising. Men of letters, especially talented scholars, often made their names in Chang'an, were respected, and could even be recommended for official posts by high-ranking officials. Wu Cheng's intentions were malicious, likely emboldened by the original Gao Yang's poem. Looking from afar, the stone is large, looking up close, a large stone. Indeed, the stone is large, the stone is indeed large. If Gao Yang walked away now, all the literati in Chang'an would despise him. Though Gao Yang didn't care. After all, what did others' opinions matter to him? Moreover, Wu Cheng's entire family was almost finished. But being set up still left a sour taste. Moreover, he could foresee Wu Cheng sticking to him like a plaster, yapping for the next few days. He hated trouble, so he might as well eliminate it. Reciting a poem. What's so difficult about that? Gao Yang said calmly, a smile on his face. Hearing this, Wu Cheng was overjoyed. The officials at court feared Gao Yang as if he were a ferocious beast, and even his father and the strategist regarded Gao Yang as a formidable enemy. But now it seemed he was nothing special. Then this heir will await Brother Gao's masterpiece. Wu Cheng was full of anticipation, eager. But then Gao Yang spoke again. "Since we are to compose a poem, how can we do without wine? Though I only have you, my dear friend, as my sole companion, we can still drink together and inspire poetic fervor. Changwen, go to the private room we were in earlier and fetch my good wine. This poem concerns the heir, so we must share a drink." "Your Highness, please." Gao Changwen soon returned with a flask of wine, pouring a cup and handing it to Wu Cheng. Taking the cup, Wu Cheng examined the liquid within with a wary gaze. This wine was not from his own stock, and his cautious nature stirred suspicion. After all, the practice of young nobles slipping each other substances was hardly unheard of in Chang'an. Yet he reasoned that openly drugging a prince of the realm would be an act of sheer audacity. Still, he refrained from drinking, offering a smile instead. "Brother Gao, you are truly a man of singular talent. Your poetry sets you apart from all other scholars. But this wine I must decline." Gao Yang deliberately put on a stern face. "Does your Highness look down upon me refusing to share a drink? In that case, I fear my gesture was nothing but folly." With that, Gao Yang turned once more toward the gate. Wu Cheng, seeing this, quickly moved to stop him. If Gao Yang seized this chance to slip away, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? "Brother Gao, hold on. How about we drink together to inspire your poetic brilliance?" Wu Cheng raised his cup, his gaze fixed upon the flask in Gao Changwen's hand. That wine had just been poured from that very flask. He had seen it with his own eyes. "Come, fill Brother Gao's cup to the brim," Wu Cheng called out with a smile. Left with little choice, Gao Changwen poured himself a cup as well. He cast a worried glance toward Gao Yang. He had suspected Wu Cheng wouldn't be so easily fooled. Substances were common among these young wastrels, so how could the prince be without his guards?
Who would administer a drug so openly? Yet Gao Yang wore an expression of serene indifference. Taking the cup, he said to Wu Cheng, "Your Highness, please." "Wait." Wu Cheng interjected. "In honor of the bond between us, let us exchange our cups." Saying so, he swapped his drink with Gao Yang's. If Gao Yang dared to drink first, then the wine would surely be safe. If not, there would be a trap. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Gao Yang's lips. After exchanging cups, Gao Yang tilted his head back and downed the wine in one gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. He then turned the cup upside down to show it was empty. Gao Changwen was stunned. Had he misread Gao Yang's intentions? Was there never any plan to drug the prince? Or was this the way of a master strategist? Throwing oneself into the fray, sacrificing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of one's own. Wu Cheng let out a relieved breath and smiled. "Brother Gao, your capacity for drink is truly immense. Allow me to join you to further inspire your poetic genius." With that, Wu Cheng downed his own cup in one go, his throat moving as he swallowed, and then demonstrated the empty cup, just as Gao Yang had done. A smile spread across Gao Yang's face. In the next moment, he tilted his head back and spat out the wine he had been holding in his mouth. "Rinsing my mouth with fine wine truly sets my poetic soul ablaze." This audacious move made Wu Cheng's eyes bulge nearly out of their sockets. "Gao Yang, you didn't drink it." His face turned green with realization. Gao Yang's behavior was proof that the wine was 10 times more likely to be laced with something. Wu Cheng started to speak, but Gao Yang gave him no chance. His gaze swept across the crowd. "With such warm hospitality, and as we find ourselves in the Yinji Pavilion, allow me to offer a piece of graceful verse. Listen well, everyone." Gao Yang declared aloud to the assembly. "Her robes are like clouds, her face like a flower, dew-kissed beauty beside the balustrade under spring breezes power. If not seen upon the jade mountains of the immortals, then surely met beneath the moonlit terrace of the fairy queen." Gao Yang recited without hesitation the first stanza of Li Bai's Qingping melody. The poem was originally composed to praise the legendary beauty Yang Guifei, and its meaning was simple. Seeing clouds, one thinks of her resplendent robes. Seeing flowers, one recalls her radiant face. Spring breeze caresses the railings while dew deepens the splendor of the blossoms. Such ethereal beauty. Either a drifting goddess glimpsed on the jade mountain peaks, or a divine maiden bathed in moonlight before the jasper terrace. The moment these words were uttered, a hush fell over the previously clamorous Yinji Pavilion. It was as if thunder had struck the minds of all those present. They stared at Gao Yang as though they had seen a ghost. The women of the pavilion were even more astounded, their fair faces filled with deep emotion. Lu Yuer, who had been watching with worry, was tense with anxiety. After all, poetry was not like a cunning scheme. It demanded a profound depth of literary erudition. But the moment the Qingping melody was heard, her beautiful eyes were filled with sheer awe. Although she was the madam of the Yinji Pavilion, she had been well versed in the classics since childhood, skilled in both poetry and song. Not only she, but every woman in the pavilion was required to study poetry and couplets. They catered to a high-end clientele after all. Mere beauty alone could never stir the hearts of jaded literati. But wrap them in the persona of a talented daughter of a fallen family, and their price could multiply several-fold. With this poem, Lu Yuer was certain it would resound throughout all of Chang'an. Countless noble ladies would treasure these verses as their most precious possession. Unable to contain herself, Lu Yuer murmured, "Her robes are like clouds, her face like a flower, dew-kissed beauty beside the balustrade under spring breezes power." Could there truly be such exquisite verses in this world? She looked at Gao Yang's face, her eyes brimming with shock. Qing'er, who was on the second floor, had also come out upon hearing the commotion. She too loved poetry, and upon hearing those 2 lines her entire body went weak. For this poem alone, what harm was there in enjoying his company without charge? She could even see her own value skyrocket overnight. Even Wu Cheng momentarily forgot about the questionable contents of his cup. His eyes were wide as saucers, as if he had seen a ghost. Gao Yang could do this. How could he possibly have composed such a poem? Had he also been hiding his talent in poetry? Impossible. This is utterly impossible. At the same time, a burning heat surged within him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to tear off his robes, to break free from all constraints, and to boldly embrace his true self. Even Gao Yang's face was beginning to look unexpectedly pleasant to him. To make matters worse, his stomach began to churn violently. Not good. This was very bad. He quickly shook his head, trying to maintain his clarity. Seeing Wu Cheng's expression, Gao Yang knew the drug was taking effect. He moved to leave, but the burly bodyguard beside Wu Cheng stepped forward, his gaze icy, and his voice booming like a great bell. "The prince asked you a question. Did you not hear him, Vice Director Gao?" At this moment, Zhao De and Shun Sheng also stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively beside Gao Yang. They could clearly tell that this hulking man was surely a veteran soldier of the army, undeniably a formidable martial artist. For a moment, the entire Yinji pavilion was on edge, poised for conflict. Everyone was tense, retreating a few steps back. The man bulged, his explosive muscles, his towering frame, radiating a pressure as heavy as a mountain. No one leaves until the prince gives the word. The man's voice rumbled like thunder, his killing intent sharp and cold. Wu Cheng's mind was growing increasingly clouded. Standing behind the man, his gaze happened to fall upon the bodyguard's massive rear. That backside he had always regarded with disdain now seemed to sway from side to side, possessing a fatal allure. Under the tense gaze of the onlookers, Wu Cheng made the first move. The man was about to step forward to strike, but Wu Cheng suddenly wrapped his arms around him from behind, encircling his waist. In that instant, the man's body stiffened as if struck by a heavy blow, his iron tower frame shuddering. He turned his head in disbelief to look at Wu Cheng, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" For a moment, the entire Yinji pavilion fell into dead silence. Lu Yuer, Qing'er, and all the patrons inside the pavilion stared wide-eyed, looking at Wu Cheng in utter disbelief. Before the two sides had even exchanged blows, the burly man was stabbed in the back. "Damn, what am I seeing? The prince has such peculiar tastes. On my eyes." These exclamations of shock brought Wu Cheng back to his senses somewhat. When he realized what he had done, his face turned pale, and then he looked at Gao Yang with murderous intent. "Gao Yang, I'll kill you." Wu Cheng charged at Gao Yang like a madman. He was 100% certain now that the cup of wine had been tampered with. Gao Yang remained completely calm. Even though Prince Rongqin wielded immense power, the Dingwa Duke's mansion was hardly weak. Both were prodigals. Who was afraid of whom? Moreover, Prince Rongqin had lost the Empress's trust and wouldn't last long. Gao Yang suddenly kicked out, aiming directly between Wu Cheng's legs. The poisonous scholar's self-defense technique consisted of only two moves: a fierce jab to the eyes and a brutal attack to the lower body. If the opponent was a woman, then he would relentlessly attack the chest. Even if he lost, it would still be a win. Wu Cheng felt an irresistible force slam into him, followed by an excruciating pain. The intense sensation was simply unbelievable. Wu Cheng's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, his face turning green. Every man present felt a sympathetic pang of horror. Seeing this, the burly man flew into a rage. "How dare you attack the prince? You deserve death." He immediately lunged at Gao Yang, followed by the guards of the Rongqin prince's mansion. Zhao Da's face darkened, and he drew his blade first. "Form a formation. Anyone who dares to attack the eldest young master will be killed without mercy." Gao Chongwen quickly hid behind Gao Yang, wanting to say that the Dingwa Duke's mansion had more than just one eldest young master. Did the second young master's life not count? The situation had taken a sudden turn, catching everyone off guard. But Wu Cheng was trembling all over, as if struggling to hold something back. "Let's go." Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, his face ashen, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Your Highness," the burly man said urgently. But Wu Cheng's face twisted even more. "I said go. Take me back to the mansion first. We'll settle this later." At that moment, a strange sensation filled his body. 3 inches below his navel, an extreme ache and swelling. Above his navel, a surge of heat shot straight to his brain. Even more terrifying, his stomach churned violently, becoming uncontrollable. If he were to be humiliated here at the Yinji Pavilion today, the entire Rongqin prince's mansion would lose its reputation by tomorrow. The burly man also sensed something wrong, and quickly helped Wu Cheng up, hurrying toward the carriage outside. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised by the potency of the drug and called after them. "The prince looks like this. Be sure to investigate if someone poisoned him, or he might explode and die." Wu Cheng's body stiffened, but he was soon helped into the carriage. The carriage raced toward the Rongqin prince's mansion. The burly man said firmly, "Your Highness, bear with it a little longer. Once we reach the mansion, there will be women to cure you." Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and glazed. His hand slid up the burly man's bronze muscles. The burly man tensed up, his eyes wide as saucers. "Your Highness, this is utterly unacceptable." But Wu Cheng pressed himself against him like an octopus. "Guard Wu, you have guarded the Rongqin prince's mansion for decades. You wouldn't want to see your prince explode and die, would you?" Guard Wu's burly frame shuddered, his iron-like body trembling violently. At the Yinji Pavilion 3rd floor, Lu Yuer pushed open the door and respectfully addressed a woman. "Master, the Supreme Membership card has been delivered to Master Gao as you instructed, and the commotion downstairs has been settled." The woman turned around. Though her face was veiled with thin gauze, it could not hide her breathtaking beauty. She murmured softly. Her robe is made of cloud, her face of flowers made dew-pendant balustreams the vernal breeze pervades. If not seen among the Jade Mountains at night, she'd be found under the moon upon the terrace bright. "I never expected that this poem came from Gao Yang's mouth." Lu Ruyan exclaimed in admiration. The more she savored the poem, the more she realized its magnificent diction and vivid imagery, far beyond ordinary verse. Her identity was not simple either. On the surface, she was one of the Yinji pavilions for courtesans, but in truth, she was the pavilion's master. Today's incident, Master Gao's methods were too direct. It's unlikely to end well, and it may even involve us. Lu Yuer looked worried. Although she was pleased that Gao Yang had struck at Wu Cheng, she felt that the public spectacle would be difficult to smooth over. After all, Wu Cheng was not just any prodigal. He was the son of Prince Rongqin. She even thought Gao Yang's methods were too blunt, as if he were acting openly and without disguise. Lu Rian curled her lips into a smile. Too blunt. You underestimate Master Gao. Lu Yuer was taken aback. Master, what do you mean? Lu Rian's gaze was thoughtful, her beautiful eyes falling on Lu Yuer's face. A master of manipulating hearts. He even proposed the idea of using free novels and erotic pictures to weaken the younger generation of the Six Kingdoms. Since he made a move, it must have been premeditated. I suspect there will be more dramas in the next few days. The son of Prince Rongqin is likely to swallow a bitter pill, Lu Rian said with great certainty. Lu Yuner's face showed a thoughtful expression. Come to think of it, how could Gao Yang's move be so simple? Next time Master Gao comes to the Yinji Pavilion, I will personally accompany him. If we can win over a man like this, our sect will surely flourish. Thinking of all that Gao Yang had done, and Empress Wu Zhao's personal visit, Lu Rian's eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, filled with boundless anticipation. Inside the carriage of the Dingwood Duke's mansion on Chang'an Street. Brother, your move was absolutely brilliant. I almost thought you were going to sacrifice yourself in a one-for-one exchange just to trap that Wu Cheng. Gao Changwen chattered excitedly. Come to think of it, this was the first time he had successfully drugged someone. The satisfaction was no less than that few-second shudder. Gao Yang glanced at Gao Changwen and smiled. He's the son of Prince Rongqin. Aren't you afraid? Gao Changwen puffed out his chest, a hint of confidence on his youthful face. The Rongqin prince's mansion is formidable, but our Dingwood Duke's mansion is no pushover either. We're both prodigals. If he lacks skill, who can he blame? If word gets out, he'll be a laughingstock. Besides, Gao Changwen winked. You acted so openly that even I found it too direct. There must be a backup plan. So why should I worry? Gao Yang looked surprised. Who said prodigals were useless? This analysis was quite plausible. You're wrong. There's no backup plan. Besides, you were the one who drugged him. What does that have to do with me? Even if Prince Rongqin comes after us, let the sky fall. Your younger brother will bear the weight. Gao Changwen's face froze. Then he panicked. Brother, you can't do this. Father will beat me to death, or at least cripple me. Seeing Gao Changwen's expression, Gao Yang burst out laughing. Alright, just teasing you. Look at how timid you are. Don't worry, this won't involve you. Gao Changwen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Damn, that nearly scared the soul out of him. Zhao to find a fabric shop. Since we haven't spent a single coin today, we should buy some fine silk to bring back. A thoughtful expression crossed Gao Yang's face. There was something he needed to verify. Yes. Soon the carriage rumbled off toward the largest fabric shop in Chang'an, the Jinduan Tower. The brocade pavilion. The moment Gao Yang stepped through the entrance, his eyes were greeted by shelves of exquisite brocade and silk, while a young attendant hurried forward to receive him. The shop was spacious, with clusters of young noble women leisurely browsing the wares. Brother, when do you plan to visit Miss Song of the Song family? Suddenly Gao Changwen spoke up, his eyes burning with intense curiosity. Gao Yang looked utterly bewildered. Why on earth would I go looking for Miss Song? But brother, you've adored her for 10 years, sacrificed so much for her sake. Wouldn't it be a terrible waste to just give up now? Moreover, now that you are held in high esteem by His Majesty and have achieved so much, even if Miss Song is exceedingly proud, she would surely give you top priority. Hearing this, Gao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Top priority? But why should I even want her to give me top priority? As you said, the Emperor favors me, and I am the eldest son of the foremost duke's mansion in the court. Why should I hang myself on her branch? For a moment Gao Changwen felt his brother was right, yet something also seemed amiss. Just now, when you sang that Qing Ping Jiao, did you see the looks in the eyes of the ladies at the Rouge Pavilion? Gao Changwen nodded, emphatically remembering it clearly. Each and every one of them had admiration for you shining in their eyes. They even looked as if they wished to devour you whole. Without exaggeration, brother, even without exploiting loopholes in the law, just relying on those two lines. Cloud-like robes, flower-like faces, the dew-drenched bloom glows by the railing. You could waltz around and get everything for free. Gao Changwen spoke with immense envy. It was then that he truly understood the saying, when you need knowledge you regret not having learned enough. Gao Yang then pulled out his supreme membership card from the Rouge Pavilion. Even without relying on talent, freeloading is no problem. So why on earth would I go looking for Song Qingqing? Gao Changwen scratched his head, finding the logic increasingly sound. Song Qingqing was indeed beautiful, her looks far surpassing those of the women at the Rouge Pavilion, but none of them could match the allure of those ladies. Moreover, a different one every day, never a repeat, and even the courtesan queen as company. The beauty of that courtesan queen might not necessarily be inferior to Song Qingqing's. Between the two, he preferred the latter. Brother spoke with great sense. But I still feel that since brother has invested so much, giving up now would be a tremendous loss. Changwen, you're still young. The waters of love are too deep for you to grasp. Just from what you've said, you already show the signs of a simp. What is a simp? Gao Changwen asked, looking puzzled. Consider the big yellow dog at our mansion. Every time you return, what does it do? It rushes over to pounce on me, licks my hands, overjoyed. Gao Yang said with a smile. And if you happen to be in a good mood, what would you do? I'd naturally rub its head to show affection, perhaps even toss it a bone or two to play with it. But what if you're in a bad mood and it still greets you with full enthusiasm, rushing over to lick you fervently? Gao Changwen scratched his head again. I'd probably give it a kick. But as he said this, he was struck with a realization. So is that what being a simp means? Gao Yang gave Gao Changwen a confirming smile. Not just that. If the dog is hurt by your attitude and stops being affectionate, you only need to toss it a bone or two, and it will come right back to you. And so the cycle repeats, entirely dependent on the owner's mood. Hiss. Upon hearing this explanation, Gao Changwen involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. His face was filled with shock. Having heard all this, now that you understand what a simp is, what are your thoughts? Brother, I suddenly feel that being a simp might actually be quite interesting. Gao Yang's mouth twitched, deeply astonished. Gao Changwen, however, was bursting with excitement, and continued, Brother, I've thought of another question. If licking one person makes you a simp dog, then if I lick 10 or 100 people, am I still a simp? Gao Yang. You should have known from the start. There was no one simple in the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. But he couldn't be bothered to deal with Gao Changwen any longer. He called out, Shopkeeper. Following Gao Yang's voice, a plump, fair-skinned, middle-aged man quickly came forward. The moment he saw Gao Yang, he immediately knew an honored guest had arrived. Young master, I am the shopkeeper of the Brocade Pavilion. My surname is Qi. What kind of cloth would you be needing? Manager Qi said, beaming with a smile. Gao Yang's gaze swept over the bolts of exquisite silks and satins in the shop. I've heard that the state of Zhao produces a fabric called Zhao Gao. Would you be able to show me some? Please wait a moment, young master. You've certainly come to the right place. In all of Chang'an, I reckon ours is the only shop that still has it in stock. This Zhao Gao is a fine fabric indeed. You'll know as soon as you feel it. Only Zhao's weaving techniques can produce such fine white cloth. However, it's currently only available in our storage room. Please bear with us for a moment. The shopkeeper spoke profusely, his tone full of praise for the Zhao Gao. Then I'll trouble you, shopkeeper, Gao Yang replied politely. Seeing this, Gao Changwen was quite puzzled and asked curiously, Brother, there are so many fabrics here. Why are you so fixated on the Zhao Gao? Although this Zhao Gao is fine-textured and comfortable to where it's transported all the way from Zhao, the price is exorbitant, making its cost-performance ratio truly poor. Gao Yang looked rather surprised. Today you've truly impressed me. You even understand cost-performance. Gao Changwen shifted uncomfortably. Brother, what do you mean? Your foolish brother may not be the sharpest, but I'm not stupid. Zhao borders our Great Qian, but it's thousands of li away. For merchants of the two nations to transport Zhao Gao to Chang'an, the manpower, transport costs, and the guards needed to fend off bandits all add up to astronomical figures. With increased costs, the selling price naturally rises. Gao Yang nodded. What you say is true. That is indeed the logic. This is also the main reason why Zhao Gao is so valuable. Gao Changwen's eyes flickered. Does brother think there's profit to be made in this Zhao Gao? Planning to get a piece of the action? Gao Yang glanced at the eager Gao Changwen and said enigmatically, perhaps. But I need to see for myself first. Nothing is certain yet. Thinking of Zhao Gao, a smile spread across Gao Yang's face. If this Zhao Gao truly matched his expectations, then the potential profit would be far greater than merely a piece of the action. It was just a smile, yet for some unknown reason it sent a chill down Gao Changwen's spine. It felt as if many lives would be lost. A delusion. It must be a delusion, Gao Changwen told himself. But just as Gao Changwen was filled with suspicion, two women entered through the main entrance of the Brocade Pavilion. Gao Changwen recognized both of them. One was Chun-Yi, the eldest daughter of the Ministry of War's vice minister, and the other was Song Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Song family. Behind the two followed several maidservants. Chun-Yi could be considered a beauty with delicate features, fair skin, and a small palm-sized face that drew attention. But compared to Song Qingqing beside her, she was more than just a notch less beautiful. Song Qingqing wore an elegant green long dress, which further accentuated her fair skin. Her features were delicate, her face exquisitely beautiful. Judging by appearance alone, she could even rival Shang Wanwaner. Gao Changwen hesitated for a moment. Had he not just learned about the concept of simping from Gao Yang, he would have gone over to greet them. But now he couldn't. Song Qingqing treating his brother as a simp insulted not only Gao Yang, but him as well. He simply nudged Gao Yang, signaling the arrival of the two unexpected guests at the door. Gao Yang looked over instinctively. At the same time, Chun Yi also nudged Song Qingqing's delicate arm. Song Qingqing's beautiful eyes followed Chun Yi's gesture towards them. In the air their four eyes met, but there was none of that cliché electric spark clashing between them. Instead, Gao Yang promptly averted his gaze, turning to look at the other side. Although he disliked people like Song Qingqing, he was waiting for the Zhao Gao at the moment, so he simply chose to ignore her. This treatment of her as a stranger instantly made Song Qingqing unable to hold back, her eyes brimming with grievance. Ha ha ha. Gao Changwen suddenly burst into laughter, startling Gao Yang. Why are you shouting all of a sudden? Gao Yang asked, a vein popping on his forehead as he glared at Gao Changwen. Gao Changwen scratched his head. I just felt the atmosphere was awkward, so I couldn't help it. Gao Yang was speechless. Seeing this, Chun Yi generously pulled Song Qingqing forward and pretended to be casual. Two gentlemen, it seems fate has brought us together. We meet here. Are you also shopping for clothes? As Song Qingqing's best friend, she naturally knew what Song Qingqing was thinking and also felt the awkwardness. Just after breaking off the engagement, Gao Yang had transformed from a wastrel into a pillar of talent in Chang'an, surpassing even the top scholar Cui Xinghe. Even the Empress was moved by this. Among all, the most embarrassed was the Song residents. But Chun Yi didn't dare to comment. After all, Song Qingqing had gone too far. However, due to their previous relationship, she still had a decent rapport with Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, which gave her some face. Upon hearing this, Gao Changwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. Usually after visiting the Yanji Pavilion, we head straight back to the mansion to rest for a few days. I never expected to run into you on our first trip to the Jin Duan Tower. Yanji Pavilion. You went to a brothel? Chun Yi was shocked. Song Qingqing's expression changed as well. But Gao Changwen looked puzzled. What's with that look? As a wastrel, what else would I do other than visit brothels? Should I go to the front lines and die in battle? His righteous tone and confident attitude left Chun Yi at a loss for words. He made a point so compelling that she couldn't refute it. As Gao Changwen recalled the various pleasures of Yanji Pavilion, he suddenly became animated. We didn't just go to the Yanji Pavilion, my elder brother can even enjoy their services for free in the future. In Gao Changwen's eyes, a supreme membership card of Yanji Pavilion was a symbol of glory. He immediately recounted all the details about the card worth 200,000 taels of silver and its privileges. For a moment, Chun Yi's face was filled with astonishment. According to the salary system of the Great Qian Dynasty, even though her father was a third-rank official, his annual income, including all allowances, was only a few tens of thousands of taels of silver. Of course, that was just the official income. But the estate also had dozens of servants to support. 200,000 taels was truly an astronomical sum. Yanji Pavilion, as a renowned brothel in Chang'an, was well known to them. Most of the girls there were beauties who sold only their art, not their bodies. Gao Yang's privilege was already terrifying. And in the midst of their conversation, Gao Changwen swayed his head and recited the Qingping Diao that Gao Yang had composed. In an instant, both women were stunned. Especially Song Qingqing, whose heart was swept with endless shock. Having studied the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, she was proficient in poetry and couplets, and thus was known as one of the 4 talented women of Chang'an. Yet even she was utterly amazed upon hearing the lines, her robe is made of cloud, her face of flowers made caressed by vernal breeze, she looks so bright and fair. Song Qingqing could no longer hold back. Her red lips parted as she said, Gao Yang, did you really improvise those lines? Her robe is made of cloud, her face of flowers made caressed by vernal breeze, she looks so bright and fair. She looked incredulous. With just this poem, Gao Yang could rank among the top poets of the Great Qian Dynasty. Gao Yang, hearing her skeptical tone, inexplicably felt annoyed. After all, she was right. He had indeed plagiarized it, from Li Bai of another time and space. He directly retorted to Song Qingqing, no, I copied it. His cold attitude and harsh tone instantly reminded Song Qingqing of how she had waited for Gao Yang under a tree for hours yesterday, getting bitten by mosquitoes all over. In her mind, although she had done something wrong, and indeed hurt his pride, causing the Duke Dingwa's mansion to lose face, she was such a proud person that she had already softened her stance. Couldn't Gao Yang as a man be more magnanimous? Besides, she only wanted to be friends with him. Did he really think that just because he had surpassed Cui Xinghe and gained the Empress's favor, she would be desperate for him? Song Qingqing was only giving him one more chance to pursue her. With so many talented men in the world, which one was she not worthy of? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Chun Yi quickly tried to mediate. Master Gao, please don't mind. Qingqing didn't mean it that way. But it was like smelling dog shit. You don't get used to it and start thinking it smells good. Unless you're a lapdog.
It was the same principle. Chun Yi's eyes suddenly lit up as she said to Gao Yang. This line, her robe is made of cloud, her face of flowers made caressed by vernal breeze. She looks so bright and fair. Did you write it for Qingqing? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang cursed inwardly. Song Qingqing's pretty face froze. The meaning of the poem was straightforward. It described a woman's beauty like that of a celestial fairy. She had broken off the engagement just over 10 days ago. In such a short time, who else could be in Gao Yang's mind besides her? He spoke harshly, but in his heart he still cared about her. Song Qingqing's pretty face brightened. Gao Yang, I understand your feelings. It's right for you to hate me. You made me wait for hours yesterday, so we're even now. We can still be friends from now on. Damn. Gao Yang couldn't hold back. Miss, please don't insult this poem, okay? When have you ever seen a celestial fairy who is a social climber? I beg you, go find Shui Xing'a. Insult. Social climber. Go find Shui Xing'a. These three phrases were like a fatal triple strike, dealing a series of critical blows to Song Qingqing's heart. Gao Yang, what do you mean by insult? What do you mean by social climber? And what do you mean by go find Shui Xing'a? You'd better explain yourself today. Upon hearing this, Song Qingqing exploded. These words were not only highly offensive, but also extremely insulting. Gao Yang simply couldn't be bothered to respond to Song Qingqing. It would only be a waste of breath. Just then, Manager Qi came up from the other side, carrying a bolt of fine white Zhao silk. Gao Yang immediately walked over. Master Gao, this is the Zhao silk you requested. But as you know, the Zhao kingdom is far away, and the weaving technique is sophisticated, so the price is quite high. Gao Yang took the Zhao silk in his hands and gently stroked it. Indeed, both the texture and feel of this Zhao silk far surpassed the fabrics of the Great Qian Dynasty. Is this Zhao silk only produced in the Zhao kingdom? Naturally. After all, it's a major means for the Zhao kingdom to accumulate wealth. Its core technology is kept strictly secret. Manager Qi wore a smile on his face. Gao Yang examined the Zhao silk in his hand and asked, how many taels of silver does one bolt of Zhao silk cost? 10 taels of silver. Hearing this, Gao Yang was slightly surprised. The price was indeed not cheap. Zhao to pay the money. Gao Yang stroked the Zhao silk in his hand, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Then he took the bolt of Zhao silk and left the Jin Duan Tower. Throughout the entire time, he didn't even spare Song Qingqing a glance, as if she were invisible. Song Qingqing stared in disbelief at Gao Yang's receding figure, a wave of incredulity washing over her. He actually left. Even the Zhao Gao in his arms mattered more to him than I do. Song Qingqing's face was etched with disbelief. In the past, Gao Yang would never have treated her this way. With a single word from her, he would come running at her beck and call. In truth, since being stood up yesterday, she had made up her mind. Since she didn't have much feeling for Gao Yang, anyway, she might as well let go completely. Four-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. Song Qingqing was after all a descendant of a distinguished family. What she felt was more a sense of unwillingness, a feeling of imbalance. But now Gao Yang's attitude stung her, as if she were the most repulsive thing under heaven, so vile, that even 2 glances seemed nauseating. Seeing this, Chun Yi sighed deeply within her heart. She couldn't very well reproach Song Qingqing for this matter. After all, she and Song Qingqing were best friends, and the Chun and Song families had been closely connected for generations. But Song Qingqing had personally come to break off the engagement, and the humiliation was too great. Gao Yang's cold indifference was understandable. Either stay completely away from Gao Yang, or approach him prepared for humiliation. Yet seeing Song Qingqing like this, Chun Yi felt a pang of sympathy. She said, Qingqing, where there is deep love, there is deep hate. This poem must have been written for you by Gao Yang. It's just that the hurt you've given him is so great that now his heart is filled with hatred for you. Don't take it to heart. Song Qingqing's expression flickered upon hearing this, a trace of emotion appearing on her face. Really? Is clouds yearn for her garment, flowers for her face, truly written for me? If so, then why did Gao Yang insult me? Of course it's true. Chun Yi looked helpless, but since the words were already spoken, she could only steel herself to offer comfort. Song Qingqing snorted coldly, a hint of hatred glinting in her eyes. When he comes begging for my forgiveness, I'll make him taste what I'm feeling now. No, 10 times 100 times this feeling. Song Qingqing eagerly anticipated that scene. Even the mere thought of it was satisfying. Chun Yi's head began to ache. In truth, she was more inclined to believe that Gao Yang had spoken the truth. He genuinely felt that Song Qingqing had insulted this poem. But seeing Song Qingqing in such a state, she couldn't bring herself to say so. On the carriage, Gao Changwen looked at him with admiration. Elder brother, the way you behaved just now was absolutely magnificent. He then stroked his chin and said, but this Song Qingqing is quite strange. She's the one who broke off the engagement, yet now she acts as if she's deeply in love. Gao Yang sneered. Love? It's nothing but a feeling of imbalance and the discomfort of losing a devoted admirer.
If the Dingwa Duke's mansion were successfully suppressed by Prince Rong right now, and if I were punished by the Empress, or even thrown into the imperial prison, Song Qingqing would only feel relieved. Once separated, not many people genuinely wish their ex-partner well. The worse you fare, the more she feels her original choice was right. Conversely, when you excel, she feels imbalanced and starts to regret. That is human nature. Gao Chongwen clutched his head. Elder brother, my head hurts so much. Could it be a cold? But that shouldn't be. Gao Chongwen shook his head. No, it's because of what you just said. I feel like my brain is about to grow a brain. Gao Yang. Soon Gao Chongwen returned to normal. Enough women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. Only the brothel is eternal. His eyes rolled around, then he suddenly said, Elder brother, could you head back to the mansion first? Your humble brother rarely gets out, and I have some important matters to attend to. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, asking calmly, Oh, what matters? Gao Chongwen said with a righteous expression, reading. I must read books of righteousness and noble spirit. At these words, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Chun Sheng and Zhao De outside the carriage were also covered in black lines. Even a fool would know something was wrong with this excuse. Reading, are you sure? You're not planning to sneak off using study as a pretext to go to the brothel and get a free ride, are you? Gao Yang said with profound meaning. Without even a blush, Gao Chongwen firmly denied it. Elder brother, what are you saying? It seems you've always misunderstood me. I study the spring and autumn annals. How could I go to such a filthy, unclean place? After hearing your words today, I've never craved knowledge so much. Gao Yang couldn't bear to listen anymore. Go ahead, but don't touch alcohol, and watch your mouth. Gao Chongwen couldn't believe it was this easy. Overjoyed, he quickly got off the carriage. Gao Yang said helplessly, Zhao De, that lad is probably heading to the brothel at full speed. Arrange a few men to follow him secretly. Zhao De reined in the reins, looking somewhat surprised. Elder young master, isn't it legal to get a free ride? Can't he just enjoy himself freely without breaking the law? Gao Yang said with a profound look, Indeed, it's not against the law in Qian. But I never said he wouldn't get beaten up. Damn. Hearing this, Zhao De and Chun Sheng both widened their eyes, shock in their gazes. Gao Yang continued, Otherwise, why would they keep so many thugs around? Just to prevent those courtesans from running away. But letting the lad taste some hardship and learn the perils of the world is a good thing. This first lesson of life should be taught by me, Gao Yang. Zhao De and Chun Sheng couldn't help but look at Gao Chongwen's retreating figure with a hint of sympathy. Then the carriage slowly made its way towards the Dingwa Duke's mansion. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Study. Clouds yearn for her garment, flowers for her face. The spring breeze caresses the balustrade, the dew thick with glory. Wu Zhao murmured the poem to herself, her stunningly beautiful face showing a hint of shock. Was this poem truly written by Gao Yang? Wu Zhao suddenly turned around, her gaze fixed on Shang Wanwaner. A trace of shock also flashed across Shang Wanwaner's face. This matter is absolutely true. All the guests in the Yinji Pavilion witnessed it with their own eyes. This poem has already spread throughout Chang'an at an incredible speed. Wu Zhao looked astonished, picking up the copied poem. Her phoenix eyes stared intently at the verses, growing more satisfied with them. But Gao Yang publicly tricked Prince Rong's son Wu Cheng. Not only did he kick young Duke Wu in the groin, but he also likely conspired with Gao Chongwen to drug him. Judging by the temperament of those two brothers, Your Majesty, I estimate they mixed amorous ecstasy powder and mighty eruption king together. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao imagined the scene of these two drugs mixed together. A chill ran down her spine. Most importantly, the drug wasn't administered secretly. They tricked Prince Rong's son Wu Cheng into drinking it, and Gao Yang even spat his out. I'm afraid Prince Rong won't let this rest. Shang Wanwaner wore a worried expression, feeling that Gao Yang's methods were a bit too impulsive. Wu Zhao shook her head and said plainly, Within the entire Qian, no one is more wicked than that director. He always plans before acting. Since he's made his move, even if he doesn't have a 10 out of 10 chance of success, he has at least 9 out of 10. I'm not going to clean up his mess this time. At tomorrow's morning court, order Gao Yang to come with Vice Minister Gao. Wu Zhao declared directly. Shang Wanwaner nodded in full agreement. But then Wu Zhao suddenly added, I heard that Gao Yang has always been fond of the eldest daughter of the Song family, but had the engagement broken off 10 days ago. At this, Shang Wanwaner was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Wu Zhao to care about such a matter. Your Majesty, it is indeed true. According to reports, Gao Yang was quite smitten with the Song family's eldest daughter at her beck and call. This poem should have been written by the director for the Song family's eldest daughter, praising her beauty as being like a celestial fairy. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Zhao's face turned cold instantly. Though it was broad daylight and sweltering hot, Shang Wanwaner inexplicably felt a sudden chill attack her. The temperature in the entire imperial study seemed to drop 8 degrees. At the beck and call of the Song family's eldest daughter, yet before me, he is full of more schemes than anyone. This poem is no good. Burn it. Wu Zhao suddenly said coldly. Shangwan Wana. Chunjiang Tower, one of the 4 major brothels in Chang'an. Although it lacked the profound heritage of Yinji Pavilion, it excelled in certain aspects thanks to its exotic allure from beyond the western regions. Gao Chongwen jogged all the way to the front of Chunjiang Tower. His heart burned with fervor, and a broad smile lit up his face. The moment the madam saw Gao Chongwen's attire, a wide smile immediately spread across her face. With her experienced eyes that had judged countless men, she could tell at a glance. Gao Chongwen's status was far from ordinary. He was the mainstay of the brothel. Young master, this is your first time at Chunjiang Tower. Do you have any particular girl in mind? Gao Chongwen familiarly wrapped his arm around the madam's plump figure and walked inside. But his next words shocked the madam. As the ancient said, a general should command as many troops as possible, the more the better. For me, Gao Chongwen, visiting brothels is the same. The more the merrier. Give me 5, no 10 girls. I have no shortage of money. Gao Chongwen declared with an air of extravagance, contempt for money written all over his face. After all, he had no intention of paying anyway. The madam was stunned, then a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. This was a big spender. Young master, what generosity. Today I guarantee you'll leave holding the wall. In an instant, with the appearance of such a generous patron, all the girls of Chunjiang Tower were astounded. For them this job was both easy and lucrative. They rushed to surround Gao Chongwen, affectionately taking his arms. In that moment a smile also crept onto Gao Chongwen's face. Whoa, take off. Half an hour later. Just as the madam was smiling and calculating in her mind which rich fool's son this was, both stupid and wealthy, a woman in a thin gauze dress shouted to her, "Madam, something terrible. Someone is paying with funeral paper money used for the dead. He's trying to eat for free." At these words, "What? Funeral paper money?" The madam's face turned green. Her once charming figure suddenly exuded a murderous aura. She strode quickly toward the room on the 2nd floor, murder written all over her face. Which heartless bastard dared to pay with funeral paper money? She shoved the door open and immediately saw Gao Chongwen lying sprawled across the bed, holding a stack of paper money with a carefree attitude. His hair was disheveled and his face was covered with traces of red lipstick kisses. What nerve! Even I, Qianyang, was fooled by you. Speak, how do you want to die? Qianyang gritted her teeth, her voice dripping with murderous intent. Gao Chongwen looked calm, waving the paper money in his hand. "Madam, you are mistaken. Isn't this money? A bunch of funeral paper money. Do you take me for a fool?" Qianyang felt even more insulted. Recalling Gao Yang's words, Gao Chongwen said with righteous indignation, "I may be freeloading, but what can you do about it? If you disagree, report me to the authorities. Fine, let me educate you on the laws of the Great Qian Dynasty. First, this cannot be considered rape. Second, this has not caused a crisis of confidence among the people regarding Great Qian currency, so it is not a crime of counterfeiting either. And then there is fraud. Fraud is a bit more complicated. Let me think, and I'll explain slowly." Soon Gao Chongwen listed all 3 charges. But the madam remained expressionless, her face still cold. "So you're an old hand who knows the law. But who told you I was going to report you to the authorities?" Gao Chongwen was instantly stunned. Not report to the authorities. The next second the madam clapped her hands, and from the side dozens of burly men wielding long staffs emerged. Their faces twisted into sinister grins. "Dare to freeload? We'll break your legs." The madam's voice turned icy. Gao Chongwen jumped up, panic written on his face. Holy crap. His elder brother never mentioned this situation. What should I do? Waiting online, urgent. The next second a hand as large as a palm leaf fan swung toward him. Aunt. What about? The freeloading. Brother, you've made me lose faith. A scream rang out. At the Dingwa Duke's mansion, Gao Yang walked straight toward his own room. He wasn't worried about Gao Chongwen. He had guards, and he wasn't stupid. As long as he revealed his identity, few in Chang'an would dare to touch him. Letting him learn a lesson by being tricked was not bad. It would also divert Gao Feng's attention and share the fire. Still, this day had been too troublesome. He had planned to get up early and head straight to Yinji Pavilion, but he never expected that a group of veteran generals from the manor would arrive and delay him. He had originally intended to indulge in depravity in the afternoon, having a deep and shallow conversation about life ideals with the courtesan. But then the Empress interfered, lecturing him for several hours on the art of governance. In the end, he returned to the Dingwa Duke's mansion feeling utterly drained. Now he just wanted to enjoy Luo's full-body massage and get a good night's sleep. If it were the unorthodox kind, even better. "You beast." Just as Gao Yang was about to step forward, he heard a familiar voice. He didn't need to think to know whose voice it was. Gao Yang turned his head and saw Gao Feng and his motherly Shi in the corridor on one side. Gao Feng still wore his standard grim face, walking toward him as if Gao Yang owed him money. Son pays respects to father and mother. Gao Yang bowed. As soon as Gao Feng saw Gao Yang, the embarrassment of the morning came to mind. He said coldly, Don't think that just because His Majesty protects you, I have no way to deal with you. I may not be able to beat you, but making you stand in punishment or copy the classics is still possible. Gao Feng felt that his authority had been undermined, and he desperately wanted to re-establish his authority over Gao Yang. As for the method, it was not difficult. There were policies from above and countermeasures from below. How much silver is left from the money I gave you after your visit to Yinji Pavilion? Gao Feng asked in a low voice. I spent no money at Yinji Pavilion. I bought a bolt of brocade, which cost 10 taels of silver. Just a single bolt of brocade cost 10 taels of silver. What a waste. Gao Feng seized the opportunity to attack. This is Zhao Gao's specialty of the Zhao state. Light, thin, and comfortable to wear. I bought it specially for Mother. Mother has worked hard for this household, yet most of her clothes are old. It pains me to see that. As the saying goes, time never defeats a beauty. If Mother wears a set of splendid attire, she will surely look as beautiful as in her prime. Li Shi's elegant and noble face lit up with delight. She took the Zhao Gao's handed over and was deeply moved. Time never defeats a beauty. My son really knows how to speak. Li Shi looked satisfied, not forgetting to cast a threatening glance at Gao Feng. Gao Feng was dumbfounded. This little brat is so eloquent. But seeing the Zhao Gao's in Li Shi's hands, he felt a bit envious. You brought a gift for your mother. If you don't have one for me, I'll get angry. Gao Feng's gaze fell on the purple sandalwood plaque hanging at Gao Yang's waist. I think this thing is quite good. Hand it over. Since father desires it, I will naturally fulfill my filial duty. Saying this, Gao Yang took out his supreme membership token and handed it to Gao Feng. Gao Feng took the purple sandalwood plaque, examined it left and right, curious, and asked casually, what is this? This is the supreme membership token that Manager Liu of Yinji Pavilion gave me. It is restricted to my personal use, but that's not a problem. I'll ask Manager Liu to change the name another day, and father can enjoy the corresponding privileges. Gao Feng was deeply moved. He had heard about Gao Yang's mischief at Yinji Pavilion and had intended to find an excuse to scold him, but he never expected Gao Yang to be so generous toward him, giving it away so freely. This stirred a hint of shame in his heart. This plaque looks expensive. What privileges does it offer? Gao Feng examined it, curiosity on his face. Gao Yang shrugged and said innocently, nothing much really. Just that you can enjoy unlimited food and drink inside Yinji Pavilion, and you get a free beautiful companion every day, plus a monthly night with the top courtesan. Gao Feng gasped. A beautiful woman every day and a flower queen every month for a night of bliss. Upon hearing this, he drew in a sharp breath. But immediately he felt an extremely dense, almost tangible killing intent sweeping in from all directions. He didn't even need to turn around to know where the murderous aura came from. Danger. Somehow the wooden token in his hand seemed to burn from that killing intent, making it hard for him to hold on. Gao Feng with a stern face rebuked, you unfilial son, utter nonsense. Since I married your mother, I have never set foot in such filthy places. Take this worthless wooden token yourself. Gao Feng handed the rather hot wooden token to Gao Yang. Gao Yang reached out to take it, only to find that on the other end of the token there was a great force resisting him. Father, you are holding it quite tightly, Gao Yang said with a smile to Gao Feng. Standing by Madame Li tightened her face and said coolly, if you wish to go, my lord, then go ahead. I am not a jealous person, and I certainly won't do anything in the dead of night. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng immediately released his grip. He let out a hearty laugh and looked at Madame Li. My dear, what are you saying? It's clearly because this unfilial son is too weak, and I happen to be blessed with natural strength. Know that even if there were 3,000 beauties in the world, my heart belongs only to you, my lady. These words were resolute, and Madame Li's expression softened slightly. She turned her gaze to Gao Yang. Yang, you are young and vigorous. This thing will be of great use in your hands. Giving it to your father would be a pure waste. As she spoke, Madame Li glanced at Gao Feng, her eyes as if saying, don't you know yourself? Gao Feng. Gao Yang almost burst out laughing. Gao Feng's face burned with embarrassment. Not only did he fail to punish him, but he also lost all face in front of Gao Yang. Knowing he had lost face, he was submissive to Madame Li, but to Gao Yang he scolded, though you are young, you must take care of your body. Remember, if you don't cherish your health in youth, you will weep in the brothel in old age. Yes, I understand. Gao Yang looked at Gao Feng, ready to retreat. If father has no further instructions, I will return to my room to rest. Gao Feng said calmly, go to the grandfather first. Today's matter is not trivial, he has been waiting for you. Gao Feng's words carried a hidden meaning, and Gao Yang immediately nodded. I'll go now. It was not surprising that this matter had reached Gao Tianlong's ears. He even estimated that the entire Chang'an knew that he had drugged Wu Cheng and kicked him. Wait, where is Chang'an? Why didn't he come back with you? As Gao Feng saw Gao Yang about to leave, he looked around, and then remembered Gao Chang'an, so he asked. I returned to the mansion first. Chang'an said he went to study and would come back later. Gao Feng was astonished. He went to study? Is the sun rising from the west? Gao Feng was shocked, and Madame Li was also surprised. Could it be that their children were all late bloomers? Gao Yang nodded and said, indeed, Changwen told me himself that he wants to study this spring and autumn annals, and bring glory to our Dingwa Duke mansion. With these words, Gao Feng stroked his beard, full of relief. Rare, your father is truly comforted. Zhao and Chun Sheng, standing behind, twitched their mouths frantically, but managed to hold back. Then I'll go see grandfather now. Hearing Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng waved his hand, and Gao Yang walked toward the courtyard where Gao Tianlong resided. Inner residence. Gao Yang pushed open the door and immediately saw Gao Tianlong sitting at the table. Even dressed in simple casual clothes, he still exuded an awe-inspiring authority that made one dare not look directly at him. Grandson pays respects to grandfather. Gao Yang bowed respectfully. Gao Tianlong poured a cup of hot tea, the aroma wafting and emitting a delicate fragrance, clearly a fine tea. I happen to be thirsty. Thank you, grandfather, for bestowing tea. Gao Tianlong. When did he bestow tea? Gao Tianlong said with a hint of irritation. You rascal, you're even bolder than your father. Tell me what happened at the Rouge Pavilion today. Visiting a brothel, but instead of enjoying the flower queen, you went and drugged someone. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang, picked up another empty cup, poured a cup, and then said lightly, Grandfather, you don't know the half of it. Today is a long story. It wasn't that he didn't want to do what Gao Tianlong said. He had brought enough silver just short of spending the night. Gao Yang immediately told Gao Tianlong that the female emperor had come to the Rouge Pavilion with the intention of reducing the power of the feudal lords. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong's face showed surprise. Clearly he hadn't expected that even visiting a brothel could be so turbulent. The female emperor, a woman, went to a brothel. Truly her ambition was no less than a man's. Gao Tianlong was silent for a while, then spoke. I am well aware of the current female emperor's ambition, but reducing the power of the feudal lords cannot be rushed. Otherwise, pulling one hair may affect the whole body, and it will bring great disaster. The grace bestowal decree is ingenious, but the time is not yet ripe. You have thought it through clearly. He had to admit that his grandson indeed possessed great talent. The grace bestowal decree as such an open strategy was so superior that even he greatly admired it. But then Gao Tianlong's expression turned strange as he said, So you seized the opportunity to propose killing the Duke of Rome first, then reforming the state to strengthen it, and then reducing the power of the feudal lords. How much of this is for the country's benefit, and how much is personal vendetta? Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong and said bluntly, not a bit for the country, it's all personal vendetta. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it would be a pity to let it slip. Gao Tianlong. Those words were indeed blunt. But this is indeed a considerable temptation for the female emperor. However, have you considered that if you destroy the Duke of Rome but fail to make Dacian prosperous and strong, or even weaken the Six Kingdoms, what fate will befall you? Gao Tianlong said these words, his eyes fixed on Gao Yang. This was his concern. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with confidence. Grandfather, I am fully confident in this. Actually, I didn't lie to you. Compared to military strategy, I am more adept at economics. By economics, grandfather, you can understand it as money. In my eyes, economic methods often kill without a trace. If used well, their destructive power is no less than the clash of hundreds of thousands of troops. Even surpass them. As Gao Yang said this, his confidence was unabashed and absolute confidence within his own domain. Until now, he had not yet begun to lay out his plans. Economic methods killing without a trace. Gao Tianlong's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Clearly Gao Yang's words had piqued his interest. If that is so, then it will be a blessing for our Dacian soldiers. No one had more authority than Gao Tianlong to speak of the cruelty of the battlefield. If they could subdue the enemy without fighting or reduce the death of soldiers, he would naturally support it. Do you have a method, Oi? Gao Tianlong's eyes showed anticipation. Grandson went to the brocade tower today and inquired about Zhao silk, which is abundant in the Zhao kingdom. This item can be used to great effect. If used well, it could severely damage the Zhao kingdom's vitality. Gao Yang spoke openly to Gao Tianlong without any concealment. Zhao Gao. Gao Tianlong's brows furrowed. Zhao Gao was a fine fabric from the state of Zhao, quite expensive. He was well aware of that. But the fact that this material could be wielded as an economic weapon capable of crippling the state of Zhao piqued his curiosity. Then this old man shall wait and watch your moves. Gao Tianlong said with a meaningful expression. The Great Qian has grown rather lively because of you. The Prince Rong had not yet been dealt with, yet Gao Yang already had measures to counter the state of Zhao. The speed was nothing short of remarkable. Gao Yang asked curiously, Grandfather summoned me here. Are you worried that the Prince Rong will seize this opportunity to strike during tomorrow's court session? Gao Tianlong cast a glance at Gao Yang and said calmly, Your father is not worried, so why should this old man be? You dare to administer poison in public and even kicked Wu Cheng. Even if he raises a scene tomorrow, it should not be a major issue. This old man is not concerned about that. The reason I summoned you is not about Wucheng at all. There are some words of admonition I wish to impart. Listen carefully. Gao Tianlong's expression grew grave, and an aura of authority swept toward Gao Yang like a tide. Though Gao Yang was no stranger to pressure and had weathered many grand occasions, he still felt an indescribable weight pressing upon him. He composed himself and looked straight at Gao Tianlong. I await your guidance, grandfather. Accepting silver from Magistrate Du is hardly a grave matter. Even if the censors were to find out and launch an impeachment, you would emerge unscathed. Today's confrontation at the Rouge Pavilion has given many in Chang'an something to enjoy, a spectacle to laugh at. But once the Edict of Extended Favor is issued and the enfeoffment is curtailed, even if the Prince Rome clings desperately to this grievance, and you struggle to counter it, the Empress will ultimately protect you. Because the Empress needs your talent. As time passes, your position will only grow higher. Even if you grow more greedy, the Empress will turn a blind eye, because she needs you to balance the 6 states. But once the Empress no longer needs you, and the Great Qian has truly grown strong, that habit of corruption will become your path to destruction. All the silver you have greedily accumulated over the years will revert to the state treasury. Do you understand? Serving a monarch is like accompanying a tiger. One cannot afford the slightest carelessness. Any emperor is far more terrifying and merciless than they appear on the surface. But has grandfather ever considered, if this grandson were neither greedy nor lustful, if he were a man without weaknesses who also devised ruthless schemes, how could the Empress ever feel at ease? How could she ever entrust him with power? Gao Yang's face remained calm as he added, a minister without any weaknesses usually meets a gruesome end. Gao Tianlong's face twisted in astonishment. Are you saying both your greed and your lust are feigned? And the tea box incident, did you deliberately let the Empress know so she would consider you useful and pliable? Gao Tianlong's eyes widened with surprise. If that were truly the case, Gao Yang's scheming mind would be unfathomable. Gao Yang shook his head. Not exactly. Greed and lust are indeed my nature, but putting on a show for the Empress, yes, that was deliberate. Furthermore, taking up a position in the Ministry of Revenue. First, my father serves as vice minister there, so having family inside makes matters easier. Second, the ministry is notoriously lucrative. Gao Tianlong. What an impeccable rationale. Gao Tianlong felt a knot form in his chest. With Gao Yang's talent combined with the Empress's decisiveness, the Great Qian was bound to undergo a transformation. Yet if Gao Yang were not greedy and instead acted as an upright man, the Empress would not trust him. But if he was greedy, that would plant the seeds of his own destruction. Noticing Gao Tianlong's concern, Gao Yang spoke up. Grandfather need not worry. This grandson has always been cautious and has devised several contingency plans. Gao Tianlong's heart stirred with curiosity as he looked at Gao Yang. First, once the Great Qian grows powerful, lacking full certainty, I will walk the middle path. Half right, half wrong, deliberately holding back. As long as the 7 states continue their conflicts and remain in balance, this grandson will be safe. Gao Tianlong frowned. Compared to such deliberate restraint and compromise, what he truly desired was for the Great Qian to grow strong, yet not to the point where the hounds are slaughtered once the hares are gone. Is there no method that achieves both objectives? There is indeed. My second approach can satisfy both, though it is rather bold. I fear it may shock you, grandfather. Gao Tianlong's expression darkened. You brat, what spectacle has this old man not seen? Even if you had thrown plague-ridden corpses at the enemy, I would remain unmoved. Speak freely. What is this method that could achieve both? Gao Yang cleared his throat lightly. The second is to win over the Empress. Conquer the Empress. As long as the Empress's heart is won, and she is indulged daily, there will be no need to fear the fate of slaughtered hounds. Even the eldest son of the Gao family. Gao Yang shot Gao Tianlong a knowing glance. Gao Tianlong's heart skipped a beat. Images of Wu Zhao seated upon the dragon throne, gazing down upon all living beings with imperious disdain, suddenly flashed through his mind. He looked at Gao Yang with a deeply complicated expression. This idea was not merely bold, it was audacious beyond measure. Seeing this, Gao Yang pressed his advantage. Compared to the first 2 approaches, my third method is not just a little bold. It is quite criminal, grandfather. Between us, this grandson is merely a strategist, but I have also developed considerable expertise in swaying the hearts of the people. Gao Tianlong's brow twitched. That expression on Gao Yang's face made even his heart race with alarm. Beware of ears behind the walls. He cut Gao Yang off immediately, then shooed him away as one would a fly. Speak such nonsense again, and this old man will break your legs. Even though Gao Tianlong had witnessed countless dramatic scenes throughout his life, he dared not listen to the second half of that statement. That sort of talk was simply too dangerous. Seeing this, Gao Yang left with an air of regret. What transmigrator does not pursue the Empress or plot rebellion? At the very least, one of the two should be achieved. As Gao Yang made his way out of the inner quarters, he happened to encounter Gao Changwen trailing behind Gao Feng like a cowed quail. His cheeks were still flushed red as though he had been beaten. Gao Feng's face was grim, walking at the forefront, visibly struggling to contain his fury. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Gao Feng's expression softened slightly. Has father concluded his instructions? Gao Yang nodded, then turned his gaze to Gao Changwen's face. Feigning anger, he declared, Changwen, tell your brother. Who dared beat you to such a state? Your brother will avenge you. Hearing this, Gao Changwen instantly burst into grievance. Brother, I suffered so terribly. If not for my status as the second young master of the Duke Ding Kingdom residence, and if the guards had not arrived in time, you would never have seen me again. What about the free ride? He had charged forward in high spirits, only to find himself walking into a massive trap. Gao Feng also wore a dark expression. This wretched creature claimed he was going to study, but in truth, he went to the Spring River Pavilion and ordered 10 entertainers intending to enjoy their services without paying. When the madam of the Spring River Pavilion learned of his identity, she personally came to apologize, claiming she was unaware of Changwen's status. I suppressed this matter, but it is utterly disgraceful. The mere thought of it sent blood surging upward in Gao Feng. Changwen, you have disappointed your brother greatly. I specifically warned you not to frequent such establishments. How am I supposed to defend you now? And you ordered 10. Sighed. Gao Yang feigned deep sorrow. Gao Changwen lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. I was merely considering that according to the laws of the Great Qian there exists the possibility of obtaining services without payment, so I let my emotions get the better of me and indulged myself for once. Who would have thought that madam had no honor at all? She simply did not report us to the authorities. Wretched! How dare you speak such nonsense? Gao Feng roared in reprimand. Then Gao Feng turned to Gao Yang, his tone unusually softened. The hour grows late. Tomorrow you must wait outside the palace gates. Rest early. Yes. Watching Gao Changwen and Gao Feng gradually walk away, an ever-brighter smile spread across Gao Yang's lips. An elder brother is like a father. He truly meant, while hoping Gao Changwen would understand the perils of this world and become more vigilant toward others in the future. Forget it, he could not keep up the pretense. He simply wanted to play a trick on Gao Changwen, but he also knew that as long as Gao Changwen called out his identity and had guards nearby, he would be fine. The real storm was Gao Feng. This way he could consider himself even with that remark. Your women younger brother will take extra care of. Moreover, he would feel considerably better tonight, and for the coming months as well. Let another suffer rather than oneself. Gao Feng's wrath would now be focused entirely on Gao Changwen. Back in his room, Gao Yang ordered Chun Sheng to gather information about the state of Zhao, then threw himself onto the bed and fell asleep. He slept soundly. That was the benefit of cotton plugs in his ears. The soundproofing was quite effective. Late at night, Gao Yang slept peacefully, but somewhere in the Prince Rong's mansion someone could not sleep. Father, I cannot sleep, I simply cannot sleep. Wu Cheng lay sprawled on the bed, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He had been utterly drained throughout the day, not only in the rear but in the front as well. Wu Long looked at Wu Cheng lying on the bed, his eyes filled with both heartache and fury. Bam! He slapped the table again, his killing intent palpable. That Duke Ding residence has bullied us beyond tolerance. Kicking my son in such a vulnerable place in public and administering poison so brazenly. If this grievance is not avenged, I, Wu Long, am unworthy of the title of Prince of the Great Qian. Tomorrow at court I will impeach the Duke Ding residence and bring charges against Gao Yang. Beside him a middle-aged man in a blue robe frowned slightly. He had not expected Gao Yang to act so directly, but the more direct the action, the more pessimistic he felt. Yet witnessing Wu Cheng's miserable state and Wu Long's fury, he maintained silence, choosing reason over words. Wu Cheng spoke up. Father, when you attend court tomorrow, I wish to go as well. I will accuse Gao Yang myself. I want him to pay the price. I want every minister in court to be my witness. Wu Long replied with concern. Cheng-er, but in your current condition are you truly up to it? Wu Cheng nodded firmly. As long as I can take revenge and send Gao Yang to the heavenly prison, everything is worth it. In full view of the entire court, let us see how he justifies himself. A cruel glint flashed in Wu Cheng's eyes, but the next moment his expression suddenly shifted. No good, that damn sensation is back again. Wu Cheng bolted toward the latrine. Wu Long followed into the courtyard. When his gaze fell upon a tower-like figure standing within, he fell silent, walked forward, and patted the burly man on the shoulder. This king understands everything. You have suffered greatly. The Prince Rong residence will not forget your devotion, and this king certainly will not. I will use the heads of the entire Duke Ding household to avenge you. Wu Cheng's mighty frame trembled once more. Wu Long almost had the unsettling feeling that he was about to shatter completely.
The next day a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the land of Chang'an in its warm glow. On the streets merchants walked briskly with their shoulder poles beginning their daily trade. Within the golden lobby hall officials stood in rows on either side. As Wu Zhao, clad in a golden dragon robe and radiating regal majesty, took her seat upon the dragon throne, all the officials bowed in unison. May your majesty live for 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000, 10,000 years. Wu Zhao's gaze swept across the assembled ministers as she calmly commanded, rise. One by one the officials stepped forward, presenting reports on the affairs of the realm and handling matters of governance. Wu Zhao listened with earnest attention, while Wu Long stood at the very front of the officials, his eyes cold and piercing, maintaining a complete silence. After about half an hour, a profound stillness descended upon the golden lobby hall. Honored ministers, are there any other matters to present? Wu Zhao's gaze surveyed the assembly, finally settling upon Wu Long. At this moment Wu Long took a deep breath and stepped forward. Your Majesty, your subject Wu Long has a matter to present. Wu Zhao feigned ignorance and asked indifferently, what matter does the Prince of Rong have to present? Your subject impeaches Gao Yang of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion for flouting the law and holding neither your Majesty nor the imperial clan in any regard. Not only did he drug the Crown Prince of Qian in public, but he also dared to strike the Crown Prince. I implore your Majesty to punish him severely. Wu Long's voice rang out with full vigor, echoing throughout the great hall. The other ministers stepped forward one after another, adding their voices to the accusation. There was such an incident. How dare an assistant director of the Ministry of Revenue be so bold? Wu Long clasped his hands in salute. My son awaits outside the hall. I implore your Majesty to avenge my son and uphold the honor of the Qian imperial clan. Summon them. Soon Wu Cheng, lying on a stretcher with an ashen complexion, was carried into the hall. At the sight of Wu Cheng, the assembled ministers wore expressions of utter shock. He was truly pitiful indeed. The original Wu Cheng, though somewhat frail, had been in good spirits. But now his face was deathly pale, his spirit withered. He appeared as though he had been ravaged by a brute countless times. Upon seeing Wu Zhao, Wu Cheng struggled to rise and knelt on the ground, wailing, Your Majesty, please avenge your subject. Wu Zhao was somewhat startled as well. Just how strong a dosage had been administered. The Prince of Rong states that Assistant Director Gao Yang drugged you and struck you. Is this matter true? Wu Zhao turned her gaze to Wu Cheng and asked. This occurred at the Yinji Pavilion. It is absolutely true. Your subject asked the Assistant Director to compose a poem. He said that without wine there could be no poetry and insisted on drinking with your subject. The wine was not within your subject's sight, and in the end he tricked your subject into drinking while he himself spat it out. Furthermore, he even struck your subject below the belt. I implore your Majesty to punish him severely. Upon these words falling, all the officials gazed upon Wu Cheng's lower region, then turned their eyes to Gao Feng. Yet the majority of ministers were merely spectators to the drama. The conflict between the Prince of Rong's mansion and the Duke of Dinghua's mansion was well known to them. As for why Gao Yang had exposed the Empress's summons for talents and the subsequent memorials attacking the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, they were no fools. They simply had not expected Gao Yang to retaliate so directly. The vengeance of a toxic strategist brooks no delay. Wu Zhao turned her gaze to Gao Feng. Vice Minister Gao, did this matter truly occur? Gao Feng stepped forward and stated, My son is of pure and kind nature. On ordinary days he would not even tread upon an ant on the ground. This must be slander. At these words the ministers cried out in protest. This was shameless. Gao Yang pure and kind, not even willing to harm a single ant. The locusts of Guangzhong would have choice words to say about that. Wu Long stepped forward. Evidence and witnesses are all present. Do you still dare to prevaricate? Gao Yang can be called pure and kind. Lord Gao, have you gone mad? Even Gao Feng himself nearly broke into laughter. These words were indeed somewhat inappropriate. My son Gao Yang also awaits outside the hall. Why not let the two of them confront each other directly? I implore your Majesty to restore my son's innocence. Wu Zhao waved her hand. Summon him. Soon Gao Yang strode up the hall. Your subject Gao Yang pays respects to your Majesty. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell upon Gao Yang as she coldly inquired, The Prince of Rong impeaches you for disregarding the imperial family, drugging the Crown Prince of Qian in public, and striking the current Crown Prince. Did this matter truly occur? Gao Yang clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, this statement is half true, half false. Oh, your subject indeed disregards the imperial family, because in your subject's heart your Majesty, the Qian imperial clan, and indeed all the royal families of the realm deserve to be revered in one's heart, not merely spoken of lip service. Upon hearing this the minister's eyes widened. What superb sycophancy! Shameless, insincere, and barefaced. They would do well to learn from this. Even Wu Zhao herself could scarcely maintain her composure. This fellow was quite skilled at flattery. And the latter half. The drugging and striking of the current crown prince. Did this truly occur? Wu Zhao kept her face stern and continued her inquiry. Slander. Your Majesty, your subject is wronged. I implore your Majesty to avenge your subject and grant me justice. Wu Cheng nearly choked with rage. You feel wronged. He immediately grew flustered. Gao Yang, cease your sophistry. Both witnesses and evidence exist at the Yinji Pavilion. How dare you deceive His Majesty in person? Gao Yang turned his gaze to Wu Cheng and said with a smile, May I ask the Crown Prince, does he have evidence that your subject drugged him? Of course I do. You commanded the second son of the Gao family to fetch wine from the private room in the Crown Prince's presence. You then deceived the Crown Prince into drinking for inspiration for his poem, yet you yourself spat it out. Is this not evidence? Wu Cheng sneered, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Crown Prince, you are greatly mistaken. Your subject has always been one to let fine wine enter his mouth without swallowing it. Is this wrong? Moreover, who in the world would drug someone so openly? Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng nearly exploded with fury. Gao Yang, do not be so shameless. This is plainly sophistry. You deceived the Crown Prince into believing this poem was about him, yet it turned out to be clouds crave garments, flowers yearn for beauty, spring breeze brushes the railing, dew glistens on blossoms. How do you explain this? Could this poem possibly have been written for this Crown Prince? The minister's gazes all turned to Gao Yang, especially individuals like Cui Xinghe, whose expressions grew complicated. That line, clouds crave garments, flowers yearn for beauty, spring breeze brushes the railing, dew glistens on blossoms, revealed a remarkable depth of literary accomplishment. Gao Yang slowly spoke up. Yesterday the Crown Prince departed in haste, and your subject forgot to mention. This poem is titled Qingping Melody upon seeing the Crown Prince of Wu and recalling the beauty of times past. How could this possibly have nothing to do with the Crown Prince? Furthermore, setting aside the facts entirely, what would be wrong with your subject writing this poem for the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince's face is like jade, his bearing elegant and distinguished. In your subject's heart his image surpasses that of any immortal maiden. What crime is there in this? The author hereby provides some explanations. First, regarding the source material, the strategies and tactics in this work are essentially historical and modern schemes adapted for a fantasy ancient setting. Readers may consider this world as a reconstructed realm with various dynastic influences. First, the extermination of entire clans plot device and the monkey trick scheme originated from online sources. The monkey trick from the Ming Dynasty is also known among the Thousand Schools as one of the 72 earthly bureau formations, a method of entrapment involving burying gold in desolate mountains. Second, the strategies of raising grain prices, providing relief through public works, and stimulating consumption through tourism originated from Fan Zhongyan of Northern Song Dynasty, collectively known as the three emergency relief policies. Third, the locust extermination methods drew from both modern and historical sources, including research papers from CNKI and studies on migratory and solitary locust behaviors, biological prevention methods, Emperor Taizong of Tang eating locusts to break superstitions, Yao Chang's major locust disaster prevention during the Kaiyuan era, Su Shi of Song Dynasty's locust control efforts, and modern culinary approaches to locusts. Fourth, the military tactics reference the methods by which the Mongols conquered the world, slaughtering a few cities then besieging others, as well as techniques attributed to Wen He and Zhongde. Furthermore, in response to many readers asking why the schemes are not original and all historical, if the author possessed such ability, he would have long since gone about entrapment schemes targeting foreigners and earning golden-haired beauties just like Gao Yang. Finally, for those wishing to read about economic warfare Ponzi schemes and other stratagems on this floor of toxic schemes, please look here. Many thanks to all readers for your support. What crime have I committed? Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief at these words. His entire body trembled with fury. Since you've set aside the facts entirely, then not only could this poem be said to be written for him, but one could even claim that Wu Cheng himself is a woman. What would be impossible about that? Your mother's. Wu Cheng nearly cursed aloud. He had seen shameless people, but never anyone this shameless. Above all the officials, even Wu Zhao heard this and was speechless. She could see clearly now. In the art of sophistry, Wu Cheng's would be no match for Gao Yang. Gao Yang still wore a cheerful grin, but Wu Cheng's face was flushed crimson, and she feared he might spit blood from sheer rage. Seeing this, Wu Long quickly stepped forward to support Wu Cheng. He looked at Gao Yang coldly and said, Gao Assistant Minister, this is sophistry, a deflection of the issue. Though you have a sharp tongue, you cannot hide your motive for drugging him. If you confess now, given your contributions to the Great Qian, your punishment may be lenient. Wu Long squinted, staring at Gao Yang, and inwardly sighed after hearing all these words. This child absolutely must not be kept alive. Too shameless, too brazen. In all his life, Wu Long had never heard such nonsense as setting aside reality. How shameless must one be to come up with such words?
Gao Yang looked at the speaking Wu Long, observing his resolute face, the formidable aura radiating from his entire being like a wild beast ready to devour. Since Prince Rong wishes to speak of evidence, then your subject shall speak of evidence. Young Master Wu insists that I drugged him so before the assembled officials, and His Majesty, I wish to ask the young master, what exactly is the effect of this drug? And where are the witnesses? And who administered the antidote? Please answer all of this, young master. Gao Yang spoke with righteous indignation. Wu Cheng nearly blurted out a response. But when he saw the curious officials and the lofty Wu Zhao above his face suddenly turned pale. Drug effects. Witnesses. His mind instantly recalled everything that had happened yesterday. If he insisted on pressing this matter, everything would have to be fully revealed and investigated to the end. Worse, if this bastard Gao Yang refused to admit anything, he might even bring the Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court to investigate thoroughly. The matter would blow up completely. Although he could produce false witnesses with no preparation, and with Gao Yang being such a cunning schemer who knew exactly what poison was used, he would surely pursue relentlessly and expose the lies. Then everything that happened yesterday would inevitably be investigated. Gao Yang would not escape punishment, but what about him? He Wu Cheng was the eldest son of Prince Rong's mansion, known throughout Chang'an for his talent and appearance, secretly admired by countless young ladies of noble families. If news got out that he had been given both aphrodisiacs and laxatives, and such strong ones that he would never be able to hold his head up again. All of this had been calculated by Gao Yang. He stared wide-eyed at Gao Yang, feeling that Gao Yang's smiling face was like a demon's. Vicious, despicable, shameless. Ever since that potent laxative and powerful aphrodisiac had been mixed and given to him to drink, he had already planned his escape route. Once exposed, his reputation would be ruined. He could even imagine the jokes the common folk would make. Have you heard? The young master of Prince Rong's mansion. He's quite talented in the arts of the bedchamber, can even borrow momentum. Wu Cheng gritted his teeth so hard they ached. Gao Yang had given him a difficult choice. Wu Long's face darkened, also realizing how troublesome Gao Yang was. This kid is indeed somewhat vicious. Gao Yang saw Wu Cheng's expression and immediately stepped forward, clasping his hands to Wu Zhao. Young Master Wu has accused me of drugging him before the assembled officials. I beg your majesty to intervene to have the Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court investigate thoroughly and reveal the truth to the world to restore my innocence. I believe that under the bright sun and clear sky, white cannot be blackened and black cannot be whitened. My wrongful grievance will eventually be cleared. Gao Yang's voice resounded through the golden throne hall, his face full of righteousness and fearlessness, as if he truly had suffered a great injustice. Wu Cheng looked at this shameless man and nearly spat blood. You want to talk about bright sun and clear sky, white cannot be blackened and black cannot be whitened. You still want to restore your innocence. Wu Cheng gritted his molars, trembling with fury. In his 20 years of life, he had never seen such a shameless person. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang. If she hadn't personally witnessed the aphrodisiac and laxative at the Rouge Pavilion yesterday, she might almost have believed Gao. Her gaze swept over the officials, and she said calmly, since the young master and the assistant minister each insist on their own account, the Ministry of Justice shall intervene and investigate until the truth is fully uncovered. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Wu Cheng's forehead. He quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, the Rouge Pavilion is a place of mixed company, and Assistant Minister Gao speaks with such conviction and certainty. The drugging accusation, but this Assistant Minister Gao's public beating of me is undeniable. Wu Cheng took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Gao Yang. Gao Yang, how do you explain this matter? As long as they could confirm Gao Yang had struck a royal son, that would be enough to make trouble for him. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and asked, Gao Yang, did you actually strike him? In response to your majesty, I did not use my hand, only my foot. Wu Zhao. Hearing this, Wu Cheng's face lit up with joy. Your majesty, this man has admitted it. Please punish him. Wu Long also clasped his hands and said coldly, I beg your majesty to seek justice for my son. Following Wu Long's voice, Prime Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward, clasping his hands. Striking a royal son in public is a grave crime. If not severely punished, the majesty of the royal family will be utterly destroyed. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, do you have anything to say? I naturally have something to say. The young master, as a member of the Great Qian royal family, not only fails to set a proper example, but also shamelessly molested his own guard in public and even attempted to assault me. I merely kicked him on reflex. These words caused an immediate uproar. The officials were stunned and shocked gazes turned toward Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng's eyes bulged as he shouted, Gao Yang, before His Majesty, you dare spew such nonsense. Where exactly did I assault you? Gao Yang immediately responded, before so many witnesses, does the young master still deny it? Yesterday, within the Rouge Pavilion, while I was reasoning with the young master's burly guard, the young master wrapped his arms around the guard's waist from behind and pressed tightly against him. Then, as if crazed, he rushed toward me. I, as an upright man who loves women, kicked him on reflex. Although my kick was like thunder, once I realized it was the young master, I withdrew 90% of my strength and merely touched him gently. If the young master doesn't believe me, he can have a court physician examine the wound to see if everything still works. If it doesn't work, I'll accept punishment willingly. If it still functions, then that proves my words are true and the charge of kicking the young master's private parts doesn't hold. Wu Cheng's eyes bulged. Yesterday, he had been in such pain that he'd fallen to his knees. The agony was almost unbelievable. You call that withdrawing 90% of your strength? And with a physician's examination, that spot 3 inches below the navel was not like other places. There were only 2 outcomes: ruined or not. If not ruined, Gao Yang's claim couldn't be refuted. But if it was ruined, Gao Yang would be punished, yet his own reputation would be destroyed. He was the eldest son of Prince Rong's mansion and still had no children. This bastard was too cunning. For a moment, the entire court fell into silence. Cui Xinghe stood not far away, compelled to acknowledge the brilliance of this performance. With just a few words, he had turned passivity into initiative. A true minister of peace and a treacherous courtier in times of chaos. A complex look flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Gao Feng stepped forward and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Your Majesty, my son, after much difficulty, has finally achieved late success, intending to continue the ancestral line of our duke's mansion. Yet the crown prince, defying all norms, has molested my son. I implore your Majesty to mete out severe punishment." Wu Long's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. Since when had Gao Feng become so shameless? Who had taught him this? Seeing this, Qin Jinghua also stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, our great Qian has always valued propriety and morality. As a member of the imperial family, the crown prince indulging in such depravity, if word spreads, what will become of our dignity? Please punish him, your Majesty." Lu Zhen and Zhao Ponu also clasped their hands and stepped forward, saying, "We second the motion." Immediately after, Su Xuanji and a host of imperial censors followed suit. For a moment, the vast golden throne hall was as boisterous as a marketplace. Wu Long knew that dealing with Gao Yang today would be difficult. He exchanged a glance with Wu Cheng, then shook his head faintly. Wu Cheng had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "Your Majesty, since it's all a misunderstanding, let it be resolved. Your subject truly has no serious injury." As Wu Cheng's words fell, Song Li's expression also turned complex. A scheme originally aimed at Gao Yang had been dissolved into nothingness with just a few words from him. Such skill was utterly inconceivable. And this was the very man who should have been Song Li's son-in-law. A Qilin child. Even if an ink Qilin, still a Qilin. Regret began to stir in Song Li's heart. At that moment, Gao Yang stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, your subject has something to say." As soon as he spoke, the eyes of all civil and military officials turned to him. Wu Cheng looked baffled. "Gao Yang, what do you have to say?" Wu Zhao asked. Gao Yang clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, although the truth has come to light, your subject's innocence has yet to be restored. All strategists value their reputation. As a strategist, I am no exception. Moreover, I am naturally upright and act with integrity. Yet now I have been falsely accused and slandered for administering a drug. I request that the crown prince compensate me with 1,000 taels of silver as recompense for mental anguish. I beseech your Majesty for a just ruling." Wu Cheng, upon hearing this, could no longer contain himself. Naturally upright, acting with integrity. Is that you? How can you claim such things? He, the victim, had already dropped the matter, yet Gao Yang was still demanding compensation. This was an outrageous affront. Gao Yang, don't go too far. Wu Cheng was incensed. Gao Yang straightened his back and declared in a clear voice, "Bamboo may be burned, but its joints cannot be destroyed. Jade may be shattered, but its whiteness cannot be altered. Though the body perishes, one's name may be inscribed on bamboo and silk. If the crown prince is not convinced, I ask the Ministry of Justice to intervene and investigate this matter thoroughly to its conclusion." Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet in Gao Yang's eyes he saw fearlessness, a kind of reckless defiance, a challenge to meet head-on. Gao Yang was not afraid of punishment. Now he had the favor of the Empress and the protection of the Duke's mansion. What truly mattered was his own reputation. The officials, especially the imperial censors led by Yan Zheng, looked on in shock. They murmured to themselves, "Bamboo may be burned, but its joints cannot be destroyed. Jade may be shattered, but its whiteness cannot be altered. Though the body perishes, one's name may be inscribed on bamboo and silk." With just these words, he had encapsulated the lifelong pursuit of every imperial censor. Yan Zheng stepped forward, saying, "Minister Gao's words clearly demonstrate his integrity. The petty scheme was merely his means. I believe there has been a misunderstanding." Wu Zhao was also amused by Gao Yang's eloquent phrases. She would have admired such words from anyone else, but coming from Gao Yang's mouth, they felt deeply ironic. This farce ends here. It is all a misunderstanding. Ultimately, Wu Zhao delivered the final verdict. Wu Long and Wu Cheng's faces were dark with fury. Today they had suffered another defeat. Gao Yang bowed in salute, though in truth he had only intended to annoy Wu Cheng. Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang with a complex expression. He set aside his earlier contempt and regarded Gao Yang as a lifelong adversary. Yet he believed that Cui Xinghe was no less capable than Gao Yang. He too would shine with his own brilliance. Cui Xinghe's resolve solidified. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you, my ministers, said Wu Zhao. She raised a memorial saying, since my ascension, only the states of Yin and Qi have sent congratulatory gifts. The other 4 states have remained motionless. Among them, the state of Zhao is the most insolent. Zhao borders our Great Qian and once expressed submission. Now they refuse to bow, clearly showing contempt for me. What do you, my ministers, propose? Wu Zhao spoke, her eyes icy cold. This matter had clearly infuriated her. Lu Zhen, enraged, thundered, that petty state of Zhao dares to show such disrespect to your majesty. I suggest we launch a punitive military campaign. Once our Great Qian cavalry arrives, the Zhao ruler will surely beg for mercy. At these words, Wu Long said coldly, Zhao has spent decades strengthening its army. They are now well-armed and well-fed. If we start a war, Great Qian may not necessarily defeat Zhao. Military action is inadvisable. Lu Zhen retorted, if we cannot use force, what other recourse do we have? Should we simply pretend ignorance and swallow this insult? Silence fell among the ministers. Wu Zhao's gaze eventually settled on Gao Yang. She spoke softly, Minister, do you have a clever plan to punish Zhao? With Wu Zhao's words, all eyes turned to Gao Yang. Qin Jinghua, Lu Zhen, and Zhao Ponu stared intently at him, their old eyes suddenly gleaming with sharp light. In the span of a single sentence, Gao Yang had become the absolute center of the Great Qian Golden Throne Hall. Even Cui Xinghe could not help but look at him. Cui Xinghe was confident he was inferior to no one, except Gao Yang, especially in the realm of schemes and tricks. There he had to concede defeat. Gao Yang had been drowsing with half-closed eyes. When all ministers were present, there was no need for him to act. Even the open strategy of the enfeoffment reduction decree was to be carried out in secret. Thinking this, he could not help but glance twice at Wu Zhao's chest. The Empress, compared to Shangwan Wan'er, was clearly less endowed in the brain. Your Majesty, Zhao is strong and well-armed. If war breaks out, victory is uncertain. I have no good solution. I suggest we let them be arrogant while we remain unmoved. Better to endure for now, treat them with kindness and conquer them with love. The officials were somewhat disappointed by this reply. Was this the strategy proposed by Gao Yang? Lu Zhen and the others frowned deeply. Something was off. That rascal was usually sly and cunning. Even without a good plan, he wouldn't be utterly helpless. In talking about conquering with love, Wu Long breathed a sigh of relief. This young man was not as venomous as he had imagined, but he still could not be allowed to live. Cui Xinghe looked thoughtful. Conquer with love. A strange expression crossed his face. Gao Feng's mouth twitched. It was understandable that he couldn't come up with a plan, but where was that brat staring? This reminded him of Gao Yang's earlier claim of looking straight ahead. Was he actually staring fixedly at that spot? Wu Zhao too felt a twinge of disappointment. Gao Yang had said yesterday that after eliminating Prince Rong, he had a plan to control the 6 states. But when it came to Zhao, wait. She glanced sideways and her expression turned icy. What was that scoundrel staring at? Wu Zhao was about to erupt in anger, but then she suddenly realized what a foolish thing she had done. She had openly asked Gao Yang in court for a cunning plan against Zhao. By the time Gao Yang spoke, Zhao would already be on guard. As for his glance at her chest, he must have already devised a plan. Realizing this, a surge of excitement filled Wu Zhao's heart. Maintaining her icy expression, she said to the officials, the minister is quite right. For the sake of the Great Qian people, I will pretend ignorance. I shall conquer Zhao with love. If there is no further business, let us adjourn. Wu Zhao rose, her eyes carrying a meaningful glance at Gao Yang. Gao Yang returned a look equally laden with meaning. Their unspoken exchange did not escape Shangwan Wan'er's notice, and she found it somewhat unsettling. Though it was inappropriate, the first word that came to her mind was collusion. She felt that the Empress had changed since her ascension. A tacit understanding had even emerged between them. A hint of satisfaction gleamed in Gao Yang's eyes. This Empress was quite perceptive. Though her assets were more substantial than Shangwan Wan'er's, it wasn't that exaggerated. At least she had a functioning brain. Gao Feng's face darkened instantly. This wretch, still staring. Was the Empress so alluring? Outside the palace, the morning sunlight bathed the land, not as scorching as noon, but rather warm and pleasant against the skin. Gao Feng darkened his face and couldn't help saying, "You unfilial son, tell me honestly, where were you looking in the end? Do you know that is a crime of great disrespect?" Gao Feng lowered his voice, glanced around, then looked at Gao Yang, his words filled with pain.
How did you know I was secretly looking at the Empress, father? Gao Yang looked curious. I have been navigating the officialdom for decades. In this court, the most important skill is reading people. How could I not know what you were looking at? You wretch, you didn't expect to be caught by me, did you? Gao Feng snorted coldly, somewhat triumphant. Then according to that, father was also secretly looking at the Empress, otherwise how would you know I was peeping, and even where I was looking? Father, you are also guilty of great disrespect. If mother finds out, TSK. With Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng's expression froze, his eyes wide. The words made sense, even leaving him speechless for a moment. And this brat was even threatening him. I heard from LV Luo that on the first day out of the city, you wanted to look at Minister Shangwan's legs in the carriage. And last time when you said you were looking straight ahead, was that also such insolence? Gao Yang shook his head. Not that. Gao Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. In the court with many eyes and ears, a casual glance might be fine, but in private it was different. The Empress would surely notice. Before he could fully relax, Gao Yang added, last time I looked at her legs. Hiss. Gao Feng instantly lifted his head, drawing in a sharp breath. He knew his own seed. Whether he was lustful or not, others might not know, but he did. Could he resist looking? Just as he was about to explode in anger, Gao Yang quickly walked to one side. Minister Shangwan, what a coincidence, Gao Yang greeted. Knowing that Shangwan Wanner had arrived, Gao Yang deliberately acted up in front of Gao Feng. The main point was rebellion. Shangwan Wanner walked up with an icy face, first nodding coldly to Gao Feng and performing a bow. Gao Feng was used to it. The whole court knew that Shangwan Wanner was stern and impartial. Even facing Prince Rong Wulong, she remained expressionless. When Shangwan Wanner's eyes fell on Gao Yang, she forcibly squeezed out a smile. Secretary, His Majesty wishes to see you. After speaking, she nodded to Gao Feng and prepared to leave. But Gao Feng quickly said, Minister Shangwan, may I have a word in private? Shangwan Wanner hesitated for a moment, but still followed Gao Feng to one side. After hesitating, Gao Feng spoke. Minister Shangwan, as the old saying goes, if a son is not taught, the father is at fault. I have heard that my unfilial son, when alone with you in the carriage, made some reckless remarks. I beg you not to take it to heart. Shangwan Wanner was startled, then immediately thought of Gao Yang's bold move to look at her legs. But soon her mind recalled Wang Zhong's misery, the cruel scheme in the Rouge Pavilion, and Wu Cheng's misery. Her icy face showed no expression. After a long pause, she said, it's fine. Just looking at legs. I am not so petty. Having said that, Shangwan Wanner turned and walked away. Gao Feng. He watched the two departing figures standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. Was he out of touch with the times? Now on a first meeting one could say, let's look at legs. Soon Gao Yang followed Shangwan Wanner to the imperial study. Inside the imperial study, Wu Zhao was standing by the window waiting. Upon hearing of Gao Yang's arrival, she said coldly, summon him. Gao Yang entered the study and quickly bowed. Your servant Gao Yang pays homage to your majesty. Spare the pleasantries. I ask you, do you have a brilliant plan to deal with Zhao? Wu Zhao spoke directly, her phoenix eyes fixed on Gao Yang with expectation. If Gao Yang had won, it was for the sake of Great Qian, so she could bear it for now. But if not, then old and new scores would be settled together. Not to mention gouging out his eyes at the very least 30 strokes of the board. Your servant does have some cunning plans, but just now in the court I could not speak. Please, your majesty, dismiss the attendants now. This is indeed my fault, somewhat negligent. But inside and outside the imperial study are all my people. Speak freely, Wu Zhao said slowly. Gao Yang's gaze swept over the eunuchs waiting in the study. Still with a grave expression, he said, what I have to say today is of great importance. Except for Minister Shangwan, please dismiss everyone, your majesty. Its ruthlessness might even surpass his previous schemes. Everyone withdraw. Although the eunuchs around her had been scrutinized dozens of times and could be trusted loyal. At this moment, she still unhesitatingly cleared out all the eunuchs and maidservants. I have done as you requested. Now speak, what kind of poison? Brilliant plan have you devised? Gao Yang cupped his hands. Thank you, your majesty. The method I am about to propose is extremely important. It must not leak to the other 6 states, or Great Qian will suffer. If used well, this plan can even solve Zhao, without spending a single soldier, without bloodshed. And it can solve more than just Zhao. At these words, Wu Zhao and Shangwan Wanner were both stunned. Solving Zhao, without spending a single soldier, without bloodshed. Even Wu Zhao felt a shock in her heart. If it is truly as you say, I will not be stingy with rewards. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, her gaze solemn. If such a plan truly existed in the world, then looking at legs, just a casual glance, was nothing. For the sake of Great Qian's realm and her imperial ambition, she would bear it for now. Gao Yang did not keep them in suspense. He casually spread out a sheet of rice paper, picked up a brush, and began to draw on it. He drew as if guided by a divine spirit without any pause.
Wu Zhao leaned forward with great anticipation, but the next moment her brows furrowed. On the paper, crooked slanting lines outlined 7 areas, each with a large character written on it. These characters were like ghostly scribbles, extremely ugly. On a rough glance, they were barely recognizable as Qi Chu, Zhao Wei, Han Yin, and Xian. How could there be such ugly characters in the world? Wu Zhao was shocked. Shangwan Waner also said seriously, I have seen many characters no matter how ugly, I never comment unless I cannot help it. These characters are indeed ugly. Gao Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. The original owner's handwriting was ugly and he himself didn't know how to use a brush, so the writing was indeed hard to describe. Seeing this, he directly changed the subject. His eyes stared straight at Wu Zhao, his face filled with strong confidence. Your Majesty, what I want to tell you today is how to set up a scheme, using the state itself as a scheme to precisely strike at the economy. Inside the imperial study, Wu Zetian looked stunned, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on Gao Yang, her mind buzzing. Using a nation as a chessboard to strike at the economy. Her expression turned grave, and she even took a deep breath. She had a premonition that today she would hear something that would overturn her worldview. Gao Yang continued. How should I set up a scheme to harvest the wealth of a nation, even to cause its system to collapse? Wu Zetian looked curious, a sharp gleam flashing in her phoenix eyes. If she could destroy a country without shedding blood, she would be more than willing. Shangwan Waner also turned her beautiful eyes toward Gao Yang, her heart stirred with shock. Still, if anyone else had spoken these words, even Shui Xinghe, the current #1 scholar, she would have harbored some doubt. But the mere presence of Gao Yang speaking of schemes exuded an air of professionalism and undeniable authority. She was thoroughly convinced. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zetian and said, as the saying goes, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. If one wishes to conquer a nation, relying solely on military conquest is the lowest of strategies. Moreover, when a large army mobilizes, the daily provisions amount to an astronomical figure. Furthermore, during campaigns, soldiers suffer heavy casualties. When facing a famous general who fortifies the city and defends, the losses are even greater, draining the nation's strength. Therefore, I advocate economic warfare. Not only bloodless and unseen, but its power is no less than 1,000,000 troops. Since the Zhao kingdom shows no respect for your Majesty and harbors rebellious intentions, I will use Zhao as an example to set up the grain crown plucking scheme. The essence of the grain crown plucking scheme is to exploit the weaknesses of human nature. Its core is to grant small benefits to lure the opponent into continuous participation, causing them to invest more and more until finally the harvest is reaped. Wu Zetian frowned upon hearing this, as if weighing Gao Yang's words. Grant small benefits to lure the opponent into continuous participation, then complete the harvest. She looked pensive. Gao Yang casually picked up a pastry from the table, put it into his mouth, and said, allow me to be more specific. May I ask your Majesty if you know of Zhao silk gauze? Of course I know of Zhao silk gauze. It is a fabric abundantly produced in the Zhao kingdom, said to be thin and fine, making exquisite garments. But this Zhao silk gauze is merely an ordinary garment. What does it have to do with the economic warfare and the grain crown plucking scheme you speak of? Gao Yang shook his head and said, your Majesty is mistaken. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation are the foundations of human life. Since it is economic warfare, it naturally starts from these basics. Has your Majesty ever worn garments made of Zhao silk gauze? Wu Zetian frowned slightly and said, since my ascension, I have never worn Zhao silk gauze. This fabric is expensive. As the sovereign of a nation, if I were to take the lead in wearing it, from the nobles and aristocrats above to the common people and wealthy merchants below, they would inevitably follow suit. Would that not be sending silver to the Zhao kingdom, even using the wealth of Great Qian to support Zhao's army, only for them to attack Great Qian? Do I appear to be such a foolish emperor? Wu Zetian's voice was cold and righteous. Shangwan Waner interjected, the Zhao kingdom is far from Great Qian, separated by mountains and rivers with extremely high costs. Hence the price is also very steep. To fund the enemy is extremely unwise. Gao Yang remained calm. He fully understood Wu Zetian's reasoning, which was indeed the thinking of a normal person. But in the next moment he said, but what if this scheme requires your Majesty to personally wear garments made of Zhao silk gauze, and even use the pretext of promoting friendly relations between the two countries to encourage the people of Great Qian to wear Zhao silk gauze? At these words, Wu Zetian instantly lost her composure. What? You want me to personally wear Zhao silk gauze, and even issue an edict encouraging the people of Great Qian to all wear Zhao silk gauze? Shangwan Waner was also shocked, and she couldn't help but say, but if that happens, the price of Zhao silk gauze will surely skyrocket, and the Zhao kingdom will make a huge profit. Wouldn't that be like giving away the wife and losing the army as well? Gao Yang, what Waner says makes sense. According to what you said earlier, to strengthen yourself, you must weaken your opponent. If Great Qian wants to become powerful, it should sanction the Zhao kingdom. Why would we give them money for nothing? Gao Yang fixed his gaze on Wu Zetian, straightening his back. If such a thought were held by a commoner of Great Qian, it would not be wrong. But as an emperor, your majesty should think on a grander scale. Grander scale? Wu Zetian looked puzzled. Grander scale means vision. Your majesty, as the emperor of Great Qian, destined to become a legendary sovereign throughout the ages, should naturally view the entire matter from a broader perspective. Since it is a scheme, one must not look only at the surface. Moreover, as I said earlier, the core of the grain crown plucking scheme is to first offer small gains, causing the opponent to continue participating and invest more so that the final harvest can be achieved. Wu Zetian's gaze rested on Gao Yang. For a moment, she didn't know whether Gao Yang was criticizing her for being too narrow-minded or praising her. But she understood his meaning. You mean that the Zhao kingdom making a huge profit is only a surface phenomenon, letting them earn a small gain, but there is something even more sinister behind it. Is it that I simply haven't noticed? Gao Yang's eyes were deep, radiating strong confidence. Indeed. When your majesty as the sovereign personally wears garments made of Zhao silk gauze, then from the nobles and aristocrats above to the common people below, all will follow suit. Not to mention that if your majesty issues an imperial decree encouraging the people of Great Qian to wear Zhao silk gauze, the demand for Zhao silk gauze on the market will exceed supply, and its price will inevitably rise rapidly. Thus it will inevitably lead to one phenomenon: arbitrage. Once profits are to be made, merchants will swarm in. Great Qian's merchants will go to the Zhao kingdom to purchase goods and then sell them at high prices in Great Qian. Zhao's merchants will also transport goods from within their country across thousands of miles to Great Qian to earn huge profits. At this point, Gao Yang deliberately paused, looking at Wu Zetian and Shang Wanwaner. A smile appeared on his face again, but that smile sent a chill down Wu Zetian's spine. Shang Wanwaner was even more tense, as if facing a great enemy, her eyes fixed on Gao Yang. When Gao Yang smiled, someone's life or death was surely at stake. They waited quietly for Gao Yang to continue. When a commodity exists in the world, if supply exceeds demand, the price falls. Conversely, if demand exceeds supply, the price rises. If supply and demand are balanced, the price will be relatively stable. Take the grain price in Linjiang City as an example. When Great Qian is stable and the harvest is good, the market price of grain stabilizes at 30 yuan per do, or even lower. But when there is drought or flood and the harvest fails, demand exceeds supply and the grain price skyrockets. When grain is valuable, more people will farm. The same applies to Zhao silk gauze. The first step of this scheme is to drive up the price of Zhao silk gauze, letting the Zhao kingdom profit. When the price of Zhao silk gauze begins to soar, merchants from Great Qian and Zhao will frantically hoard goods, and the stakes within Zhao's own territory will also increase. In the past, the demand for Zhao silk gauze was limited. Merchants traveling thousands of miles to Great Qian faced stable market demand. If there was too much, it would be unsold and unprofitable. But now the entire Great Qian is wearing Zhao silk gauze garments, causing a sudden surge in demand. As a result, not only will the price of Zhao silk gauze skyrocket, but it will also put pressure on supply. Greedy merchants and local powerful clans, in order to seize next year's market, will surely raise the wages of silk weavers, increase mulberry planting, and silkworm breeding. Amidst competition, the common people of Zhao who originally planted mulberry and raised silkworms will also make a huge profit. Only a fool would refuse a bargain. Since Zhao silk gauze is so valuable, who would bother farming? At first, Wu Zetian's eyes held a hint of contemplation, as if weighing the matter. But when she heard that increased demand would inevitably lead to increased supply, and that merchants and wealthy families in pursuit of profit would raise wages and expand mulberry planting and silkworm breeding to make a fortune next year, she broke out in goosebumps all over. Gao Yang's intention was crystal clear. She said in disbelief, "Your ultimate goal is the farmland of the Zhao kingdom." Wu Zetian looked utterly astonished, a storm of shock raging in her heart. As the Empress's confidant, Shang Wanwaner was no fool either. She instantly grasped Gao Yang's intent. Even the method seemed strikingly familiar. In Linjiang City, she had witnessed firsthand how Gao Yang had driven the grain merchants to bankruptcy. Though the approach differed, the essence was the same. Only this time the trap Gao Yang was setting targeted the entire Zhao state, from the emperor and nobles down to the common folk. How many would die this time? Gao Yang locked eyes with Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner, his smile growing ever brighter. This was his true domain. He had to admit the thrill of ensnaring others was utterly exquisite. Gao Yang's face bore a simple rustic smile as he stood in the imperial study, his expression calm and carefree. For wealthy merchants and aristocratic clans to reap massive profits, they must boost production and hire a multitude of workers to weave Zhao silk. If weaving Zhao silk earns more than farming, commoners will flock to it. Planting mulberries and raising silkworms becomes more lucrative, driving even more people to abandon their fields. Thus a vast number of Zhao state subjects will engage in Zhao silk-related labor, and farmland will lie fallow. After all, in their eyes, as long as they make money, they can buy grain at any time. How much can a peck of grain cost? When vast tracts of farmland in Zhao state are abandoned, and your majesty verifies the situation, the final step of this scheme, the harvest, will follow. Gao Yang was clearly smiling, yet to Wu Zhao his smile seemed demonic. Shangwan Wanner couldn't help but swallow nervously. Gao Yang continued, speaking as coldly and indifferently as the Grim Reaper. Once the time is ripe, your majesty can decree that no one in Great Qian may wear Zhao silk and simultaneously sever diplomatic ties with Zhao state. As a result, the price of Zhao silk will plummet instantly. Worst of all, with farmlands abandoned and grain scarce, the price of grain will skyrocket. Great Qian can then step in, raising grain prices tenfold or even 100-fold to harvest Zhao state's wealth. At that time, countless merchants in Zhao state will go bankrupt, and countless Zhao commoners unable to afford grain will starve to death. Even those merchants who reaped huge profits from the earlier rise in Zhao silk prices will quickly go bankrupt when Zhao silk becomes worthless and grain prices soar, forcing them to return all their gains. Great Qian will not only make a fortune, but also, without spending a single soldier or arrow, cause Zhao state's economy to collapse and its people to suffer untold misery. A low hum resonated. As Gao Yang's voice faded, a gentle breeze swept through the imperial study. The pages of an ancient book on the dragon desk rustled loudly. Wu Zhao and Shangwan Wanner stared at Gao Yang in terror. First, issue an edict to raise the price of Zhao silk, driving its value upward. Then exploit the merchants' greed to induce a massive number of Zhao state commoners to plant mulberries, raise silkworms, and weave silk. Thus farmland is abandoned. Great Qian then reverses course, bursting the Zhao silk bubble and inflating grain prices to reap enormous profits. Without deploying a single soldier, Great Qian shatters Zhao state's economy and plunges its people into misery. Wu Zhao's body swayed involuntarily, her mind churning with shock. This scheme was far more ruthless, 10 times more vicious than the monkey play trick in the Golden Throne Hall. Shangwan Wanner, equally stunned, saw Gao Yang's face as that of a demon. Could this really be the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua, a scion of a century-old military family? Was he truly the offspring of a military lineage? Ruthless, utterly ruthless. Just hearing Gao Yang's description made her envision the Zhao state commoners swarming into Zhao silk production. They thought they were heading for riches, but in reality, it was a nightmare, an abyss. The skyrocketing grain prices would be a colossal disaster. Taking advantage of Wu Zhao's stunned distraction, Gao Yang couldn't resist stealing a few more glances. Not bad. Just looking at her was quite pleasing. Of course, he kept his moral compass intact and continued speaking. Your Majesty, there's more. Once grain prices in Zhao state, sir, we can not only harvest Zhao state's wealth through this scheme, but also plant agents inside Zhao state. Your subject, by a stroke of luck, has had a sudden inspiration and devised several more brilliant strategies. Wu Zhao's gaze turned to Gao Yang. What strategies? When our agents enter Zhao state, they can spread rumors across the land. Hide slips of paper reading, Great Qian prospers, Zhao state perishes inside fish bellies, and have a white fox speak human words in the deep mountains at midnight, proclaiming that heaven no longer favors Zhao. Near the Yellow River, they could unearth a one-eyed giant. A rumor repeated 1,000 times becomes truth. When the rumors swell, with the commoners unable to fill their bellies and facing sky-high grain prices, they will be ripe for agitation. Then Zhao state will surely descend into chaos, and Great Qian can reap the benefits. As his words fell, Wu Zhao and Shangwan Wanner stared at Gao Yang in disbelief. Their eyes wide and hearts pounding wildly. For the common people, as long as they could eat, they wouldn't rebel. But if they couldn't fill their stomachs, they were already ignorant and superstitious. If stirred up like this, what would happen? The people would be displaced, corpses littering the fields. And what kind of tricks were these? Hiding notes in fish, a white fox speaking human words at midnight, unearthing a one-eyed giant. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the turmoil within. Poisonous as it was, she had to admit the strategy was utterly brilliant. Manipulate human nature, dangle small profits, lure the entire Zhao state into the trap, and then harvest. Through economic warfare, Great Qian could annex Zhao state without spending a single soldier. Gao Yang was truly Great Qian's foremost master of poison schemes. She couldn't help but praise this pluck the grain crown scheme is the most venomous stratagem under heaven. Using everyone's greed to manipulate hearts. Gao Yang, I have not misjudged you. Though his tactics were ruthless, they were a tremendous boon for Great Qian. As the Empress of Great Qian, she felt some pity for the people of Zhao state, but it was only pity. Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty, if you think the pluck the grain crown scheme merely exploits human greed, you underestimate it. Oh, not exploiting greed. Wu Zhao was surprised. Shangwan Wanner also turned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang spoke slowly. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires plus greed, anger, and ignorance. These are the weaknesses many merchants recognize. But there is another weakness of human nature that most people fail to notice: the inertia of thought. The Pluck the Grain Crown scheme exploits this inertia. When Zhao silk becomes astronomically expensive, the Zhao commoners will not believe it will crash, and instead they will think it will remain in high demand forever. Or even if they know there is a risk of huge losses, they firmly believe they won't be the unlucky ones. Similarly, once a crash begins, the inertia of thought will make them hesitate to buy, fearing it will keep falling. Gao Yang's face remained calm. In truth, examples of this were abundant in later ages. In the stock market, how many retail investors chased rallies and sold into panics toyed with by the market makers. Even the market makers, to toy with human weaknesses, would artificially lift stock prices during a downtrend to attract buyers, only to crush them all when the moment was right. All of this exploited human nature. Once this scheme was set in motion, the Zhao commoners would only think that Zhao silk would become even more scarce. Of course, there would be clear-headed skeptics, but even they would be deceived by the soaring price of Zhao silk into deluding themselves and getting lost in the frenzy. The inertia of thought. Wu Zhao murmured, a flash of understanding dawning on her. Gao Yang's words brought her immense shock. It made her realize that war was not only about frontal combat, but also about invisible economic warfare. More insidious, more intractable, and once successful, its power could rival a full-scale national war. From this day forth, I shall don the magnificent robes crafted by Zhao Gao and begin my scheme. If I can truly subdue the state of Zhao without shedding a single drop of blood, I will reward you handsomely. Wu Zhao's face lit up with eagerness, clearly intrigued. Yet Gao Yang paid no heed to the grand promises painted by the Empress. On the contrary, he timely reminded Wu Zhao, "Your Majesty, an economic war cannot be won overnight. Without a year or two, it is simply impossible. Moreover, this strategy is akin to the open scheme used to weaken the feudal lords. It is a covert plan, but it rests on a single premise. That premise is that the Great Qian must be strong in arms and rich in treasury. If the state of Zhao has the power to overturn the table, the Great Qian will instead reap the bitter fruits. Your Majesty, you should understand my meaning." Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling on Gao Yang with a hint of peculiarity. "You, Vice Director, again emphasize that the Great Qian must first become prosperous and strong, and deliberately offer me this brilliant scheme to sanction Zhao. You say I understand. What is your intention?" Gao Yang declared with a face full of righteous indignation. "Your subject absolutely does not mean to urge your Majesty to deal with Prince Rong. I swear." Wu Zhao. Shang Wan. She cast a strange glance at Gao Yang and remarked with a peculiar tone, "One would think Prince Rong had dug up the ancestral grave of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, given such a deep-seated vendetta." Gao Yang rubbed his nose and said to Wu Zhao, "Your Majesty, what do you think Prince Rong and his heir are doing in the mansion right now? I am certainly not afraid of death, but I wish to burn myself for the Great Qian." Wu Zhao found this amusing. She spoke calmly, "Rest assured, I will not give Prince Rong the chance to lay a hand on you. But this matter is significant, even I need some time. Of course, I will also proceed with the plan to destroy Zhao simultaneously." Wu Zhao's expression was resolute and domineering. With Gao Yang, who was brimming with venomous schemes, how could she worry about the Great Qian's treasury not being full? Wu Zhao even found it amusing. If they could not be a classic pair of monarch and minister recorded in history, then let them be a notorious pair. Either way, they would leave their names in the annals. "Your Majesty is wise." A smile spread across Gao Yang's face. By now he had a thorough understanding of the Empress's temperament, so he spoke with a bit more ease. On the contrary, in this state of deep communication, the Empress felt more at ease. Wu Zhao turned her gaze back to Gao Yang. "This scheme, I am very satisfied. My dear Gao, you are indeed the loyal minister of the Great Qian. This scheme must be the pinnacle of venomous plots, right? To lay out plans at the national level, it's terrifying." At these words, Gao Yang's face once again revealed his signature smile. Wu Zhao and Shang Wan both felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing that smile. At the Prince Rong's mansion, Wu Long slammed his palm on the table, his face full of fury. Beside him, Wu Cheng implored, "Father, you must avenge me. Today that scoundrel even came to me demanding compensation. It's an utter inversion of heaven and earth, an unbearable insult." Wu Cheng shivered with rage as he recalled all that had happened in the court. He had never in his life seen such a shameless person. That Gao Yang had caused him such misery and still dared to ask for compensation. He was going to vomit. It was simply too despicable. If he didn't take revenge, Wu Cheng would never be able to hold his head high in Chang'an. Wu Long waved his hand grandly, his face full of arrogance. "I am the foremost of the Great Qian's regent ministers, a prince of the realm.
The Empress has always respected me deeply and trusted me wholeheartedly. This matter I will certainly settle for you. Gao Yang won in the court, but in this Chang'an how can I tolerate him? Wulong turned to a middle-aged man in a blue robe. Mr. Chen, you are hailed as the Great Qian's foremost strategist. Do you have a plan? Mr. Chen looked at Wulong and spoke. A plan I do have. But I am somewhat uneasy. Based on my recent observations of Gao Yang of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, he is definitely not a man who acts on impulse. In other words, since he dares to treat the heir like this without any scruples, he is certainly not afraid of your retaliation. This is something I cannot fathom. Where does his confidence come from? Wulong sneered dismissively. It's merely a petty squabble among juniors, not a life-and-death feud. Does he dare to lay a hand on me? Since the Duke of Dinghua's mansion wants to spar with me, let's have a good fight. Mr. Chen looked at the dismissive Wulong, said nothing, but felt an increasing unease. He only felt that offending this young man would lead to a very dire outcome. In the imperial study, Shangwan Wan'er felt a chill run down her spine from Gao Yang's smile. That familiar feeling came again. It was as if countless families were about to be ruined. Wu Zhao also got goosebumps and couldn't help but speak. Vice Director Gao, restrain your smile. It makes me uncomfortable. The goosebumps are rising all over me. Gao Yang, is there any justice or law left? Just a smile? Was it really that terrifying? Your Majesty, your words are quite hurtful to me. The damage is minor, but the insult is enormous. I am innocent. Wu Zhao sat back down, completely bypassing Gao Yang's remark. She fixed her gaze on Gao Yang, a hint of disbelief in her heart, but she still asked, judging by your smile, my dear Gao, could it be that you have a scheme even more venomous than the grain harvest plan? That should be impossible, right? In the realm of treacherous schemes, there is always one more venomous than the last. Although this plucking the crown from the valley scheme is cruel, it is not the most ruthless. There are also schemes that use empty-handed tricks to snatch profits, and those are the most ruthless. I hold them in utter contempt. As Gao Yang spoke these words, Wu Zhao's gaze suddenly shifted. What scheme could be so despicable that even Gao Yang would despise it? Gao Yang smiled and said, the brilliance of a deception lies not in how sinister it is. Even a hoax that appears obviously fake can still trap people. Why? Even knowing it's a hoax, people still can't help but fall into it. Wu Zhao looked puzzled. Shouldn't all schemes under heaven strive to conceal and disguise themselves as something else? But Gao Yang was not one to follow the conventional path. Gao Yang, I trust your abilities, but I fail to understand why these people would still be deceived when they know it's a fake scheme. How could they possibly fall for it? Wu Zhao was utterly incredulous. Even as the sovereign of a nation, she couldn't grasp the logic behind it. Shangwan Wan'er also looked at Gao Yang with curiosity. Gao Yang had set up his scheme, using Zhao Kingdom's fine silk, driving its price to astronomical heights, through various means ultimately targeting the farmland of Zhao. This left her utterly astounded. If the people of Zhao all turned to cultivating mulberry trees for silk, they would abandon their farmland. If this scheme succeeded, Zhao would be plunged into catastrophe with corpses strewn across the fields. Countless commoners would be driven to despair by skyrocketing grain prices. The Great Qian could greatly weaken Zhao's strength without moving a single soldier, reaping the rewards as a fisherman who profits from the fight between the snipe and the clam. This thoroughly sparked Shangwan Wan'er's interest in economic warfare and financial manipulation. But Wu Zhao's question was exactly the one lingering in her mind. I'll explain that scheme in a moment. But I can explain this psychological phenomenon. It is somewhat similar to the plucking the crown from the valley scheme, yet the economic methods employed are even more cruel and venomous. I shall call it the tulip hoax. Wu Zhao grew increasingly curious, her eyes fixed on Gao Yang, awaiting his next words. Gao Yang's gaze grew nostalgic, as if he had returned to a later era and witnessed firsthand that breathtaking deception. A nation destroyed. Countless citizens went bankrupt. The cunning merchants raked in fortunes. This is the true power of a venomous scheme. Gao Yang spoke slowly. For your Majesty's better understanding, allow me to use a foreign example. Beyond the distant seas of Great Qian lies a large island home to a nation I shall call the Lan Kingdom. The Lan Kingdom was extremely prosperous, and its people lived in peace and contentment. One day a group of merchants arrived in the Lan Kingdom from abroad. Besides conducting business, they also brought with them some flowers known as tulips. These merchants presented the tulips as tribute to the royal family of Lan. Since the Lan Kingdom had never seen such flowers, and they were beautiful and rare, they were highly sought after, and gradually became a symbol of status and wealth. In an instant, countless local merchants sensed a golden opportunity. Gao Yang's eyes were apathetic yet profound. Even Wu Zhao could smell the chilling murderous intent hidden beneath the tulips in his words. Shangwan Wan'er's heart raced, and she unconsciously clenched her fists. They were both tense.
As local merchants began to act, they started hoarding tulip bulbs, causing prices to soar dramatically. Soon it was sought after nationwide. Its price far surpassed that of grain, and even gold was nowhere near comparable. At that point, everything changed. Tulips were no longer flowers for admiration, but for short-term speculation and profit. To this end, some commoners even sold their houses just to hoard tulips. By then, everyone knew that tulips were no longer rare on the market, yet people still bought frantically, hoping to make a fortune. They believed the prices would continue to climb. But at the peak, the very merchants who had driven up the prices abruptly sold everything off. Your Majesty, can you guess what happened next? Gao Yang wore a smile, yet it was one that sent chills down one's spine. Wu Zhao asked sternly, what happened? Gao Yang replied bluntly, in just over 10 days prices plummeted by 90%. Countless people went bankrupt, and some even starved to death. These merchants then manipulated grain prices back up, and the Lan Kingdom sank into economic recession, unable to resist neighboring nations. As he finished, Sheng Wanwaner and Wu Zhao were both utterly shocked. A drop of 90% in just 10 odd days. Wu Zhao was visibly moved, deeply sensing the cruelty. Was this the power of a venomous scheme? Its destructive force even surpassed that of war. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. Your Majesty, what lesson have you drawn from this scheme? Gao Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. It was rare to see Wu Zhao so astounded. Wu Zhao's gaze turned fierce and murderous. Those foreign merchants lack integrity. They should be executed. Is that not the truth? Gao Yang was speechless. He looked at Wu Zhao's noble face and had to admit that her perspective was rather unconventional. Well, that's not entirely wrong. Indeed, those foreign merchants are all either cunning or thieves. They deserve death. Sheng Wanwaner couldn't help but interject, but what does this have to do with the earlier point about people falling for an obviously fake scheme? Gao Yang smiled and said, in the early stage it wasn't yet apparent that this was a scheme, but by the later stage it was quite obvious. Could the common people not know that the whole nation was hoarding tulip bulbs, and that everyone was jumping in? They all knew it, yet they were willing to mortgage their houses and fields just to get in. The root cause was greed. They believed the prices would go even higher. They would think that before the bubble burst the misfortune wouldn't befall them. It's like playing hot potato. As long as you're not the last fool left holding it, you've made a killing. Moreover, very few can actually run away in time, because once they've made money it's hard to resist continuing to gamble. It's the same as the gambling houses in Chang'an. You can win once, even many times, but over the long run the house always wins. That's human nature. All schemes under heaven merely exploit human nature. Besides these methods, dangling a carrot, the empty promise, is also a common tactic in scheming. Wu Zhao was taken aback. Dangling a carrot. Gao Yang coughed twice and said, for instance, if your Majesty orders me to weaken the 6 nations and then promises me 10 beauties as a reward, that's dangling a carrot. Of course I have no other intentions. Your Majesty need not specially bestow upon me a few beauties and 10,000 taels of gold. I am merely explaining the concept. Gao Yang stared intently at Wu Zhao as he spoke. The corner of Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. So that was it. Gao Yang was hinting for a reward. In all her time on the throne, she had never seen a minister so boldly ask for compensation. I had originally intended to reward you, Vice Director, with dozens of beauties. But since you are so modest, I shall let it pass. A faint smile curved at the corner of Wu Zhao's mouth as she said this indifferently. Gao Yang's face instantly filled with disbelief. He wished he could jump up and slap the Empress twice. What kind of nonsense was she spouting? Indeed, those who play politics are all cunning and thick-skinned. But he could only feel helpless, for she was the Empress of Great Qian. In any case, I have plenty of such schemes. If your Majesty ever lacks funds, I will certainly lend my full support from behind the scenes. So the best way to face a scam is to ignore it. Resolutely refuse to believe in free lunches and never gamble on this passing the parcel game. Gao Yang was astonished and looked at Sheng Wanwaner. Indeed, a flat plane breeds wisdom. The ancients were not deceiving me. Gao Yang nodded and said, exactly. Why do these people fall for scams even when they know it's a fraud? Essentially, it's a large-scale game of passing the parcel. In his past life, stocks had cost Gao Yang dearly. The games within were a more fascinating display of human nature. He must never touch them. Wu Zhao's fair face was shaken, and the imperial study fell into silence. Her phoenix-like eyes seemed to envision countless commoners testing the waters bit by bit, eventually losing everything and being torn from their families. That was true chaos. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. That day in the Jinluan Hall, her judgment had been correct. If this young man could not be made an official, then he must never be allowed to engage in business, even if it meant eliminating him. Otherwise, the people of the world would suffer. He had a face of pure innocence, but his heart was rotten to the core. Just as Wu Zhao was lost in complex thought, Gao Yang suddenly rubbed his hands together and approached. Before Wu Zhao could react, a large face appeared before her, looking somewhat embarrassed. Gao Yang, itching with desire, said, "Your Majesty, I beg a favor. Could you let me have some fun?" Hearing this, Wu Zhao frowned in disbelief. Had Gao Yang grown too bold, or was she no longer holding the knife? Shang Wanwaner was also stunned. What kind of outrageous words were these? Had Gao Yang gone mad? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the impropriety and hastily said, "Your Majesty, I misspoke. Please forgive me. What I meant was that my hands were itching, but I am virtuous by nature and would never harm our own people. So I wish to request a detachment of guards to escort me to the 6 kingdoms where I can ruthlessly swindle them. To be honest, Your Majesty, I already have hundreds of schemes to amass wealth that will make the nobles of the 6 kingdoms miserable." This was not Gao Yang boasting. The 6 kingdoms were simple-minded, still engaged in mutual conquest and squeezing their people. He could easily deal with these illiterate commoners and the cunning merchants who exploited them. He would land a hit every time. After all, even highly educated people in his past life had fallen for such schemes madly, leaving countless families broken and on the verge of bankruptcy. Among them were many high-ranking officials and scholars. Did they fail to see the scam? Actually, no. It was human nature. The smarter you are, the easier you fall for it. Needless to say, in ancient times when most were illiterate, it was even easier. Of course, Gao Yang had no interest in commoners. Not because he was virtuous, but because they had little oil to squeeze, and he would likely face retribution. His targets were the aristocratic families of the 6 kingdoms, even the royal clans. But silver was heavy in ancient times, making escape difficult, and he needed the dynasty to remain stable. Yet that was precisely what made it challenging. The thought made his hands itch. Another few hundred schemes to amass wealth. Wu Zhao was shocked, but immediately shook her head. "I cannot grant this request." Gao Yang was puzzled. "Why? Does Your Majesty doubt my abilities?" "No, you are wrong. It is precisely because I trust your abilities that I cannot let you leave Qian. If you were captured, I fear the backlash. You can give up on that hope for the rest of your life. As long as I reign, you will never set foot outside Qian, even half a step. I will send people to search throughout Qian. If there is a suitable tulip, I will send someone to Dachu and Dazhao to try your methods and see how much silver we can reap." Wu Zhao spoke firmly. After today's conversation, she was even more determined. She could choose not to use Gao Yang's venomous schemes. But she absolutely could not let Gao Yang's schemes be used against Qian itself. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for Qian. Especially since this man did not seem particularly strong-willed. He would break even without torture, and he was an excellent judge of character. "Gao Yang, Your Majesty, what am I to do with my itching hands?" He scratched his hands. If he didn't swindle people, it would be a waste of his talents. Wu Zhao curled her lips into a smile. "You need not touch the 6 kingdoms, but you may use your methods on the aristocratic families of Qian, the great clans of the realm, and the nobles of Chang'an. It will also let me see what you can do." Gao Yang's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, are you serious?" With that, he would have work to do. "Of course. As you said, the witchcraft case will erupt in the coming days. You can prepare your schemes in advance. Once Prince Rome falls, I will support you from behind. But you know that the great families and clans are deeply connected with the royal family, let alone the princes and imperial relatives." After saying this, Wu Zhao stared directly at Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded and frowned. "Since we cannot touch the aristocratic families and imperial relatives, we can only target the wealthy merchants." Hearing this, Wu Zhao said flatly, "No, you are wrong. My meaning is that the imperial relatives are my own kin, so we must share the spoils. You boldly set the trap, I provide the silver, and we split the profits 50-50. How about that?" Wu Zhao spoke, a hint of eagerness flashing in her phoenix eyes. Gao Yang, ever tactful, said, "I have no interest in silver at all. A 70-30 split is already a blessing for me." A smile bloomed on Wu Zhao's face. This Gao Yang was sensible. Though sometimes presumptuous, he still kept her in his heart. "Excellent. My inner treasury has been poor for too long, it's time to fill it up." Gao Yang also wore a smile. There was something he didn't say. He knew a little bit, a tiny bit, of accounting. Shang Wanwaner was dumbfounded, watching the cunning smiles of the emperor and her minister, momentarily bewildered. Especially the domineering Wu Zhao. She felt as if she had been led astray. With the birth of the 2 schemes, Wu Zhao and Gao Yang then discussed the details once more. Finally, Gao Yang left the imperial study satisfied, and Wu Zhao was all smiles. The monarch and minister had a delightful conversation. That day, the great families of Chang'an, the imperial relatives, and the aristocratic clans across the land all inexplicably sneezed. Oh no, they felt as if they were being targeted. In the imperial study, Shang Wanwaner looked at Wu Zhao and asked, "Your Majesty, are you truly sending people to the 6 kingdoms to set up schemes?" Wu Zhao nodded. "The ruthlessness of Gao Yang's schemes is beyond anything I have ever seen. Such venomous plots should be unleashed upon the 6 kingdoms. The people she sent would certainly not match Gao Yang, but with his guidance, they would be more than adequate. Within Great Qian, once Prince Rome was eliminated with her support, the next step was to strengthen the state and raise funds. These centuries-old aristocratic families had been entrenched for ages, possessing immense wealth. A perfect time for plunder. With Gao Yang by her side, she felt no anxiety. Additionally, I will issue another edict according to Gao Yang's suggestion to promote friendly exchanges between Great Qian and Dazhao, encouraging Great Qian subjects to wear clothing made of Zhao silk gauze. And bring me a set of clothes made of Zhao gauze as well. From today onward, I will only wear clothes made of Zhao gauze. Wu Zhao's eyes glinted coldly as she gave the order. Clearly, with these words, an economic war against the state of Zhao was about to unfold. And its mastermind was none other than Gao Yang. It was only July now. As long as the price of Zhao gauze was driven up within a few years at most, Dazhao would face a true nightmare. Even with this edict, Dazhao would think Great Qian was sincere and would even send envoys bearing gifts. But in reality, this was an invisible war, killing without a trace. Following Wu Zhao's decree, the entire city of Chang'an was stunned, and all the officials wore expressions of horror. Only this morning at the imperial court, she had been furious, seemingly eager to launch a war against the Zhao state. Yet within just a single morning, the Empress had changed her stance. She was actually going to follow Gao Yang's advice, seeking peaceful coexistence, enduring for now, and using love to transform. This was utterly unbelievable. After all, the Empress had been on the throne for several months, and they knew Wu Zhao's temper well. The Zhao state had practically stepped on their necks, yet the Empress chose forbearance, even giving Zhao enormous benefits for free. In their eyes, this was almost impossible. Some keen-scented officials sensed something amiss. Their eyes flickered as they secretly speculated on the Empress's intentions. Yet no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom what the Empress truly intended. Most court officials breathed a sigh of relief. The realm was one of civil officials, and they were naturally reluctant to see war. Otherwise, the rise of military officers would be bad news for them. As for the great merchants in the capital, upon seeing the posted notice, they were filled with excitement. They immediately recognized the business opportunity. The moment the imperial decree was issued, the price of Zhao silk rose from 10 taels of silver to 11 taels per bolt. It was foreseeable that the price of Zhao silk would inevitably skyrocket. Some merchants who spotted the opportunity did not hesitate at all and began organizing caravans to head for the Zhao state. They had to act with the greatest speed to catch the Zhao merchants off guard, capitalizing on the information gap to purchase goods at low prices. Otherwise, the Zhao state was not foolish, as Zhao silk would certainly rise in price. For a time, undercurrents surged throughout Chang'an as Wu Zhao's decree directly set the city ablaze. In the Chui residence inside the main hall, exquisite carved beams and painted rafters were resplendent and luxurious to the extreme. Chui Jian, clad in a magnificent robe, wore a calm expression while clacking 2 scholar's walnuts in his hand, occasionally producing a creaking sound. "Father, why have you summoned me?" "If there is nothing, I shall go read my books," said Chui Xinghe as he approached from the side, addressing Chui Jian. He was imposing and composed. Chui Jian looked at his most favored son with a hint of regret in his heart. Evidently, Gao Yang had caught him off guard as well. "I know that Gao Yang of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion has dealt you a heavy blow, but you need not belittle yourself nor shut yourself in your room each day to study the sage's books. At the very least, in my heart, I still hold that assessment my son has the bearing of a prime minister." Hearing this, Chui Xinghe raised his eyes to look at Chui Jian, deeply moved. "I will remember your teachings, father, but I simply do not wish to be overshadowed by him. The glory of the Chui family ought to shine in Chang'an. I admit I am not his match, but I will surely strive to catch up and prove myself thoroughly." Chui Xinghe's face was calm, yet his voice resounded throughout the hall. A satisfied smile spread across Chui Jian's face. Chui Xinghe was truly his son, and with such demeanor alone, his future achievements would surely be extraordinary. "Just keep this matter in mind. I called you here because there is something I need your counsel and decision on. After all, the future of the Chui family is destined to be placed in your hands." Chui Xinghe looked curious. "Please enlighten me, father." Chui Jian played with the walnuts in his hand and said calmly, "Just now His Majesty issued an imperial decree that bypassed the 6 ministries and was directly sent to the Hamlin Proclamation Office. His Majesty decreed that all people of Great Qian should wear Zhao silk, and she will personally lead by example. Many families in Chang'an are already moving upon hearing the news. Should the Chui family get involved in this lucrative opportunity?" Chui Xinghe was astonished. "What? The Empress issued such a decree?" His eyes flickered. Chui Jian added, "Word from the palace says that not only did the Empress issue the decree, but she also personally wore Zhao silk. This time it seems she is serious." Upon hearing this, Chui Xinghe showed no joy whatsoever. Instead, his expression grew more somber. Something was wrong. The Empress's behavior was too abnormal. Chui Xinghe quickly turned to Chui Jian and asked anxiously, "Did His Majesty summon Gao Yang alone?" Chui Jian nodded. Yes, Gao Yang spent several hours in the palace. The moment he left the palace gates, the decree spread throughout Chang'an. Chuixing had gasped. Several hours. His heart pounded with alarm. If 10 out of 10 was suspicious, he now sensed 100 out of 10. Father, even if the price of Zhao silk soars to the heavens, the Cui family must not touch it. This is likely a trap. Chuixing had took a deep breath and spoke, his face full of gravity. Why? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Would you turn down silver? Or have you, my son, understood the deeper meaning behind the Empress's move? Cui Jian's voice suddenly rose an octave, his face puzzled. Cui Xinghe raised his eyes and said earnestly, I do not understand the Empress's deeper meaning, but I do understand. Gao Yang. Since he spent several hours alone with the Empress, aside from the possibility of an illicit affair, there must be some poisonous scheme brewing. To be safe, the Cui family must not get involved. This matter is likely a pitfall, a huge one. Gao Yang left the palace and stepped onto the streets of Chang'an with Chen Sheng, who had been waiting outside the palace. His purpose was simple: to witness the Empress's influence with his own eyes. If the people responded, and the price of Zhao silk rose accordingly, he could leverage the prevailing trend. Behind this lay a healthy trading market. Otherwise, initiating an economic war would require more measures. Fortunately, the effect was quite good. Let's go back to the mansion, Gao Yang called to Chen Sheng. Just as he was about to return, he saw a crowd gathering on a street not far away, and they were constructing a sizable circular platform. What is this? Is there some grand event? Gao Yang was curious. Chen Sheng glanced over and quickly replied, You may not know, my lord, that Great Qian has always regarded food as the people's heaven. Even before the founding of the nation, a culinary competition was held every 5 years. This tradition has been maintained over time. This year it is hosted by the imperial kitchen, naturally causing a stir. It is said that the winner will receive an immensely generous monetary reward. Gao Yang was taken aback, then his expression turned strange. A culinary competition. Could it be that your excellency is interested in the culinary arts? This competition will last for many more days. Chen Sheng's face was filled with curiosity. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and shook his head. I just thought of a brilliant poison scheme when hearing about the food competition, but since no one has provoked me, I'll let it be. In his mind, the Edict of Graceful Grace was the most lethal strategy of ancient times, but when it came to modern schemes, that edict had to take a back seat. To overcome the strong with the weak, to execute an open scheme that leaves one in a dilemma, that was the true first poison scheme of the modern era. Even Gao Yang had to admit it was utterly terrifying. Let's go back to the mansion. Feeling a pang of regret, he headed toward the Dingwood Duke mansion. Behind him, Chen Sheng was filled with curiosity, a doubt stirring in his heart. A brilliant poison scheme. It sounded like whoever provoked the young master would be in for a world of trouble. But what poison scheme could involve food? Chen Sheng scratched his head perplexed, but soon dismissed it. In the following days, aside from the continued ferment of news about Zhao Gao's price, Chang'an fell into a tranquil calm. This made Gao Yang exclaim that it was far too decadent. Every day was spent idling in the mansion, teasing the maids. The life of an ancient noble was simply indescribably delightful. 5 days later, in the Zhao Kingdom's imperial city, within the palace, dozens of dancing girls in transparent gauze swayed gracefully. At the top, Emperor Zhao Wuji received a fast horse dispatch from the Great Qian. He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming with delight, This Great Qian female emperor is truly incompetent, vulnerable to a single blow. The dancers withdrew, and the officials looked on with curiosity. Zhao Feng, the prime minister of Zhao, could not help but ask, May I ask your majesty what matter brings such joy? Zhao Wuji, clad in a black and red dragon robe, spoke with a haughty gaze. An urgent report from the Great Qian female emperor has decreed that to promote friendly relations between Zhao and Great Qian, she encourages all people in the realm to wear Zhao manufactured silk. The female emperor herself has taken the lead. She humiliated the Great Qian, yet she sends us money. How bizarre. Instantly, the officials' eyes widened. This speech left them baffled. What was the Great Qian female emperor thinking? But the next moment, they smelled a colossal business opportunity. With the entire Great Qian market, the price of Zhao silk was bound to soar, and that meant silver for the taking. Zhao Feng frowned. Your Majesty, could there be a trick? This move is truly puzzling. Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively. Prime Minister, you worry too much. My intelligence shows that a certain official named Gao Yang advised the female emperor to maintain amicable relations with Zhao and avoid military conflict. This Gao Yang is quite a good-natured fellow. Zhao Feng's brow furrowed even deeper. Your Majesty, I have heard of this Gao Yang in recent days. His methods for lowering grain prices and quelling locust plagues were highly effective. He is no mediocrity. Moreover, he is known as the living Yama in the Great Qian. This matter reeks of strangeness. But before he could finish, the Zhao officials could no longer contain themselves. Prime Minister Zhao is too cautious. The Great Qian female emperor has just ascended the throne, and our Zhao is strong and well-armed. How would she dare to start a war? Indeed, this female emperor is surely trying to curry favor with Zhao. I concur. Since the Great Qian female emperor has bowed her head, first we must maintain the demeanor of a great power. We should swiftly dispatch envoys with generous gifts to preserve diplomatic relations and avoid giving any pretext for criticism. The price of Zhao silk will skyrocket, and our people can reap huge profits. I support this. Zhao Feng remained silent. Though he sensed something amiss, he could not stop it. Behind these court officials stood vast powerful clans. Clearly they sought to stabilize relations between the two kingdoms to cash in on the opportunity. If he spoke out again, he would incur their wrath. Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment and nodded. My esteemed ministers speak wisely. Henceforth dispatch envoys to the Great Qian with lavish gifts. Also send the beauties I recently captured to the Great Qian and see to it that they are delivered to that Gao Yang as a token of gratitude for his advice. In this day and age, such a selfless benefactor who enriches our Zhao without seeking his own gain is indeed rare. Zhao Wuji sighed with emotion. The ministers immediately knelt, proclaiming the emperor's sagacity. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. It was predictable that as soon as the banquet ended, they would begin hoarding Zhao silk in large quantities. He who does not seize this fortune is a fool. Great Qian, Chang'an City. The weather was sweltering, and the entire city felt like a giant steamer. Gao Yang dropped ice cubes he had fetched from the cellar into his cup and gulped down the drink. Though the Dingwa Duke mansion was relatively cool, it was still stifling. Only in the dead of night did it become somewhat bearable. After a thorough sweat, without soap, even a bath left him feeling sticky and unclean. This was something Gao Yang found extremely hard to get used to. I can't stand this anymore. Lu Luo, follow me to the kitchen. Today I must make this soap. With a roar, Gao Yang charged toward the mansion's kitchen. 1 for bathing, 2 for making some money to appease Wu Zhao. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw a chubby, round-faced, honest-looking young man. The young man looked bewildered, clearly not understanding the situation. Bring all the lard from the kitchen to me. Wang Tao, hearing Gao Yang's order, thought he was checking whether they had stolen lard, so he quickly brought out all the lard from the kitchen. Good, very obedient. Gao Yang praised him, and then ordered Chen Sheng to carry it all away. Only when Wang Tao saw the empty vat did he panic. My lard, he wailed mournfully. Food was everything to him, and lard was indispensable. Soon in a courtyard of the Dingwa Duke mansion, Gao Yang set up 2 large cauldrons with Chen Sheng and Lu Luo standing behind him. Lu Luo, bring me some quicklime. Gao Yang called out. Lu Luo hurried to fetch quicklime. Young master, here it is. Pour it into the pot. What? Pour it in. Lu Luo was stunned. Her face was full of confusion. Quicklime was used for moisture proofing. How could it be poured into a pot? She hesitated. Do as I say. After pouring it in, immediately add water and stir, then stand back. Gao Yang warned, stepping back dozens of paces. Mixing quicklime with water would release a great amount of heat, and if it splashed, it would be excruciating. Lu Luo, however, did not know Gao Yang's true intention. She thought instead, the young master is really quite considerate, even caring about me. Theoretically, both lard and vegetable oil can be used to make soap. It is essentially a saponification reaction. When lime is mixed with water, it releases a great deal of heat, producing lime water. Adding caustic soda to lime water yields an alkaline solution. Adding that alkaline solution to lard triggers a saponification reaction. Caustic soda was hard to obtain, but it could be replaced with plant ash from the stove pit. In his previous life, Gao Yang had read many time travel novels, especially favoring those written by Xingxingzi. He was very familiar with the process of making soap. After adding plant ash and stirring thoroughly, he began to render the lard. The alkaline solution wouldn't be ready quickly, it needed time. Lu Luo watched as Gao Yang ladled spoonful after spoonful of lard into the pot, her eyes filled with distress. In the Great Qian, lard was a precious commodity. Ordinary households would not dare to use too much in cooking. But Gao Yang was pouring it in by the spoonful, which pained Lu Luo deeply. Young master, what kind of delicacy are you trying to make? Lu Luo couldn't help asking. Coming from a poor family, she saw this as a terrible waste. Chen Sheng was also puzzled. Don't worry. I'm making scented soap. Once it's ready, the profits will be incalculable. Gao Yang explained calmly. Scented soap. Lu Luo was full of curiosity. Gao Yang glanced at Lu Luo's slender figure and teased. After bathing with this scented soap, not only will your skin become fair and smooth, but you'll also have a pleasant fragrance. Lu Luo caught his gaze and felt as if she were being stared at by a big bad wolf. Young master, your eyes. I'm a little scared. Gao Yang burst into laughter. Although I only nibble on the grass at my doorstep, you haven't fully grown yet. Rest assured, just be my loyal number 98 attendant. As long as you don't tempt me into upgrading to improper services, there's nothing to fear. Lu Luo looked a bit disappointed. Gao Yang continued working. Before long, he poured the strained alkaline water into the lard and stirred it evenly with a stick. He brought the pot to a boil, then turned down the heat to let it simmer, completing the process. Now he just had to wait for the oil to fully saponify, and the first soap in the Great Qian would be born. Gao Yang sat down on a nearby chair, added some salt and spices to the prepared molds, and waited for the soap to form. He picked up a book of Great Qian laws and read with great interest. To set a trap, one must understand the law. In this aspect, Gao Yang was so proficient, it was almost pitiful. Meanwhile, within the inner quarters of the estate, Gao Feng stepped into Gao Tianlong's chamber, drawing a deep breath, his countenance grave. "Father." Gao Feng first paid his respects with utmost deference. Gao Tianlong, dressed in simple household attire, exuded an air of innate authority. "Well, something on your mind?" Gao Tianlong's piercing gaze fixed upon Gao Feng. Recalling the conversation with Shengwan Wanner a few days prior, Gao Feng's expression grew even more solemn. "I exchanged a few words with Lord Shengwan recently, and I've come to realize that Yanger has grown rather audacious." "Oh, audacious in what way?" Gao Tianlong too recalled his own exchange with Gao Yang and found himself in agreement. Could Gao Feng have learned of this as well? Yanger once made reckless remarks before Lord Shengwan, expressing a desire to glimpse her legs. Lord Shengwan is a close minister to His Majesty, and there may even be a special relationship between them. How could Yanger harbor such covetous thoughts towards her? Gao Feng was deeply worried. However, upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong couldn't help but laugh, a look of disdain on his face. "Is that all?" Gao Feng was taken aback. "Father, is this not audacious enough?" Gao Tianlong let out a contemptuous chuckle, then posed a profound question. Since ancient times, emperors have governed with treacherous ministers and strengthened their states with reformist ones. But whether treacherous or reformist, how many of them have met a good end, eh? Yet Yanger has presented me with 3 strategies. Do you know what they are? Gao Feng's expression was grim as he too realized that Gao Yang possessed the makings of a venomous strategist. Though such venomous schemes were effective, they carried a tarnished reputation. While one enjoyed the Empress's favor, none would dare provoke them, and their power would dominate the court. But once that favor was lost, execution and the annihilation of one's entire clan awaited to appease the public's outrage. It was a double-edged sword. Had that wretch of a son truly thought this far ahead? Gao Tianlong turned his gaze towards Gao Feng and spoke with deliberate clarity. "The first strategy, the path of moderation to strengthen the Great Qian, but leave the 6 kingdoms unextinguished." Gao Feng's eyes lit up. This approach was indeed not bad. He continued to look at Gao Tianlong, awaiting more. "The second strategy, to win over the Empress, causing her to fall for him, bear him a son, and become utterly devoted." Gao Feng's expression abruptly changed. "Hiss." He drew in a sharp breath. He had thought coveting Shengwan Wanner was bold, but clearly his own vision had been too narrow. That wretch had set his sights even on the Empress herself. But this wasn't the end. Gao Tianlong continued in a low, deliberate tone. "The third strategy, to find a natural disaster and use it to sway the hearts of the people." At these words, Gao Feng's face turned deathly pale, his expression one of utter disbelief. Gao Tianlong stroked his beard, observing Gao Feng's ashen face. He said with a smile, "Now do you still think that wanting to see Shengwan Wanner's legs constitutes boldness?" Hearing this, Gao Feng fell into a profound silence. He had never imagined his prodigal son's audacity could reach such heights. He even harbored thoughts about the Empress, and even contemplated rebellion. Though it seemed utterly mad, the thought of the Empress serving him tea and addressing him as father. It had to be said, it was rather thrilling. That wretch doesn't have a third of my boldness from my younger days. His chances of winning over the Empress are practically nil. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Feng, took a sip of his tea, and added, "The rascal must not be so thick-skinned." Gao Feng. He looked deeply wounded, the words stinging his heart. At that moment, a peculiar fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing both men to sniff the air. Who is rendering lard in the residence? Why does it smell so exquisite? Gao Tianlong asked. Old Bofu entered from outside, quickly reporting, "Your Grace, it is the eldest young master who is rendering the lard. I heard he's rendered over 10 caddies of lard, seemingly intending to refine something with it." At this, both Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng's expressions changed drastically. "What? That wretch is using over 10 caddies of lard to make. What kind of food is he concocting?" Gao Feng's anger flared. The Duke of Dinghua's household was known for its frugality, never given to waste. Lard was precious, and rendering over 10 caddies at once was something Gao Feng simply could not tolerate. Flowers belonged in the Rouge Pavilion, but food must not be squandered. Gao Tianlong's expression soured as well. He had lived through the years of famine, having witnessed desperate commoners frenziedly swallowing guanyin clay until their bellies swelled and they died. That was a true living hell. Hence he had always held a deep reverence for food. Yet thinking of Gao Yang's various deeds, Gao Tianlong took a deep breath and said, "Yanger wouldn't be so wasteful. Go and see." Gao Feng snorted coldly. I'll go see what that wretch is up to right now. Even the Empress's token won't protect him if he's truly being wasteful. I'll give him a beating he won't forget. After a hasty bow, Gao Feng left, his pace quickening with each step. Today he would finally get to teach that wretch a lesson, wouldn't he? Today he would definitely teach that brat a lesson, and in front of Lady Li. Inside the main courtyard, Gao Yang poured the rendered liquid from the pot into molds infused with fragrance. After allowing it to cool and set, the very first bar of soap was successfully born. Gao Yang held up the soap, a smile spreading across his face. Lu Luo, bring a basin of clean water. He was somewhat excited. With this, his body would no longer feel sticky and grimy. Lu Luo quickly fetched a basin of clean water, and Gao Yang handed her the soap. Wet the soap, wash your hands, and try it out. Gao Yang instructed. Your servant should use this soap. Lu Luo looked pleasantly surprised. But upon seeing Gao Yang's affirming gaze, Lu Luo could only silently follow his instructions, wetting both the soap and her hands before slowly rubbing them together. Soon fine delicate foam appeared, which filled Lu Luo with curiosity. Having spent the day helping Gao Yang render lard, her hands were covered in dust and grime. But when the clean water washed away the foam, an incredible sight unfolded. Young master, it's clean, and your servant's hands feel even softer and fairer. Lu Luo raised her hands, her face beaming with surprise. Although the Great Qian had soap made from animal pancreas, which cleaned well, it was a luxury affordable only to the imperial palace. Common folk made do with plain water. And with her first experience using this perfumed soap, the effect was naturally remarkable. But watching Lu Luo's slender, delicate hands, Gao Yang deliberately stepped closer. Is that so? Let me take a look. Gao Yang took her hand, examining it closely. Indeed, it's smoother and a bit fairer. Gao Yang rubbed her hand, clicking his tongue in approval. Lu Luo initially raised her chin with a hint of pride, but then sensed something amiss. Young master, you're rubbing a bit too hard. A faint blush crept onto Lu Luo's adorable face as she murmured softly. Gao Yang released her hand immediately, putting on a righteous air. Don't misunderstand. I was merely checking the soap's cleansing effect. Oh. Lu Luo's face grew even redder. You've worked hard today, so I'll give you this soap as a gift. At these words, Lu Luo's head snapped up, her face full of astonishment. You're giving it to your servant. Though she had never used the expensive pancreatic soap, she was certain this scented soap was far superior, and it left a lingering fragrance. Its price must be exorbitant, and she was merely a lowly maidservant. Indeed, it's yours. Consider it a reward for the massage you gave me. Although your technique had its flaws and could use improvement, you were diligent enough, so this soap is yours. Lu Luo's foot massages were otherwise flawless. Her looks and service quality were top-notch, but she was simply too thin and lacked strength. He recalled the time after his spending had been downgraded when he'd stumbled into a random foot massage parlor on the street. A 200-gene female technician with a cigarette in her mouth came at him, and he was too intimidated to ask for a replacement. The strength of her technique was simply thorough. That experience was unforgettable. After his casual remark, Gao Yang continued his work, planning to make several more bars of soap. Not only did he need them for himself, but there was serious money to be made. He had promised the Empress to extract plenty of silver from the wealthy and powerful families. Lu Luo watched Gao Yang's busy figure, her cheeks growing hotter by the moment. She understood now. She had already been working her hardest, putting in all her effort. What more could she possibly do? The answer was obvious. The young master was hinting that he wanted her to take a step further and provide him with illicit services. He was even willing to gift her a bar of soap for it. But she had no idea how to perform such services. It seemed she would need to ask an older sister for a copy of the Spring Palace Manual to study. Tonight she would try it on the young master. Unfilial son, I heard you rendered over 10 gene of lard. What are you up to now? If you don't give me a good reason, you'll be beaten today. Before he arrived, his voice came first. Gao Yang turned around and saw Gao Feng and Li Shi approaching. Gao Yang stepped forward to pay his respects. He also felt helpless. Gao Feng was either hitting him or on the way to hit him. Yet he couldn't catch him, and it was almost becoming an obsession. Father, mother, you've come just in time. I'm making soap. What is soap? Li Shi asked curiously. Just then there was a cooled piece of soap. Gao Yang took one and handed it over. Gao Feng took the soap first and smelled the fragrance. He was a bit surprised. Lard can produce such a remarkable fragrance. But over 10 gene of lard, too wasteful. Let me taste it. If it's not good, I'll spank you until your bottom is blooming. As he spoke, Gao Feng directly stuffed it into his mouth. Gao Yang wanted to stop him, but was too late. Gao Feng took a bite, and then spat it out. Tastes like chewing wax, hard to swallow. Unfilial son, over 10 gene of lard produced such garbage. Today you won't escape a beating. Li Shi watched, but didn't speak. Gao Yang explained, Father, soap is not food. It's a cleaning item similar to the palace's soap, but cheaper to make, better cleaning power, and leaves a fragrance. Gao Feng's face changed. What? You used lard to make a cleaning item?
Then why didn't you stop me just now? Unfilial son, did you do it on purpose or by accident? Gao Feng hurriedly spat a few more times. Father, you act swiftly and decisively, stuffing it in as soon as you speak. I was indeed not careful. But rest assured, even if you eat a small amount, it's not poisonous. At most it will give you diarrhea. Hearing this, Gao Feng almost choked. Palace soap is not cheap. My son has such abilities. Let me try the effect. Li Shi was shocked, then a bit eager. The cost of soap was extremely high. Even she in the upright Dingwa Duke mansion did not use it often. But which woman in the world doesn't love beauty? Now that Gao Yang had produced a better soap, she naturally wanted to try it thoroughly. LV Luo quickly brought a basin of clean water, and Li Shi followed the steps to test it. When she saw her fair and refreshing hands, Li Shi was also amazed. This cleaning effect is 5 times that of palace soap, and it has a faint fragrance. Then mother, do you think this item will sell well? Gao Yang asked. Li Shi nodded without hesitation. Chang'an is filled with powerful noble families. This item is rarely seen in the world. Once sold, it will definitely be in high demand. But I wonder if the raw materials are rare, and what is the production volume? Gao Yang pointed to the 2 large pots beside him. As father said, 2 large pots, some lard, and some worthless things yield a huge production. I want to ask mother to attend the gatherings of noble ladies in Chang'an, drink tea and chat. Once promoted, it will certainly be in high demand. Li Shi smiled. You are indeed shrewd. Once this item spreads among the aristocratic circles, sales will indeed be assured. But how do you plan to sell it, and what price? Gao Yang's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. I want to set the price at 10 strings of cash per piece. As soon as he said this, Li Shi and Gao Feng's eyelids twitched. The most expensive soap now only costs a few hundred coins less than 1 string of cash. Gao Yang directly raised it by more than 10 times. Gao Feng couldn't help saying, a piece of cleaning soap for 10 strings of cash. Why don't you just rob? Gao Yang shook his head. Father, you are mistaken. Robbing money is not as fast as this. Gao Feng's chest tightened, but the words were so reasonable that he couldn't refute them for a moment. Li Shi didn't expect Gao Yang to be so ruthless. This was almost a sky-high price. Rare things are precious. I don't plan to produce many pieces of soap. Instead, I want to use scarcity marketing. Scarcity marketing. Li Shi and Gao Feng exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Gao Yang nodded. Correct. Simply put, I will only produce 1,000 or 5,000 pieces of soap per month, not only selling in Chang'an, but also sending them throughout the Great Qian, always keeping them sold out everywhere. Then with additional tactics, we hype the soap as a luxury item to the point where no noble family in Chang'an would dare go out without a few pieces. Then the black market price will surely rise. It will even be far higher than my set price. So I can make money twice. Li Shi looked astonished, obviously never imagining that business could be done this way. She looked thoughtful. But to be scrambled for by noble families, cleaning power alone is not enough. Gao Yang smiled. I have checked, the Great Qian has no laws against false advertising. This soap has never been seen before, and no one would guess it's made from lard. I will definitely say it's made from 81 rare medicinal herbs like ginseng and deer antler. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. I will not only say that soap cleans, but also that wiping the body with it can absorb toxins and prolong life. The soap has a remarkable fragrance and can clean the body. Linking it with detoxification, they will surely fall for it. Among the families of the world, the more noble they are, the more they fear death. As long as we grasp their psychology and drive up the price, making the product a gift for elders and a collector's item, the families will scramble for it. After making a big profit, I will then produce unscented soap and enter the market of commoners and merchants, making another fortune. As Gao Yang's voice sounded in the small courtyard, Li Shi and Gao Feng were dumbfounded, while Chen Sheng and LV Luo were also petrified. Scarcity marketing, luxury concept, and false advertising. These 3 concepts were unheard of for them. Although Gao Feng was the Vice Minister of Revenue, he knew about money-making methods. But he had never thought of such business concepts as Gao Yang's, especially linking cleaning and fragrance with removing toxins from the body and prolonging life. This was a bombshell for the noble families of the Great Qian. Because the Great Qian values filial piety, whether the item is useful or not doesn't matter. As long as it's expensive enough on the market and someone praises its effectiveness, it looks like filial piety, and that's enough. But he had to admit that if Gao Yang really did this, the entire Dingwa Duke mansion would make a huge profit. Such tactics truly manipulated the noble families in the palm of his hand. The merchants of Chang'an were almost all outsmarted. Who could compete with him? Gao Feng was a bit alarmed and instinctively looked at Li Shi. Li Shi felt confused. Husband, why are you suddenly looking at me? Madam, look at the top of my head. Are you sure nothing is wrong? My husband, what could possibly be on your head, eh? Li Shi looked utterly bewildered, her elegant and noble face turning toward Gao Feng. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Feng realized something was amiss. This was not something one should say. He gave an awkward chuckle.
My dear, I was merely asking on a whim, thinking I might have gotten some dirt on my head, since there is none that is for the best. Fortunately, Li Shi did not grasp the implication, or else his life would be forfeit. Gao Feng breathed a silent sigh of relief. That was close. From now on he must guard his words thrice over lest trouble slip from his tongue. But as his gaze swept to the side, he suddenly noticed the faint curl at the corner of Gao Yang's lips. His expression shifted, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. Trouble. This wretched brat. Mother, I understand what father means. Father thinks that I suddenly blooming late receiving his majesty's favor and now inventing soap with such a ruthless business strategy has instantly made him wonder whether I am truly his son, and that is why he blurted out the question to you. The words fell. Li Shi's face darkened instantly. Gao Feng's eyes widened, cold sweat beating on his forehead. You insolent wretch, you. Gao Feng pointed at Gao Yang, trembling all over his face, a mask of disbelief. Well, Gao Feng, no wonder you suddenly asked such a thing. So that's what you meant. I have been with you for 20 years, borne you 2 children, and this is how you think of me. Li Shi gnashed her teeth, her phoenix eyes fixed on Gao Feng. My lady, let me explain. This brat is spouting nonsense. Gao Feng shot a glare at Gao Yang, his composure crumbling. This brat was definitely doing it on purpose. He was surely afraid of a beating, so he deliberately shifted the blame. How vicious. Husband, we have been married for 20 years. Do you think I don't know what kind of man you are? Whether Yang is talking nonsense, you know in your heart. Li Shi's voice was icy. She cast a hateful glance at Gao Feng. Gao Yang quickly interjected, Mother, please do not blame father. If anyone is to blame, it is your son for having been too unruly in the past. What does that have to do with you, Yang? You have bloomed late. I couldn't be happier. I am not like your heartless father. Tomorrow I will invite all the noble ladies of Chang'an to gather at the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Rest assured I will promote your soap far and wide. Gao Yang quickly bowed. Thank you, Mother. But if you are working alone, even with hunger marketing, you cannot handle the daily demand. Have you thought about how to proceed? Li Shi asked, her gaze fixed on Gao Yang. Gao Feng also gritted his teeth and said coldly, Commerce is a petty path. Do not let it distract you from your talent for governing the state. The soap recipe is not difficult, and it is easy to make, but the process must be kept secret. To be safe, I think it is best to entrust it to you, Mother. Li Shi nodded. I will handle this matter. Rest assured. But we must give a portion of the silver to His Majesty. Likewise, we can act under His Majesty's name. Even Gao Feng's face changed at these words. You wretched brat, you're already doing business with His Majesty. Gao Feng was astonished. He had not expected Gao Yang to be so close with Wu Zhao. Could it be that his son might actually win the favor of the female emperor? His eyes flickered with thought. Then he must find a chance to beat him first. Otherwise, if his son truly became the emperor's consort, he would not dare to lay a finger on him, even if he stood still. Li Shi's face lit up with delight. Being able to act under His Majesty's name. The nobles and aristocrats will surely scramble for it. How much profit does His Majesty demand? Li Shi pressed on. Gao Yang held up a hand, making a 7 sign. His Majesty originally wanted a 50-50 split, but how could I divide it equally with His Majesty? So it is 70-30. Li Shi nodded. 70% is not a small share, but with His Majesty's support, the Duke of Dinghua's mansion will be the sole provider in all of Chang'an, even the entire Great Qian. The profit is still considerable. Tomorrow I will make the arrangements. Remember to send a piece of the finished soap to the palace. Gao Yang quickly bowed. Thank you, Mother. Li Shi nodded and turned to leave without sparing Gao Feng a single glance. My lady, Gao Feng called after her. He hadn't even gotten to beat Gao Yang yet. But Li Shi did not pause for a moment. Father, I will have someone send this soap to you for a taste right away. I believe you will be unable to put it down once you use it. Gao Yang spoke respectfully, but Gao Feng had no thought of using soap now. He gritted his teeth and glared at Gao Yang. You wretched brat, even if I die dirty, stinking, and never bathe for the rest of my life, I will never use this so-called soap. Leaving these words, Gao Feng swept his sleeves and strode away. My lady, don't walk so fast. Gao Yang watched his father's hastily retreating figure and stretched lazily. On another day of filial piety and paternal kindness. Though he had promised a 70% profit share, it involved publicity costs, labor costs. Deducting a portion was only reasonable. Moreover, with Wu Zhao's golden signboard, even false advertising would have no repercussions. Across the entire Great Qian, the path was virtually clear all the way. Otherwise, if the female emperor's wrath descended, how many heads along the route would be enough to chop? The sky gradually darkened. All the soap Gao Yang had made this time had cooled down. Gao Yang stretched, his bones cracking and popping. Lu Luo returned to the room, and give me a proper foot massage today. For the sake of the soap, you must massage well today. Put in more effort. Gao Yang added. He was of course emphasizing the pressure of the massage. Lu Luo's looks needed no mention, but her strength was far too weak. He had to admit the proper kind was indeed the 200-gene female technician with a cigarette dangling from her mouth. That pressure was almost nostalgic. Lu Luo's whole body stiffened. Was the young master hinting at her again? It seemed that today's irregular service was unavoidable. She gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed. Young master, let me first learn some experience from the older sisters in the mansion. I'll be right back. She was already meant to be Gao Yang's woman, and now that she knew the precious soap recipe, even if Li Shi said nothing, if she didn't stick close to Gao Yang, she might lose her freedom for life. Oh, Gao Yang was a little surprised. Did the Great Qian already have acupressure points for foot massage that she needed to learn experience? Such dedication was commendable. Learning experience is good. Experienced hands do make one more comfortable. Gao Yang sighed with emotion. Lu Luo's face grew even redder. Though I am inexperienced, I will try to become more skilled and satisfy the young master. Gao Yang looked at Lu Luo, whose cheeks were as red as fiery clouds, utterly puzzled. Was it too hot? Why was the girl's face as red as a monkey's bottom? Gao Yang didn't think much of it. He ordered a servant to deliver the soap to Li Shi and headed toward his room. He waited for a full half hour, nearly an hour. Gao Yang had yawned several times, but Lu Luo was still nowhere to be seen. Is foot massage technique really that profound? Takes this long to learn? Gao Yang muttered to himself. Just then, knock knock knock. A knock sounded tinged with nervousness. Gao Yang's spirits lifted. Enter. Lu Luo entered with a basin of footbath water, her timid voice following. Young master technician number 98, Lu Luo, is at your service. Gao Yang nodded with great aloofness. Lu Luo stepped forward and skillfully placed Gao Yang's feet into the warm water. Gao Yang let out a satisfied sigh. Delicate little hands, adorable face. Technician number 98 lived up to her reputation. This damned ancient playboy lifestyle was truly decadent and detestable. A little to the left, there's some soreness on the left side. Lu Luo quickly moved her hands left, but recalling the instructions from the older maidservants, her cheeks burned even hotter. Lu Luo bit her red lips, seemingly torn. Finally, she made up her mind. Her hands began to slowly creep upward. Gao Yang was half closing his eyes, enjoying this most pleasant moment of the day. He even felt that the many foreign businessmen he had schemed against in his past life had earned him this luxury. But gradually Gao Yang sensed something amiss. A pair of delicate little white hands were tentatively inching upward. Lu Luo, is this how you test me? You're heading toward a regular service, and there's no turning back. Gao Yang's body tensed, staring at Lu Luo in shock. Lu Luo's hands froze mid-motion, her eyes wide and innocent. Didn't the young master hint that I could go further and provide a regular service? Gao Yang was taken aback, then understood everything instantly. So Lu Luo had misunderstood his words, and what she had gone to learn was certainly not foot massage technique. As a man of integrity, he ought to tell Lu Luo the truth and scold her without hesitation, even making her feel utterly ashamed and mortified. But here's the thing. He was a venomous strategist. Integrity had nothing to do with him. Gazing at Lu Luo's pure face and her slender figure, Gao Yang took a deep breath. Whether to be a beast or to be worse than a beast, this was a very serious question. After bathing with this fragrant soap, my whole body feels refreshed. In another room of the Dingwood Duke's mansion, Gao Feng felt an unprecedented ease and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This bath left her entire body soothed. Li Shi wore a thin gauze nightgown revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin. Though nearly 40, she showed no signs of aging. Her well-maintained face retained a lingering charm. This stirred a flicker of desire in Gao Feng. Li Shi was equally satisfied. After her first bath with the fragrant soap, she not only felt her body much lighter, but even had the illusion that she had become fairer. This fragrant soap, after bathing, it not only leaves the body light and dry, but also astonishingly carries a wonderful fragrance. Even at 10 guan it will surely sell like hotcakes. Li Shi grew more satisfied as she spoke. Gao Feng, catching the fragrance on her, felt his thoughts wander. He leaned toward her, a rare smile breaking through his usually stern countenance. Li Shi cast a glance at Gao Feng, then shifted her fair leg outward, revealing snowy skin. Gao Feng's heart stirred even more. My lady, those two unfilial wretches Yang and Changwen are each more exasperating than the other. They're practically hopeless. Since we're still young, why not have another child and raise him anew? With my 20 years of parenting experience, I can surely make him succeed. With that, Gao Feng reached out his large hand to embrace her. The next second, Li Shi kicked him, sending him tumbling off the bed. My lady, what are you doing? You may speak ill of Changwen, but Yang is such a good child. Hard to find even with a lantern. If you want a child, go have one yourself. Besides, I have no desire to be suspected by my husband again someday. Gao Feng looked stunned. Then why are you dressed so seductively tonight and bathed with fragrant soap? Just to tease you. Gao Feng. What a vicious scheme. He thought of Gao Yang and gnashed his teeth. This round of tattling meant he wouldn't be allowed in bed for at least half a month. All this is that unfilial son's fault. Not only did he complain, but he hasn't even sent the supreme membership card of the Yinji Pavilion for me to use. How could that wretch be considered sensible? One day Gao Feng would give that wretch a good beating. The next day at dawn, servants of the Dingwood Duke's mansion spread throughout Chang'an, delivering invitations to the noble ladies of families who were on good terms with Li Shi. All of Chang'an knew that the Dingwood Duke's mansion had produced a Qian child. Even if it were a black Qian, it was still a Qian. Moreover, with the Duke's power and influence, the ladies were very respectful, and all came in droves. Upon arriving at the mansion, the noble ladies first exchanged casual pleasantries, sipped some iced water, and exchanged courtesies. Their conversations were nothing out of the ordinary. Which shop in Chang'an had good rouge, what mischief their own unfilial sons had gotten into, and which concubine their husbands had taken. And with age they freely spoke all sorts of risque jokes. Li Shi had arranged the soap in exquisite boxes early in the morning, which immediately drew much attention. What is this? It looks quite nice. Finally, a noble lady spoke up. Li Shi, seeing it was time, picked up a piece of soap and said, "This is called fragrant soap. Its cleansing power is 10 times that of the palace's soap. It whitens the skin, removes toxins from the body, and restores elasticity to the skin. And the most wonderful thing is, after bathing with it, one carries a special fragrance that is not only pleasant, but also intoxicates men. All of you are renowned ladies of Chang'an. Do try it." Immediately the noble women, unable to contain their curiosity, all reached out. In a moment they were all astonished. "I feel my skin has become elastic and much fairer. And the fragrance isn't harsh, truly magical. How much does it cost?" The noble women stared at Li Shi with intense eyes. Li Shi said with a smile, "Not expensive, only 10 guan. 10 guan. The ladies were somewhat surprised. Li Shi continued, "This is made from 81 kinds of precious herbs, including ginseng and deer antler. Not only does it whiten the skin, but if used to bathe a man's lower abdomen, it also invigorates yang and tonifies the kidneys. Though Chang'an is full of beauties, which of you here wasn't stunningly elegant in your youth? But time spares no one. As we age, our looks fade, and our skin loses firmness. Without proper care, not to mention favor, even our status may be hard to maintain." With those words, the noble women nodded in deep agreement, instinctively touching their slightly loose skin. Not only did it invigorate yang, but it also extended life and whitened skin, 10 times more effective than palace soap. Given these effects, 10 strings of silver is hardly expensive. The ladies all nodded, their eyes eager. Seeing this, Li Shi dropped the bombshell. "Even the Empress has used this and heaped praises upon it. It is now an exclusive tribute to the imperial household." These words left all the noble women astonished. Since she had invoked Wu Zhao, the efficacy needed no further elaboration. Soon each had one in hand. 10 strings of silver was a lot for common folk, but for them it was mere pocket change. After the noble women, left itching with desire to try it, Gao Yang came to Li Shi's side, watching their departing figures. "Yang, the whitening effect is plausible given its strong cleansing power, but isn't the yang invigorating claim too exaggerated?" Li Shi said with hesitation. Gao Yang, hands clasped behind his back, said with great confidence, "Mother, you worry too much. An aphrodisiac doesn't necessarily need to have an actual effect. Sometimes it's all psychological. Moreover, tonight these noble ladies will surely bathe with the fragrant soap, and this unique fragrance is quite a stimulus for men. Often a high price is just a gimmick, the rest is psychology. If the price is too low, they'll suspect a trap. But Mother, remember to strictly guard against formula leaks. It's best to announce early that there will be 2 versions, this one being the luxury edition with rare herbs. That way we can advance or retreat and respond calmly." Li Shi nodded. "Rest assured on that. I use only the families of the core household retainers isolated in a separate courtyard. But tomorrow, how shall we create a stir for the sale?" Gao Yang smiled. "Simple. Tomorrow have the Gao family retainers disguise themselves and line up outside the shop at dawn from inside to outside, creating a false impression of a booming supply-scarce market. Spread rumors everywhere that the Empress backs us. The more sensational the better. Within days the fragrant soap will take Chang'an by storm. Then have someone stage a scheme to drive up the black market price to 12 guan per piece. Merchants, seeing profit, will hoard stock, further pushing production and prices, even shipping it elsewhere, to build our reputation ahead of time. With whitening, yang invigorating, and life-extending effects, he couldn't imagine how they could lose. Li Shi was astonished and finally couldn't help but praise, "My son truly has extraordinary talent in commerce. Mother will arrange it right away." Early the next morning, outside the Gao family shop, a long queue drew the attention of all the commoners. Several luxurious carriages kept stopping, and people entered and exited the Gao family store. The 100 soap bars produced overnight by the Gao family were instantly sold out, and supply was far from sufficient. In an instant, every merchant caught the scent of opportunity. In Chang'an, they could sell for 10 strings of cash. In other prefectural cities, the price would reach 15 strings. At the Duke's mansion, young master, everything is sold out. The 100 soap bars were completely gone in less than half an hour. Gao Yang was lying on a recliner in the courtyard taking a nap when Chun Sheng rushed up excitedly, a look of elation on his face. With His Majesty's golden reputation and the fact that soap has never appeared before, you can boast about its effects however you like. It would be strange if it didn't sell out. Mark my words, this is only the beginning. Once the price of soap stabilizes and it truly acquires attributes like being a gift, then targeting the middle class of the entire Great Qian, that's where the real monstrous profits lie. Gao Yang's eyes flickered, as if envisioning the pandemonium of that moment. Lu Luo stood nearby, her eyes fixed intently on Gao Yang. I'm hungry. Go to the kitchen and prepare something to eat. Gao Yang rose and walked toward the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he heard a sobbing sound. Gao Yang looked closely and saw Wang Tao, a somewhat stout man, crouching in a corner wiping his tears. Hearing the noise, Wang Tao quickly stood up straight and rubbed his eyes, but his entire face was red. I only took a bit of your lard. You're not still crying about that, are you? Gao Yang glanced at Wang Tao and then asked, or did something else happen? Wang Tao faltered, young master, no. Nothing. He lowered his head, his mood dim. Chun Sheng, however, spoke up. Young master, do you remember the culinary competition being held in Chang'an? Gao Yang looked at Chun Sheng somewhat startled. Wang Tao entered. Chun Sheng nodded. Wang Tao's ancestors were chefs in the imperial kitchen. His dream is to win the championship and restore the glory of his forebears. He has already passed 3 rounds and entered the finals, now under the spotlight of thousands. But the judges in the finals deliberately made things difficult for him, forcing him to rank last in 2 consecutive rounds. If he loses today, he'll be eliminated from the finals. As these words fell, Wang Tao looked at Gao Yang with resentment. Young master, victory and defeat are common in competition. If I were truly outmatched, I'd accept it. But such deliberate harassment is utterly infuriating. Lu Luo looked at Gao Yang. Young master, you have brilliant ideas. Do you have a way to help brother Wang? At this, both Chun Sheng and Wang Tao turned their gazes to Gao Yang. Gao Yang's renown was known throughout Chang'an, and a flicker of hope suddenly rose in Wang Tao's heart. Gao Yang did not answer directly, but asked, are there any restrictions on ingredients or cooking methods? No restrictions. Any ingredients, any methods are allowed. By the finals, almost everyone brings out their family's legendary dishes. Gao Yang stroked his chin. The old fellows in the imperial kitchen have it out for you and are determined to eliminate you. No one can do anything about that, since the final say is in their mouths. If they say it's not good, no one can argue. Upon hearing this, disappointment flashed in Wang Tao's eyes. Could it be that even the young master had no solution? Wang Tao clenched his fists, his face full of resentment. But the next moment, Gao Yang's calm voice sounded. However, I have a brilliant plan that will place you in an invincible position. Either it will make you win the championship, or it will give you satisfaction. Are you willing? As these words fell, the entire kitchen was filled with incredulity. Looking at the smile on Gao Yang's face, Chun Sheng felt a chill down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his body. An inexplicable thought crossed his mind. The remark Gao Yang had made a few days ago. In culinary matters, he had a masterstroke of deviousness that was unmatched in the world. Could it be? Wang Tao was also stunned. A plan that could either make him win the championship or give him satisfaction. Was there such a brilliant scheme in the world? He nodded excitedly, his expression earnest. I will follow the young master's arrangements without question. Gao Yang revealed a smile. He muttered to himself, I'm curious which poor bastard is so unlucky. At the Prince Rongqing's residence, Wu Long, dressed in a python robe, exuded an imposing authority. This Gao Yang is like a turtle. Once he enters the Dingwa Duke's mansion, he holes up and doesn't move. A prodigal son like him, yet he doesn't indulge in women and wine or frequent brothels to listen to music. How strange. Wu Long's face darkened. Over the past few days, he and Mr. Chen had set up multiple traps at the Yinji Pavilion and gambling houses that Gao Yang usually frequented, waiting for him to arrive so they could spring them and make him suffer in silence. But to their utter surprise, Gao Yang didn't go at all, and even the second son of the Gao family remained motionless. It was like punching a ball of cotton. Wu Cheng was also extremely unwilling. At that moment, a figure respectfully approached from outside the residence. Chef Chun Fan of the Imperial Kitchen pays respects to the prince. Chun Fan, dressed in a robe, came forward with a flattering smile. Today, the Chang'an culinary finals have drawn an unprecedented crowd. If the prince would honor us by being a judge and tasting the delicacies, it would be a blessing for every chef in the world. Chun Fan started with a flattering remark. Wu Long stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of boundless dominance. He asked, I hear a chef from the Dingwa Duke's mansion has made it to the finals. Chun Fan bowed and said with a smile, your servant kept him until the finals. He has already lost 2 consecutive rounds. If he loses today, he will be eliminated. Wulong nodded. At that moment Mr. Chen wearing a blue robe looked eager. Your Highness, I have a plan that will allow you to vent your anger thoroughly. Wulong turned sharply to Mr. Chen. Speak. Mr. Chen said urgently. Your Highness could become a judge for this culinary competition. No one would dare to object. After tasting the dishes from the Dingwood Duke's mansion chef today, you can publicly berate them in front of all the citizens of Chang'an, calling them pigs unfit for human consumption. This will indirectly insult the entire Dingwood Duke's mansion. This plan may not cause great harm, but the humiliation will be immense. Wulong's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Do as you say. Today I will make the entire Dingwood Duke's mansion lose face. Huh. Fengwan Palace. Wu Zhao stared at the soap before her face a mask of incredulity. This cleansing power is indeed superior to the palace's washing soap. After use, even the skin appears fairer and more delicate. This was truly made by Gao Yang. Shangwan Wanner nodded her stunning face, also bearing an expression of disbelief. She hadn't expected Gao Yang to possess such skill. But recalling what Gao Yang had done, Shangwan Wanner couldn't help but speak up. Your Majesty, Vice Director Gao, using Your Majesty's royal name, not only claims that this soap can whiten the skin and remove toxins, but worse, he advertises it as being able to invigorate yang and tonify the kidneys. Wu Zhao. She could tolerate the whitening and toxin removal, but this invigorating yang and tonifying kidneys. She was not a man, why would she need that? Wu Zhao's face darkened. With a cold snort she said, this Gao Yang. No wonder he gives me 70% of the profits. With me as the endorsement, not just Chang'an, but even the entire Great Qian would see soaring sales. In the art of commerce, I fear no one in the whole Great Qian can surpass Gao Yang. But this invigorating yang and tonifying kidneys is going too far. Shangwan Wanner nodded and continued, Your Majesty speaks truly. The soap is now extremely popular. Every noble family in Chang'an is scrambling to buy it. If this continues, it may tarnish Your Majesty's reputation. Wu Zhao's face turned icy. How popular is it? Shangwan Wanner replied. Early this morning a long line formed outside the Gao family shop. 100 bars of soap were snapped up in an instant. Wu Zhao frowned slightly. With sales like this, the price must be extremely low. She had intended to fleece the great noble houses of the Great Qian, not the common people, so this made her brow furrow even more. Your Majesty, that is not the case. Vice Director Gao's pricing is far from cheap. A single bar of soap sells for as much as 10 strings of coins. At these words, Wu Zhao immediately lost her composure. Wait, a bar of soap for 10 strings of coins and 100 bars sold out in an instant. Her phoenix eyes widened, and she could no longer remain calm. By that reckoning, in less than a morning that would amount to several thousand taels of silver, after deducting costs, she would still receive several hundred taels. And this was merely the initial promotion limited to Chang'an alone. If the soap's price stabilized and it spread throughout the entire Great Qian, how much silver could she earn in a day, in a month? Even Wu Zhao felt her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. Moreover, she planned to inflate the price of Zhao Plain silk to astronomical levels, which would require a vast sum of silver behind it. For the Great Qian to complete its harvest of the Zhao state, the initial investment would be far from small. This soap arrived just in time to relieve the pressure on her inner treasury. Enough. Let it be invigorating yang and tonifying kidneys. Who says a woman cannot use such a remedy? Given these exorbitant profits, I shall tolerate it. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and made her decision. Shangwan Wanna. Where is the vice director? Is he still fussing over the soap? Wu Zhao suddenly asked. Your Majesty, according to the guards, the vice director seems to have taken his maidservant and servants to watch the culinary competition. Shangwan Wanner replied. Wu Zhao shook her head and a smile curled at her lips. This Gao Yang is indeed carefree. While I've been laying plans in the palace for days according to his suggestions, he's off enjoying himself. Well, since I have a rare moment of leisure today, let us go to the marketplace and see what new delicacies have appeared, perhaps something to suit my taste. Wu Zhao stretched, revealing a figure of perfect proportions. Golden sunlight fell upon her exquisite face, bestowing a look of languid nobility. In Chang'an's southern market, on a vast open space, a circular platform over 10 meters in both length and width had been erected. Stoves were built upon it, large woks were set up, and firewood and water vats were placed nearby. A crowd of onlookers surrounded the platform, their clamor rising to the heavens. Gao Yang looked on from afar, a look of surprise on his face. It seemed the people of the Great Qian held food in high esteem. With so many people, are you nervous? Gao Yang turned to look at Wang Tao, whose face was simple and honest. Wang Tao gave a hearty, simple smile and shook his head. Young master, to be honest, I feel even more excited. Good. With such nerve, you have some of the spirit of our Dingwood Duke's mansion, and of me. You'll prepare the first dish independently.
If anyone dares to cause you trouble, I'll step in for the second dish. Don't worry about any consequences. I'd like to see which unlucky fools fall into my trap. At this thought, Gao Yang felt quite eager. Hearing this, Wang Tao nodded heavily. The two exchanged glances, both breaking into knowing smiles. Behind Gao Yang, Qinsheng and LV Luo shuddered, looking at him as if he were a demon. They were truly in awe of Gao Yang. Even in food, he had such a ruthless scheme. Lord Gao, what a coincidence to meet you here. Just then a voice rang out. Gao Yang turned to see Prince Rong Wulong approaching with a stern, imposing countenance. A barely concealed smile lurked in his eyes. Wulong felt a surge of delight. He had planned to berate the cooks of the Dingwood Duke's mansion, thereby humiliating the entire household, but never expected that Gao Yang would come in person. Thinking of the moment when he would denounce the dish as pig slop unfit for human consumption and vent his tirade, while Gao Yang's face twisted in frustration, he felt a thrill of pleasure throughout his body. Your Highness, I was unaware of your arrival. Please forgive me. Gao Yang bowed. He was somewhat puzzled. Why would Wulong come here in person? Wulong turned his gaze to Wang Tao and said, You must be the cook from the Dingwood Duke's mansion. Reaching the finals shows your skill. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to take a casual look. Go ahead and perform boldly. With that, Wulong left with his entourage. He had no intention of revealing that he was a judge, otherwise if Gao Yang withdrew his cook from the competition, he would lose too much. Indeed, Wulong thought that when Gao Yang later saw him as a judge, his expression would be quite amusing. Wang Tao seized the moment to say, Young master, the man beside Prince Rong just now is Chun Fan, the head chef of the Imperial Kitchen. His culinary skills are remarkable, and he is also a judge in this competition. Gao Yang fell into thought. Why would Wulong, a prince, specifically address Wang Tao and emphasize that he was just casually looking? From a psychological standpoint, the more one emphasizes something, the more one is trying to hide it. But Gao Yang didn't dwell on it. Wang Tao said to Gao Yang, Young master, shall I go on stage now? Gao Yang nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Stick to the plan. As long as you stay within the rules, don't worry about anything else. A smile spread across Wang Tao's honest face, and he walked toward the platform. Behind the competition platform stood a two-story restaurant reserved for more distinguished guests. From there, they could not only watch the contestants cook, but also sample the dishes before anyone else right after the judges tasted them. Gao Yang ascended to the second floor, went to the window, and surveyed everything below. All the contestants were full of excitement and agitation, except Wang Tao, who remained as steady as a rock, motionless. Just then a crisp voice rang out. Clouds yearn for her garments, flowers for her countenance. The spring breeze brushes the railing, revealing the dew's richness. Young Master Gao, you are truly a genius. The voice was clear and pleasant like a oriole's song, soothing to the soul. Gao Yang turned around and immediately drew in a sharp breath. Hiss! So big.